Chapter 226 Xiaoji is on the verge of death due to excessive blood loss. What? Is this kid dead? Hao Aguo was also stunned and looked at Wu Tian. Old Wu, have you shot? Wu Tian quickly explained. Without director, Wu Kai almost killed Xiaoji. Zhou Zheng knocked him away with one punch. Who knew that he actually beat him to death? One punch? Hao Aguo was a little surprised. Knowing that Zhou Zhengmeng was not expected to be so fierce, he beat Wu Kai to death with one punch. Good guy. How powerful is this punch? Zhou Zheng beat Wu Kai to death. It was not a mistake. Who made this kid take the hostage and hurt two people? Hao Aguo said loudly. Wu Kai was beaten to death by Zhou Zheng for fear of crimes and refused to be arrested. If you die, you will die. Don't touch him first. Then what? This woman is injured. Lao Wu, why don't you take her to the hospital first? Wu Tiandao. Director Zhang Zili has been treated by Zhou Zheng, and she will not be in danger of life for the time being. I have asked Xiaoli to call the first aid number, and the ambulance should arrive immediately. Okay. Then wait. Hao Aguo nodded and continued. You should pay attention to protecting the scene. Xiao Zhou Angzhen hurts Xiaoji, so I'll go outside to call Bureau Ma. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and walked straight out of the house. The sky outside was bright and the stars were sparse. Hao Aguo looked at the darkness of the community compound and felt mixed feelings. The operation was basically over. The thief Chen Wei was arrested and the murderer Wu Kai was killed. It can be said that Zhou Zheng made another great contribution. But the process was not perfect. Zhang Zili was injured and Xiaoji was seriously injured. Hao Aguo felt a little uncomfortable when he thought that Xiaoji was seriously injured, especially when he was disfigured by Wu Kai. He knew about Xiaoji's situation. His father died at work in his early years. Xiaoji's mother was in a bad mood. In order not to make her daughter repeat the same mistake, she came to find him and Wu Tian several times, and strongly demanded that Xiaoji be arranged in a relatively safe position. This incident even woke up Ma Ziajun, the director of the municipal bureau. Wu Tian and Xiaoji's mother were classmates. At his suggestion, Hao Aguo transferred Xiaoji to the household registration department and promised Xiaoji's mother that he would take good care of Xiaoji. Xiaoji was seriously injured in this operation. How could she explain to her mother? If this matter is reported to Ma Ziajun, he will not be scolded. After all, the police found the murderer and the special police team did not notify the criminal police team or the special police team. He was responsible for causing serious injuries to the person, and as the director, Hao Aguo has to bear these responsibilities. Oh! Sighing, Hao Aguo still called Ma Ziajun. Hey, I am Hao Aguo, so late, didn't disturb you to rest. Ma Ziajun's voice came from the phone's earpiece. Old Hao, I'm going to sleep now. Is there anything wrong? There is something to do. Then what? Hao Aguo didn't know how to speak for a while. If you have something, just say it. The hesitant one is not your Lao Hao's personality. Hao Aguo gritted his teeth and told Ma Ziajun everything. Director, Zhou Zheng discovered another Alavel wanted criminal who had killed two people. During the arrest, the wanted criminal refused to arrest and even took hostages and was shot dead by Zhou Zheng. What? Zhou Zheng discovered another A-class A wanted criminal? He still shot dead? Ma Ziajun was shocked. Good guy. Zhou Zheng made a first-class merit for arresting Alavel wanted criminals, which caused a sensation among the city's police. Before the popularity could continue, he shot another Alavel wanted criminal. Ma Ziajun, who was sleepy and confused, suddenly became energetic. He got off the bed and lit a cigarette first, and smiled and praised. Old Hao, Comrade Xiao Zhou is so capable. It is worthy of being the treasure of your Qiubei district. Your Qiubei district has made another great contribution. By the way, how about Zhou Zheng? He is fine. Ma Xiaojun immediately cared about Zhou Zheng. As for the wanted criminal who was beaten to death, who told him to resist arrest, the municipal bureau has long issued documents to the city's police. When carrying out the arrest mission, it must first ensure its safety and kill criminals if necessary. Zhou Zheng has nothing to do. He suffered a little bit of injury to his finger, but what? Ma Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat. As a leader, how could he not know, but there is absolutely nothing good about it. Sure enough, Hao Aguo hesitated. Director, a crowd was injured at the scene. Xiaoji was stabbed by a criminal to save the hostages and was seriously injured. She was also disfigured. What? Xiaoji was seriously injured and disfigured. Ma Xiaojun's tone suddenly became stern. Xiaoji's father died in the police position. She is the daughter of a martyr and must not be missed. Hao Aguo, I order you to rescue Xiaoji at all costs. In addition, I will notify the criminal police team to take over the case. Chen Guang is familiar with you and let them go together. It's the horse bureau. After hanging up the phone, Ma Xiaojun felt a little disappointed. Even if Xiaoji's life was rescued, it was a pity that a beautiful policewoman was disfigured. She must be worse than death. Ma Xiaojun picked up his cell phone and called Chen Guang, and gave a few simple explanations. Chen Guang said that he would take his people to the garden community immediately. In the garden community house, Zhou Zheng carried Xiaoji in a coma into the bedroom, intending to stop the bleeding and treat her, so that Xiaoji's life would be saved first. Xiaoji lies on the bed with her eyes closed, her towering chest slightly fluctuating with her breathing. Zhou Zheng first checked the wound on her face. The wound of more than 10 centimeters was shocking, just like a centipede lying on her fair face. Fortunately, the wound is not deep, it is just a skin injury, and it is not bleeding anymore. But even if it gets better, it will leave an ugly scar. Zhou Zheng sighed in his heart. Such a beautiful girl was ruined by Wu Kai's bastard. Xiaoji's wound was on her chest. Zhou Zheng didn't care about the difference between men and women. He gently unbuttoned the police uniform outside, and then unbuttoned the blue shirt. A pink cover appeared in front of him like a mountain. Have you a long gown? A thought flashed through Zhou Zheng's mind, and then he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. When is it time for me to be distracted? Onet heard of the pink cover was stained with blood, and the wound was hidden in the cover, still bleeding. Occurred. Zhou Zheng said in his heart, and his fingers broke the weak part of the cover with force. The cover drooped, and 2 pink balls surged out like waves. Zhou Zheng saw the wound on Xiaoji's chest at a glance. The knife stabbed it in a place with a lot of fat. The wound was not 2 or 3 centimeters wide, and blood was gurgling down. Zhou Zheng quickly took out the golden needle and acupunctured several acupuncture points, and the wound stopped bleeding. Zhou Zheng flipped through the drawer, found a roll of bandages, opened the wound that was folded into a ball of lid, and then helped her to button her shirt. After doing this, Zhou Zheng breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as the blood stopped, Xiaoji would not be in danger of her life. Suddenly, Zhou Zheng found that there were blue and purple echemia on Xiaoji's neck, and then her body twitched violently. This is a sign of excessive blood loss and dying. Chapter 227 Chu Yunyao checks the gang. How so? Seeing Xiaoji suddenly twitching, Zhou Zheng was also shocked, and his heart that had just fallen to the ground was raised to his throat again. Thank you to grab Xiaoji's Kungguan and Qi to help her take her pulse. Xiaoji's pulse was very weak, and her dead pulse was displayed everywhere, indicating that she would be in the near future. Wu Kai's sword was too fierce, and Zhou Zheng was finally too late to treat him. At this time, it would take a certain amount of time to send Xiaoji to the hospital for blood transfusion. How could Zhou Zheng let Xiaoji die like this? He became wise in a hurry, stretched out his right hand and pressed it on her dantian, then transported spiritual energy into her body. Chu Yunyao's dead vein appeared because Zhou Zheng used the method of transporting spiritual energy into her body to hold her life. He believed that this also applies to Xiaji. Just when Zhou Zheng spent 2/3 of the spiritual energy in his body, Xieshija finally stopped twitching, and a trace of blood appeared on her sallow face. Hi! Zhou Zheng breathed a long sigh, feeling a little tired, and wanted to lie on the bed to rest. But Xiaji's danger was not relieved, so she had to be taken to the hospital for blood transfusion or even surgery. He gently picked up Xiaji and walked out of the bedroom quickly. In the living room, Hao Aguo and Wu Tian were still waiting anxiously. Zhou Zheng went to the bedroom to treat Xiaji for a long time and didn't come out. The two of them couldn't help but want to break into the bedroom to learn about the treatment, but they were afraid that it would affect Zhou Zheng's treatment of Xiaji. Seeing Zhou Zheng walking out with Xiaji in his arms, Hao Aguo and Wu Tian quickly met him. "How is Xiaozhou? Xiaji has no danger?" "Zhou Zhendao. Director, you don't have to be anxious. Xiaji's injury is not light. I have helped her stop the blood. It is not in danger of life for the time being, but I have to be sent to the hospital for blood transfusion or even surgery as soon as possible." Hao Aguo looked at Xiaji's yellow face and shook his head, and made a quick decision. Old Wu drove Xiaji to the hospital in a police car. The alarm flashed and turned on, just pretending it was performing a task. "Pay attention to safety. Sir, isn't this good? Don't turn on the alarm, it's too high profile. Why are you good at riding on horses? Treat it very much in extraordinary times. This is a comrade who is racing against time to save our comrades, hurry up and start the police car." "Yes." Wu Tian agreed and ran out. "Police officer! Don't leave me behind, I need treatment, too." Zhang Zili, who was hiding behind the sofa, shrank into a ball. Her arm was stabbed, and Zhou Zheng also helped her stop the bleeding, but she was not in danger of life, but her husband was actually a murderer and almost killed her, and was then shot dead by the police. The successive blows made her mentally stimulating, and she kept holding her body and trembling against the sofa. "Hao Aguo. Yes. And Zhang Zili, go to the hospital together." "Hey, oh. At this time, an ambulance sirens broke the tranquility of the community. An ambulance drove into the community and came to the door of Zhang Zili's unit. Police officer Xiaoli called an ambulance to come. Wu Tian showed joy on his face. "Director, the ambulance we called is here. It is better to let Xiaji and Zhang Zili take the ambulance to the hospital if there is oxygen in the ambulance." Hao Aguo nodded. "Okay. Lao Wu, you drive a police car in front of the ambulance. You must use the shortest time to escort the ambulance to the hospital." "I know the director. Go quickly. When old Chen comes, I will hand over this stall to him and I will go to the hospital." Wu Tian was the first to leave the house. Zhou Zheng held Xiaji and two policemen helped Zhang Zili walk out. Several people walked to the entrance of the corridor and walked face to face with the doctor in the ambulance. "Doctor, there are wounded people here, please send them to the hospital." When the doctor saw that everyone was a policeman, he did not dare to neglect and asked quickly. "What's going on? What's going on with the wounded?" "I was stabbed by the criminal, and the blood was stopped." "Get into the ambulance." Everyone rushed to send Xiaji and Zhang Zili into the ambulance. The doctor put an oxygen mask on Xiaji, and Zhou Zheng jumped into the car with no choice. "Hey, oh. The ambulance closed the door and rushed towards the entrance of the community with an alarm. Wow. A police car at the entrance of the community suddenly turned on the red and blue flashlights and alarms. "Do. Wu Tian honked the horn twice and signaled the ambulance to follow the police car. Wu Tian drove a police car to drive the road in front. There were few vehicles on the street at night. In addition, the police car drove the road, so the vehicles took a side in time to avoid the ambulances, and the road was unobstructed. This is the first time the ambulance driver ran with a police car, and it feels like the one behind him is not the patient but the leader. Although ambulances are special vehicles with right to road, there are still vehicles that deliberately block and do not evade. How about stopping a police car? Wu Tian drove the ambulance to the hospital in the shortest time. The doctor in the ambulance has already greeted the hospital in advance, and the doctors and nurses here are already waiting in the operating room. Zhang Zili's injuries were relatively mild and she was taken away by the doctor for treatment. Zhou Zheng sent Xiaji into the operating room, and was then driven out, and then the operating room was lit up with a red light. Xiaji holds on, you must not have any problems. The operation must be successful. Wu Tian, who had always been calm, clasped his hands together as if he was praying. Zhou Zheng sat on the porch chair next to the corridor. He was not worried about Xiaji's safety, but was just a little tired. On the way to the hospital, Zhou Zheng put his palm on Xiaji's lower abdomen and sent a lot of spiritual energy. As long as the blood transfusion is promptly performed without making any mistakes, Xiaji should be fine. Zhou Zheng felt very tired now. He sat on a chair and pinched his hands with his hands, and used the hidden dragon technique to refine and absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to fill the empty danshan. Wu Tian muttered for a while and looked at Zhou Zheng, then saw him leaning on the porch chair and resting with his eyes closed. Xiaozhou, if you are tired, why don't you go home and rest first? I'm here. Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and said. Xiaji just stepped down into the operating room, how could I leave? I'll just take a break here. Wu Tian saw the blood on Zhou Zheng's hand and said. By the way, what's the injury on your hand? Why don't you go to the outpatient clinic for 2 stitches? Zhou Zheng stretched out his palm and looked at it. The wound showed signs of healing. I sighed in my heart that the spiritual power refined by the hidden dragon art also has the effect of quickly recovering the trauma, and it is worthy of being a master-level skill. Wu Su, the skin injury is not serious at all, and you will recover soon without stitching. It's really not necessary. Xiaozhou, don't force me. It's really not necessary. Okay. Xiaozhou, this time you discovered and killed the murderer Wu Kai. That punch is so terrifying that you are so powerful. I have made a contribution this time, and I am envious again. In order to relieve his depression, Wu Tian deliberately stopped talking about Xiaji's injuries, but mentioned Zhou Zheng's performance this time. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Wu Suo's credit is everyone's, not me human. Hey Xiaozhou, don't be humble. Everyone knows who has the greatest contribution. The golden shield is forged with passion. Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. Sorry, I answered a call. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and stood up. The caller ID was Chu Yunyao's phone number. Hey Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, where are you? Are you still busy? Just finished the mission, one of my female colleagues was injured and had surgery in the hospital. I was waiting outside the operating room. Female colleague? Is it the female policewoman named Xiaji with a pair of phoenix eyes? Chapter 228 Couples should treat each other with sincerity. Zhou Zheng did not hide anything in front of Chu Yunyao. He could have said that one of his colleagues was injured and hospitalized, but he still added the word female in front of colleague. He is not afraid of his shadow slanting. He and Xiaji are nothing at all, so there is no need to deliberately conceal it as if he is guilty. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao actually said Xiaji's name. He didn't know that Chu Yunyao had met Xiaji in the police station, and had heard of Xiaji and Zhou Zheng. Not long ago, her cousin Yang Wei secretly took a photo of Xiaji. The background board on the photo was Zhou Zheng. It seemed that the two of them were on the mission together. Chu Yunyao, who was smart in Bingxiu, guessed it as soon as she thought about it. How do you know, Yunyao? Zhou Zheng asked strangely. So. I'll explain to you when I have time. Chu Yunyao felt that she couldn't explain clearly for a while, so she would just talk about it if she had time. At this time, he was very worried about Zhou Zheng's safety. After all, the female police officer was injured. The task was definitely not an ordinary danger. What mission are you going to perform? Zhou Zheng, are you okay? Yunye, don't worry, I'm not hurt. In order to ease Chu Yunye's heart, Zhou Zheng deliberately concealed the fact that his finger was injured. Anyway, it was not serious and the wound was healing. Oh, as long as you're fine. Chu Yunyeo fell to the ground with a stone, and then asked. When will you come back, Zhou Zheng? I can't leave for the time being. Xiaji is in operation and I don't know when she will be pushed out of the operating room. There is only me and Wu Suo in the hospital, so I can't leave for a while. Yet, Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but be shocked on the other end of the phone. Xiaji is undergoing surgery? Is she seriously injured? Zhou Zheng nodded. I was stabbed by the criminal in my chest, and I had a cut on my face, and I couldn't be disfigured. Disfigured? Oh my god! Is that serious? Chu Yunyeo was shocked. As a woman, she naturally knew what disfigurement meant to a woman, no less than losing her life. If this kind of thing happened to me, it would be unimaginable. Originally, Chu Yunyeo was a little jealous of Xiaji and Zhou Zheng going to perform the mission together. Now there is nothing at all. All I have is sympathy for Xiaji. Zhou Zheng was not in a good mood either, so he sighed. This is the situation at the moment. I can only find a way to remove the scars on her face after she recovers. Then what? Yunyeo is sleepy and you don't have to wait for me. I'll wait until Xiaji finishes the operation before going back. If it's too late, I won't go back. Chu Yunyeo naturally would not drag Zhou Zheng down and nodded. Zhou Zheng, you should also pay attention to your health. It doesn't matter if you don't go back. If you are stuck, find a place to take a look for a while. Well, I know, Yunyeo will die first. Chu Yunyeo hung up the phone and was in a very uneasy mood. She sat on the head of the bed with a bath towel around her body, and her long white legs stretched out, which was very tempting. At this time, a hand sneaked over and suddenly scratched Chu Yunyeo's solace. Oh Ting Ting, you hate it so much. Chu Yunyeo stretched out her jade foot and kicked the hand aside. Yang Tingting's hand was a little hurt by Chu Yunyeo, and she suddenly became annoyed and angry and said with a claw. Chu Yunyeo, you are too much. You can't even make jokes about it. Yuzu looks so good. Kick me to death. Chu Yunyeo looked at Yang Tingting's exaggerated expression and said laughing and crying. Ting Ting, don't you see that I'm in a bad mood? I'm sorry that I kicked you in love just now. Seeing Chu Yunyeo's serious look, Yang Tingting stopped making trouble with her. She sat up and leaned against the bedside and asked. Yunyeo, didn't you just call Zhou Zheng? Logically speaking, you should be in a good mood. Then he made an expression of sudden enlightenment. Oh I know, are you depressed if Zhou Zheng doesn't come back tonight if you want to stay alone in the empty room? It's okay, Zhou Zheng, who is so stupid and heartless, won't sleep with you, I will sleep with you. Chu Yunyeo said coquettishly. Go to death, Yang Ting Ting. If you talk to me again, just roll off my bed. Besides, my 3 bedrooms and 3 beds, why do you have to sleep with me in the same bed? You won't become a lace, right? Chu Yunyeo also began to deliberately tease Yang Tingting, who made her scratch the solace of her feet. Yunyeo, you are the lala. Is my sexual orientation very normal? Okay. Don't I want to be a companion for you? You are still treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Yang Tingting said with grievance on purpose. Chu Yunyeo curled her lips. It's okay to be a companion, but there's no need to sleep in the same bed, I'm not used to it. Yang Tingting is here. He was so excited that he cried exaggeratedly. Okay, Chu Yunyeo, we used to sleep in the same bed, but with Zhou Zheng, you will change your mind. You guy who forgets your friends when you see sex. It's so good to cry. Don't cry next time. Ting Ting, stop making trouble, don't you feel uncomfortable when you see me? What's wrong with Yunhao? Yang Tingting became serious. Did Zhou Zheng make you angry? No. Chu Yunhao looked up slightly, looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle and said. Zhou Zheng was on a mission with his colleagues just now. One of his female colleagues was seriously injured and sent to the hospital operating room. The most terrifying thing is that her face was cut and disfigured by the criminal. Ah? Really fake? Yang Tingting was also startled, subconsciously touched her face and asked. Is Zhou Zheng okay? Was he injured? Zhou Zheng was not injured. But I was still quite worried about him. Moreover, I have seen the disfigured female policewoman. She is very beautiful, which is a pity. Yunhao, I have said a long time ago that Zhou Zheng is not a policeman, but it is also dangerous because of the nature of the work. Yang Tingting made up her mind and continued. And Zhou Zheng is handsome and feminine, and you can't be by his side all the time. What if he can't stand the test? I guess that policewoman was injured to protect Zhou Zheng. I think you'd better advise him if you have time to quit your job and do business with you. Wouldn't you be the husband and the Phoenix show good luck? What Yang Tingting said was not unreasonable, and Chu Yunhao was still a little moved for a moment. Especially the policewoman named Xiaji, if she was really injured for Zhou Zheng, then Zhou Zheng. This made her feel a little uneasy. However, after thinking about it, she still shook her head. Since they have become husband and wife with Zhou Zheng, they must treat each other with sincerity and trust each other, and they must not drag him down and affect his progress. Moreover, Chu Yunhao also has her own self-esteem and confidence. Ting Ting, let's talk about this later. I'm tired and want to sleep. Yang Tingting also felt that she had said a lot just now, and stopped talking, so she yawned. I'm tired too, let's sleep together Yunhao. Get out of here. Jiangbei First Central Hospital. The red light in the operating room went out, and a doctor wearing a dark green surgical gown and a mask walked out. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian stood up and asked together. Doctor, how did the surgery do it? Chapter 229 Xiaji is helpless. The doctor took off his mask, wiped the sweat from his head and said. Comrade police officers don't have to worry, the operation is successful. Although the sharp blade pierced the blood vessel, fortunately it did not pierce the heart, and her wound had stopped bleeding long ago. I guess someone had treated him before he was sent to the hospital, otherwise the female police officer might have died of heavy bleeding before he was sent to the hospital. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tianwen heard the doctor talk, and a stone fell to the ground in his heart. Wu Tian said in fear. Xiao Zhou, thanks to you for helping Xiaji stop bleeding, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Wu Su, Xiaji is our comrade, how can I make a mistake if I don't care? The speaker was unintentional. The listener was intentional. When the doctor heard the conversation between Wu Tian and Zhou Zheng, he felt aroused in his heart. He looked Zhou Zheng up and down and couldn't help but say. This policeman has no surname? Did you help him stop bleeding before the female police officer just went to the hospital? Zhou Zheng nodded. I'm Zhou's surname, my name is Zhou Zheng. I did help him stop the bleeding from Xiaji's wound. The doctor's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise and desire for knowledge appeared on his face. Officer Zhou, can you tell me what method you used to stop bleeding? As far as I know, rupture of the thoracic aortic vessel requires medical devices to undergo intra-aortic cavity repair. This is a surgery. How can a person stop bleeding without using medical devices? Zhou Zheng was not in the mood to chat with the doctor. He looked at the door of the operating room with his eyes, and Xiaji should have been pushed out too. Officer Zhou, please tell me if it's okay. The doctor took off the surgical hat on his head, revealing his grey hair, and asked for advice with a slight bow. I used acupuncture. Zhou Zheng replied absent-mindedly. Acupuncture. The old doctor then asked. Officer Zhou also knows acupuncture? How many inches of needles are you using? 6 inches. In fact, with the increasing experience of master-level acupuncture, he can already practice 7-inch needles. But it's not very sure, it's easy to use the 6-inch needle. Those who can use 6-inch needles can be called national players, and there is no palm technique in the country. The old doctor was a little surprised and unbelievable. After all, the few remaining Chinese medicine masters were all old men in their 70s and 80s. Zhou Zheng was too young, and it made people feel that he was bragging. But the female police officer's chest bleeding was indeed stopped, and he couldn't help but believe it. "Officer Zhou, can I discuss acupuncture with you?" Although the old doctor was a Western doctor, he was very interested in Zhou Zheng's first-hand acupuncture and asked sincerely. "Sorry, I don't have time." Seeing several doctors and nurses pushing a bed out of the operating room, Zhou Zheng left a sentence and flashed to meet him. This is a bit rude, but the old doctor is not anxious or upset, following Zhou Zheng like a dog-skinned plaster. Xia Ji was lying on the hospital bed. She closed her eyes, her face slightly better than before, but she was limited. The scar on the face has been treated after stitching, the skin and flesh at the wound were neatly fitted together. It seemed that the stitching technique was very clever, which could reduce the traces of scars. After the general anesthesia surgery, in order to prevent the patient from becoming in danger, the doctor will wake the patient up. A young nurse next to her said, "Wake up, officer, don't sleep." But Xia Ji was still in a coma after hearing it but not hearing it. The little nurse looked up at the doctor next to her. "Dr. Li, why is the patient not awake yet? Has your dose of anesthetic increased?" "Barring, I've been doing it for more than 10 years. How could I make such a low-level mistake? If you can't wake up, you can continue calling." The little nurse grinned and showed a pair of cute little tiger teeth, so she had to continue calling Xia Ji. "Zhou Zhendao. Let me do it." He leaned over and looked at Xia Ji's pale face and said, Xia Ji, wake up, I am Zhou Zheng." "You're fine." His voice seemed to be magical. Xia Ji's eyes slowly opened, but she was still not awake and shouted in a vague manner, "Zhou Zheng, Zhou Zheng." The little nurse next to her looked surprised. "Police officer, this beautiful sister Hua is your girlfriend, right? You two really have a good relationship. I have called her but haven't woken up for a long time, and you woke him up with a shout." "Haha." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and smiled, but did not explain anything to the young nurse. Wu Tian said sincerely, "Dear doctors and nurses, thank you for your colleagues who have saved us. Don't thank us. This operation was performed by Dr. Hu. This police officer's sister is also lucky. Dr. Hu is a famous surgeon at the Beijing Hexi Hospital. Today, he was invited to our hospital to guide the business and personally performed a surgery. You must know that there are long queues for those who are looking for him to do the surgery." The little nurse said in a chattering voice. Yet, Wu Tianwen was moved and said that Xia Ji's luck was not that bad. "Who is Professor Hu? I want to thank him in person." The young nurse pointed to the old doctor behind Zhou Zheng and said, "The one behind you is Professor Hu." Zhou Zheng also turned around. He was a little embarrassed now because he was worried about Xia Ji's love for Dr. Hu. "Dr. Hu, thank you. I apologize to you for being neglected just now." "Ha ha ha, Officer Xiao Zhou is so serious." Dr. Hu waved his hand and said, "I was so abrupt just now, I don't blame you. Let's leave a contact information. Can we talk when you have time? I really want to ask you for medical skills." The doctors and nurses were shocked and a little confused. The famous Doctor Who actually wanted to ask a young policeman for medical advice. Isn't that too much? Zhou Zheng did not agree or refused. Doctor Who is easy to talk about. Seeing that Zhou Zheng did not refuse, Doctor Who was already satisfied. He glanced at Xia Ji and said, "Officer Xiao Zhou, why did this officer Xia suffer such severe injuries? Xia Ji put her life and death aside in order to save the hostages, and was seriously injured in fighting with the murderer. Zhou Zheng's words made all the doctors and nurses respect Xia Ji. This police officer is also a heroine, so why should I send Officer Xia to the ward as soon as possible? Everyone sent Xia Ji to a single ward. After the resettlement, Zhou Zheng called Dr. Hu outside. Dr. Hu, is there any way to avoid scars on Xia Ji's face? This problem stumped Dr. Hu, and he shook his head and said, Officer Xia's wound is too long and has injured the dermis. I have tried my best to suture the wound neatly. I am sure to leave fewer scars, but it is too difficult to keep a little scar. Dr. Hu, do you mean that Xia Ji's face will have scars? Right. Dr. Hu nodded helplessly. Even if the best doctor in the world comes, I dare not say that it will definitely prevent Officer Xia from leaving scars. It is indeed cruel to have such a beautiful girl's face destroyed, but this is not within human ability. I can only try it after recovering and then try it out. All right. Zhou Zheng can only accept reality for the time being. Squeak. The door opened, Wu Tian leaned out and said, Xiao Zhou, Xia Ji wakes up and wants to see you. Chapter 230 Going to Beijing. After a while, Wu Tian came out of the ward to inform Zhou Zheng, saying that Xia Ji would see you when she woke up. Zhou Zheng nodded and said, I know Wu Suo, I'll go right away. Turning his head and saying to Dr. Hu, Sorry, Dr. Hu, I want to go in and see Xia Ji. Yeah, Xiao Zhou is fine and you're busy with yours. After saying that, he pointed at the doctors and nurses waiting for him. I will go back to the hotel to rest when I talk to them. If there is anything to do in the evening, you can notify me at any time. After the two exchanged contact information, Zhou Zhendao. Then thank Dr. Hu, let's talk about it next day. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he was about to turn around, but Dr. Hu called him again. Then Xiao Zhou, I will go back to the Beijing Hexi Hospital tomorrow. If you have time to come to Beijing, you must contact me. Let's sit and chat. Although I am studying Western medicine, I am very interested in the acupuncture of traditional Chinese medicine and really want to ask you for advice. Dr. Hu said the word ask for advice again, and asked the doctor and nursing nearby to the soldier was shocked. Dr. Hu is well known in Hexing Hospital. Jiangbei First Hospital asked his grandfather to sue his grandmother before he invited Dr. Hu to guide his business. The money was spent on ages and young. Dr. Hu is not only strict but also arrogant. Although he has also tried his best to guide the doctors in Jiangbei Hospital, he always feels superiority between the lines. The doctors in Jiangbei Hospital dare not say anything. Who can make people have superb skills? Dr. Hu's visit to Jiangbei Hospital was a dimensional reduction blow. However, such a proud Dr. Hu actually used the word ask for advice to a young policeman repeatedly, and his attitude was sincere and even a hint of humility. Good guy. Is this young policeman better at medical skills than Dr. Hu? Is the police industry so in this way now? Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered that the young nurse had said that Dr. Hu worked in Hexi Hospital in Beijing. He felt a little moved, and Chu Yunyao's grandmother had been hospitalized in Hexi Hospital. He immediately asked, Dr. Hu, is he working in Hexi Hospital in Beijing? That's right. That happens. I will go to Hexi Hospital in Beijing for a while and I will visit an elderly hospitalized man. I may also bother Dr. Hu at that time. Dr. Hu waved his hand. Is it troublesome or not? If you need help, just talk casually. If you don't contact me, I will be unhappy, ha ha ha. By the way, what does that old man have to do with you? What's your name? I can arrange for more people to take care of when I go back to the capital. I still have this face in Hexi Hospital. I appreciate the kindness of Dr. Hu. The old man is my wife's grandmother and my grandfather's comrade in arms. He is currently in a vegetative state and has been living in the intensive care unit. As for the name, I really don't know. Zhou Zheng didn't know what Chu Yunyao's grandmother was named, and even if he knew, he didn't want to tell Doctor Hu. Wu Zhang didn't accept the fortune, he didn't want to owe the other party a favor casually. Female people from Jiangbei have always lived in the ICU. Doctor Hu muttered a few words and suddenly his eyes lit up. I know who it is, I've heard of it. Xiao Zhou didn't expect that your wife's house was still a rich man from Jiangbei. The old lady spent tens of millions of dollars on the ICU that had lived in for a long time, and she relied on nutrient solution to keep her life alive. By the way, can your acupuncture cure the old lady's symptoms? Zhou Zheng's acupuncture technique is still at the master level, and he still has less than half of his experience value when he is upgraded to the master level. If you reach the master level, you will be very sure of treating the symptoms of an old lady. Zhou Zheng shook his head. It's hard to say. To be honest, I haven't seen an old lady once. When I go to Beijing and meet the old lady, I will definitely help her with acupuncture treatment. Yu Xiaozhou must notify me at that time. After I return to the capital, I will say hello to the leaders of the hospital first and ask the people below to take care of the old lady. Zhou Zhensen said that it seemed that he had to accept Doctor Hu's favor, and followed the flow and said, "That's good. Thank you Doctor Hu. I will definitely contact you when I arrive in the capital." At this time, the door of the ward opened, and Wu Tian poked his head out and urged, "What are Xiao Zhou talking about? Why haven't you come in yet?" Oh, Wu Suo, I'm here now." After saying goodbye to Doctor Hu, Zhou Zheng walked into the ward and came to the bed. I saw Xia Ji with her eyes closed and her body covered with a quilt. I don't know if it was because the wound was so painful after the surgery, and her legs were moving. Wu Tian looked helpless on the side. "Oh, I have never served the patient, and Xia Ji is a girl again. I can't help anything even if I see her uncomfortable." "Xia Ji, I'm here," Zhou Zheng said softly. Xia Ji opened her eyes and looked at Zhou Zheng, with a slight hint of blood on her pale face. The dried lips moved hard, making a faint sound. "Zhou Zheng, are you here? I heard what Wu said that Wu Kai was shot dead by you. Is your hand injured serious?" Before Xia Ji was stabbed and lost consciousness, she saw Zhou Zheng grabbing Wu Kai's blade with empty hands, and bright red blood flowed out of her fingers. The last scene in her mind. "Nothing serious." Zhou Zheng shook his head and said lightly, "Xia Ji, you may not know that I have practiced it. How can a small knife cause trouble for me? The little skin injury is almost healing. If you don't believe it, look." Zhou Zheng reached out and asked Xia Ji to look at it, and saw that several wounds on his fingers showed signs of healing. Although it doesn't seem serious, it makes Xia Ji feel a little distressed and guilty. "Zhou Zheng, you saved my life and were injured because I don't know what to say." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Oh Xia Ji, you said this to me very uncomfortable. We are colleagues and comrades in arms. Isn't it appropriate to help each other? You are no longer in danger of your life. We all hope that you will recover as soon as possible and get better soon." Xia Ji nodded while biting her lips. Suddenly, she reached out and touched her face, feeling the wound on her face that looked like a centipede. Suddenly, her face felt as if dead. "Zhou Zheng, my face, I'm ugly." The atmosphere in the ward was a little depressing. Zhou Zheng didn't know how to answer for a moment, and was stunned for a moment and comforted him. Then Xia Ji, the wound on your face is not serious, and the doctor's suture is very neat, and the chance of leaving scars is very low. Don't I am thinking about it. Xia Ji stopped talking and stared at the ceiling. "No, Xia Ji, what I said is true. If you take a step back, even if you leave a little scar, we can buy scar removal medicine to treat it." At this time the door opened and Hao Aguo walked in. "The director is here." Director, please advise Xiaoji. The wound on her face will definitely not leave scars, right? Hao Aguo was stunned by Zhou Zheng's words, and Xiaoqing reacted and glared at Zhou Zheng. The good boy threw the problem to me? Hao Aguo gave a bitter advice, saying that if there was a scar on his wife's arm, it was to apply a beauty product to fade. Zhou Zheng felt aroused, and suddenly remembered that the system had rewarded him with a secret beauty recipe, which seemed to be able to remove scars. Chapter 231 Secret Recipe for Scar Removal, Xiaoji's face is saved. Hao Aguo said that he was spitting everywhere and promised Xiaoji with confidence, saying that Xiaoji, you don't have to worry about some kind of cosmetics that can remove scars. I forgot what he called it. When I got home, I asked my wife. His eloquence was so good that he believed Wu Tian beside him. Hao Aguo finally stopped talking and saw that Xiaoji was already asleep. I wonder if she had said it to her heart? Hao Aguo made a gesture, and the three of them walked out of the ward and closed the door gently. Wu Tian joked. Old Hao, does your words have a hypnotic effect? You will take care of Xiaoji in the hospital in the future. If she is in a bad mood, you can chat with her and make her sleepy and think about nothing. Hao Aguo glared at him. What I'm talking nonsense, isn't this for Quan Xiaoji's heart? How can I take care of a little girl, a big and thick man? Old Wu, you think about it one by one. Wu Tian smiled embarrassedly. Old Hao, I'm not kidding you. But it's a big deal to ask who to take care of Xiaoji. They have to go to work, and they are all big men, so they definitely can't take care of Xiaoji. Hao Aguo thought for a while and said. Old Wu, you and Xiaoji's mother are classmates. Xiaoji has something big to do, so you have to notify her mother and ask her mother to come to the hospital to take care of Xiaoji. Wu Tian heard Hao Aguo's words and his head shaking like a rattle. No, I can't tell Xiaoji's mother about this for the time being. After Xiaoji's father died, her mother couldn't get out of the shadows and was in a normal state. She was also worried about Xiaoji, otherwise she wouldn't have come to the office several times to ask Xiaoji to be transferred. If she knew that Xiaoji was injured and hospitalized, her spirit would definitely be stimulated. Besides, I heard that her mother went to another place to relax and the distance water did not quench her near thirst. Our notification of Xiaoji's situation would only make Xiaoji's mother feel troubled and in a mess. Hao Aguo listened quietly, and what Wu Tian said made sense. Old Wu, what you said is reasonable, so don't notify Xiaoji's mother for the time being. Let's notify Xiaoji when Xiaoji is ready to go, so as not to get stimulated. As for who will come to the hospital to take care of Xiaoji? I think I'd rather let my servant come. She's fine anyway. Old Hao, why don't my wife and sister-in-law take turns to take care of Xiaoji? Hao Aguo waved his hand. Old Wu, your second child is in junior high school, and your younger brother and sister are not allowed to cook for your children? I can just take care of Xiaoji alone. Wu Tian still has to persevere. If it doesn't work, I'll let my second child eat at school at noon. The food in school is all about Yuji, so it's better to eat less for you. Let your sister-in-law come and stop fighting. Hao Aguo waved his hand and made a final decision. Speaking of Hao Aguo's wife, Wu Tian suddenly asked. By the way, Lao Hao, you just said that your sister-in-law knew that a cosmetic product can remove scars. Is it true or false? It's fake. Hao Aguo sat on the porch chair and said. This is made up by me, for the sake of Quan Xiaoji's heart. I am a man who doesn't use cosmetics, so how can I know there are cosmetics for scar removal? I'll go. Wu Tian said excitedly. Old Hao, you said all these words. What if Xiaoji believes you want to get scar removal cosmetics at that time, where can you find them? Oh, let's take one step at a time. Let's talk about the future. Isn't this a solution? Hao Aguo was so worried that he sucked his teeth. Seeing Zhou Zheng silently, he couldn't help but ask. Xiao Zhou, what are you thinking? Are you tired? Why don't you go home and rest? There are Lao Wu and I here. Just now, Hao Aguo said that scar removal cosmetics gave Zhou Zheng a sudden idea, remembering that the system had rewarded him with a secret beauty recipe. She also thought about giving Chu Yunyao the secret recipe to her to start a business. Just the business of medicinal wine is enough for Chu Yunyao to be busy, so Zhou Zheng threw the recipe into his mind and never touched it. There are two ways to make this secret recipe. One is to put together all the items required for the formula and obtain a paste object after normal production. Applying it to the body and face can make the skin shine and elastic, remove wrinkles, etc., and instantly kill all cosmetics on the market. But it cannot remove scars. There is another method of making it more difficult. You need to prepare a small cauldron, put the raw materials in, and use real beer. After successful refining, a pill and a paste-like object will appear. After taking this pill, you can treat any difficult and complicated diseases. Even terminal illnesses such as cancer and AIDS will be effective, so you can cure diseases and keep safe. The paste is actually equivalent to the slightest material after the successful refining of the pill, but it also has the effect of beauty. The most important thing is that applying it to the wound can promote healing without leaving scars and skin as bright as before. It is naturally difficult to obtain something that goes against the will of heaven, and the chances of failure to refine this pill are very high. And now it is extinct to have real nonishuo, which means that only Zhou Zheng in this world can refine such a terrifying pill. Just now, Zhou Zheng sorted out the refining method in his mind, and it didn't matter how important this understanding was to be shocked. This ordinary formula is so awesome. Just imagine those who have a wealth of billions of dollars are suffering from terminal illness and dying. If you know that a pill can help him get rid of the disease and bring back his life, even if you only exchange a wealth of thousands of dollars for him, you will be willing to do so. Hey Xiaozhou, the director is talking to you. Wu Tian's reminder brought Zhou Zheng back to reality from his meditation. Oh Director Wu, I suddenly realized that there is indeed a kind of beauty cosmetic that can remove scars. Hao Aguo's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. Really Xiaozhou? What cosmetics? Can you get them? The director is actually not a cosmetic in the strict sense, it is a kind of ointment. Many years ago, I saw an old Chinese doctor in Xilizhuang village who used ointment to help women remove scars. After so many years, I don't know if the old Chinese doctor is still there. I will go to Xilizhuang and be sure to find him. Zhou Zheng was inconvenient to reveal the system, so he found a reason to make excuses. That's great. Hao Aguo showed joy on his face and knew that Zhou Zheng never lies. If Zhou Zheng could get this ointment, Xiaoji's face would be saved. Why Xiaozhou, you go home and rest now and go to Xilizhuang early tomorrow morning to find the old Chinese doctor to ask for ointment. Director, I'd better look at Xiaoji. You and Suo Wu will go home to rest. No, your task is heavier than us, you must be more energetic. Xiaoji, please rest assured that I will call your sister-in-law to the hospital to take care of her tomorrow morning. Okay. I'll leave. Zhou Zheng was not pretentious. He also had to sort out the materials needed to refine the pills and would have to buy them tomorrow. Yeah, go, slow down on the road. Zhou Zhenggang took 2 steps and Hao Aguo said later. By the way, Xiaozhou, don't forget the provincial selection competition. I have already found a venue for you to train. Just be at the shooting range in the south of the city. Wait the day after tomorrow, you go to train. Football range. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up and turned around and asked. Sir, can you touch the gun? Hao Aguo smiled and said. Yes. Bureau Ma has applied specifically, the bullets are full. Chapter 232 I am helping you wash your silk stockings, do you believe it? It is said that cars are big toys for adult men, especially luxury cars, and no man can reject its charm. In fact, guns are the favorite toys of adult men. Due to the national conditions, da can only be enjoyed in TV series and movies. Some people also go to the shooting hall to play with guns. Not only are there many types of guns, but they are all castrated versions. The bullets are extremely expensive and they are gone if they pull the trigger a few thousand yuan. The gun tied to the iron chain is not only not satisfying but also poor. It is very easy to shoot guns and bullets with justification. Except for sharpshooters in the army, ordinary people will never have such a chance in their life. Although Zhou Zheng has been to police officer college for several years, he has only a handful of shootings. To be honest, his shooting skills are average. He is confident in the physical fitness and fighting assessment among the 4 major events of the provincial selection competition. Even for the criminal investigation ability assessment, he is confident because of his 1,000 times sense of smell. Instead, he is becoming increasingly unsure about the shooting exam. Ma Xiaojun and Hao Aguo helped him apply for a training ground. They could touch the gun and make bullets at will. They could not only train shooting skills and get enough guns. Zhou Zheng was excited when he thought about it. It seems that the Malaysian Bureau has taken great pains to successfully win the National Elite Police Competition place in order to stand out in the selection competition. Zhou Zheng walked downstairs and walked out of Jiangbei First Hospital and stood on the side of the road to take a taxi. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when I returned to Hanlin Yuan community. There are basically no doors at other communities during this time period, but Hanlin Yuan community is very lively. The co-pilot of various luxury cars drove into the basement, and they couldn't help playing poker at night to explore the true meaning of life. The life of rich people is so wonderful, so simple, and so unpretentious. Zhou Zheng was also day and night. But it is a bit miserable compared to those casual and rich people. They are having fun and enjoying life freely, they are facing the tight-knit young lady with money, and they are working and holding handcuffs to face the vicious criminals again and again. Zhou Zheng felt that it is precisely because there are thousands of policemen like him who work day and night at work that they have good social security. It seems that I am also very great. After being moved by myself, Zhou Zheng took the elevator to the door of his house, entered the password to open the door, and tiptoed in. Chu Yunyao must have fallen asleep for a long time during this period, and Zhou Zheng didn't want to wake her up. Turn on the downlights on the ceiling, and the light hits the wall to form soft halos. Zhou Zheng stretched and yawned again. He planned to wash up and go back to the room, sort out the materials he needed to purchase tomorrow morning and go to bed. When I arrived at the bathroom, there was a dress, a set of white women's underwear, and a black stocking on the top. Needless to say, this was thrown here by Chu Yunyao before taking a shower. Zhou Zheng took a look and felt a little swollen. It's not that his second D has never seen the world, but that he is young and strong, angry, and has no way to vent his anger. His 3-year appointment with Chu Yunyao made him unable to see or eat it. Zhou Zhensen said that he had to communicate with Chu Yunyao, and it was best to put underwear and stockings on it. This thing is so sexy, who can withstand this temptation? Shaking his head, Zhou Zheng started brushing his teeth and washing his face. Chu Yunyao thoughtfully prepared toothbrush and toothpaste for him and a large bottle of expensive men's facial cleanser. Of course, Chu Yunyao has many cosmetics. She likes a certain brand the most and says that it has been great for many years. Zhou Zhensen said that when I develop cosmetics, all the cosmetics on the market will be my younger brother. After washing up, Zhou Zheng wiped it with a towel and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a very evil scene from the corner of his eyes. When I looked closely, I couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused. There was a small piece of white sticky thing on the black silk next to it, which was very similar to the scene in the movie before it was about to end. White and black are two very contrasting colors, which are so shocking. This. Zhou Zheng stared at white and black in a daze, not knowing what was going on. After a while, he picked up the black stockings and sniffed them. There was an indescribable smell mixed with a familiar fragrance, and he immediately understood. I'll go. This white thing is clearly facial cleanser, and it must have accidentally dripped onto the black silk when washing her face with facial cleanser. Fortunately, he was alone in the bathroom, otherwise Chu Yunyeo would have been unable to argue if he misunderstood. Mainly, this thing looks so similar. It's not a big deal to ignore it like this. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help but see the clues the next day. By then, he would have sex and jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash it clearly. Zhou Zheng decided to wash away the evidence now. Crazy. Zhou Zheng turned on the faucet and was about to put the black silk over to wash it, but suddenly he felt guilty. Zhou Zheng was puzzled. I didn't do anything, why do I feel guilty? I'm not afraid of being skewed. Even if I'm seen by Yunyeo, I can't explain it. She is now her nominal wife. Not to mention that the black silk is facial cleanser, it's true, it's also human nature. Zhou Zheng comforted himself in his heart, but inadvertently tilted his head, but saw two shadows, one of which was his own, the other. I'll go. He couldn't help but look back in shock and saw Chu Yunyeo looking at him in a sky blue silk suspender pajama. She still had a 4-star reward on her head, but Zhou Zheng didn't have time to gain it for the time being. Her eyes were naturally attracted by the white and black in Zhou Zheng's hands. The bathroom was in a silence like death. Chu Yunyeo's eyes widened wider and her expression gradually became surprised. Yunyeo, why are you still, not asleep yet? Zhou Zheng broke the awkward atmosphere and stuttered and said in a stuttering voice. I slept and went to the bathroom. Zhou Zheng, what are you doing with my black silk? That's it, oh my god. Chu Yunyeo couldn't help asking, but she was really embarrassed to ask to the end. Zhou Zheng hesitated for a moment and said in disgust. I said I was helping you wash stockings, do you believe me? Ah! Chu Yunyeo naturally didn't believe it for a while and didn't know what to say. Zhou Zheng began to explain desperately, and even put a lump on the black silk close to Chu Yunyeo and wanted her to smell it. Chu Yunyeo's face turned red and refused. 5 minutes later, Chu Yunyeo realized that there was a misunderstanding after Zhou Zhenshi persuaded her, and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Zheng, it's my fault that this black silk belongs to me. If it were Ting Ting, you would be miserable. What? Yang Ting Ting is in our house. Chu Yunyeo nodded and said. Well, I didn't want to call her to be my company, but she happened to call me and took her home. I'll go to the bathroom first and talk to you later. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. It's too late today. After going to the bathroom, you go back to the room to sleep. Chu Yunyeo shook her head. I don't want to go back to my bedroom to sleep. Ting Ting insists on sleeping in the same bed with me, but she is not honest in her sleep. Chapter 233 Is it okay if you are a little cold? After Chu Yunyeo went out of the toilet, she found that Zhou was helping her wash black silk, and the white lump had been washed off. She couldn't help but feel a little moved. Zhou Zheng really doesn't need you to wash it. You didn't mean it. Just throw it away if the black silk is dirty. You've finished washing Yunyeo, let's see if it's clean. Zhou Zheng handed the black stockings to Chu Yunyeo and said with a smile. Holding the washed black stockings, a warm current passed by Chu Yunyeo's heart. Zhou Zheng was actually willing to wash my close clothes, and he was pretty good. Zhou Zheng looked up at the 4-star rewards above Chu Yunyeo's head and couldn't help but want to gain them. Okay Yunyeo, go back to your bedroom, I'm going to go back to the house to sleep. Chu Yunyeo put the washed black silk casually on the shelf and said. Zhou Zheng, I said I didn't want to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Ting Ting was not honest when sleeping, and she always got out of the way. I couldn't sleep well at all. What should I do? Why don't you go to the room to sleep? The room has no windows, it's very boring, I don't want to go. Zhou Zheng rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Yunyeo, why don't you go to my house to sleep? What about you? I. Zhou Zhenben wanted to joke that I would sleep with you, but he changed his mind when he said that. I'll go to sleep in the living room sofa. How can that work? Chu Yunyeo shook her head. You work until midnight, how hard it is. It will be very tiring to sleep on the sofa. Besides, if Yang Tingting finds that you are sleeping on the sofa, you will not be able to yell at you and affect your rest. There was really nothing I could do, Zhou Zheng mustered up the courage to say. Yunyao, let's go to my bedroom to sleep together. Don't worry, we can draw the Chuyi Hanja in the bed, I will definitely. Okay. Before Zhou Zheng could finish his words, Chu Yunyao agreed and walked straight to Zhou Zheng's bedroom. Zhou Zheng was a little confused when he looked at her slim back. Chu Yunyao can't mess with him anymore. Following Chu Yunyao's steps, Zhou Zheng's heart jumped up unhappily. This is the first time he has been sleeping in the same bed with Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao's face turned red, and for some reason, she had a strong sense in her heart that she wanted to go to Zhou Zheng for a while later. Maybe, she basically accepted Zhou Zheng in her heart. Although the two did not get a marriage certificate for a long time, from the beginning of their contact, Zhou Zheng's little by little made Chu Yunyao know that he is an excellent man and a trustworthy man. Of course, Chu Yunyao took the initiative to sleep in Zhou Zheng's bedroom and was not completely open to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng and her have been busy for a while, and the two of them were separated. She missed Zhou Zheng a little. Bang bang bang! Chu Yunyao felt like a little deer was hiding in her heart, jumping extremely happily. In order to cover up her panic, she took off her slippers and bent down to pretend to clean up the bed. A beautiful arc is revealed behind it. Zhou Zheng carried out a new quilt from the cabinet. Yunyao will cover this new quilt for you. Chu Yunyao nodded and said. Zhou Zheng, I'm sleeping on this end of the bed. You can't cross the boundary. The bed in the bedroom is very large, and a large cushion belt is left in the middle when one person sleeps. No problem. Zhou Zheng agreed. He didn't have much idea at first. Although Chu Yunyao was very attractive, he was not an animal that thought with his lower body, and would violate his original promise. Zhou Zheng was not in a hurry and just wanted to do it naturally. Of course, the most important thing is that Chu Yunyao is addicted and has a bad health. He is also afraid that she will not be able to withstand his heavy artillery. Chu Yunyao nodded slightly, stretched out the quilt and drilled into the quilt with lightning speed. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but smile, turned on the desk lamp and turned off the headlight and went to bed and went to bed and went to bed and went to bed. The desk lamp on the low cabinet emitted a soft orange light, and the bedroom was quiet, and only Chu Yunyao's breathing could be heard. Neither of them had the nerve to talk first. Hulyalu hulyalu. After a while, Zhou Zheng snored slightly. Chu Yunyao looked dark. Did he fall asleep? I couldn't help but ask. Zhou Zheng, are you asleep? Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng did not answer, and the snoring continued, and it seemed that he was really asleep. Chu Yunyao was so angry. She was sleepless now, but he fell asleep. It's so uncomfortable that no one is with you, how can you survive the long night? Stinky Zhou Zheng, wake up, come and chat with me. You're not asleep yet, you're asleep. You're so angry. Chu Yunyao muttered angrily, she suppressed her voice very low and was afraid of waking Zhou Zheng. Puff! Zhou Zheng couldn't help laughing. He just deliberately snored and pretended to be drunk and fell asleep, just to let Chu Yunyao speak. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao, who has always shown her strong women, suddenly acts like a young daughter, which is quite interesting. Hearing Zhou Zheng's laughter, Chu Yunyao understood that he was pretending to be asleep. He said coquettishly. Okay, Zhou Zheng, people's hearts are so sinister that you, who have thick eyebrows and big eyes, have you learned to deceive people? Yunyao, you didn't say anything just now. I'm trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Zhou Zheng, if you are really sleepy, then go to bed. You will definitely be very tired after a busy day. It feels very comfortable to care about someone. Zhou Zheng was not sleepy at this time, and the materials for making cosmetics still needed to be sorted out. The 4-star reward above Chu Yunyeo's head had not yet been obtained. Even if he wanted to sleep, he had to wait until Chu Yunyeo fell asleep before going to bed. As for why you don't get 4-star rewards now, it is mainly because if you reward skills, those information fragments will fill your mind and Zhou Zheng will feel a little uncomfortable when digested. Yunyeo, I'm in high spirits now, so why not chat with each other? We haven't communicated all day today. Okay. This was exactly what Chu Yunyeo wanted. She turned over from lying flat to lying on her side, aiming at Zhou Zheng's direction. As the saying goes, the more you look at the beauty under the lamp, the more you look, the more you become. Under the soft orange light, Chu Yunyeo looks more and more beautiful, and Zhou Zheng felt a thrill in his heart. Can Zhou Zheng talk about your mission? Can. Zhou Zheng retold the process of arresting the thief Chen Wei and the murderer Wu Kai to Chu Yunyeo. He was very eloquent, and when he talked about the case, he was like telling a story. He listened to the changes in the face of Chu Yunyeo. Speaking of Xiaoji's serious injury and disfigurement, Chu Yunyeo showed a worried expression on her face. When Wu Kai was punched by Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyeo showed a look of relief on her face. Zhou Zheng was afraid that Chu Yunyeo was worried, so he filtered out the plot of the cut of his finger. Zhou Zheng, is Officer Xia's operation over? How is she? The operation was very successful, Xiaoji was not in danger of her life. Chu Yunyeo sighed again. It's a pity that Officer Xia's face, as far as I know, no cosmetic on the market can remove scars. Don't be afraid, Xiaoji will not be disfigured, the problem can always be solved. I hope. Chu Yunyeo didn't want to attack Zhou Zheng, so she could only follow him. Zhou Zheng leaned his head with his hands and changed into a comfortable position. By the way, Yunyeo, in the first hospital, I met a doctor from the Hexi Hospital in Beijing. I mentioned his grandmother in the ICU. He promised me that he would ask people to take care of him after returning to Beijing. We have always said we wanted to go to Beijing to see my grandma, but because we were too busy and delayed for a long time, I plan to set off to Beijing to see my grandma immediately after the trial competition is over. What do you think? Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, a warm current surged in Chu Yunyeo's heart. She was really busy this time and actually forgot her grandmother. Zhou Zheng kept thinking about the old man, and she was really moved. Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyeo's body suddenly moved a little in the direction of Zhou Zheng. I'm a little cold, okay to be closer to me. Zhou Zheng could not understand what Chu Yunyeo meant. He was excited and soon came to Chu Yunyeo with both hands and feet. A scent of fragrance hits his nostrils, and Chu Yunyeo snuggled his head into Zhou Zheng's arms like a docile kitten. Chapter 234, If you have something to do, the secretary will do it, and if you have nothing to do. At 6 o'clock the next morning, the biological clock was about to wake Zhou Zheng up. Feeling the warm, soft, and round existence in his arms, he looked down and saw Chu Yunyeo sleeping soundly with his arm on his pillow. A faint fragrance came from his nostrils, and the deep career line of Chu Yunyeo's slender neck made Zhou Zheng's heart throbbing. After several hours of sleep, the hidden dragon art automatically operates, and the Danshan is really afraid of being full. Early in the morning, ERD had already done stretching exercises, but was stimulated as if he had drunk chicken blood, and his blood was swelling. We didn't do anything last night, did we? Zhou Zheng suppressed the desire in his heart and quickly recalled the scene of last night in his mind. After Chu Yunyeo fell asleep in his arms, her memory was blank. It should be that she fell asleep later and did not cross the line. After looking at my clothes intact, I became more determined to think this way. Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to take advantage of others' danger. Chu Yunyeo is his sooner or later, and it would be unbeautiful if he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Oops! Zhou Zheng suddenly felt aroused, and the materials needed to refine the pills had not been sorted out. He lay on the bed and found a secret recipe in his mind, and the materials needed suddenly appeared in his mind. A small cauldron, pearl powder, polygonum multiflorum, cinnabar, panax notoginseng, ganoderma lucidum, safflower. Except for the cauldron, all of them are Chinese herbal medicines. Zhou Zheng was secretly happy that these materials were quite easy to collect, and the precious Chinese medicinal materials were purchased in a round of the market. As for the cauldron, then go to the antique market to buy another one. He feels that using the ancient cauldron should be better. Zhou Zheng is not proficient in antiques, but he knows the shopkeeper Huang from Zhebeizai and can ask the shopkeeper Huang to help him get his hands on him. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng decided to get up and go to buy the materials. Taking Chu Yunyao fair jade arms away from her body, Zhou Zheng was about to get up, but Chu Yunyao suddenly opened her eyes. "Yunyao, are you awake?" Zhou Zheng asked softly. "Yet." Chu Yunyao was still a little confused as soon as she woke up, and nodded subconsciously. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, her face turned slightly red and bit her lip and said, Zhou Zheng, last night, I fell asleep unknowingly. Nothing happened to us, right?" "No, I fell asleep as well when you fell asleep." Hearing this, Chu Yunyao was both glad and depressed. Although she had agreed with Zhou Zheng from the bottom of her heart, she was not ready to go with him. The 3-year agreement can be ended early, but there is still a threshold in my heart, that is, I want my grandma to completely hand over herself to the other party after seeing Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was completely unreasonable after he fell asleep. Chu Yunyao questioned his charm again, so he was naturally depressed. Girls' hearts are so contradictory and unpredictable. "It's still early in Yunyao, you can go to bed for a while." Zhou Zheng reluctantly left Wenrou village and got up and got out of bed. "Zhou Zheng, why are you going to get up so early? You won't go to the hospital to visit Officer Xiaji Xia, right?" Although Chu Yunyao sympathizes with Xiaji's experience, no matter how generous a woman is, if her man is enthusiastic about other women, she is still somewhat sensitive and jealous. "Xiaji is now taken care of by Director Housewife, so I won't go there for the time being. I have more important things to do." "What's the matter?" Zhou Zheng did not intend to hide anything from Chu Yunyao. "I have a secret recipe in my hand, which can make pills for treating terminal illnesses. The paste-like items included after refining can remove scars." Xiaji's face is saved. This secret recipe can also be made into cosmetics. Pure herbal products are non-toxic, harmless, and have no heavy metal elements. The effect is instantly defeated cosmetics on the market. "I don't plan to go to the precious Chinese herbal market to buy materials early in the morning." Chu Yunyao frowned slightly, and a little jealousy appeared in her heart. Isn't it for Xiaji after talking for a long time? However, he quickly felt ashamed of his jealousy just now. Zhou Zheng should help his colleagues, and he is originally an enthusiastic person. If he had a ghost in his heart, he could find a reason to deceive himself. He kept telling the truth that he was a little worried and jealous. This was too inappropriate. If it were a male colleague, I believe he would do the same. Zhou Zheng said seriously. "Yunyao, I originally wanted to give this secret recipe to you as the cornerstone of your business, but I think you are too busy making medicinal wine. I'm so tired. If you do business, you have to go through a step-by-step process and can't eat a fat man, so you haven't given it to you." After hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao was moved and a little ashamed. He kept thinking about himself, but he still. "Zhou Zheng is sorry." Chu Yunyao lowered her head and said. "Yunyao, what nonsense you said early in the morning. Why did you apologize?" Zhou Zhenqi said. "Nothing." Chu Yunyao quickly changed the topic. "Zhou Zheng, why not accompany you to the Chinese herbal medicine market? I have been to Menking several times there." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "You have your own business to be busy with, so I'd better go by myself." "It's okay, I'm busy for a while and I'm not in a hurry." And I'm also thinking about buying another batch of materials for soaking wine to expand the scale. Maybe it was because Mr. Yang's friends helped me sell medicinal wine. Many customers have added their prestige, and some people even have to pay a deposit to buy more. Our current supply of medicinal wine is in short supply. Yet, Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Chu Yunyao's career was going well and he was happier than her. Zhou Zheng joked. When the business of medicinal wine is running normally, I will give you the secret recipe for beauty. Congratulations to Boss Chu, I hope you will make money every day and your career will be getting better and better. Ha ha ha. Chu Yunyao said shyly. Zhou Zheng, don't tease me. Actually, you are the real boss. If you don't have your startup capital, your secret recipe, your connections, I guess I have no idea what kind of business to do now, and it's even more unpredictable to become bigger and stronger. What Chu Yunyao said is not without reason. How difficult it is to do business now, let alone start from scratch, it is simply hell difficulty. Her business has improved a little now and is inseparable from Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, if I am the boss, then you are my boss. One day you will stop being a policeman, and I will give you the seat to you and I will be your secretary. Zhou Zheng smiled and followed her thoughts. That's great. Everyone says that the secretary has something to do and it's okay to do, right? I will definitely be very lucky at that time. Hate. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao's face turned red suddenly, and she stood up and punched Zhou Zheng's chest with her small fist. Uncomfortably, he picked up Zhou Zheng's arm and bit his wrist, a circle of teeth marks like a prank. Zhou Zheng, I bit you a watch. Do you like it? Zhou Zheng deliberately grinned. You, who are born in the year of the dog. Yunyao, I want to bite you a pocket watch. Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment and then understood what it meant. Only magic can defeat magic, and he deliberately put on a proud figure. Come on, I'll bite you. Zhou Zheng suddenly stopped talking, and his eyes fell on Chu Yunyao's head. 5 stars appeared above her head. Chapter 235 Opening 5-star Rewards. 5-star Reward. Zhou Zheng felt a thrill in his heart. Since he obtained the system, he has never seen a 5-star reward. Good guy. Now it's developed. 4-star rewards generally receive master-level skills. What will be the 5-star rewards? Zhou Zheng thought that it should be a reward from the Grand Master level. The reward from the Grand Master level is already amazing, and the Grand Master level is simply unimaginable. Zhou Zheng was so beautiful in his heart that he almost burst into laughter. Chu Yunyao wanted to tease Zhou Zheng with her proud figure, but Zhou Zheng looked straight upwards with a blank look, and didn't know what he saw, and he giggled on the corner of his mouth. She looked back and saw nothing, then turned her head and asked strangely. What's wrong with you, Zhou Zheng? Why are you smirking? Well. Zhou Zheng came to his senses and hurriedly covered up. What? I suddenly thought of something funny, so I couldn't help laughing. What a funny thing, can you tell me? At this time, Zhou Zheng couldn't wait to receive a 5-star reward, and he didn't expect anything funny. The wise thought is. Then what, Yunyao, I'm going to go to the bathroom and chat later. After saying that, he pointed at Chu Yunyao's head and tapped it to get a 5-star reward, then turned around and ran outward. The anxious look seemed to be slower and pulling into my pants. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but shook her head. Ding, I've received a 5-star reward when I've detected it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Grand Master Hacker skill, and congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master Gun specialization. Zhou Zheng ran to the bathroom and closed the door and sat on the toilet. He heard the sound of the system in his mind. Then a stream of information filled his mind like an extinct river. Zhou Zheng was a little uncomfortable and closed his eyes and tried hard to digest the information. After a while, Zhou Zheng also understood the discomfort news. The 5-star reward was given a master-level skill and a master-level skill, but he did not get the imagined master-level skill. Zhou Zheng was a little disappointed. However, both skills are also very powerful and are all useful to him. Master-level gun mastery allows him to treat all types of guns in the world he is familiar with his chest, and his shooting hit rate is more than 95% in the training environment, and his shooting rate is more than 80% in the actual combat environment. You should know that the hit rate of ordinary soldiers in actual combat cannot even reach 30%. Moreover, this skill can be upgraded to the Grand Master level, and the hit rate will be further improved. Of course, the upgrade method is to feed bullets. Shooting is Zhou Zheng's weakness and is also one of the assessment items in the provincial selection competition. Zhou Zheng basically rests with this skill. With the Grandmaster level hacking skills, Zhou Zheng naturally thought of the video information about Lu Yan jumping off the building that he lost in the first team of the criminal police. Lu Yan had nowhere to complain about his injustice. Li Jinfeng's backstage was too hard, so even Deputy Mayor Yang could not help. Although Zhou Zheng has not mentioned this matter for a while, it does not mean that he has left this matter behind. Lu Yan must get a fairness, and Li Jinfeng and her son and her backstage must also be punished. Zhou Zheng once thought of an extreme way, which is to obtain video materials and post them online to put pressure on Li Jinfeng with public opinion, forcing her to bow her head. However, the video materials saved in the criminal police team disappeared, and the ones in the school must be destroyed, so the matter has to be temporarily put on hold. Now it's different. After mastering the master-level hacking skills, you can restore the video information with a little use, and even hack into Li Jinfeng's backstage computer to obtain unknown information. This is strong evidence to defeat him. If someone learns that a small second-level police superintendent wants to overthrow the third-in-command boss in the province, he will definitely laugh and mock him for overestimating his ability. But Zhou Zheng is not an ordinary person, he has the courage and ability. Of course, Zhou Zheng has more urgent things to do at the moment, and he will deal with Li Jinfeng when he is free. Who is in the bathroom? Is Yunye you? Have you finished peeing? I can't hold it in a while. At this time, Yang Tingting's voice came from outside the bathroom. Zhou Zheng came to his senses and felt his legs numb. It seemed that he had been in the bathroom for quite some time. He stood up and pressed the toilet flush button. Dong 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 dong. Chu Yunyeo, hurry up, I'm going to wet my pants. Yang Tingting knocked on the door again outside. It seems that she is reaching her limit. Zhou Zheng quickly opened the door, and a white fist almost hit his chest. Yang Tingting looked at him with her hair disheveled, wearing translucent pajamas with her sleepy eyes open. Zhou Zheng. Yang Tingting was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was Chu Yunyeo in the bathroom. It's me. Zhou Zheng said with a smile. When did you go home? Why don't you say anything? Zhou Zheng exaggeratedly. Sister, this is my home. There is no need to notify you when I go home, right? Oh, have you heard everything I said just now? Yang Tingting's face rose 2 blushings. She said it just now so rude that Zhou Zheng was so embarrassed to hear it. I didn't hear it. Nonsense, you must have heard it when I shouted so loudly. Why didn't you cover your ears at that time? Zhou Zheng was speechless for a while. Is this Yang Tingting in a bad mood? I always want to find opportunities to quarrel with him. He looked at the ceiling and whistled. Yang Tingting suddenly felt that she would explode if she didn't open the door and discharge the flood. She glared at Zhou Zheng and hugged her lower abdomen with her hands and quickly entered the bathroom. Zhou Zheng grinned and washed up. Then he arrived at the living room and Chu Yunyeo's voice came from the dining room. Zhou Zheng has breakfast. He walked straight into the restaurant and saw 2 bowls of seafood noodles and several plates of side dishes on the dining table. It smells so good, Yunyeo. Chu Yunyeo received Zhou Zheng's praise and smiled. I know you like seafood noodles, so I will give it to you. Okay. Zhou Zheng was also hungry and sat on the chair and started to feast. I have to say that Chu Yunyeo's skills are getting longer and they are really delicious, and Zhou Zheng is having a lot of fun eating. While the two were having fun, Yang Tingting broke in. I was going to tell Zhou Zheng about it to Chu Yunyeo, but before I could speak, I was attracted by the fragrance. Where is my breakfast in Yunyeo? Sorry Tingting, I only made 2 bowls, I forgot about you. Oh my god Yunyeo, can you be a person? I feel like I have suffered unprecedented insults. Yang Tingting pretended to be sad and angry. Okay, Tingting, there are bread and red sausages in the refrigerator and I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Chu Yunyeo blocked Yang Tingting's mouth with bread sausage. Then he agreed with Zhou Zheng that after dinner, he would go to the Chinese medicinal materials street first, and then go to Jubazai, the antique street, to find shopkeeper Huang to help buy a cauldron. At the same time, the Chu family villa. Chu Yunyeo's father Chu Heshan sat in the study, his face was as deep as water. Since my daughter left the Chu family, I don't know how the Chu family's business began to be in trouble. The business is not going well, and it is his heart disease that his daughter and Zhou Zheng got a marriage certificate. If this matter is not solved for a day, he will feel uncomfortable as if he is stuck in his throat. He secretly sent someone to investigate, and his daughter and Zhou Zheng were not overstand the line, but this was not a problem. Chu Shanhe stood up and paced back and forth in the study irritably. Xiao Qing shouted, "Old Niu, prepare the car." The butler Lao Niu said, "Boss, are you going to the company?" Chu Shanhe waved his hand. "I won't go to the company today, I will go to the antique street to relax and see if there are any good calligraphy and painting works in the shopkeeper Huang of Jubazai. P.S. Thanks for the sleeping until dawn all night. Thank you all readers for your support. Chapter 236 I will never be used as a light bulb for you again. In Hanlin Yuan community, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyeo finished their breakfast. Adhering to the principle that if someone cooks, the other person washes the dishes, Zhou Zheng packed up his dishes and walked into the kitchen. Soon, a whistle sound of water flowing sounded in the kitchen. Yang Tingting gnawed the bread, looked in the direction of the kitchen, and said vaguely, "Yunyeo, Zhou Zheng, as a man, took the initiative to wash dishes. It seems that you trained him well." Chu Yunyeo gave Yang Tingting a blank look. "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. We are very democratic. After I cook, Zhou Zheng will wash dishes, and when Zhou Zheng cooks, I will wash dishes. This is formed subtly." "Oh, Yunyeo, I'm envious when you say that you still have a happy smile on your face. By the way, Zhou Zheng is not a little better than yours. Don't you treat me to a big meal tonight? I'll let comrade Xiao Zhou cook and entertain me." Yang Tingting gnawed the bread and remembered the fragrance of the food made by Zhou Zheng, and couldn't help but drool. "Tingting, you can drool even when you eat bread. I really convinced you. There is also a red sausage here that belongs to you." Chu Yunyeo said a prank and put the red sausage into Yang Tingting's mouth. Woo 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 woo. Yang Tingting still had bread in her mouth, and she couldn't even tinker with it, and her cheeks were bulging. He rushed out the red sausage and said furiously, "Chu Yunyeo, do you want to choke me to death? Can I eat this thing in one bite? Ha ha ha, aren't you a foodie? And what else can you not eat?" Chu Yunyeo said with a smile. Yang Tingting took a sip of water, walked the bread in her mouth, and said with her teeth and claws, "Okay Chu Yunyeo, I just want your husband to cook for me personally, so you will retaliate against me. Are you still a human being?" He also said that he would invite someone to have a big meal at night, and he was not sincere at all. "It's okay to have a big meal. I don't even think about cooking for you. If you are not afraid of being tired, I'm afraid of him working hard. Okay, I can see that your ugly face is getting clearer and clearer when you forget your friends when you see sex. Yang Tingting curled her lips and picked up the red sausage and prepared to eat it. She was not full yet. At this time, Zhou Zheng came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes. What are you two doing? I heard you two quarrel in the kitchen. Yang Tingting looked at Zhou Zheng and said, Zhou Zheng, sit down and help us judge. I just want to eat the dishes you cook, and your wife is not happy. She almost choked me to death with such a big red sausage blocking my mouth. Zhou Zheng glanced at the red sausage and couldn't help but look black, thinking that Chu Yunyao was ruthless enough to joke, but at that moment, Yang Tingting was still as if she was stuck in her throat. This pair of best friends has been used to fighting and making trouble, and he is embarrassed to say something to smooth things over. I think it's a big deal. When I have time, I'll arrange for you. Isn't cooking a little bit? Then when do you have time? Have no idea. Yang Tingting. Isn't this the same as not saying it? She saw that the couple was so angry that they were all the same as each other. Okay, if you don't invite me to dinner, I'll treat you to dinner. Suddenly, he held the red sausage in his hand and entered Zhou Zheng's mouth with lightning speed. Logically speaking, with Zhou Zheng's skills, Yang Tingting could not succeed. But Zhou Zheng was not prepared for her at all, and he would not have thought that she would do so. Whew, he. I was choked and coughed repeatedly, and I quickly pulled out the red sausage. What are you doing? Chu Yunyao's face changed color and she beat Zhou Zheng's back with her hands. Yang Tingting pouted and said, I am giving to him with his own way. Who told you to treat me like that just now? Why do you feel sorry for me? If you have the ability, you will let your husband cross me like this. Cough 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 cough. Zhou Zheng was almost sent away by Yang Tingting's words about tigers and wolves. Good guy. She really dares to say it. Chu Yunyao's face turned slightly red, and she angrily said while helping Zhou Zheng massage his back. Yang Tingting, I'm afraid of you, so hurry up and pour a glass of water for Zhou Zheng. Didn't you see that he was coughing so hard that he could not breathe? Seeing that Zhou Zheng was coughing so hard, Yang Tingting couldn't help feeling guilty and quickly handed the red sausage to Zhou Zheng's mouth. Seeing this, Chu Yunyao narrowed her beautiful eyes. She was really angry now. Yang Tingting, you're still here? It's not over yet, right? Yang Tingting knew that Chu Yunyao had misunderstood her and explained. Yunyao, I want Zhou Zheng to take lipstick and sausage to cough. Is it good to be kind? Zhou Zheng waved his hand and coughed a few more times. It's okay, I'm fine. Zhou Zheng, are you really okay? Are you still coughing? Yunyao, I'm so happy, no more coughing. Then what, it's getting late, it's time for us to set off. Chu Yunyao glared at Yang Tingting and nodded. Okay, I'll change my clothes and set off. Yang Tingting stood up and asked. Hey, what are you two doing? Of course we went out shopping together. Today, Zhou Zheng was resting, and he would cook for me tonight. Chu Yunyao turned around and smiled. What? Do you want to be with us? Yang Tingting believed it and asked timidly. May I? Can't. Chu Yunyao's face seemed to change, and her smile disappeared and she said coldly. Tingting and my husband are going to play, don't get involved. Don't you still have to go to work? Let's leave quickly and don't be late. Good you Chu Yunyao. Yang Tingting's lungs were almost blown up. Why did she gesture at me if she didn't take me to play? She secretly swore in her heart that she would never use Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao as light bulbs again. Of course, she forgot this vow after that, and it was the kind of person who remembered to eat but not beat him. Chu Yunyao changed into a dress, and Zhou Zheng also went back to the room and put on casual clothes. When the two of them came out and saw that Yang Tingting was gone, she didn't even say hello. Zhou Zheng was worried. Yunyao, was it a bit too much just now? Will Yang Tingting leave in anger affect your future relationship? Chu Yunyao was not worried at all. She knew Yang Tingting very well. That girl never held grudges, and the two often fought and quarreled and never hurt their relationship. Zhou Zheng doesn't know. I guess she forgot this at noon by Tingting's pig. Do you dare to bet with me that she will definitely come to our house for free at night with a shameless meal? Zhou Zheng smiled. Yang Tingting's personality is indeed careless, and maybe her worries are redundant. Yunyao will not fight if she bets, as long as it does not affect your sister's relationship. The two of them went out while talking and took the elevator to the underground garage to pick up the car. Zhou Zheng helped Chu Yunyao open the co-pilot's door, and he got into the main driver. Par Mela roared and drove out of the garage. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a street of precious Chinese medicinal materials. Chu Yunyao found Wang Jun in a shop. Wang Jun's mother was saved by Zhou Zheng's acupuncture technique for 2 years, so she was naturally polite to them. After knowing their purpose, Wang Jun ran and prepared all the medicinal materials Zhou Zheng needed. The quality of medicinal materials is not mentioned, but the price is the lowest in the market. After saying goodbye to Wang Jun, the two drove to Jabazai on the antique street again. There was a black Rolls-Royce with license plate numbers of 5 and 6 parked at the door of Jabazai. Chu Yunyao's heart moved. This is my dad's car, has he come to the antique street? Chapter 237, Your son-in-law is a master of calligraphy. Don't you know? In the Jabazai shop, manager Huang picked up the teapot and filled a cup of tea, and handed it to Chu Jianghe with a flattering look on his face. Mr. Chu, how do you taste the Longjing before the Ming dynasty? Manager Huang knew that the Chu family in front of him was always in charge of the Chu family in Jiangbei, and he was very rich and enthusiastic about antiques, calligraphy and painting. Chu Jianghe spent more than 1 million in Jabazai. He is a veritable big funder, so manager Huang naturally had to treat him warmly. Chu Jianghe bent his fingers and gently touched the table to show his gratitude, but he did not pick it up and drink it. I feel irritated, how can I feel like drinking tea? Besides, Chu Jianghe has seen the world, and the mere Mingqian Longjing cannot attract his attention. Manager Huang distinguished his face and color. Realizing that Chu Jianghe was feeling unhappy, he couldn't help but ask. Mr. Chu, are you worried? Oh! Chu Jianghe sighed. He always had a high-spirited and confident look in front of others, and never showed any sadness. This time, I really lived in Bengbu, and manager Huang is not a person in the business circle, so he was relatively relaxed and sighed unconsciously. Mr. Chu, it may be more comfortable to say anything. Manager Huang felt secretly happy. If Chu Jianghe revealed anything to worry about, he would not treat him as an outsider. If he comforted him with kind words, his relationship would be further improved. If you flatter the Chu family, you will not have to worry about making money from now on. However, reality still disappointed manager Huang, and Chu Jianghe shook his head and changed the subject. Shopkeeper Huang is nothing. By the way, I won't come for a while. Are there any new antique calligraphy and paintings in the store? Chu Jianghe didn't say that manager Huang was a little disappointed, but the business was coming, which was a considerable comfort. Mr. Chu, that must be there. You are not here now. There are a lot of new things in our store. I will keep all the fun things for you to keep alone with Mr. Chu. Is that true? Manager Huang will take me to see it. Chu Jianghe became interested when he heard this, and even his mood improved a lot. He is a rich man but has no hobbies. He doesn't want to suck or prostitute or gamble. His biggest hobby is collection. He doesn't like antiques, jade calligraphy and paintings. His favorite one is calligraphy works. As long as he likes you, he will get the money for as much as possible, and he will be excited for several days. This is also a way for him to relax. There is a big house in his villa filled with collections he bought. He even wants to learn from Mr. Ma to build a museum. Of course, with Mr. Chu's level, his collections are more fake and less real. Mr. Chu, please come here. The antique calligraphy and paintings placed in the hall were either fakes or cheap goods, so Mr. Chu naturally didn't like them. Manager Huang took him to a room next to him. There were all good things in it. Ordinary people, Manager Huang would not even let him in. Chu Zhang, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a palm-sized cauldron, with a simple shape and a dark color. The brass-colored furnace body is introverted under the light. From a distance, the texture looks soft and greasy, as if it is not made of metal. His eyes suddenly lit up, although he was a half-baked person for antique identification. He has played too much but has some insight, and is not a complete layman. It's a good thing to see at first glance. Chu Jianghe came forward and was about to get the cauldron, but his outstretched hand hesitated. Shopkeeper Huang, give me a pair of gloves. Professionals should wear gloves when identifying cultural relics and antiques to avoid sweat stains on their hands from touching the antiques. This is also a manifestation of respecting antiques. Mr. Chu, you are an expert. Manager Huang flattered at the right time and took a pair of gloves to Chu Jianghe. Chu Zhang put on gloves and carefully picked up the cauldron and began to appreciate it carefully. Manager Huang was boasting about himself. Mr. Chu, this is a good thing. I paid a lot of money to collect it. The Suan furnace of the Ming dynasty. Chu Jianghe played with it for a while and said, Shopkeeper Huang, how much do you plan to sell this cauldron? When Manager Huang saw that Chu Jianghe couldn't put it down, his eyes turned. Mr. Chu, I don't need to say much about the Suan furnace of the Ming dynasty. Even if you have money, you have no place to exchange it. It's a price of 300 yuan. Haha, shopkeeper Wang's abacus was very loud. How could this be the Suan furnace? It's really not that cheap. At most it is the Suan furnace imitated by late Ming objects, right? Manager Huang was shocked and said that Chu Jianghe's ability to identify was gradually increasing. It turned out that he had become a doctor after a long illness. It seems that he is not easy to fool him. Manager Huang smiled without changing his expression. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chu is indeed very keen. I just joked with you. This thing is indeed an imitation Suan furnace from the late Ming dynasty. What do you think of the 30 ones? I want it. I'll pick a few more items later and check the bill. Chu Jianghe didn't even pay back the price, and the deal was completed in one go. A fewer than tens of thousands is nothing to him. He doesn't want to bargain and delay his efforts, and it seems to be very priceless. Mr. Chu is open and lit up, I'll just help you. Manager Huang was overjoyed. In fact, this cauldron was a folk thing in the Mid-Qing dynasty. Manager Huang collected it for 80,000 yuan. It seems that Mr. Chu's skill is still not good at home. Manager Huang put the cauldron into a brocade box and helped Chu Jianghe hold it. Chu Jianghe then picked a few gadgets and stopped. Shopkeeper Huang, why don't he have any calligraphy and painting works? You know I like calligraphy and painting the most. Of course there are calligraphy and paintings on the second floor. Mr. Chu, please come with me. Manager Huang led the way to invite Chu Jianghe to a room on the second floor to read calligraphy and paintings. Chu Jianghe looked around but none of them fell in love with him. It's not the shopkeeper Huang, let alone the master-level work, there is not even a master-level work. Mr. Chu, please forgive me. There is no way. Nowadays, master-level calligraphy and painting works are difficult to replace. There are a few residual works in the mounting room. I don't know if Laoli has repaired them. Chu Jianghe's eyes lit up. Let's go and have a look. In the mounting room, Laoli was concentrating on restoring the old horse in the stable that Wang Feng bought for 2 million yuan. Wang Feng spent another 300,000 yuan in repair costs. Although Laoli didn't like him, he was also seriously repaired for the sake of money and the master's peak work, and it was about to be completed. Old Li is busy? Mr. Chu is here. Manager Huang came in and said to Lao Li. Lao Li has a problem. He doesn't like being disturbed by others when he is working, even if the other person is a big shot. He said yeah without raising his head. Manager Huang explained in embarrassment. Mr. Chu, don't mind. Old Li doesn't care if his father comes. Chu Jianghe waved his hand and didn't mind. When he saw Lao Li's restoration work, his eyes lit up. Good guy. Master level peak calligraphy works? But one day I won't see such good words. Shopkeeper Huang, who wrote this calligraphy? How much does it cost? I want it. Manager Huang said. Isn't this written by your son-in-law? You don't know that your son-in-law is a master of calligraphy. Chapter 238 Joining Together to Trick Me? Chu Jianghe was shocked when he saw the work Old Horse in the Stable restored by Lao Li. This painting looks modern in color, and its calligraphy level has reached the peak of the master level. Nowadays, masters who can reach the master's level of calligraphy and painting are only a handful of masters. As for the peak of calligraphy and painting masters, even the masters of calligraphy and painting are basically extinct. Compared with modern nature, calligraphy and painting works are exquisite and more valuable in art passed down from ancient times. However, there are very few calligraphy and painting works that have been passed down from ancient times for various reasons. Among them, a large part of them are collected by wealthy and powerful people, and the circulating in the market is almost invisible. Many collectors had to turn their attention to modern calligraphy works, but there were only a few modern calligraphy and painting masters, and their tempers were all strange. How much does it cost to others if you have a bad temper? People may not sell your works to you. In addition, some people hoard them, so even modern master-level calligraphy and painting works are not common. Chu Jianghe spent a lot of money over the years to get 3 master works, one of which is a calligraphy work passed down from ancient times, but it is a remnant, and even Master Li cannot repair it. The other 2 are all modern master's grade calligraphy works. Chu Jianghe is kept like a treasure and will not show it to others easily. Master-level calligraphy and painting works are already quite precious and difficult to obtain, and master-level peak works are even more precious. When Chu Jianghe saw the master-level peak work Old Horse in the Stable, he was immediately filled with joy and excitement, and he couldn't pull it out when he saw it. The only thought in my mind is that I have to take it down no matter how much money I spend today. Shopkeeper Huang, this calligraphy and painting work has actually reached the peak of the master level. I'm going to settle this painting, just let the lion speak. Judging from Chu Jianghe's attitude, shouldn't he buy it at a sky-high price? Manager Huang shook his head and thought to himself that it was a pity that this painting was not his. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, I won't sell this painting. What? Don't sell it. Chu Jianghe no longer talked about grace, and glared at him, and a wealthy aura suddenly spread out from him. Shopkeeper Huang, I'll pay 2 million. No, Mr. Chu is not a matter of money. 3 million. Chu Jianghe believes that there is nothing in this world that cannot be bought with money. The other party's refusal to compromise can only be said that your price is not enough. No. Mr. Chu, please listen to me, this painting. 5 million. Chu Jianghe rushed straight. 5 million has exceeded the value of this calligraphy work. Although it is the pinnacle of the master level, the size is still too small. The muscles on Manager Wang's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. 5 million. He can buy a big house in the city center, and Chu Jianghe blurted out without blinking his eyes. He is worthy of being the helmsman of the Chu family. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this business with Chu Jianghe, and the calligraphy was made by Chu Jianghe's son-in-law. Didn't he know that his son-in-law is a genius of calligraphy and painting? Isn't it riding a donkey to find a donkey? Seeing that Boss Huang still didn't nod, Chu Jianghe was a little angry. Boss Huang, you must be content in life, and 5 million are not much. Mr. Chu, can you listen to me and say it intact? This is a piece of calligraphy that someone else puts it here to repair, not an object in my hand. End. Don't you know that your son-in-law is a master of calligraphy and painting? This is written by your son-in-law who rides the dragon. What's an in-law? Chu Jianghe glared at manager Huang with anger. Shopkeeper Huang, have you heard that my Chu family has married a daughter? Has the wedding ceremony been held? Hi. Manager Huang was startled by Chu Jianghe's expression. Mad. Are rich people born in the year of the dog? Just turn against each other? However, he has never heard of the Chu family marrying a daughter. The Chu family is a famous rich man in Jiangbei City. If you marry a daughter, you will definitely be glorious. The whole city knows it. Strange. But the beauty who came that day was indeed Chu Jianghe's daughter Chu Yunyao, and she did say that the handsome guy around her was her husband. Manager Huang thinks he has a good memory and will never remember it wrong. Is there any misunderstanding or tricks in this? Chu Yunyao just found a boyfriend and called her husband in advance in order to look intimate? Manager Huang didn't dare to think too much. He didn't want to get involved in the wealthy family, so he didn't want to get involved in the affairs of ordinary people. Shopkeeper Huang, what am I going to ask you? Oh. Manager Huang woke up from his contemplation and quickly told the truth. Mr. Chu, I have never heard of this. Then why do you say I have a son-in-law? When Chu Jianghe heard the word son-in-law, Chu Jianghe couldn't help but think of Zhou Zheng, and Chu Yunyao, who was determined to break up with Zhou Zheng's relationship with his family. He was angry. Manager Huang said. To be honest, Ling Ai came to Jabazai to frame calligraphy and painting works. She was following a handsome guy named Zhou Zheng, who Ling Ai called her husband, so I said this. Zhou Zheng? It's him. Chu Jianghe's face was as gloomy as water. Shopkeeper Huang, where is the son-in-law named Zhou Zheng? It's purely the little girl who was blinded by him for a moment. You don't have to take it seriously. Yes. Manager Huang quickly agreed, thinking that something was wrong. It seems that Chu Yunyao wants to stay together with Zhou Zheng, but Chu Jianghe doesn't like this son-in-law. Then again, the most important thing about Zhou Zheng is that his young calligraphy and painting level has reached the peak of the master level. It is not a dream to reach the master level in time. By then, no one in the country will be involved. There are thousands of rich people in the country, and countless people are richer than the Chu family, but Zhou Zheng is the only one at the peak of calligraphy and painting masters. I don't know why Chu Jianghe is not satisfied with this marriage. Has he been too busy? If Manager Huang had a daughter to marry Zhou Zheng. Manager Huang has been thinking about it for a long time and only regrets that he doesn't have a daughter. Okay, don't mention this matter again. Let's continue to talk about this calligraphy work. Since this work was left here by someone else to repair it, can Boss Huang give me a contact information? I want to talk to the other party. Chu Jianghe still misses this calligraphy work, and he must be in his pocket if he says anything today. Manager Huang looked dark and thought to himself that Chu Jianghe was really stubborn and rode a donkey to find a donkey. If you want to have a master-level peak calligraphy work, you can let your daughter Chu Yunyao talk about Zhou Zheng and write 3 for you in 5 minutes. I couldn't help but say. Mr. Chu, Mr. Zhou Zheng, has reached the level of a master of calligraphy. He and your daughter, right? Why should you leave the distance? He didn't know that Chu Jianghe didn't believe that Zhou Zheng's calligraphy was so high. Master level peak is right? This is not a play smiling. He even began to suspect that his daughter had discussed with Zhou Zheng and Manager Huang, and wanted to trick him and finally fulfill their marriage. Shopkeeper Huang doesn't mention that Huang-mouthed child in front of me. Are you going to join forces? Before he finished speaking, Clerk Ma San ran up and shouted. Shopkeeper, there is a distinguished guest downstairs. Manager Huang said unhappy. Didn't you see me busy? Go and greet me. The person who came here was not an ordinary guest, but a couple of brother Zhou Zheng and Zhou. They asked to find you. Chapter 239 Yunyao, I try not to wipe out your dad's face. As a businessman, Chu Jianghe is naturally very thoughtful. In addition, he is intrigued by others in the business world, and if he is not careful, he will lose everything, which will develop his suspicious personality. He and manager Huang are just ordinary friends, they are not familiar with each other, and they will not trust each other in particular. He paid 5 million yuan to buy calligraphy and painting works but was rejected by the profit-oriented shopkeeper Huang, and shopkeeper Huang has always praised Zhou Zheng. He claimed that this calligraphy work was made by Zhou Zheng, and he only asked for help from his daughter without purchasing it. Isn't the implication that I am asking myself to admit that Zhou Zheng is his son-in-law? Moreover, my daughter and Zhou Zheng have already arrived downstairs. Is it such a coincidence? Maybe it was agreed upon by them. Knowing that he likes calligraphy and painting, he arranged for Zhou Zheng as a master of calligraphy, and appreciated Zhou Zheng's talent, and recognized him as soon as he was happy. Snort. This idea was caused by his uneasy girl Yunyao. Yunyao is really naive. How could Zhou Zheng have such a high level of calligraphy and painting at such a young age? Are they not afraid of me testing Zhou Zheng? Are they not afraid of being exposed? Chu Jianghe shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the same time, his eyebrows were twisted together. The girl Yunyao took such painstaking efforts and even manager Huang colluded, which indirectly illustrates her feelings for Zhou Zheng. The situation is not good. Chu Jianghe patted his head and was about to die of worry. Yunyao has been away from home for a long time, and she has also frozen the secondary card. She also heard that she has been looking for a job everywhere, so she must have hit a wall. She must have lived a bad life. Why haven't she turned back? I don't know what ecstasy pills that boy Zhou Zheng gave her. I would rather ask him not to his parents and not to the Chu family's wealth. Mr. Chu. Manager Huang brought Chu Jianghe's thoughts back to reality. Sorry, Mr. Huang, brother Zhou and Ling Ai are downstairs when they come. It seems that they have something to do with me. Why don't we go down together? Mad. Is this guy Huang still acting? Chu Jianghe now recognizes Chu Yunyao's tricks in dealing with manager Huang. He waved his hand and said, "You go, don't worry about me." Manager Huang said in his heart that you would like to go or not, it would be better if you don't go. If you really have a dispute, it's hard for me to get stuck in the middle. Okay. Mr. Chu, please sit here for a while, and I'll go back. Old Huang, who did you say is here? Lao Li took off the reading glasses from his face and asked with his head raised. Zhou Zheng is here, right downstairs. Is that so? Then I have to go with you to greet brother Zhou. No, Lao Li, don't you ignore your father when you came when you were working. Lao Li glared and cursed. You are talking about the eggs. My dad is really scaring you to death first. He has passed away for many years. Old Li, thanked me for the calligraphy that brother Zhou gave me. He is a master of calligraphy. I have to have the minimum respect, right? Manager Huang was not angry, and said with a smile. Haha. Okay, then let's go down together. The two of them muttered quietly as they walked out. The sound was very small, but Chu Jianghe heard it. Old Li, you didn't pay attention to him when Mr. Chu came just now. He was a big boss and rich man in Jiangbei after all. Can that be the same? There are thousands of rich people across the country, and he is the only one in the country who is at the peak of calligraphy and painting masters like Xiao Zhou. Besides, Old Li, you said so. The two of them walked further and further away, and their voices gradually became impossible to hear. Chu Jianghe smiled instead of anger, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Are these two still acting? I don't believe that Zhou Zheng, a yellow-mouthed child, can still be a master of calligraphy. He is still a peak? No. You're too much. In the first floor lobby, Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao sat on the chair of the antique magistrate waiting for manager Huang to arrive. Chu Yunyao asked calmly when she saw Zhou Zheng's face. "Zhou Zheng, aren't you nervous? My dad should be in Zhubeizi, he may go out to meet us at any time." Zhou Zheng smiled and said, "Yunyao, what's the nerves about me? I wasn't nervous about meeting your family of 3 for the first time that day, and I'm even less nervous now. I should be happy when I see my father-in-law." At the beginning, Zhou Zheng was still a little policeman with nothing, so he went to the tea house to see the Chu family of 3. Faced with Chu Jianghe's powerful aura and aggressive words, Zhou Zheng was neither nervous nor timid, nor arrogant or humble in front of him. Now Zhou Zheng has a system. He has been promoted to the second-level superintendent in just a few days and has won first-class merit. He has met many big shots, so he won't be nervous when facing Chu Jianghe. Chu Yunyao said worriedly. "Come on, Les. You also know that my dad doesn't recognize the relationship between us. If we really meet, it might be bad for you." "It's okay, Yunyao, I'll try to avoid it if there is a conflict with him. If there is a real conflict, I will try not to wipe out his face." This is a bit arrogant, but it is also a manifestation of his confidence. Chu Yunyao thought Zhou Zheng was deliberately joking to relieve his nervousness, so he comforted him. "If my father really does not benefit you, you don't have to give him face. Besides, I will not let you suffer anyway." Zhou Zheng smiled with relief and reached out to hold her jade hand. "Yunyao, you are so nice." "Silly. Oh, someone is here. Let go." Chu Yunyao heard the footsteps and quickly tried to shake Zhou Zheng's hand away, but Zhou Zheng refused to let go. The two of them were as tightly stuck to Huang Hong's glue and Song Dan's hand in the sketch. "Brother Zhou, Miss Chu, I have been waiting for a long time, and I have never been far away to welcome you and feel respect." Manager Huang said politely. "Brother Zhou Zheng, it's been so good in the near future." Lao Li also took the initiative to say hello. "Master Li, Manager Huang, you are polite, we are very good." Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao stood up and said, "Brother Zhou, I have completed the seals of your 2 Tian Huangshi. I will bring them here later. Do you want to try it or not?" Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Master Li's skills in engraving seals are well known, and we don't need to look at them and we know that they will definitely not disappoint." Manager Huang waved his hand. "Please sit down, please." "Who?" "Ma San goes to make tea. Take out my treasured Dahong Bao." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "No need to be polite, Manager Huang, we are not here to drink tea, we are asking for something." Manager Huang was delighted. "It's easy to say, let's talk while drinking. As long as I, Lao Huang, can do it, I will definitely not refuse." Soon, Ma San brought the tea and used an antique blue and white porcelain cover bowl this time. Zhou Zheng chatted with the two for a while, then patiently took a few sips of tea before saying, "Shopkeeper Huang, I opened Zhubeizi to find you this time because I want you to help me buy something, preferably an old item." Manager Huang looked up and asked, "What?" "Cane furnace." Manager Huang turned his eyes and said, "I have a mid-Qing dynasty imitation Suan furnace." "How old?" "The palm is so big." Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up, but he didn't expect to find it so smoothly. "Yes, can I take a look at Manager Huang? What you are talking about should be the object I want." Shopkeeper Huang spread his hands together and made him feel like, "Brother Zhou, you're late. This object was bought first by someone, but the buyer has not paid the bill yet." Chapter 240 Father and Daughter Meet, Middle Lane. "What? Was it bought?" Zhou Zheng didn't want to waste time, after all, the more the injury on Xiaoji's face became worse. Besides, there is a chance of failure in making pills, and time is precious. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but ask, "Who bought it? Since I haven't paid the bill, then I still have a chance." Manager Huang smiled and said, Brother Zhou Zheng said that. The buyer didn't leave and was still upstairs. If you really want that cauldron, then discuss it with the buyer yourself. Of course, I don't think it's a big problem to rely on Miss Chu's relationship with the buyer. Miss Chu's words are all done. There was something in the words of manager Huang, and the smart Chu Yunyao guessed it all at once. Shopkeeper Huang, do you mean that the cauldron was taken aback by my father to collect it? Yes. Miss Chu is smart. Manager Huang stretched out his thumb and flattered him, and then said, "You are the pearl in the Chu family's eye. Mr. Chu spent more than 20 million yuan on your 18th birthday to invite 8 stars, and Jiangbei was sensational. A mere cauldron, and his daughter would give up her without hesitation if she wanted Mr. Chu to like her." Chu Yunyao was not surprised but a little sad when she heard what shopkeeper Huang said. Manager Huang said it well. How can there be any reason why a father doesn't love his daughter in the world? It's a pity that was before. Chu Yunyao still remembers that when she broke up with the Chu family without hesitation, her father's blue face and her mother sobbed silently. My father is a person who wants to save face. He must hate himself to death, right? Chu Yunyao talked to herself in her heart. In fact, after manager Huang said this, Chu Yunyao felt that things were difficult to handle. If Chu Jianghe had not bought the cauldron, there would be some discussions on this matter and they could buy it back from the other party. At worst, they could spend more money. The cauldron was in Chu Jianghe's hands. He knew that Zhou Zheng needed it and might deliberately not give it to him, and he deliberately targeted him. Looking at Chu Yunyao's face with a dark look, Zhou Zheng understood after thinking about it for a moment. He didn't want to make Chu Yunyao embarrassed, and at worst he could change another one. He patted Chu Yunyao's hand and signaled her not to worry about this matter. He then said to manager Huang, "Shopkeeper Huang, are you just such a cauldron here?" "Yes, Xiaozhou, there is only one in my store." "Then please take me to the market to buy another one. If you want an old item, the size of a palm." Manager Huang said that there was indeed something wrong with this family. Xiaozhou, the son-in-law, was not favored by his father-in-law, or had never passed the Chu Jianghe level at all. Otherwise, why go far and far? Manager Huang was very gossipy but couldn't ask more questions. "Follow Zhou Zhendao. Since brother Zhou has spoken, I, Huang, would be more respectful than obedient. I will take brother Zhou Zheng for 3 days plow the antique market and you will surely find what you are looking for." "What? 3 days?" Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment. "Do you need to spend this long time?" Manager Huang nodded. "Brother Zhou, although the things you are looking for are not very precious things, you also need to try your luck. I will follow the young lady for 3 days." "No. 3 days are too long. Can you do it today?" Manager Huang waved his hand. "The time is too short, I think it's so bad." His. Zhou Zheng also sucked his teeth. Is this thing so difficult to replace? But he is in a hurry to use it. Not to mention 3 days, I don't want to wait for more than 1 day. "Zhou Zheng, I'll go up and talk to my father and ask him to give out the cauldron." "Yunyao." Zhou Zheng held his hand and refused to let go, and he was a little moved for a moment. Chu Yunyao had a bad relationship with her parents, and even broke up. I think Chu Jianghe is also angry with his daughter. Now he can't bear Chu Jianghe's anger when he begs him. How to make Chu Yunyao stand alone with her father for another time? "Yunyao, don't go. At worst, we can go to the antique market separately to find it. Maybe we can buy it today." "Zhou Zheng is fine. My dad and I have been missing for a long time and are just about to meet him." Chun Chu Yunyao pretended to be relaxed. "Okay, if you have to see Uncle Chu, I'll go with you." Zhou Zheng didn't want to meet Chu Jianghe so soon, but he was still worried about Chu Yunyao going up alone. Chu Yunyao smiled. "Don't worry, Zhou Zheng. He is my father. If you go, it will backfire." Let's wait for me and I will come down soon. Chu Yunyao was confident, and Zhou Zheng didn't want to force it. He nodded and instructed. Yunyao, don't force it. Chu Yunyao turned around and walked upstairs. In the restoration room on the second floor, Chu Jianghe sat on a chair and picked up a lion-shaped paperweight on the desk to play with it. His daughter Chu Yunyao came to Zhubeizi. His thoughts had already floated downstairs. He looked at the outside of the door and listened but couldn't hear anything. Dang thump! Someone went upstairs, and Chu Jianghe sat upright, pretending to be indifferent on his face. Dad! A familiar voice exploded in my ears. Chu Jianghe looked up and saw that the person came was Chu Yunyao, the baby daughter he had been thinking about day and night. Chu Jianghe had fantasized many times and would scold her when he saw her again. But this time I saw it, my anger turned into soft fingers. Yet! He snorted deliberately with a stern face. Dad, how are you doing recently? Where are you, Mom? Are you all okay? I can't die if I ask you. Chu Yunyao knew that her father was still angry with her, so she couldn't help but smile and didn't care. Walking behind Chu Jianghe, he reached out to massage his shoulders. In the past, Chu Yunyao often helped her father massage her shoulders and was very familiar with it. The long-lost feeling made Chu Jianghe tremble. It is said that my daughter is my father's little cotton jacket, so I will never deceive me. Chu Yunyao couldn't help feeling a little sad when she saw that there were a few more white hairs on her father's head. She said while massaged, Dad, are you very tired during this period? If I am not by your side, you should pay attention to your health and take medicine on time. Chu Jianghe closed his eyes, his heart felt warm, and his tone slowed down a lot. Yunyao, I don't have to worry about it. Your mother misses you tightly, and she often has tears in her eyes when she lifts you. Listen to me, go home. Chu Yunyao cuts the railway line. Dad, I can go back to Chu's house, but you must accept Zhou Zheng. Hearing his daughter's words, Chu Jianghe's mood that had just calmed down suddenly became turbulent again. Why are you so stubborn, Yunyao? Can't your parents really compare to the yellow-mouthed child you mentioned? Dad, you are wrong. I am not just doing my own thing, but for my grandma's original promise. Besides, after this contact with Zhou Zheng, I found that he is an excellent person and he treats me very well. You don't know yet, Zhou Zheng. Enough. Chu Jianghe could no longer live in Bengbu, and suddenly they stood up suddenly. I felt dizzy and my eyes turned black. Click. The lion in his hand fell to the ground and fell into pieces. Pooh! He himself fell to the ground. Chapter 241 Zhou Zheng, do you want to kill me? On the first floor of Zhubeizi, Zhou Zheng, manager Huang, and Laoli were drinking tea together, chatting without saying a word. After his thoughts, he had already run upstairs. He was worried that Chu Yunyao and Chu Jianghe would have a conflict. Suddenly, I heard the sound of Pai Li Peng coming from the building. Oh no! Something must have happened upstairs. Zhou Zheng immediately stood up and ran upstairs without having time to say hello to Manager Huang and Laoli. Manager Huang and Laoli naturally heard the sound. The two looked at each other and then followed Zhou Zheng's footsteps to see what was going on. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Before Zhou Zheng could reach the restoration room, he heard Chu Yunyao's heart-wrenching voice. After trotting and entering the restoration room, Chu Jianghe lies on the ground, his eyes are closed, his body is twitching, and foam seeps out of the corners of his mouth. Chu Yunyao squatting beside her, crying with a sad look on her face. She pinched Chu Jianghe's people with her fingers, trying to wake him up, but in vain. Woo 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 woo. Chu Yunyao's helpless cry spread throughout the restoration room. Yunyao, what's wrong with Uncle Chu? Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao saw Zhou Zheng as if she had seen a savior and cried. Dad was so angry that I was so angry that he fell to the ground and was unconscious. Zhou Zheng begs you to save him quickly. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng had excellent medical skills and had profound attainments in acupuncture. With him and his father, he would be saved. However, I was afraid that Zhou Zhenguan would be in a grudge against Chu Jianghe and would not save him when he was dead. After all, Chu Jianghe offended Zhou Zheng miserably in the past. Yunyao, don't panic. I will be the safeguard of Uncle Chu. Please let me help him take the pulse. Although Zhou Zheng was not happy with Chu Jianghe, he was Chu Yunyao's father, but he didn't look at the monk's face and the Buddha's face. Secondly, he was kind-hearted, and even if he had any dirty things with Chu Jianghe before, he would never have the truth to refuse to save him. Chu Yunyao breathed a sigh of relief and gave way to Zhou Zheng to make room. At this time, Manager Huang and Lao Li also came in. Seeing this, Manager Wang's face suddenly changed color. Good guy. Chu Jianghe wants to have something wrong in his store. Will he still do business in the future? What's wrong with Mr. Chu? Have you called an ambulance? Do you want to save your heart pill? Do you need artificial respiration? He was so anxious that he kept making suggestions. Chu Yunyao glared at Manager Huang with dissatisfaction. Zhou was about to help his father treat him and needed quietness. Manager Huang was chattering so annoying. Old Li pulled the arm of the shopkeeper Huang, made a gesture of silence, and whispered, "Old Huang, please calm down and stop shouting. Didn't you see Brother Zhou helping Mr. Chu take his pulse?" "Ah!" Manager Huang said half-believingly. "Does Brother Zhou still know medical skills? But the situation is urgent, can he be so young?" Lao Li said. "Don't forget that Xiao Zhou is also a master of calligraphy and painting. He is a genius and may not know how to do medical skills. Besides, Miss Chu didn't say anything, why are you blind and anxious? Listen to me and talk less." Oh. Manager Huang thought about it, it would be even more chaotic to get involved, so it would be better to wait and see. Zhou Zheng held Chu Jianghe's Kungguan and Xized pulse in one hand, and Xiaojing frowned. Chu Jianghe fainted because of excessive excitement that caused cerebral infarction. But his pulse was vaguely showing signs of dead pulse, and it seemed that he was hiding a terminal illness. Because acupuncture has not reached the level of a master, he cannot draw a conclusion for the time being. "How is Zhou Zheng, my father? What disease does he have?" "Fine." Zhou Zheng didn't want Chu Yunyao to worry and did not mention the terminal illness. "At present, cerebral infarction is more urgent, so let's talk about it first. Otherwise, in severe cases, life is in danger, and in mild cases, hemiplegia." Pretending to be relaxed. "Don't worry, Yunyao, Uncle Chu should have a cerebral thrombosis, which is not difficult for me to treat. I'll wake him up first." As he said that, he took out the needle bag he carried with him and took a 7-inch golden needle. Now, because his experience in master-level acupuncture has been increasing, he can upgrade to master-level acupuncture and can also perform 7-inch acupuncture. "Shopkeeper Huang, do you have any medical alcohol? I'll disinfect the golden needle." Yes. Manager Huang didn't have time to speak, Old Li said quickly. He often used alcohol to repair calligraphy and painting works. He took out a small bottle of medical alcohol in a spray bottle and handed it to Zhou Zheng. "Thank you." Zhou Zheng took the alcohol and sprayed it on the 7-inch needle a few times and then in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed Chu Jianghe's Beiwei cup ointment and clenched his fingers a few times. "Who?" Chu Jianghe woke up magically leisurely, and his body stopped twitching. When Chu Yunyao saw her father woke up, she couldn't help but cry out in joy. She wiped her tears and asked, "Dad, how do you feel? Are you getting better?" "Wuvuwu, Abba, wuvuwu." Chu Jianghe looked at Chu Yunyao with his eyes weakly, but he was sobbing like a mute that he couldn't speak. Chu Yunyao looked at her father and felt something was wrong. The more she looked, the more unfamiliar she felt. Suddenly I found that my father's mouth was crooked and his tongue was not good. His lips were squirming and he couldn't speak. White foam at the corners of his mouth flowed down. Dad, Dad! She felt both distressed and sad. Zhou Zheng, come and see, why is my father's mouth crooked? I can't speak any more. Zhou Zheng took a look and felt that Chu Jianghe's cerebral infarction was more serious than he thought. Yunyao, Uncle Chu's mouth was blocked by blood clots, and his limbs might be blocked. But I can still cure. Zhou Zheng said confidently. Yunyao went to get some tissues. I used a golden needle to penetrate deeper to clear the blockage of Uncle Chu's cerebral blood vessels. Chu Yunyao has long lost her backbone, and whatever Zhou Zheng says is, and she trusts Zhou Zheng 100%. I have tissues here. Old Li said as he picked up a pack of tissues from the workbench and handed them to Chu Yunyao. Manager Huang was living in Bengbu, so he naturally didn't believe that Zhou Zheng could use a needle to cure cerebral infarction. It was not the same way to flatter his father-in-law, right? If it doesn't make a good deal, someone will die. Brother Zhou is not a joke, I think it's still. Lao Li glared at him. I'm holding on to talk, I'm telling you to talk. Manager Huang swallowed the second half of the sentence. Chu Shanhe couldn't help but feel a little scared when he saw Zhou Zheng swaying in front of his eyes with such a long needle. Isn't this kid taking the opportunity to harm me, right? I feel so hard that I can't speak. Half of his body seemed to be out of consciousness, and he shook his head and said whimper in his mouth. Dad, don't be afraid, Zhou is treating you. Chu Yunyao comforted. Yunyao gives me a tissue, hold Uncle Chu's head with both hands and don't let him move. Uncle Chu, it shouldn't hurt if you endure it. Chu Yunyao held Chu Jianghe's head, and Chu Jianghe saw Zhou Zheng holding a golden needle and was about to stab him but couldn't move. I thought to myself, I will endure you, and I won't feel the pain if I kill me. Seeing the golden needle being inserted into his nostril by Zhou Zheng, he closed his eyes and waited for death as if he accepted his fate. After a while, Chu Jianghe felt a chill in his mind, as if something was flowing out of his nostrils. Zhou Zheng, you, a child with yellow mouth, have such a vicious mind. Do you want to kill me? Chu Jianghe suddenly cursed. Chu Yunyao said in surprise. Dad, can you speak? P.S. Please give me 5-star praise, thank you all readers. Chapter 242, Uncle Chu, don't break his promise at that time. Zhou Zheng, you are a child with yellow mouth, you are naked revenge. Do you think you are mama wrong? If you have sex, you can stab me to death. Chu Jianghe suddenly cursed. Dad, can you speak? After reminding her daughter Chu Yunyao, Chu Jianghe realized that she could actually speak. Just now, my tongue was numb and my mouth was crooked, and I couldn't say a word and felt very uncomfortable. Suddenly he could speak, and Chu Jianghe was happy. Yunyao, I can speak. Good daughter, don't cry, Dad is fine. Seeing that his daughter Chu Yunyao's face was crying like a little cat, Chu Jianghe felt soft and comforted him, and he had no time to scold Zhou Zheng for the time being. Dad, it's great that you can speak. I thought, sorry Dad. I shouldn't be angry with you. Chu Yunyao wiped the tears from her face and said. Silly girl, stop talking about this. How could a problem happen if my father is strong? Maybe his blood pressure is coming up just now. Yunyao helps me up. As the helmsman of the Chu family, Chu Jianghe naturally wants to save face. He lies on the ground and is watched by outsiders. He feels very disgraceful, so he wants to struggle to stand up. But he was weak all over, especially the left half of his body, and he had no sense at all, so he had to ask for help from Chu Yunyao. Uncle Chu, don't move first. Your disease has not been completely cured. I just couldn't speak because your mouth nerve was blocked by thrombosis. I have helped you clear it, but there are still several blood vessels blocked. Zhou said in front of him. Chu Jianghe turned around and saw Zhou Zheng holding a golden needle in one hand, with blood stains on it. There were a few small pieces of crimson blood clots on the tissue in the other hand. I think this golden needle extends from the nostril to the cerebral blood vessels through Zhou Zheng's control, ejecting the blocked blood clots. Chu Jianghe understood that Zhou Qiashi was helping him with treatment and had no intention of harming him. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. He was surprised by Zhou Zheng's medical skills. A golden needle cleared the blocked blood without using any modern medical instruments. Good guy. He is very knowledgeable but has never heard of this kind of acupuncture technique. Logically speaking, Zhou Zheng should be grateful for helping him with treatment. However, because Chu Yunyao broke up with the Chu family for Zhou Zheng, his inherent impression of Zhou Zheng was still very poor. Chu Jianghe had a conflict in his heart. He had always been favorable to face and did not want to show weakness in front of Zhou Zheng, and was about to speak. Hold the grass, brother Zhou's medical skills are so superb, a miracle doctor. Manager Huang suddenly said this. This is what he said from the heart. I really didn't expect that Zhou Zheng not only had profound attainments in calligraphy, but also had such superb medical skills. I don't know how he practiced it at a young age. It can only be explained by the word genius. Manager Wang's sudden voice frightened Chu Jianghe and glanced at him in dissatisfaction. Manager Huang closed his mouth awkwardly. Chu Jianghe's eyes turned to Zhou Zheng. Boy, I misunderstood you just now and I apologize to you. But don't think that if you save me, I will agree to your marriage with Yunyao. I still firmly disagree with this matter. Unless you can meet the request I made and be promoted to police chief within 3 years, don't even think about it, unless I die. Of course I won't receive your favor in vain, I will give you money. Dad. Chu Yunyao was a little annoyed and said a lot to Chu Jianghe. It would be fine if Zhou Zheng didn't thank him for saving him, but why did he still say bad things? Zhou Zheng, my father may be in a bad mood, so don't take his words to heart. The kind Chu Yunyao was afraid that Zhou Zheng would feel uncomfortable, so she comforted her. Faced with Chu Jianghe's cold attitude, Zhou Zheng did not take it to heart. People with ability and confidence never care what others say. He said neither arrogant nor humble. Uncle Chu, I really helped you because of Yunyao's relationship. Of course, I have no purpose in saving you, and I don't want to move you to let you agree with the matter between me and Yunyao. Even if a stranger is a beggar who suddenly gets sick, I will not stop saving you. Moreover, I am not short of money, so Uncle Chu, you are too worried. Also, I will definitely meet the police supervisor. Please don't break your promise by asking Uncle Chu to do the 3 promises. Zhou Zheng's meaning is very clear, Yu Chu Jianghe in my eyes, the status of a strange ordinary person is similar. I will marry your daughter. Don't keep your word at that time. Zhou Zheng's words hit a needle in the cotton, which made Chu Jianghe frown and stretched out in a short while. I sighed in my heart that this yellow-mouthed child really has courage and confidence, which looks very much like myself when I was young. He even had a little bit of admiration for Zhou Zheng. What a pity! It would be great if this kid's life experience is comparable to the Chu family. In addition to the huge gap between the Chu family, he is still quite excellent in all aspects. Zhou Zheng was not angry, and Chu Yunyao stopped doing it. Dad, what are you saying? Zhou Zheng helped you and you said ill-mouthed, you. Zhou Zheng didn't want Chu Yunyao to rub against Chu Jianghe again, so he signaled her with his eyes to not say much. Uncle Chu, your blood vessels are still blocked. Do you feel numb and unable to move half of your body? Just wait until I clear it up. You can lie down and don't move. After seeing Zhou Zheng's medical skills, although he didn't like Zhou Zheng Chu Jianghe, he had to listen to him and closed his eyes and remained motionless. Zhou Zheng wiped the blood on the golden needle with a tissue, disinfected it and inserted it into Chu Jianghe's cerebral blood vessels through his nostrils. He grabbed the needle's tail and his wrist trembled. Soon, a stream of blood flowed out of his nostrils with a blood clot and was carried out by the golden needle. Chu Yunyao quickly caught it with a tissue and wiped the blood. After repeating this movement several times, Zhou Zheng cleared all the blocked blood vessels. "Uncle Chu, okay, you can move." Chu Jianghe suddenly felt half of his numb body feel consciousness. He stood up from the ground without Chu Yunyao's support, feeling that his condition seemed to be even better than when he first came. I had to give a thumbs up in my heart and called Zhou Zheng a miracle doctor. You should know that he has to undergo surgery when going to the hospital for this disease. If he suffers, he may have sequelae of hemiplegia. It would have been great if I had such a son-in-law. Chu Jianghe somehow said this sentence came to his mind. He shook his head and quickly drove away the thought. "Dad, are you?" Chu Yunyao asked with joy on her face. "Well, it's okay, girl, I'm fine." Chu Jianghe's attitude towards Zhou Zheng was not as blunt as before. "Zhou Zheng's one code is one code, I owe you my favor. You can ask for any requests but it cannot touch my bottom line." "Zhou Zhendao. Uncle Chu really has something to ask for. I heard that you have collected a cauldron from Manager Huang. Can you give it to me?" Speaking of Manager Huang, Chu Jianghe remembered Zhou Zheng colluding with Manager Huang to trick him, and thought for a few seconds and refused. "Let's change the requirement, this cauldron is very important to me." When Chu Yunyao saw that Zhou Zheng had saved his father, he was silent and stepped forward to hold the box containing the cauldron in his arms. "Zhou Zheng, we'll leave when we get the cauldron." Chu Jianghe. Chapter 243 Girls are extroverted, isn't this too extrovert? Everyone was stunned by Chu Yunyao's actions. Especially Chu Jianghe, looking at his baby daughter in a daze, he couldn't be punished for a moment. It is said that girls are extroverts, right? Seeing that Zhou Zheng's purpose was not achieved, she actually started to steal his father's things. "Good guy. Are you here to kill your relatives for justice?" At the same time, I felt a little jealous. It was so disappointing that my biological daughter would not turn towards an outsider. "Yunyao, what are you doing? Who made you touch my stuff?" Chujiang River asked with a dip in the water. Faced with Chu Jianghe's questioning, Chu Yunyao seemed not afraid at all. She asked, "Dad, am I the heir to the Chu family?" "Good. Will all the property of the Chu family belong to mine in the future?" Although Chu Yunyao cut off relations with her parents for Zhou Zheng, the Chu family is the only one. After the Chu Jianghe and his wife passed away, all the Chu family's property would be inherited by Chu Yunyao if nothing unexpected happens. You can't give someone a wealth of money just because his daughter is disobedient. Chu Jianghe nodded and said, "Yes." "Yunyao, what do you want to say?" Chu Yunyao smiled and said, "Dad, since that's the case, your collection will be mine, including this cauldron. Is it wrong to use my things in advance? Is it my freedom to give it to anyone I want?" Listening to Chu Yunyao's fallacies and evil sayings, Chu Jianghe was speechless again. This girl was completely fascinated by that boy Zhou Zheng. She even cheated on your father? "Yunyao, you. I'm not dead yet, it's not your turn to make my things." Chu Jianghe pretended to be angry. How could Chu Yunyao not tell that Chu Jianghe did it on purpose? If someone else saved him, he would not be a cauldron. Even if it was a house worth several million, Chu Jianghe would not feel sorry for sending it out. The old father deliberately made things difficult for Zhou Zheng, and Chu Yunyao was unreasonable. "I'll make the decision. Dad's cauldron is not worth much. Zhou has to take revenge after he cures your cerebral thrombosis, right? It doesn't matter if you are stingy, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed by others. You can hold Zhou Zheng's cauldron. I think my dad can snatch it back without being embarrassed. Besides, he can't snatch us." Chu Yunyao stuffed the box containing the cauldron into Zhou Zheng's arms without saying a word. "No, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng was confused while holding the dingluo. He didn't expect that his wife would have such a fierce side. The most important thing is that she offended her father for the sake of herself. What should I do if I am a little moved? When Chu Jianghe saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble all over. I was really angry this time, of course, it was mainly jealous. The daughter is the father's lover in his previous life, and he really can't accept the little cotton jacket for his life. Chu Jianghe pointed at Chu Yunyao, his fingers trembling. Yunyao, do you want to piss me off to death? You can't even regret it if you make me angry again. Chu Yunyao said without caring. It's okay for Dad. Zhou Zheng is angry and he will help you cure this. Don't worry about this. The heads of the shopkeeper Huang and Laoli tilted as they talked, and the two looked at each other again. Good guy. The daughter of the Chu family protects her husband like this. What else can Zhou Zheng ask for her husband if he has such a wife? Chu Jianghe was so angry that he couldn't get out of Taiwan. When he was angry, he suddenly had an idea and said slowly, Yunyao, you kid has been spoiled by me. I won't argue with you anything. But I haven't paid the bill of that cauldron yet. You can take it away if you want to. Go and check with manager Huang. He frozen his daughter's deputy card. He heard that his daughter had also looked for a job for survival, but he expected to be at the end of his life. And Zhou Zheng, a little policeman, cannot earn much salary every month. It's a joke to support your family, isn't it a joke to buy antiques? Manager Huang would never give them the cauldron for free, right? If you don't have money, it depends on how you can take away the cauldron. Chu Jianghe sat on the chair and looked up crossing his legs. He watched it on the wall as if he was watching a play. Yunyao, haven't you realized that it's hard to get out of money? Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up when he heard this. As long as Chu Jianghe no longer got involved in this cauldron, he would have obtained it. Shopkeeper Huang, how much does this cauldron cost? Manager Huang smiled and said. Haha, I'll offer Mr. Chu 300,000, and I will treat both of you equally. Zhou Zheng nodded and looked at Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao didn't bother to take out a bank card from her bag and said. Shopkeeper Huang, swipe the card. Chu Jianghe originally wanted to embarrass her daughter to experience the difficulties of having no money, and then she personally bought a cauldron for her, and she would give her whoever she wanted to give her. No matter how disobedient Chu Yunyao is, she is still her daughter, right? But seeing her daughter's confident look, she seems to be very rich. Yunyao, do you have 300,000 yuan? Don't pretend to be fat. It's better for your father to pay for you. Who made you my daughter? Alas, I hope you can understand my good intentions. Chu Yunyao said confidently. Dad, I can even get 300,000 or 3 million. You don't know that I've made some success in starting a business now, and the business of medicinal wine is booming. These are inseparable from Zhou Zheng's help. What kind of medicinal wine? What's the prosperity? Zhejiang River is confused. Forget it, I won't say it anymore, and you won't believe it if I say it. There is still a box of medicinal wine in my car and you'll know if you try it. After Chu Yunyao said that, she turned her head and looked at manager Huang. Shopkeeper Huang, hurry up, transfer money or card. Manager Huang turned his eyes and said. Miss Chu, don't worry, I don't want to pay for this cauldron. How can that be done? Shopkeeper Huang, don't joke, we have something to do in a hurry. Zhou Zheng said. Brother Zhou is really not to hide it. I have something to ask for. I know that you have a very high level of calligraphy. I have wanted to ask for a piece of calligraphy for a long time, but I am afraid of abruptness. I hope I will give you some advice if I am lucky enough to see you today. I only ask for the 3 words Jabazai in the store. Of course, I can't let you work in vain. That cauldron will be given to you. Manager Wang's words were sincere and polite, which made Zhou Zheng unable to bear to refuse. Before he could speak, old Li beside him curled his lips and looked contemptuous. Last time, you said that I made a loud and wishful thinking, and your abacus is quite loud. I at least exchanged the Tianhuangshi seal worth about 500,000 yuan for Brother Zhou's calligraphy. Your broken cauldron is collected for 80,000 yuan. Just exchange for the master-level calligraphy works, you are such a thief. Old Li, UTM. Mr. Wang's face turned red suddenly after Lao Li exposed it. He smiled embarrassedly at Zhou Zheng and said, Brother Zhou, I haven't finished speaking yet. The Dingluo is a big deal. I'll exchange it for you with some good things and wait for a while. Manager Huang hurried away and ran back soon after, holding a box in his hand. After opening it, he found a crystal-clear jade hairpin. Lao Li nodded and said, This is almost the same. The jade hairpin made by Hishan Jade is worth a few dollars, which is about the same price as my Tianhuang stone seal. Chu Yunyao's eyes lit up after seeing the jade hairpin. This hairpin is so beautiful. Does Yunyao like it? Like. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng turned his head and looked at manager Huang. Shopkeeper Huang, the deal is completed. Chu Jianghe sneered in his heart. He naturally didn't believe that Zhou Zheng could exchange items worth hundreds of thousands of yuan with just a few words. They must be still tricking themselves. Humph, are you still acting? I want to see how high Zhou Zheng's calligraphy is. Chapter 244 Zhou Zheng shocked Chu Jianghe. When manager Huang saw that Zhou Zheng agreed to exchange words for things, he was delighted and quickly said respectfully, Brother Zhou Zheng, then I will take advantage of you, please. Manager Huang said this without aimlessly. Zhou Zheng any word written casually can be worth tens of millions. He does not make a living by selling characters, nor does he want his characters to be rampant in the market, otherwise he will soon become a billionaire. There is a desk dedicated to writing in the restoration room, with pen holders, paperweight, rice paper, inkstone, pen and ink washing, and all kinds of tools for writing and drawing. When manager Huang is fine, he will write a few words to cultivate his sentiment. Needless to say, the level is terrible. Just in line with that sentence, there are many stationery for poor students. Brother Zhou, I'll help you grind the ink, you'll prepare. Manager Huang excitedly took out a high-quality Hui ink, put it in the inkstone, added some pure water, and rolled up his sleeves to grind the ink hard. Old Li came over and wanted to feast his eyes. It was a kind of enjoyment to watch Zhou Zheng write. Only when Chu Jianghe sat firmly on Diao Tai could he not believe that Zhou Zheng was a master of calligraphy. I sighed in my heart that these people acted like a real thing. I don't know what conditions Zhou Zheng used to hire shopkeeper Huang and Lao Li. However, his eyes kept glancing here, not because he had great expectations for Zhou Zheng, but because he was afraid that these people would play tricks. So he secretly replaced a master-level calligraphy work to fool him while he was unprepared. Zhou Zheng didn't waste time, so he rolled up his sleeves and said to manager Huang, Shopkeeper Huang is fine, but there is not much ink for 3 words. Oh. Manager Huang stopped and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was so excited that he polished the ink for a long time and didn't feel tired. Spread a piece of high-quality handmade rice paper and go to get the paperweight. Hey, where is my paperweight? Old Li, where did that ceramic lion paperweight go? Have you seen it? Lao Li pointed to the fragments on the ground and said, Isn't that? Hold the grass, broke. Manager Huang looked sad. Although this thing was not worth much, it was also his beloved thing. Who did this guy who stepped on the horse? Chu Jianghe couldn't help but stand up. As a big boss, he dared to do it and take it. Shopkeeper Huang, I accidentally broke this paperweight. I will pay you how much money? Facing Chu Jianghe, the angry look of the shopkeeper Huang relaxed a lot. Forget it, Mr. Chu, for the sake of Brother Zhou's face, you don't have to compensate. If you fall, just fall. Chu Jianghe felt depressed when he heard this. For the sake of Zhou Zheng, there is no need to pay compensation? Isn't my face a face? Zhou Zheng picked up a wolf hair and started writing. He first used a brush to fill the ink in the inkstone, and then touched the tip of the real glutinous craftsman's pen to the rice paper. Seeing that Zhou Zheng had started writing, Chu Shanhe had no intention of arguing with Manager Huang about trivial matters, so he quickly turned his attention to Zhou Zheng. But when Zhou Zheng was holding a wolf-haired brush, the tip of the brush was on the rice paper, the pen was completed in one go, and the three words Zhubazai appeared on the rice paper like a dragon and a phoenix dance. Another master-level calligraphy work was born. Okay. Manager Huang couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he looked at this calligraphy work. Brother Zhou has not seen you for a few days. This sentence is a compliment. If you really have a good level, you will become a master-level work. However, this is indeed the sincere appreciation of Manager Huang. After writing the signature, Zhou Zheng put down his brush, and the upgrade experience of the master of calligraphy in his mind increased, and he was still 1/2 away from upgrading to the master of calligraphy and painting. At that time, no matter whether it is brush calligraphy or Chinese painting, they will be at the level of a master. I was also secretly happy in my heart, and said modestly, "Shopkeeper Huang is over the award. Look at whether he is satisfied or not." "I'm quite satisfied. I won't be able to reach such a good level in my practice for 3 more years. But, it seems that I'm missing something." Lao Li said on the side. "I know what's missing." He turned around and picked up a small box on his workbench, and opened the box containing 2 Tianhuangshi seals. "Take out one and hand it to Zhou Zheng. What is missing is a seal. Brother Zhou Zheng is the seal I have engraved for you, so you can stamp it yourself." Zhou Zheng nodded and took the seal and dipped it in the ink paste. He stamped the rice paper corner with both hands, and lived together. Chu Jianghe looked at it carefully, and this calligraphy was indeed written by Zhou Zheng. His calligraphy and painting skills are much better than shopkeeper Huang, so he can naturally recognize that this character has reached the peak level of the master level at a glance. My face changed color at the moment, and I was really shocked. He stared at Zhou Zheng's writing without blinking, confirming that there was nothing wrong with it. Could it be that Zhou Zheng's calligraphy level has really reached the peak of the master level? This. Chu Jianghe couldn't help but squeeze forward, just wanted to pick up this calligraphy work and watch it carefully. "Mr. Chu, don't be impulsive." Manager Huang quickly blocked him, just like a dog protecting food. "Mine. This work was written by Brother Zhou for me." Chu Jianghe frowned. "Why is Manager Huang so stingy?" "I don't snatch yours, I just want to get closer and take a look." Oh, that's okay. Mr. Chu, just now, you ran so fast and thought you were going to grab this character, which scared me." Manager Huang moved out of his position and continued. "But Brother Zhou is your son-in-law. Isn't it just a matter of saying that you want a few such amazing calligraphy works? I'm too worried." Manager Wang's words made Chu Jianghe feel uncomfortable, and he snorted with a blue face. "I don't want to watch it if I want to. But this letter is so attractive, so I still look forward to look at it with a tough bullet look. It is even more amazing to watch closely, and the master-level peak works are indeed awesome." Chu Jianghe was fascinated at first sight, and couldn't help but stretch out his finger to the 3 words Zhubazai and practiced. "Dad, do you like this character?" Chu Yunyao asked softly. "Like?" Chu Jianghe was immersed in his calligraphy works and replied subconsciously. Chu Yunyao blinked her beautiful eyes and then said, "If you agree to my marriage with Zhou Zheng, you will have as many words as you want in the future. It's okay to ask Zhou Zheng to write a memorial to the master for you." "That's good." Before Chu Jianghe finished speaking, he suddenly realized his reaction and hurriedly said, "Not good. Good guy. Almost caught it. Yunyao, you girl, I am your father, how can you always have a daughter who makes a trap for your father? Dad. Chu Yunyao pouted her mouth and began to act coquettishly. Chu Jianghe made up his mind to not take his daughter's trick. He shook his sleeves and said, Yunyao, don't mention this matter in the future, unless Zhou Zheng meets my request, or wait for me to die. You guys should take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned his head with great perseverance to stop looking at the words, and looked at Chu Yunyao reluctantly and turned around and left. Dad. Chu Yunyao followed, and Zhou Zheng also followed Chu Yunyao. Chu Jianghe quickly walked out of Zhebazai, and the clever driver quickly came out of the driver's seat and opened the back door one step ahead. Chu Jianghe had just sat down and Chu Yunyao rushed to catch the car door. Zhou Zheng looked at Zhebazai from afar and didn't move forward. Chu Yunyao didn't know what he said to Chu Jianghe, so Xiaoqing took out a box of medicinal wine from Paramila's trunk and stuffed it into the back row of Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce then left, and Chu Yunyao couldn't see the taillights of the car before returning to Zhou Zheng. Have Yunyao, your father and daughter's relationship worsened? Zhou Zheng said worriedly. No. Chu Yunyao waved her hand. You see, my dad is very angry, and he seems to be even more dissatisfied with me and you. In fact, this is all superficial. On the contrary, he saw your ability today and seemed to have changed his opinion of you a lot. My dad wants face and will not easily take back what he said. His attitude has loosened, otherwise he would not have accepted the medicinal wine I gave him. Zhou Zheng nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Chu Yunyao tilted her head and looked at Zhou Zheng with beautiful eyes. What are we going to do next, Zhou Zheng? The things are all ready, of course they are refining medicine. Chapter 245 Who has tied up your long hair? Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao returned to Zhebazai to say goodbye to manager Huang and Laoli. The two of them put Paramela on the seals of the cauldron, the guardrail, and the seals of the two yellow stones. Chu Yunyao sat in the passenger seat, opened the box and took out the jade hairpin to play with it, and couldn't help but love it. Zhou Zheng could see that she liked this jade hairpin very much. Yunyao, if you like it, you can wear it on your head. I have never seen you overturn it. Chu Yunyao usually has long hair dispersed, and sometimes she simply combs a ponytail with a rubber band, but she has never tied her long hair up. This hairpin is worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Shouldn't I use it to collect or resell it? Isn't it too luxurious to have it on the plate? What if it breaks it? Chu Yunyao left the Chu family and now she has learned to live. She used hundreds of thousands of things to be used as soon as she said she could, but now she is a little hesitant. Zhou Zheng smiled and said affectionately, Yunyao, it's just a hairpin of Hishan jade. No matter how much it is worth, it's just an object in my heart. Even if it breaks it, it's okay, as long as you like it. Chu Yunyao was happy when she heard this, and Zhou Zheng, a straight man in the steel, could also say affectionate words. That's good Zhou Zheng, then I'll use it. Chu Yunyao happily put her long black shawl hair together, rolled it twice on the hairpin, then turned clockwise half a circle and inserted it into the hair on the back of her head, and then buckled the hair at the end of the hairpin towards the tip of the hairpin. Chu Yunyao has only watched Panta's teaching videos, but in fact she is still a little unfamiliar with her hands. Zhou Zheng, come and help me. How to help? What should I do with Yunyao? Zhou Zheng took the opportunity to touch Chu Yunyao's smooth hair, and his mind was rippling. Click the hair here, and push the hairpin at the end of the hairpin. Under Chu Yunyao's command, a beautiful head shape was finished. Chu Yunyao, who was folded up, was a bit fresh to Zhou Zheng. The Hishan jade hairpin, like mutton fat, was inserted into the unique hair, giving Chu Yunyao a unique charm. Is Zhou Zheng good looking? Chu Yunyao looked at the mirror above the head of the passenger seat and asked Zhou Zheng shyly. Zhou Zheng nodded and said sincerely, you look so good when you put your head on. When Chu Yunyao heard this, her beautiful eyes were bent into a crescent shape. Then I'll wear it like this. Zhou Zheng, you have to learn how to put the head in the future, and this important task will be left to you. No problem. Zhou Zheng smiled. I used to listen to the song You, my desk mate when I was in school. There is a lyrics in it, who will tie up your long hair. Although I was not old at that time, I thought that when I grew up, I didn't know who would tie up my long hair. However, that person must be someone I like and satisfied with. Chu Yunyao said slowly as if she was recalling the past. Zhou Zheng suddenly asked. Then Yunyao, are you satisfied with the person who just handed you? What do you think? Noodle Chu Yunyao did not answer Zhou Zheng's question, but threw it back. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Zhou Zheng affectionately. Zhou Zheng felt a little embarrassed. I think, you should give me a 5-star review. Chu Yunyao looked dark and stretched out her pink fist and gently hit Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Zhou Zheng, you are such an atmosphere destroyer. Zhou Zheng reached out to hold her hand, but Chu Yunyao's face turned red but did not take it back. Just as Zhou Zheng was holding it, he felt that the palm of the big hand was hot and warming her hand, and even his body became warm. It can be seen that Zhou Zheng's fire power is so strong. Both of them stopped talking and the carriage fell into silence. Chu Yunyao began to think randomly. Zhou Zheng and I live together in the same room. I can see it but can't eat it. I think it's very hard to endure it, right? After getting married, he respected me, Reuben, and I have never crossed the thunder pool, so it is hard for him. He once said that he could not help but use his hands, and he also wanted me to help him be rejected. Is it because he was too? He helped me a lot, helped me start a business, stopped my headaches, and saved my father's life. Shouldn't I be too harsh on him and give back appropriately? The more Chu Yunyao thought about it, the more she felt that she was owed to Zhou Zheng. The kind-hearted she felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, I mustered up the courage to break the silence in the carriage. Zhou Zheng, I can try to use, help you. What? Yunyao, what did you say? Zhou Zheng asked in confusion. I mean. Chu Yunyao's pretty white face rose 2 blushings, and she said stumbled. I mean, you can't help but get angry. I can help you, only use. Zhou Zhengwen's heart moved and finally understood what she meant. I thought that Yunyao's thinking jump was too powerful, and she didn't even think about it. However, Chu Yunyao's shy appearance and the faint fragrance emitted from her body were like aphrodisiacs, which made Zhou Zheng's heart throbbing. Yunyao. He looked at her shy and thought that I was so angry now. But suddenly my heart skipped a beat, and I remembered that I still had to make pills, and secretly blamed myself for falling into the gentle land and forgetting the serious matter. Wait until evening, Yunyao will make a happy decision. Zhou Zheng said with a wicked smile. I hate it so much. Chu Yunyao glared at him coquettishly. Zhou Zheng suddenly discovered that a white star appeared above Chu Yunyao's head. 1 star reward is here. If you are not busy, start it slowly and then start it when the reward is upgraded to 3 stars or above. Zhou Zheng let go of Chu Yunyao's hand and said seriously, I'm going to make a pill soon, and find a clean and uninhabited place first. Why our Hanlin Yuan community? Chu Yunyao also withdrew her mind. Zhou Zheng thought about it and quickly rejected it. Hanlin Yuan community is too far away from here. After the refining is successful, you still have to go to the hospital. Why not go to the hospital to get a room near the hospital? Zhou Zheng fastened his seatbelt and drove to a hotel near Jiangbei First Hospital. Chu Yunyao took the initiative to take out her ID card and opened an hourly room. The front desk waiter saw that the two were good-looking, and the handsome man and the beautiful woman were also envious of her. The two of them came to the room and closed the door. Zhou Zheng took out the cauldron from the box and took out the materials purchased from Wang Jun's store. Yunyao, there is an electronic scale here. The number of grams required for each material is different. Please help me weigh it. The two of them started working together and weighed the materials to make a pill. Put the medicinal materials into the cauldron and pour some pure water in it. Zhou Zheng held the cauldron with his palm and called out the real slumber in his danchan to refine medicine. After a while, a whirlwind seemed to be blowing inside the cauldron, and all the materials automatically rotated inside, and bursts of white smoke came out from the mouth of the cauldron. Chu Yunyao, I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw this magical scene. 20 minutes later, Zhou Zheng's real malaria in his danchan was furious, and he had to use the hidden dragon technique to absorb the faint spiritual energy in the world and refine it into the real danchan. Ding! Suddenly, the sound of the system came from my mind. Congratulations to the host Hidden Dragon Technique for upgrading to the second level. Chapter 246. He actually used Head Touch Kill. Zhou Zheng was delighted and the Hidden Dragon art was upgraded to level 2. Suddenly, I felt that the danchan installation really occupied the Li Saifu Zheng. If the storage space in the past was only the size of a small spoon, then the storage space now expanded to a small disk. The real thing stored will make him more calmly use it and will not fall into an embarrassing situation where he is exhausted after using it for a while. At the same time, he felt that the Hidden Dragon art had accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and refined it into the real Bok Saifu frame. This is the benefit of upgrading the Hidden Dragon art from level 1 to level 2. The higher the level, the stronger it will definitely be. The Hidden Dragon art is divided into 9 levels. If you practice it to the highest level, you don't know if there are any other benefits. However, there are ready-made benefits now from level 1 to level 2. Zhou Zheng was full of confidence and accelerated his real-life plaque. 5 minutes later, a burnt smell came, and the materials in the cauldron turned into a pool of black and smelly garbage. Failed. Zhou Zheng a look of annoyance. It seems that the pills that are against the sky are not so easy to obtain. Even if my luck value has increased and the Hidden Dragon art has been upgraded, it is still unfavorable to go to the master. Zhou Zheng had already made mental preparations and bought more than 20 more copies of the materials, but he was afraid that he would fail all the time. Therefore, he did not suffer much damage. At most, he could not succeed by refining these materials. Although the Hidden Dragon art has been upgraded to 1 level, it cannot stand such creation. Zhou Zheng felt that the real inside the danchan was so tired. Yunyao used weighing another piece of material, and I had to take a break if I was exhausted. Zhou Zheng, don't worry, go and rest, I'll weigh the materials. Chu Yunyao nodded hurriedly. Zhou Zheng sat cross-legged on the bed, pinching his finger technique and exercising the Hidden Dragon technique while closing his eyes to rest. It has to be said that the second-level Hidden Dragon art absorbs the spiritual energy between heaven and earth much faster than the first-level one. The air inside the room was like a vortex on the water surface, circling towards the center of the vortex, and the center of the vortex was Zhou Zheng. After a while, Zhou Zheng's true cowardice was more than halfway through his body. He got up and got out of bed, still pinching his fingers. Refining medicine while refining real awesome can achieve twice the result with half the effort. There is no need to fill the danchan with real Japanese. Zhou Zheng, have you rested? Well, you can continue to be hydrazine busting. Give. Chu Yunyao handed him the cauldron. The cauldron has been cleaned and the materials have been put. Zhou Zheng nodded and took the cauldron from Chu Yunyao's hand. When he looked up, he accidentally saw that Chu Yunyao had divided several materials. You divided the materials of Yunyao? How many copies were distributed so quickly? Yes, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao said as she was not idle, and was busy weighing the materials. I had already weighed it, but I didn't disturb you when I saw you were still resting. I saw that there were still a lot of materials. I weighed a few more when I was idle. I hope I didn't do useless work, right? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. How could it be? Yunyao? The success rate of refining pills is naturally extremely low. I'm thankful that I can successfully refine one of these materials after spending enough money. Yet, Chu Yunyao was also stunned and said, "Then don't waste time and refine it as soon as possible, I'll continue to weigh the materials." Xiaoqing sighed in annoyance again. "Oh, I'm so stupid. I can't learn the hidden dragon technique you taught me, and it's even difficult to get started. If I learn it, I can help you, it's a pity." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Yunyao, the hidden dragon art was passed down from ancient times. The mantras in it are obscure and difficult to understand, and they can only be understood but not expressed in words. It is indeed difficult. But I think with your mind, it is only a matter of time to get started, and you don't have to be anxious. However, I still hope that you can learn the first level of the hidden dragon art as soon as possible, because only the real thing is to recite it properly." Speaking of headaches, Chu Yunyao shuddered. "Okay Zhou Zheng, I will work hard when I have freed up my time and learn and get started as soon as possible." Zhou Zheng smiled and patted her head to show his affirmation. Chu Yunyao suddenly felt her scalp numb and she had goosebumps all over her body. "Oh my god! Zhou Zheng used a head-touching kill for me?" Her heart was like a little deer in her arms, jumping hard inexplicably. "It seems that I fell in love with this feeling," closed my eyes gently, and hoped that Zhou Zheng would do something again. "Yunyao, come on!" Zhou Zheng's voice sounded in his ears. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Zheng holding the cauldron and starting to refine medicine. This man who didn't understand the charm just cheered him up and did not make any follow-up actions. Chu Yunyao felt embarrassed and felt a little ashamed. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng didn't pay attention. She quickly withdrew her mind and continued to be busy with her work. Zhou Zheng practiced stopping like this, and he lost more than a dozen pieces of materials. Until evening, there was a strange fragrance in the house and there seemed to be a flash of golden light in the cauldron. Zhou Zheng was delighted. "It's done." He stopped urging the real bull to retract his arm and took the cauldron to his eyes. White smoke was coming out of the mouth of the cauldron. I couldn't see clearly what was inside, so I heard the guragu sound. Something seemed to be rotating along the high-speed wall inside the cauldron. After a while of the white smoke dissipated, Zhou Zheng saw a dark brown pill slightly larger than soybeans spinning along the inner wall of the cauldron, and the speed became slower and slower until it fell to the bottom of the cauldron. Zhou Zheng reached out and took out the pills, and the strange fragrance became even stronger. "Yunyao, come and see, we have mastered it." Zhou Zheng couldn't help but shouted loudly. "I'm Kong Kong." Chu Yunyao heard this and ran over quickly. "Zhou Zheng's this one is so fragrant. You will know it must be delicious when you smell it." Zhou Zheng looked dark. Women always treat things so strangely and unpretentiously, even a beautiful woman with high IQ like Chu Yunyao is no exception. He said earnestly, "Yunyao, this pill is not for eating and playing. The secret recipe says it can treat terminal illnesses and can save your life at critical moments." "I know Zhou Zheng. I was just kidding me just now and you took it seriously? Ha ha ha." Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng's serious look and couldn't help but smile and trembled. "Zhou Zheng is a little." I quickly changed the topic. "Yunyao, I can't find out the root of your headache for the time being. Why don't you take this pill and maybe cure your disease?" Chu Yunyao looked at the pills that emitted the fragrance and wanted to swallow them in one bite. In the end, she shook her head and rejected Zhou Zheng's kindness. "Zhou Zheng, my illness is true malaria, and I will practice the hidden dragon art in the future. This pill is so precious, I think I should keep it." Xiaoqing said again. "Actually, I have selfish intentions. My parents are old and my grandmother has been unable to wake up in the ICU. I want to leave this pill for them." Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered that when he was helping Chu Jianghe with his pulse, he seemed to have a terminal illness lurking in his body. "Yunyao, I have something very important to tell you. What's up? You promise me first, don't be confused when I say it. Chapter 247. Do you want to curse me to die sooner? Seeing that Zhou Zheng started to be serious again, Chu Yunyao didn't want to laugh this time. Her expression was a little solemn, and she had an ominous premonition. Zhou Zheng, do you just say anything? Your appearance makes me feel unsure. Can your expression be relaxed? I am a little scared. Zhou Zhensin said that I also want to express my expressions relaxed, and I can happily tell you that your father may have a terminal illness. Is it appropriate? It doesn't feel suitable. Yunyao, if you are afraid, I won't say it for the time being. No, let's talk. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with beautiful eyes. If you don't say it, my heart will be even more up and down. I will definitely not even sleep well at night. Okay, then I said you don't get excited. Zhou Zhendao. When I took the pulse of Uncle Chu in Zhebazai just now, I found that his body seemed to have a terminal illness. What? Terminal illness? Chu Yunyao heard Zhou Zheng's words and felt like she was struck by lightning. Her big eyes were wide open and she couldn't believe her ears. Although my father is old and has 3 highs, he often takes medication to check his body. How could he get a terminal illness? Really, Zhou Zheng? Really? How could I joke with you about Yunyao? Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng had excellent medical skills, and he would not read it wrong, nor would he lie to himself. He said that his father had a terminal illness, so he would definitely be. Oh my god! Is my father's life not long? Chu Yunyao couldn't accept the news for a moment, and stayed there, 2 lines of tears bursting from her eyes. Seeing Chu Yunyao crying, Zhou Zheng was also panicked for a moment. Not Yunyao, you, don't cry first, okay? Didn't you agree not to be excited and control your emotions? Zhou Zheng reached out to wipe off the tears from Chu Yunyao's face, but it was futile. A series of tears fell down like beads with broken threads. Yunyao, listen to me. Uncle Chu will not die even if he gets a terminal illness. Are the pills in my hand specially used to treat terminal illnesses? Zhou Zheng's words played a great role. Yes. The pill can treat terminal illnesses, and Zhou Zhengang just made one. Chu Yunyao woke up immediately. Can Zhou Zheng leave this pill for my father? I know he has been blocking our marriage, and you are also dissatisfied with him. But, no matter what he says, he is my father, and I can't watch him. Chu Yunyao begged Zhou Zheng with his eyes hazy. After all, this pill was refined by Zhou Zheng himself, and Chu Jianghe has been incompatible with Zhou Zheng. Whether to give it to Chu Jianghe depends entirely on his wishes. Even if you don't give it to Chu Jianghe, it's Zhou Zheng's duty. Who made you, Chu Jianghe, look down on others and insisted on stopping Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's marriage? Zhou Zhendao. I originally wanted to give this pill for Yunyao. As for whether you eat it or give it to others, I will not interfere. Although Zhou Zheng did not explicitly say that he would give the pills to Chu Jianghe, his meaning was clear. I won't give it to Chu Jianghe, but I can give it to you. This pill is yours and it depends on you. This is equivalent to giving it to Chu Jianghe in disguise, saving his life. Chu Yunyao thanked him subconsciously. Dad is saved. Zhou Zheng thanks you, thank you really. Zhou Zheng deliberately said unhappy. Yunyao, Uncle Chu was not saved by me, you. And I have said a long time ago, please don't always say thank you to me. We are husband and wife, thank you too much, right? Chu Yunyao nodded gently. Yunyao, you have put this pill in it and put it in the box containing the jade hairpin for the time being. When you have time, buy a porcelain bottle or glass bottle to put it in, don't lose it. Chu Yunyao carefully took the pills that were fragrant and put them into the box. This is the life of her father Chu Jianghe, how could he lose it? Chu Yunyao calmed down, but she was also confused about her father's condition. What terminal illness does Zhou Zheng suffer from? I saw him read today, and he didn't look like he had a terminal illness. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I can't draw a conclusion based on my current medical skills. Just like your headache, I can't find out where the disease is. But Uncle Chu's pulse shows that he is indeed a terminal illness. Many terminal illnesses, such as cancer, cannot be seen from the surface at first, and the patient does not feel too uncomfortable. When he finds something is wrong, he often has reached the late stage of being unable to turn things around. Chu Yunyao nodded. Zhou Zheng's words were reasonable. She took out her cell phone and called Chu Jianghe. Even though I have a life-saving pill in my hand, I still want my father to pay attention. At this time, Chu Jianghe had returned home and was having supper. His wife Lu Maihui sat opposite the table. A bottle of medicinal wine and 3 or 2 was almost overwhelmed, and the restaurant was full of the fragrance of medicinal wine. Chu Jianghe picked up the cup and took a sip of the medicinal wine, his face flushed. Today I met Zhou Zheng and had a very unpleasant thing. But I also met my daughter whom I missed day and night. Especially Chu Yunyao gave him a box of medicinal wine before he left, which made his unhappiness thrown out of the sky, and his daughter was still thinking about him. Of course, Zhou Zheng's superb medical skills and his master's level of water calligraphy also made him admire him. After returning home, he met his wife Lu Maihui, and Chu Jianghe couldn't wait to tell her what happened. Speaking of her daughter, Lu Maihui burst into tears with pain, and she also couldn't think of her daughter. At this time, I regretted tearing the engagement that day. Her daughter's marriage should be decided by her, and she is better than anything else around her. So she changed her mind and advised Chu Jianghe not to be too harsh on her daughter's marriage issues. Since Zhou Zheng is very outstanding, the young man is also a handsome man. The most important thing is that his daughter likes him, so he can just help them. Isn't it good to live a family together and live a harmonious life? Chu Jianghe turned his back and scolded Lu Maihui, saying that spitting out was a nail. How could he say something like fart? Zhou Zheng was not unacceptable. He agreed to their marriage when he was promoted to police chief, otherwise he would still not be worthy of our Yunyao. Lu Maihui sighed, knowing that her husband is very proud of his face and doesn't say anything anymore. After dinner in the evening, Chu Jianghe drank the medicinal wine given by his daughter again and couldn't help but nod and praised the good wine, feeling happy. At this time, the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Chu Yunyao who called it. Hey good daughter, I've drunk the medicinal wine very well. I'll give you a few boxes of my dad one day. If you don't drink it, my dad will give you money. He is in a good mood now and speaks very relaxedly. Dad, do you feel unwell? Chu Yunyao's anxious voice came from the phone. Chu Jianghe looked confused, but at the same time he felt a little unhappy. Yunyao, what do you mean by saying this? Chu Yunyao didn't hide it anymore and told him everything about his terminal illness. Chu Jianghe sneered. Is this what Zhou Zheng told you? It is undeniable that his medical skills are superb, but it is too alarmist to take the pulse to tell that I was suffering from a terminal illness, right? Did he want to curse me to die early after being diagnosed with a terminal illness? Chu Jianghe spoke with alcohol a little unpleasant. Actually, it's not his fault for not believing it. He went to America for a full-body physical examination 5 months ago, and the examination report was nothing big except for the 3 highs. Rich people always cherish their lives. Chu Jianghe and his family go to America for a full physical examination every year. Dad, you have to believe Zhou Zheng's words. Otherwise, you will know if you go to the hospital for a checkup. But don't worry. I have pills here. Do. A busy voice came from the phone receiver, and Chu Jianghe hung up the phone. Chapter 248 I abducted from my close-fitting little cotton jacket. It would be strange if your dad is not in a hurry. I'm so angry, so angry. Chu Jianghe threw his phone hard on the table, and suddenly several cracks appeared on the screen of the mobile phone worth tens of thousands of yuan. Swoosh B! He threw his phone to the ground again, and it was immediately split. If the phone breaks, it will break. If you buy a new one, it will be a drizzle for him. But his mood became worse after it was already good. What's wrong with Lao Chu? Did you call my daughter just now? Why are you so angry? His wife Lu Maihui asked with concern. Zhou Zheng actually bewitched his daughter and called me and said I had a terminal illness. Isn't this curse me to die? Isn't it a good mood that made this kid destroy it? Chu Jianghe took a sip of the medicinal wine and said furiously. Lu Maihui became nervous when she heard this. Old Chu, didn't you say that Zhou Zheng is superb in medical skills? He only used a golden needle to help you clear blood vessels and cure cerebral thrombosis. You should listen to his words. Chu Jianghe glanced at Lu Maihui and said angrily. What do you, a woman, know? Although that kid has excellent medical skills, he is also a little alarmist. Besides, I went to an America hospital for physical examination 5 months ago, and the doctor did not say that I was suffering from a terminal illness. No matter how powerful Zhou Zheng's medical skills are, can he compare with America's high-tech medical instruments? Lu Maihui didn't think so. How could her daughter curse her father for no reason? Old Chu, no matter whether Zhou Zheng is exaggerating or not, since he knows the news, he should go to the hospital for a checkup, which will not take long. Do you have to believe your daughter's words? Daughter? My daughter is fascinated by Zhou Zheng's fascination. Whatever Zhou Zheng says is what he says. I know my own body. Chu Jianghe stood up. Everyone is drunk without getting drunk. Although he drinks for 2 or 3 taels, his body shakes for a while. Lu Maihui hurried forward to support her, and Chu Jianghe stubbornly avoided Lu Maihui. Hand. Lu Maihui knew her husband's temper, shook her head helplessly and persuaded. Old Chu, please consider it again. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the hospital for examination tomorrow. I'll accompany you. Okay. Don't mention this matter. Chu Jianghe shouted with his red eyes, and staggered towards the bedroom. Tomorrow I will go to Shenzhen Stock Exchange to discuss business. I will fly early in the morning to prepare some clothes for me to change. After saying that, I went to the bedroom to sleep without looking back. Here, Chu Yunyao was still calling Chu Jianghe, but no one answered the other end of the phone. In desperation, he had to call his mother Lu Maihui. Although Chu Yunyao has cut off relations with the Chu family, how can anyone in the world have a mother who doesn't love her children? Lu Maihui also kept in touch with Chu Yunyao, caring about her life and even trying to give her money secretly, but Chu Yunyao refused. She also has a strong momentum, and it would be difficult for her to live without believing or relying on the Chu family. After a while, Lu Maihui answered the phone. Hey Yunyao! Mom, why did you answer the phone? Are you with Dad? We're together. Your dad fell asleep after drinking some alcohol. I just covered him with a quilt. Yunyao, you said just now that your dad was suffering from a terminal illness. Is it true? Mom, this is what Zhou Zheng told me. He should not make any mistakes in his excellent medical skills. You advised Dad to let him pay attention and go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. But there is no need to worry, I have a pill here to treat terminal illness. But your father will go out to discuss business tomorrow, and you also know his stubborn temper. He just drank too much and insisted that Joe was cursing him. How could he go to the hospital for a checkup? Can the pills of my good daughter really treat terminal illnesses? Well, it should be possible. Lu Maihui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Your father is angry now. If you want to go to another place to discuss business tomorrow, why not wait for him to come back? Give me the pills and I will find a way to eat it. Yeah. Mom's idea is good, but you should still let your father take the pills as soon as possible to avoid the night of dreams. No. Lu Maihui pretended to be calm, but she was actually very nervous. Chu Jianghe was the helmsman of the Chu family. If he collapsed the Chu family, it would be over. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, Chu Yunyao asked, "Mom, why is Dad so angry? He loses his temper if he doesn't like it." Lu Maihui sighed and said, "It's not because of business. Our family has encountered difficulties in business this time, and its market share has dropped a lot. Your father is anxious. He can't eat well and sleep well, but he's busy all day but still hasn't improved, so. Yunyao, don't worry about the Chu family's affairs. I believe you can overcome the difficulties. Take good care of yourself." "I know, Mom, please take care of your health and take good care of your father." The mother and daughter hung up the phone, and Chu Yunyao sighed. Although he had cut off relations with the Chu family, he was also concerned about his father's health and the Chu family's business. "Yunyao, the phone has finished calling? What did Uncle Chu say?" Zhou Zheng asked while busy with his work. While Chu Yunyao was calling, he took out a mud-like thing at the bottom of the cauldron. Chu Yunyao frowned and said, "My dad didn't believe me even though he was afraid of the doctor. He hung up the phone angrily and later contacted my mother. My mother said he would fly to the market to discuss business tomorrow. It seems that he can only wait for my dad to come back." Zhou Zheng comforted. "Yunyao, don't worry, Uncle Chu's illness will not break out so quickly, and it will be too late to wait for him to come back." Chu Yunyao nodded and looked at Zhou Zheng with beautiful eyes. "Zhou Zheng actually feels very embarrassed to face you. You want to save my dad but he doesn't believe you, and you say you are cursing him. It's true that you are kind enough to treat it as a donkey's liver and lungs." Zhou Zheng smiled and didn't care. "I can understand Yunyao. I was abducted by me for more than 20 years and I would just wear it. Uncle Chu would naturally have objections to me. Besides, his illness did not occur, of course he would not believe me or even doubt me." "Oh, what you said is so ugly." Chu Yunyao was in a little better mood and stretched out her pink fist to hit Zhou Zheng. "What did you mean to abduct me? Didn't this lady abduct you? Is it good that I pulled you there to get the certificate?" Okay, you are the one who is proactive, and I am the one who is passive," Zhou Zheng said as he dug out the last bit of mud-like thing in the cauldron and threw it into a plastic bag. Chu Yunyao moved her nose. "Zhou is so smelly. What's the thing you dug up?" "This thing is the residue left after refining medicine. Although it is garbage, it also has the effect of beauty and beauty. The most important thing is to remove scars. Okay, it's time for us to go to the hospital." After packing up, the two of them went downstairs to check out and ate some food at the fast food restaurant, and then rushed to Jiangbei First Hospital. Chu Yunyao bought fruits and a large bag of snacks in the supermarket. She had been opposite the hospital. "It's not Yunyao, why are you buying snacks at this time? The fruit is brought to Officer Xia, and the snacks are given to Xiao Yan." Zhou Zheng suddenly realized and then remembered that Xiao Yan was also hospitalized in the first hospital. "I haven't had time to see her for a while, but Yunyao remembers it. I secretly sighed that having a wife is different." Chapter 249 Xiaji's face is saved. Zhou Zheng walked to the first hospital with Chu Yunyao with fruits and a large bag of snacks. When he arrived at the floor where Xiaji was hospitalized, he saw two familiar figures from afar. One was the director Hao Aguo and the other was the master Lu Jianjun. The two were standing in the corridor and talking. "Director Master." Zhou Zheng hurried forward with his things. Chu Yunyao also followed and greeted Hao Aguo with a smile. "Xiaozhou, Yunyao, are you here?" Lu Jianjun saw a smile on his face when he saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao. After a few days of sight, Lu Jian seemed to have aged a few years, with a beard all over his face, and two big dark circles of eyes were obviously caused by lack of sleep. The black hair had white hair on the temples. "Master, I'm here. Look at your complexion is not very good, so you should pay attention to rest. Xiao Zhou, I'm fine. Xiao Yan sometimes screams pain at night. Your sister-in-law and I take turns taking care of her. I want your sister-in-law to sleep more and you may sleep less. It's okay, I'm in good health. Zhou Zheng knew that Li Jianjun also reported good news but not bad news. After Lu Yan was hospitalized, he suffered both physically and mentally. Anyone who sees a strong man is tortured to this end will sigh. Sadly, Lu Yan not only did not receive compensation, but Li Jinfeng and his son were also at large. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng felt a little uncomfortable and self-blame. Li Jinfeng was not punished and he took the responsibility on himself. There was really no way before, and the video evidence was also lost. However, now I have obtained the Grandmaster Hacker skill. The internet has memories and can quickly retrieve deleted videos. With video evidence, it is easy to carry out the next step. Anyway, Zhou Zheng was determined to get this justice back to Lu Jianjun and his family. Master, don't think too much. Leave Xiao Yan's affairs to me. I will seek justice for you sooner or later. Lu Jianjun waved his hand, not believing that Zhou Zheng had such great ability. Because he knew Li Jinfeng's backstage was so tough, he heard that Deputy Mayor Yang sighed, what could Zhou Zheng, a small grassroots policeman, do? If he repeatedly implicates his future, wouldn't he feel uneasy forever? He had also thought that a man had splattered blood for 5 steps with anger, but did he exchange his life for Li Jinfeng and the little beast's life? What should I do if my wife and children have left? Lu Jianjun deliberately pretended to be relieved and said lightly. Xiao Zhou's affairs have passed. Our family doesn't want to see it before. Xiao Yan lives a good life after she is discharged from the hospital. Don't mention this matter again in the future. Not master, you. Hearing Lu Jianjun's tone, he was not concerned about this matter, but Zhou Zheng was anxious but it was useless. Hao Aguo next to him had already seen through Lu Jianjun's thoughts. Of course, he also advised Lu Jianjun that he could only accept his fate in the current situation and not lose his job again. This is also a helpless move. Lu Yan was already miserable enough. He didn't want the Lu family to suffer any misfortune, and he didn't want Zhou Zheng to get involved. Hao Aguo changed the topic aside and said, Why, Xiao Zhou, didn't you go to Xiao Lizhuang to help Xia Ji find scar removal medicine this morning? Could it be that you just came back, right? How is the situation? What little Lizhuang? Chu Yunyaoning didn't know Zhou Zheng's remarks to Hao Aguo, and was confused. Isn't the scar-removing medicine the residue after making pills? Zhou Zheng winked at her. The smart Chu Yunyao suddenly understood that Zhou Zheng didn't want Hao Aguo and the others to know that he could refine pills, so he immediately kept silent. Perhaps Zhou Zheng's secret would only be shared with her and would not tell anyone. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in her heart. Good news from director, I found the scar removal medicine. I went to Xia Lizhuang early in the morning. When I asked about the old doctor who was still alive, he just went to the mountains to pick herbs. His neighbor said he would come back in the evening. I waited until the evening. Fortunately, he still had some scar removal medicines. After I bought them all, I rushed back. Zhou Zheng told a kind lie that he did not want anyone to know about his own medicine refining. That's great, Xia Ji's face is saved. Hao Aguovan was relieved and happy. Xia Ji's face was able to restore its original appearance to get rid of the nightmare of disfiguration, and he was happier than Xia Ji. In this way, there is a way to give her mother an explanation. Lu Jianjun was also full of relief. Xiao Zhou, I just visited Xia Ji. Her condition is not good, mainly because of her disfigurement on her face. I heard from the director that you went to Xia Lizhuang to find a good medicine for scar removal, and I knew that Xia Ji's face was saved. You have always been lucky and will definitely not go in vain. As expected, it did not disappoint everyone. Zhou Zheng waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Master, don't praise me. I'm responsible for being injured by Xiaoji. It's because I didn't handle the scene well. Not only did Xiaoji get injured, but she also implicated the director and was scolded by the Ma Bureau. Oh! How aguadao! Xiao Zhou can't say that. It's not up to you to be a purely emergencies. If you hadn't been good at killing the murderer Wu Kai, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although I was scolded by director Ma, Xiao Zhou, you have also won glory for us. I can't escape the collective third-class merit and the individual third-class merit. If Xiaoji and Zhang Zili were not injured, you would have obtained the individual second-class merit. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with admiration. Another third-class merit? This is the affirmation of Zhou Zheng above. Zhou Zheng is so awesome. Okay, let's not talk about these for now, go in and take a look at Xiaoji. Xiao Zhou, Xiaoji's situation is very bad now. Jianjun said just now, mainly because of the injury on his face. We took turns to comfort her for a long time, but the effect was not very good. Hao Aguo suddenly lost his heart when he said this. Xiao Zhou, I'll say something more. Is the scar removal effect of the medicine you bought in Xiao Lizhuang really that effective? Zhou Zheng said firmly. Director, don't worry, if the results are not good, you can just punish me. Why am I punishing you? I have a clear idea of saying that. Let's go in. Hao Aguo said as he reached out and wanted to open the door of the ward. Lu Jianjun said. Director, Xiao Zhou, I won't go in. I have to go back and change to Yeheng to rest. Master, you can take these snacks from Xiaoyan by Yunyao. Let's take them back first. We'll go see Xiaoyan later. Zhou Zheng handed Lu Jianjun a large bag of snacks. Oh, this is not okay. Xiao Zhou Yunyao, why have you bought so much food again? I haven't finished the last time I bought it yet. Take it, brother Jianjun, I can't finish it and eat it slowly. Under Chu Yunyao's persuasion, Lu Jianjun collected the snacks and left first. Zhou Zheng and others whispered into the ward. I saw curtains pulling in the ward, and the light was a little dark. Hao Aguo explained in a low voice. Xiaoji is in a bad mood and will not let the curtains be opened. After saying that, he whispered to Xiaoji. Xiaoji, who are you here? P.S. Thank you for the explosion gift from the boss. What do you see? Chapter 250, completely relieved at this moment. Xiaoji was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the ceiling with her eyes blankly. The wound on her face was pressed against the cotton, which looked very inconsistent. Disfigurement was terrible to her than death, and her heart was dying little by little because of the passage of time. Although Director Hao repeatedly advised her that Zhou Zheng would find her good medicine to remove scars and that your face would not be disfigured, Xiaoji was not optimistic. Hearing Hao Aguo's words, Xiaoji turned around and saw Zhou Zheng, and a warm feeling rose in her heart. Zhou Zheng! She whispered. Hao Aguo was secretly happy. Maybe because he was in a bad mood, Xiaoji never took the initiative to speak, and she couldn't answer a few questions from others. Now that Zhou Zheng came in, Xiaoji actually spoke actively. It seemed that she was cheerful when she saw Zhou Zheng. Why would you let Zhou Zheng's hospital take care of Xiaoji in the future? This idea suddenly popped up in Hao Aguo's mind. But he quickly shook his head and denied it. Zhou Zheng is a family member. What did Chu Yunyao think about it when she was with her beautiful female colleague in the hospital all day long? Besides, the provincial trial competition will begin in less than a week. Zhou Zheng has to go to the shooting range to train tomorrow. This is what he should do most at the moment. How can he have time to do anything else? Xiaoji felt relieved when she saw Zhou Zheng coming to the hospital to see her, and her mood improved a lot, just like a few rays of light shining out from the darkness. Inadvertently, I saw a beautiful young lady again. Her beautiful face and devilish figure made Xiaoji, who had always been very confident about her appearance, feel a little confident and even feel ashamed of herself. Is this Zhou Zheng's wife Chu Yunyao? That day, Chu Yunyao came to Kyobei to pick up Zhou Zheng. Xiaoji saw her from afar. Her moving figure seemed to be engraved in her mind, so she naturally recognized her at first sight. Yes, it's her. She is really beautiful. Xiaoji couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao stand together, it is indeed a perfect match, just like a golden boy and a jade girl. Xiaoji sighed in her heart, and she felt completely relieved at this moment. Zhou Zheng, are you here? Sister Chu, thank you for coming to see me. She forced herself to get up from the hospital bed. Xiaoji, your wound has not healed yet, so don't move in the bed. Zhou Zheng said hurriedly. Xiaoji nodded obediently, her chest fluctuated violently. After being injured, she was seriously injured and she was panting after moving for a moment. Zhou Zhenjiaizhen was struggling to treat Xiaoji's face. To be honest, Chu Yunyao was a little jealous. But when he saw Xiaoji's appearance, his heart suddenly became soft and he couldn't help but step forward to hold Xiaoji's hand. Sister Xioxia, you suffer. How is it? Is the wound healed? Looking at Chu Yunyao's beautiful face, Xiaoji nodded. It's much better, but I don't have the strength. You are so angry that you can rest well in bed and take more supplements. Zhou Zheng and I brought you some fruits and tonics. If it is not enough, I will tell Zhou Zheng that I will buy it for you. Chu Yunyao's words made people feel like spring breeze, and Xiaoji felt very comfortable when she heard them. Thank you Sister Chu, don't have to worry about it. Zhou Zheng is already grateful for his rescue. Hey Sister Xioxia, you're just talking about this. Zhou Zheng is your colleague and he should save you. Even if a passerby encounters an emergency, my Zhou Zheng will not be on the sidelines. Chu Yunyao sat on the edge of the hospital bed, held Xiaoji's hand and continued. I know you're in a bad mood now, after all, on your face. Don't worry, Zhou Zheng has found the scar removal medicine, your face will not be disfigured. When the injury on your face heals, I will give you a set of Royal Fireworks cosmetics, so that your face will be moisturized better than before. Royal Fireworks. Xiaoji's eyes lit up when she heard this. That's it, it is a limited edition luxury cosmetics, very expensive, and the working class is discouraged. Of course, it is not necessarily possible to buy them if you have money. Sister Chu is too expensive, I can't take it. It's okay, I can't use it anyway, so I can only throw it away if it expires. Chu Yunyao was not showing off. She was born in a wealthy family. When she was in the Chu family, she only bought expensive things. She only learned to live a thrifty life after breaking up with the Chu family. After the release of the Royal Fireworks cosmetics, she asked someone to buy 6 sets at once, giving her 2 sets to her mother, and Yang Ting Ting, and she used 1 set and had 2 sets left. She really doesn't care about a mere 1,000 yuan of cosmetics. Zhou Zhensen said, what kind of Royal Fireworks cosmetics should I use? The cosmetics in the secret recipe are made to instantly kill all cosmetics on the market. After the medicinal wine is running normally, I will give Chu Yunyao the secret recipe and use the cosmetics he produces to relieve myself. However, when the two of them were very happy to talk, Zhou Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. He actually felt a little nervous when he brought Chu Yunyao into the door. Women all like to be jealous, for fear that Chu Yunyao will misunderstand jealous. Fortunately, the situation was much better than I thought. After chatting for a while, the two of them became like sisters. Chu Yunyao saw that Xiaoji was tired and knew that she was not energetic, but after all, she was hurting her vitality. So he stopped chatting at the right time and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, please apply medicine to Xiao Xiao's sister. Hey, here we come. Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took out a piece of blue-gray soft thing wrapped in a plastic bag. After opening it, a slight scent of sour smell came to his nose. Xiaoji frowned. The appearance of this thing is unacceptable, and the smell is even more intense. Hao Aguo was also confused. The shape and smell of this thing reminded him of the mud in the river. No, Xiao Zhou, is this the good medicine for scar removal you asked for? Why do I look like mud? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Since the director, as the saying goes, good medicine is bitter. The same is true for things that are inconspicuous may be good things. This is indeed a scar removal medicine, which is extremely effective. Take a little bit of it every day and apply it to the wound. I guess the wound will heal in 3 to 5 days, and there will be no scar left. Xiaoji, can you bear it? Xiaoji nodded heavily, and she believed what Zhou Zheng said. Even if she even put pepper noodles on her, she would say that it could remove scars. Chu Yun helped Xiaoji to peel off the cotton pad on her face, and a shocking wound was sewn with needles, just like a centipede lying on her face. Chu Yunyao grinned, and was shocked and couldn't bear to read it. Zhou Zheng quickly found a spoon and a cotton swab and dug out a piece of blue-grey ointment. Zhou Zheng, I'll do it. Seeing Zhou Zheng being clumsy, Chu Yunyao took the ointment, applied the ointment to Xiaoji's face and repaired it evenly with a cotton swab. Xiaoji frowned and forced herself to apply dirty ointment to her face. Suddenly, I felt that the originally hot and painful wound became extremely cool. So comfortable. Hey, it seems that it really works, at least the wound doesn't hurt anymore. Chapter 251 Poor Lu Yan. Chu Yunyao carefully applied ointment to Xiaoji. Xiaoji felt a cool feeling spreading through the wound and slowly spreading to her body. The originally hot wound stopped hurting, and Chu Yunyao gently applied ointment on his face with a cotton swab. Xiaoji felt very comfortable and relaxed. This was the most comfortable and relaxing moment since she was injured, and she fell asleep slowly. Chu Yunyao found that Xiaoji was asleep after applying the ointment. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. She thought to herself that there was the ointment provided by Zhou Zheng, otherwise it would be a pity that such a beautiful little girl would have ruined her face. Turning around, he gestured to Zhou Zheng and Hao Aguo to silence, slowly stood up, and gently covered Xiaoji with a quilt. Yunyao, is Xiaoji asleep? Zhou Zheng lowered his voice. Chu Yunyao nodded and responded in a low voice. Sleep. Hao Aguo saw Xiaoji sleeping soundly and nodded with relief. Xiaozhou, brother and sister, let's go out and don't wake her up. Hao Aguo waved his hand and took the two out of the ward. When they arrived in the corridor, the three of them talked without suppressing their voices. Xiaozhou, the ointment you asked for is not good, it should look good, and it also has a sleep-aided effect? Xiaoji has not fallen asleep so smoothly since she was admitted to the hospital. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. I really don't know whether this ointment has a sleep-helping effect. Maybe it's because Xiaoji feels relaxed. One thing is certain, changing it once every 2 days will not only promote wound healing, but also leave no scars. Hao Aguo knew Zhou Zheng very well. Since he said so, he would be sure to win. Xiaozhou, that's a good relationship. Xiaoji was stabbed by that bastard Wu Kai in the chest. Can you also apply this ointment to promote healing without leaving scars? Zhou Zheng nodded confidently and said. Of course, director. Zhou Zheng, don't you say it earlier. I'll help Xiaoji apply ointment on her chest just now. Why don't you go now? Hao Aguo couldn't hear Zhou Zheng being complained at all, and hurriedly said. Your brother and sister-in-law are not in a hurry. Xiaoji is already asleep. Tomorrow, I will ask your sister-in-law to apply ointment to her. It's not too early, you two will go back early to rest. Xiaozhou has been busy all day long, right? Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I'm not tired, director, I'll be with you for a while. You don't know my physique, it's amazing. Hao Aguo deliberately said with a stern face. You are not tired of your brother and sister, but you are still tired woolen cloth. You don't have to accompany me, your sister-in-law will come and change shifts with me later. Chu Yunyao saw the red blood in Hao Aguo's eyes and volunteered. The director will have to go to work tomorrow morning. If it doesn't work, let my sister-in-law and I take care of Xiaoji, right? Oh no, no. Hao Aguo quickly waved his hand to refuse, thinking that Zhou Zheng's wife had no problems with a rich child at all and was quite concerned about people. Zhou Zhengzhen has the vision to find such a good wife. Then what? Old Wu calls Xiaoji's mother and she will go back to Jiangbei tomorrow. At that time, Xiaoji's mother and your sister-in-law will take turns to take care of Xiaoji, and they will free me. After saying that, he sighed again. Xiaoji's mother doesn't know about Xiaoji's situation, nor do she know how sad she will be at that time. Oh! Of course, Hao Aguo's concern was not entirely because he was afraid that Xiaoji's mother would be sad, but because Xiaoji's mother would make trouble with him. She had promised well and asked Xiaoji to engage in a safer household registration work, but she was seriously injured after she asked her to make up the numbers to come to the police. Hao Aguo was both regretful and nervous, and couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Zheng understood what Hao Aguo was thinking and comforted him. Director's affairs are at this point, don't think too much. No one wants this to happen. Even if you have ointment, Xiaoji will not be disfigured. This is a blessing in disgrace. I think Xiaoji's mother is not an unreasonable person. If you take a step back and say that his mother really wants to complain, Xiaoji will definitely stop her. Hao Aguo nodded. Xiaozhou, what you said is that compared to Xiaoji's nothing, it doesn't matter if I get a few complaints. Even if her mother pointed at her nose and scolded me, I would admit it. It's not that I have scolded me. Zhou Zheng looked very ill-faced. He heard Hao Aguo's words, Xiaoji's mother looked very powerful, and she seemed to have really scolded the director. Okay, Xiaozhou, you couple will go back. By the way, wait. Hao Aguo called Zhou Zheng again. I almost forgot to tell you that you should go to the shooting range for training tomorrow. I will arrive at 8 o'clock in the morning. The Ma Bureau has arranged all the arrangements, and there is a comrade of the armed police there to help you train. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. There are also armed police to help with training? It seems that Ma Ziajun has put in a lot of effort and actually invited the armed police. Xiaozhou will practice hard at that time. I know the director, then we'll leave. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao waved goodbye to Hao Aguo. The two of them did not leave the hospital, but went to Lu Yan's ward. When Zhou Zheng arrived at the door of the ward, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door when he heard a crying sound coming from inside. He had good ears and couldn't help but listen. Dad, my leg hurts. Can I give me an injection to relieve pain, painkiller? Woo 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 woo. Be good at Xiao Yan, I'll stop the pain and make you feel bad. I'll endure it and I'll go there. Dad will apply it to you with a hot towel. Dad, it hurts more and more, please, let the nurse, give me a shot. What came from inside was Xiao Yan's crying and Lu Jianjun's helpless voice. Zhou Zheng suddenly understood that the trauma on Xiao Yan's leg was unbearable. She wanted to get a pain-relieving injection, but Lu Jianjun refused on the grounds of being good for her health. In fact, she didn't want to spend more money. Poor Xiao Yan. He suddenly pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Lu Jianjun was applying her legs to Xiao Yan with a hot towel. When he saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao coming in, he said hurriedly. Xiaozhou, Yunyao, are you here? Find a place to sit. Xiao Yan, don't cry when someone comes. Lu Yantiao looked up and saw Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and a smile barely appeared on his painful face. Uncle Zhou, Sister Chu, you are here. Xiao Yan, why are you crying? Does the wound hurt? Chu Yunyao couldn't help asking with concern when she saw the tears on Lu Yan's face. Well, sister, my legs hurt so much. I want to get a painkiller injection. Dad said that it won't hurt if you apply a hot towel. But, it still hurts. Zhou Zheng hurriedly dissuaded. Master, don't apply it. It hurts more and more when applying a hot towel to Xiao Yan's wound. Let me do it. He took out the needle capsule and took out the golden needle, disinfected it with alcohol, and then gave Lu Yan acupuncture twice. A magical thing happened. Lu Yan's legs gradually stopped hurting, and her face no longer looked like she grinned. Uncle, you are so awesome. My legs don't hurt anymore. Looking at Lu Yan's thin cheeks, Zhou Zheng touched her head. Xiao Yan is late. If your legs don't hurt, just go to bed. Let's chat with your dad. Zhou Zheng knew that helping Lu Yan relieve pain was only to treat symptoms but not root cause. It would still hurt tomorrow. It would be better to sleep and recover your energy while your legs were not hurt, so that Lu Jianjun would be more relaxed. Chu Yunyao stepped forward and patted Lu Yan on the back, sang a lullaby gently in her mouth. Without pain, Lu Yan quickly fell asleep. Zhou Zheng felt mixed emotions for a moment. Lu Yan's pain was caused by Li Jinfeng and his son. They must not be allowed to stay away from justice. When they get home, they use the master-level hacking skills to get the disappearing video. Chapter 252 Why did Yun Yao's face turn red? Zhou Zheng, Chu Yunyao, and Lu Jianjun came out of the ward and sat on the porch chair in the corridor. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and there were much fewer people in the corridor than during the day. The three of them happened to be able to talk without interruption. Faced with Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao's concern for Lu Yan, Lu Jianjun naturally could not express his feelings. Show a sad side. In a calm tone, Xiao Yan's injury was recovering in an orderly manner, so that Zhou Zheng and the others did not have to worry, nor did they always worry about coming to the hospital to see Xiao Yan. Zhou Zheng once charged tens of thousands of yuan in Xiao Yan's hospital account. I believe she could use it to discharge the hospital. If she doesn't have to, then recharge the money. Anyway, the hospitalization fee cannot make Lu Jianjun and his wife anxious. Lu Jianjun naturally knew everything, saying that after Xiao Yan was discharged from the hospital, he would reimburse a certain proportion of the medical expenses, and he would pay back part of you first, and then pay back the remaining money slowly. Chu Yunyao pretended to be angry and said, Brother Jianjun, you can do it if you want to pay back the money, so I will deduct it from Sister Yeheng's salary. After Yeheng's sister-in-law went to work, I increased her salary to 10,000 yuan, and deducted 1,000 yuan per month. When will it be settled? Lu Jianjun said honestly that this was not a disguised increase in salary for Yeheng. If the favor is more pretentious, I can't pay it back, so I stopped mentioning it. Zhou Zheng originally wanted to enlighten Lu Jianjun and let him look forward. Who knew that Lu Jianjun looked very optimistic? He said that he understood it, but he still said the same thing, and he didn't want to only look at the future before. The three of them chatted for a while, and it was getting late as soon as Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao were also ready to say goodbye. Master, I'm going to the shooting range to train tomorrow. I may be busy and I can't come to the hospital to see Xiao Yan every day. If you have any problems, just call Yunyao and call me. Lu Jianjun waved his hand and said. Xiao Zhou, I've said that I'll stop thinking about Xiao Yan. You guys are busy with yours, there's really nothing wrong here. Okay, that's it, we're leaving. Goodbye, Brother Jianjun. The two waved their hands to say goodbye to Lu Jianjun. Zhou Zheng did not mention Li Jinfeng to Lu Jianjun throughout the whole process, which does not mean that he let Li Jinfeng go. Now he just wants to go home and surf the internet as soon as possible and retrieve the lost videos through hacking technology. A big hand held Chu Yunyao's white and slender hand. Zhou Zheng took big steps forward and said, Yunyao, go quickly, let's go home. Chu Yunyao was puzzled and was so anxious to go home for the first time when she saw Zhou Zheng so anxious. Zhou Zheng, why are you so anxious to go home? Are you sleepy? I'm not sleepy yet. I have important things to do when I go home. Even if I'm sleepy, I have to be energetic. What's important? Chu Yunyao followed Zhou Zheng's steps while thinking. What's that important? After a while, she suddenly understood. During the day, she was excited and promised to solve his physiological problems with her hands. Later, she refined medicine and visited Xiaji and Lu Yan. She was busy until late at night and forgot about it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng still remembered it. No wonder, this is a very tempting benefit, and men like it. How could Zhou Zheng forget it casually? But what can I do? Should I find a small movie to learn? But where can I find a small movie? Oh, why do I think of these things? It's so shameful. Chu Yunyao was very imaginative, nervous, and shy, and her pretty face was flushed like she had drunk too much wine. After coming to the parking lot to pick up the car, Zhou Zheng sat in the main driver and started the car. He turned around inadvertently and saw Chu Yunyao's red face. Yunyao, are you uncomfortable? Why is your face so red? Chu Yunyao was shocked and subconsciously covered her face with a fair hand, with a little panic. Nothing. Maybe it's because the weather is hot. She wouldn't say that she was thinking about some unhealthy things just now, and even wanted to learn the skills of Dragon Claw in a small movie, because she blushed because of shame. He had to find a reason to hide it. Hot. Zhou Zheng was confused. Although it is already the beginning of spring, the weather is warm and cold until it is thin at night and wool shivering from the cold. How could she blush with hot face? Zhou Zheng was worried. Yunyao, your head starts to hurt again, right? I remember your face was so red when you had a headache. Release the hem of your clothes and expose your navel. I'll inject some real twists for you. Zhou Zheng said that he wanted to mobilize the real twist in his danshan again. No need for Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao waved his hand quickly and said. My head doesn't hurt, really. Your true Nomi bed grey does not need to be injected into my body casually. Zhou Zheng carefully observed Chu Yunyao, and saw that she was just blushing and had no pain. He knew that he had misunderstood, so he gave up. While driving, he said. Yunyao, you know that my true nature is not easy. Then, learn the hidden dragon technique well and strive to get started. Only in this way can you cultivate the real one. I know Zhou Zheng, I will work hard. While speaking, Parmela roared and drove out of the hospital and drove to the street. Passing by a 24-hour cafe, Zhou Zheng suddenly stopped the car. Yunyao, I'll go down and pack a cup of coffee, do you want to have a cup of coffee? Chu Yunyao asked in confusion. Don't you want to sleep when you drink coffee at night? Zhou Zheng smiled. When he went back, he had to use hacking technology to retrieve the lost videos, so he naturally knew that it was impossible to go to bed early. You may have to stay up late at night to have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself. Chu Yunyao misunderstood again, thinking that Zhou Zheng was determined to eat me, and why did he have to play for half a night? But if you promise him something, you can't break your promise. Then I'll have a drink too. But Zhou Zheng, we will agree first. Don't stay up late, and stay up too late will hurt your body. I know Yunyao. It depends on the situation, if it's fast enough, I think it'll be done soon. Chu Yunyao felt shy again in her heart, and looked down at her slender hands. I wonder if it could satisfy Zhou Zheng? The two got out of the car and went to the cafe to pack 2 cups of coffee, and left hand in hand. 2 hatred gazes shot out from the booth not far away, staring at their backs like sharp knives until they disappeared. Lin Hao, sitting on the booth, with his hatred looked back, his face resentful and distorted. He hated Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao, and his mother became a bastard because they were imprisoned. He wished he could kill them with his own hands, but he didn't have the courage. Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao became his nightmare. I didn't dare to go back to Hanlin Yuan community for a while, because I was afraid of meeting these 2 people. I didn't expect that my enemies are narrow today. Lin Hao felt even more uncomfortable when he saw the 2 holding hands and loving each other. Tomorrow is the day when his mother Huang Shifen and his father Wang Fu, a physiological sense, go to court. Lawyer Lu said that Wang Fu was basically sentenced to death, and Huang Shifen would have to sentence him to several years. This is still optimistic. When Lin Hao thought of these things, he was extremely worried. Chapter 253 Retrieve Lost Video Evidence. It was already past midnight when Zhou Zheng and Chu Yunyao returned to their home in Hanlin Yuan. Opening the door and entering the living room, Chu Yunyao thought of helping Zhou Zheng do something shameful for a while, and she couldn't help but start to feel shy. Zhou Zheng, I'll take a shower first and take a shower soon. As if she was afraid that Zhou Zheng was anxious, she deliberately increased the pronunciation of the word quick. After saying that, Zhou Zheng turned around and ran to the bathroom without waiting for the response. Zhou Zheng naturally didn't want to nod deeper, so he came to the computer with his coffee, sat on the chair and turned on the computer. In fact, he was a little tired even though he was working non-stop this day. But when he thought of Lu Yan's crying scene and Lu Jianjun's helpless expression, he felt a burst of unbearableness and anger. I originally wanted to wait until I finished the work at hand before I could find a way to seek justice for Lu Yan. I happened to have obtained the Grandmaster level hacker skill, and I will first find the videos deleted by the school. And he also felt it was very new when he used hacking skills for the first time and was eager to try it out. Chu Yunyao entered the bathroom and closed the door, untied her clothes in front of the mirror, and quickly stripped herself naked. In the mirror, the perfect figure with a bulge in front and a tilted back is unobstructed, and the skin like mutton fat jade is so fair and clear, especially the two headlights make people dizzy. It seems to be really big. Ha ha ha. Ting Ting will never have the capital to be proud in front of me again. Chu Yunyao seemed to have discovered something, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised and confused. Ting Ting said that married women have big breasts. But Zhou Zheng has never rubbed them, why did he grow up? And my skin seems to be much smoother than before. Can you? Is it Zhou Zheng who injected me with real brain into my body? It's really awesome to have the effect of beautifying my body and body. It's so amazing. Chu Yunyao was satisfied with her body that was more perfect than before, and couldn't help but feel happy. At the same time, I made up my mind to practice the hidden dragon art. Real luck is really important. Zhou Zheng always helps inject it into a real awesomeness. She can't bear it, and Zhou Zheng can't bear it. It is better to learn the hidden dragon art by yourself. Chu Yunyao walked into my bathroom, adjusted the hot and cold water and turned on the shower. The water threads gently stroked her body like a lover's hand, splashing countless cheerful water droplets and jumping around cheering. After a while, the bathroom was filled with water vapor and smoke, as if it was in the heavenly palace. Chu Yunyao was extremely comfortable. She lazily washed herself, and carefully washed her jade hands, not even letting go of the gaps in her nails. I have to use my hands later. Of course I have to wash it clean. Chu Yunyao was embarrassed when she thought of this. Bang bang bang! Her heart was like a little deer hiding, beating happily, jumping faster and faster. There was an inexplicable throbbing, and even a picture of helping Zhou Zheng with his own hands. I couldn't help but clamp my slender legs, and I felt so nervous that I couldn't help myself, so I felt weak all over my body and felt a sense of suffocation. Hu 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 hu. Chu Yunyao ran out of the bathroom with a heavy breath, and then stayed inside and felt faint. Oh, why did I think of so many such dirty pictures? Woo, so shameful. Chu Yunyao was like a fever, her face was red and hot. He wiped his body with a towel randomly and wrapped it with a bath towel. Opened the bathroom door and ran back to the bedroom like a thief. Relying on the big bed in the bedroom, Chu Yunyao's mood was still not calmed down. She felt that Zhou Zheng was about to knock in the door soon to test her dragon-catching skills. He closed his eyes slightly and was waiting nervously on the bed. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, but Zhou Zheng had no movement at all. Chu Yunyao couldn't help but have questions. Why haven't he come yet? Don't he want me to, or something delayed? Chu Yunyao stood up, opened the bedroom door and walked to the living room, and soon found Zhou Zheng in front of the computer desk. At this time, Zhou Zheng flew his hands and tapped the keys. The plate is like a butterfly flying among the flowers. If you can see the after image after a quick hand speed, you can see the speed of the 9-year-old driver. He returned home and turned on the computer, and did not delay the hacking operation for a moment, and retrieved the videos deleted by the school. First, invade the monitoring host of the school computer room. Grandmaster-level hackers are comparable to the world's most powerful hackers. It is easy to find a vulnerability and cross the firewall of the school host. Since it was the first time Zhou Zheng started practicing, he was not particularly skilled, and his hands couldn't keep up with his brain at once, so he had to get familiar with it slowly. A few minutes later, he found the feeling, and his hands quickly flew on the keyboard, as if he had experienced countless similar operations. After crossing the firewall, it began to penetrate and quickly controlled the host of the school monitoring equipment remotely. At this time, the security cat who was watching the surveillance of the school was sleeping soundly and snoring, and no one found that the computer icon was turned on by himself. The recycling bin had been cleared long ago, which was within Zhou Zheng's expectations, but it could not stump him. After another operation, Zhou Zheng restored the deleted video and began to package and transmit it to his computer. After the video is transmitted, you will delete the video on the school host and it will be basically done. Zhou Zheng leaned on the back of the chair, just about to relax, and felt someone behind him, but when he looked back, it was Chu Yunyao. The reward on her head turned into 2 stars because of 1 star. Zhou Zheng was delighted that he had upgraded to the 2-star reward so quickly. Yunyao, why haven't you been asleep yet? Chu Yunyao looked dark. I thought to myself, why didn't I sleep? Not waiting for you yet. You have fun and become a computer. Is the computer funner than me? But this cannot be said. And she felt that Zhou Zheng shouldn't have time to play computer games, so he must be doing something. Zhou Zheng, what are you doing? Yunyao, the surveillance video of Xiao Yan jumping off the building disappeared from the criminal police team. The school also deleted the surveillance videos. I invaded the school's host and retrieved the videos. What? Chu Yunyao's heart moved. She naturally knew the whole story. Li Jinfeng is aggressive and powerful in the backstage, and Lu Jianjun and his family dare not speak out. If the video is retrieved, it is equivalent to holding Li Jinfeng's weakness in his hand. It will take the initiative temporarily. Of course, she was even more surprised by Zhou Zheng's hacking technology. When Chu Yunyao was in school, she was curious about hacking technology, but she was just a tuknivs. I also tried to invade the school's host to retrieve the deleted video, but it failed in the end. He never mentioned this to Zhou Zheng. Seeing that Zhou Zheng succeeded, little stars appeared in Chu Yunyao's eyes. Zhou Zheng. Oh my god! I didn't expect you to be a master of hacking. How did you do it? Can you teach me? Zhou Zheng waved his hand. It's very simple, Yunyao. This is like this, then this line. After saying a few simple words, Chu Yunyao looked confused and said naughtily. It's too difficult, I can't understand Simita. At this time, the video has been transmitted. Zhou Zheng said while covering up the traces of invading the school host. Yunyao is too late today. If you are interested, I will teach you hacking technology if you have time. Okay. By the way, can you give me one of those videos? No problem, I have to back up a few more copies. Zhou Zheng passed a video material to Chu Yunyao's mobile phone. Chu Yunyao opened the folder and found that there were several videos, and couldn't wait to watch them. All of these videos were jumping off the building with Lu Yan. There are scenes where Li Jinfeng threatened Wang Yaheng, scenes where she encouraged Lu Yan to jump off the building, and scenes where her son blocked the ambulance. Chu Yunyao's eyebrows stood up, her heart was filled with anger, and she suddenly felt sleepy. In a fit of anger, she used tools to edit and code the video and then posted it on TikTok. Spread and fermented online overnight. Chapter 254 Li Jinfeng's counterattack. Chu Yunyeo has only more than 10,000 fans on Douyin. She used to play Douyin and posted several faceless singing videos. Because her voice is sweet, her face is not revealed in her mysterious atmosphere, she quickly gained more than 10,000 fans. Fans all said that they could be a singer based on her voice, but Chu Yunyeo smiled. Later, because I was busy with my family's business, I hadn't played TikTok for a long time. As soon as the video was released, it immediately attracted the attention of fans. Chu Yunyeo edited several of the most indignant video clips, and then briefly described the causes and consequences with AI. The title is "Where is the truth about the child being forced to jump off a building?" Lu Yan's experience aroused the sympathy of fans, and the evil deeds of Li Jinfeng and his son, as well as the partiality and inaction of the school, made fans even more indignant. In one night, there were nearly 10,000 views, more than 1,000 forwardings, and more than 300 comments. Most of the fans' comments were to denounce Li Jinfeng and his son and the school. Of course, there are also some people who are unique, questioning that the video may be deliberately edited like this and aroused public anger in order to attract netizens' attention. I also sent Chu Yunyeo, and I had the ability to post the entire video, so the person involved should not code it. However, this netizen was soon criticized by angry fans and condemned him. They enthusiastically greeted the other party's relatives in a household registration book. Provincial capital, Xintai community. Li Jinfeng was covered in wine. Enter the password to open the security door and walk into the living room. He shook off the high heels on his feet and sat on the sofa. The collar of his shirt on his upper body was very low, revealing half of snow white. Since he was scolded by the boss behind him and knew that Zhou Zheng was not easy to mess with, Li Jinfeng ran away to the provincial capital. Lu Jianjun and his family were handed over to Ho Vitao for their treatment. If it really didn't work, they would give him some money. He was afraid that Lu Jianjun would be forced to go to extremes, and he was also afraid that Zhou Zheng would fight to the death with him. Of course, the most important thing is that the boss behind her scolded her for restraining her. She can rely on the big guy today, and she must be obedient. His son Li Meng was also sent to a private school by Li Jinfeng, and all his food and accommodation were in the school. The boss has only been here once, but he never came again after the spring breeze was once. Li Jinfeng turned into a lonely man, and had no friends or relatives in the provincial capital. Only a lonely house was left to accompany her. She was so bored that she went to the bar to have fun every night, and she slept until the afternoon before getting up. She lived a boring life faster. She just wanted to return to the familiar Jiangbei after Lu Jianjun and his family stopped having trouble. Lu Jianjun knew that his backstage was very tough, and he expected that after a long time, the other party would not have the intention to seek justice. This time, Li Jinfeng went crazy in the bar for half a night before returning home. Taking off his alcoholic clothes, Li Jinfeng staggered to go to the bathroom to take a shower and go to bed. Unexpectedly, my phone rang. Li Jinfeng impatiently picked up her cell phone from the coffee table and took a look. The phone was called by Ho Vitao. "It's so late, what happened to Lao Ho?" called. Li Jinfeng's heart moved, and she was a little nervous and quickly answered the phone. "Hey Sister Feng, are you asleep? Aren't you talking nonsense? Can you answer your phone after sleeping? What's wrong with Lao Ho? Said it quickly." Li Jinfeng's words were very rude, and Ho Vitao was not angry either. As a traitor, he had to be aware. What's the point of being scolded? He. He laughed a little and said, "Sister Feng is embarrassed to disturb you for rest. Something is particularly urgent. Someone posted a video of you forcing Lu Yan to jump off the building on TikTok." Impossible. Li Jinfeng was shocked and quickly denied it. The video has been destroyed and the original video of the school has been deleted. How could it be posted on TikTok? But Sister Feng, I actually got it on Douyin just now, and there are still a lot of views. Could it be that Director Qian did not delete the video? Is this guy posting it online? No. Director Chien knows my energy and dare not delete it, let alone post it online. This matter is really pursued by Director Chien and the school. He is not a fool, so how could he dig a hole for himself? Lao Ho, have you read it wrong? Ho Vitao looked dark and thought to himself that I was not blind, so how could he read it wrong? Sister Feng, I'll send the link to your phone, you can check it out for yourself. Ho Vitao hung up the phone, and soon Li Jinfeng received a link on her mobile phone. After clicking, enter the Douyin app and the video starts to play. When she came up, she slapped Lu Yan and jumped off the building. If you jump from here, I will believe you. You bully my mother, you are all bad guys, I didn't beat Li Meng. Li Jinfeng couldn't stand it when she saw this. Seeing the number of likes under the heart-shaped like button in the lower right corner still increasing, Li Jinfeng felt a little panicked and angry, and more afraid. Who did this? Who did it? Then you want me to die if you post this kind of video online? The first thing she thought of was Lu Jianjun. He quickly shook his head. Lu Jianjun did not have such a great Taoist practice. She quit TikTok, called Director Chien, and asked Director Chien why he had not deleted the video. Now it has been posted online. What do you think of doing? Director Chien was woken up in his sleep and soon woke up from his confusion. He swears to the sky that the video has been deleted, and the only person who left the video may be the first team of criminal police. Li Jinfeng also believed that Director Chien would not lie, so she hung up the phone, wondering who leaked the video. Even if the first team of criminal police retained the video evidence, it would not be possible to do this on purpose. Then there would be only one person, Zhou Zheng. In my mind, Zhou Zheng copied the video in the first team of the criminal police in advance, and then posted the video when he thought the matter was about to pass and caught her off guard. Li Jinfeng suddenly became nervous and woke up halfway through the wine. No, you can't sit still and wait for death. She called Ho Vitao again. Old Ho, this matter made me very passive and I have found a way to calm it down. Sister Feng, this matter must be related to Lu Jianjun. But Lu Jianjun is already decadent, and I guess it must be the policeman named Zhou Zheng who helped him. Ho Vitao and Zhou Zheng had a holiday, so they took the opportunity to throw dirty water on Zhou Zheng. It's better to take the upper-level route to ask the person above to delete the post and block the account, and who forwards the account. Then wait for an opportunity to punish Zhou Zheng to let him know he is afraid, so that he will be able to do it once and for all. Li Jinfeng shook her head. No, he can't know about this for the time being, otherwise I will still be scolded. Ho Vitao sucked his teeth and said. There are only two ways. First, bow your head and admit defeat and prepare a large amount of money to compensate Lu Jianjun. You and your son apologize in person. Second, hire the water army to clean the floor. Li Jinfeng thought about it. The first road is okay to lose money, but an apology is impossible. Also afraid of Lu Jianjun, Lion opened his mouth wide and passed it directly. Old Ho, go and wash the floor with the water army. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you. Is it enough? After saying that, I felt resentful again. Zhou Zheng, wait for me to free up your hands and have something good to look at. Chapter 255 Meeting the King of Soldiers in the Range Training. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Zhou Zheng was woken up by the biological clock on time. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. He couldn't help but think of what happened last night in his mind. Last night, Chu Yunyao got the video and went back to her room. Zhou Zheng suddenly thought that Chu Yunyao promised to let him see the Dragon Claw Kung Fu at noon. She wouldn't have forgotten it. I thought she would definitely not feel good after watching the video, and it was too late, so Zhou Zheng didn't have the nerve to knock on Chu Yunyao's door and went back to the bedroom to sleep in disappointment. Before going to bed, Zhou Zheng was also thinking about how this video would be used. Take this video and go directly to Li Jinfeng, threatening her to apologize and compensate. Madam, you don't want the video certificate in my hand to be used as the evidence for the trial of you, right? Zhou Zheng quickly denied this idea. I am a policeman, how can I threaten others? You must never know that the law is violated, even if Li Jinfeng and his son are extremely guilty. Otherwise, I will post it online and use public opinion to force Li Jinfeng to surrender. But he rarely plays TikTok headlines, and only has a dozen fans. He is still a zombie fan, and he has no account even if he has a meager account. Even if you post the video, you can't make a few waves. It's really not possible to bring video evidence to the provincial capital to find Mr. Wang. His son is from the province. It's not a piece of cake to be willing to help deal with Li Jinfeng. However, he and Mr. Wang only met once and were a common friend. This is not my own business, and it is not until the other person is willing to help. It is too abrupt to ask Mr. Wang to do something in a bad mood. Zhou Zheng had no idea for a moment and fell asleep in a daze. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly thought that I didn't have to go to work today. I felt relieved and wanted to lie down for a while, but I thought I would go to the shooting range to train and prepare for the provincial selection competition. Zhou Zheng jumped up from the bed with a carp. We have to arrive at the shooting range on time at 8 o'clock, and it is already 6:05 in the morning. The target is located in the northern suburbs of Jiangbei City, and is an hour's drive away from the community. After breakfast, the traffic jams on the road will be delayed, and the time will be enough. Zhou Zheng first came to the bathroom, brushed his teeth and washed his face at a very fast speed, and then went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After passing by Chu Yunyao's room, he listened for a few seconds. He now had excellent ear skills and could vaguely hear rhythmic breathing sounds coming from inside. I think Yunyao is still sleeping, Zhou Zheng smiled. I am quite envious of people who do not have a biological clock that can sleep until they wake up naturally. I came to the kitchen and simply put 2 bowls of noodles, no seafood or meat, and ordinary Yangshan noodles. Zhou Zheng, who has the Grand Master's cooking skills, had a dazzling operation. 5 minutes later, 2 bowls of Yangshan noodles were ready. A small handful of green onions floated on the clear and delicate soup, and the smooth and vigorous noodles floated with a rich fragrance, as if it was a beautiful scenery that made people intoxicated. Zhou Zheng nodded, worthy of being a master's cooking skill, and making ordinary bowls of Yangshan noodles is also full of color, fragrance, and taste. Just smelling the smell makes people's index fingers tremble. Take a bite and guess what? Beer fragrant. Zhou Zheng ate a bowl and left a bowl for Chu Yunyao. Another message told her that she was going to the shooting range to train, that there was Yangshan noodles in the kitchen, so she should not forget to eat them after getting up. After he finished dressing, he went out to the shooting range. The shooting range is far away from the city center and there is no direct bus. Zhou Zheng casually took a taxi. When the taxi master heard that Zhou Zheng was going to the shooting range, he was secretly happy. This was a big job and he could make a lot of money in one trip. Fortunately, there are many cars in the city and there are many people. It is not the rush hour. The taxi master is also good at driving skills. He rushed left and right, but his speed is not slow. After leaving the city, there were a lot of vehicles on the road. The taxi driver reached the end and soon arrived at the entrance of the shooting range. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch and it was only 7:30 and he was early. But it's better to come early, so you can take a walk to visit the shooting range first. After checking out, the taxi driver asked Ming Zhou Zheng that he would not go back for a while, so he honked the horn and turned around and drove away. This shooting range in the northern part of Jiangbei City is the territory of Jiangbei Military Subdistrict. Before the military reform, the Jiangbei Military Subdistrict had a regiment under its jurisdiction, and the troops often came here for training. After the military reform, the functions of the military subdistrict changed, and the forces of a regiment were also incorporated into the field troops. The shooting range was basically abandoned, and very few people came here. The old walls stand tall, and the mottled painted iron door seems to be telling the glory of the past. At this time, there was no one in the shooting range, and Zhou Zheng flipped into the iron gate that was useless. The shooting range covers a very wide area and borders a small hill with dense vegetation at the end. I saw the desolate scene, with morning grass on the ground, and several remaining targets stood alone in the distance, just like veterans who had not received the assemblies, still standing on the front line. Zhou Zheng also came once when he was a child. It was the time when he was still open to the public trial. He sat on the two big bars of a neighbor's elder brother and followed the execution car to the shooting range to watch the prisoner shoot. At that time, I looked at the police uncle wearing a green police uniform, standing on a truck with a gun on his back, escorting the death row inmate, and felt particularly majestic. Since then, Zhou Zheng has had the idea of becoming a policeman in the future. As I wish now it's here, I'm still a little relieved. While meditating, I heard the sound of a vehicle's engine coming from far away. A military green cheetah off-road vehicle arrived in front of the shooting range. A soldier in military uniform got out. He opened the big iron door. The jeep raised a burst of sand and dust and drove straight to Zhou Zheng. The door of the off-road vehicle opened, and the soldier jumped out of the car again and stood Zhou Zheng following him. Zhou Zheng saw this man in his 30s, carrying the major's ejection on his shoulders. He is not tall or short. The little flat head has dark skin, her eyes are bright and full of murderous aura, and she stands in place with a strong aura. I think this is the comrade of the armed police who helped him train? Hello. I am Zhou Zheng, a police officer from Qiubei Institute. Zhou Zheng stretched out his hand. Hello. Deputy Captain of the Armed Police Detachment stationed in Jiangbei Detachment, Fan Xiangdong. A big hand held Zhou Zheng's hand tightly. Zhou Zheng felt the thick calluses and powerful force on the other party's hand, and thought to himself that this must be a master. Fan Xiangdong let go of his hand and stood erectly, motionless, and did not talk to Zhou Zheng, but just looked out the door. Zhou Zheng was confused. Shouldn't he start training? Captain Fan, can we start training? Comrade Xiaozhou, wait a little longer, there is still one person who has not arrived. Fan Xiangdong looked at his watch, with a stern expression on his face, and he seemed to be holding back his anger. Is there another person? Zhou Zheng suddenly thought that Jiangbei Municipal Bureau had two places. Perhaps the training municipal bureau asked Fan Xiangdong to assist this time, but he was not very proud of his face, and it might have benefited from the other colleague. Seeing that it was already past 8 o'clock, Zhou Zheng shook his head. This man has not come yet and asked the instructor to wait for him. He has a bad concept of time and is not sure who is the sacred person. At this moment, the roar of the engine came, and a black off-road vehicle drove wildly from far to near. Du-du-du. The off-road vehicle pressed the loudspeaker and Fan Xiangdong's face became even more angry. Zhou Zhensin said that this guy is arrogant in the real school and will have a good show later. Chapter 256, Being a good person has to pay the price. The black off-road vehicle rushed into the shooting range with great momentum, rushed towards the two of them in an instant, and was about to hit Zhou Zheng and Fan Xiangdong. Squeak ga! The driver's rough brakes made the black off-road vehicle rubbing with a harsh sound, and the air suddenly felt the smell of burning tires. The head of the car was less than half a meter away from Zhou Zheng and Xiangdong. It's so lingering. If one person is not well controlled, he will knock the two away. Fan Xiangdong frowned and his face was as heavy as water. Zhou Zheng was also surprised. This kid is quite arrogant. He is so arrogant even if he comes late, as if he wants to give them a warning. The car door opened and a young man in his 20s came down. He looked a few years older than Zhou Zheng. When Fan Xiangdong saw the visitor, his surprised expression flew in a flash. Zhou Zheng even saw him shook his head slightly. Sorry, I'm late to delay any matter on the road, please forgive me. My name is Su Hongbing, what do you two call me, Shiko, are you Lao Fan? When Su Hongbing saw Fan Xiangdong, he couldn't help but be surprised and stared at him with wide eyes and shouted in an exaggerated tone. "Didn't you clamor to go to the field army back then? Or did my grandfather personally arrange it? When did you become an armed police officer?" Fan Xiangdong suppressed his anger and said lightly. "Hongbing, is it really you? When my superiors gave me a list of people, I thought it was a name that was a common name and surname. This is God's eyes, let's meet again after we have been separated for many years. I will arrange it at noon later. Also, Lao Fan, haven't told me why you are an armed police officer. I'll talk about this later." Fan Xiangdong suddenly raised his face and said. Su Hongbing was late for no reason and was punished to do 300 push-ups to serve as a warning to others. Su Hongbing looked confused. "What do you mean if you are not Lao Fan? You have to punish me when you meet. Su Hongbing, you and Zhou Zheng are here to train. I will ask you for the standards of soldiers in these days of training, otherwise how can you improve your abilities in a few days? I was not Lao Fan or Deputy Captain Fan during training. I am your instructor Fan, so don't make a mistake in the title." Zhou Zheng realized that Fan Xiangdong and Su Hongbing were old acquaintances, but they did not want to waste time reminiscing. They entered the training state in 1 minute and required them high standards. He came up and beat Su Hongbing the late one to kill the powerful stick in order to make the two absolutely obey him as the instructor during training. "It's not Lao Fan, aren't you just 2 minutes late? Why are you so serious?" Fan Xiangdong asked loudly in anger. "You are 2 minutes late? You can ignore it if you are 2 minutes late? Do you know what it means to be 2 minutes late on the battlefield? It means that the entire battle situation may be rewritten and the entire army is in danger of destruction. Old Fan. Instructor Fan, you are too alarmist. Besides, I am a policeman and not a soldier." Su Hongbing curled his lips and continued. "I think you just want to take revenge. Wasn't it because I stole my grandfather's gun and you, the guard, scolded me? Later, I admitted my mistake and cleared my innocence for you, and was also scolded by my grandfather with a belt. Are you angry? Why are you still holding such a grudge after many years?" Su Hongbing. Fan Xiangdong shouted with a stern face. "Speak less of what is useless. Do you do push-ups? Do you admit it or not?" "I don't admit it. I wasn't deliberately late. At worst, I won't train anymore, anyway, I'll do it too. I don't want to go to the provincial capital to participate in the Lashiza selection competition. Lao Fan returns to see you." Su Hongbing waved his hand indifferently, turned around and left. "Stop it." Fan Xiangdong's muscles twitched, and it seemed that he was really angry. "I think you are afraid of hardship and fatigue, and you are even more afraid of being embarrassed in the provincial selection competition. Your grandfather was seriously injured in the rain of bullets and his intestines flowed out, and his intestines were stuffed into his stomach to fight, and he also killed 3 enemies. Your second uncle even died on the battlefield. Why did the 2 generations of the Su family heroes have become such a coward in this generation? You didn't want to join the army back then. You said you liked to be a policeman and insisted on taking the police officers' university. Okay, being a policeman is also serving the people. I thought you hadn't seen you for so many years, but I didn't expect you to be a coward. I feel embarrassed for your grandfather." Fan Xiangdong's words pierced into Su Hongbing's heart like an awl. Su Hongbing slowly turned around, no cynical expression on his face, but instead he looked angry. "I'm not a coward, I won't embarrass my grandfather. Lao Fan, you are trampling on the horse." Just as he was about to curse, but stopped cursing, Shaoking's face disappeared and he said calmly. "I know you are using the provocation method, but you really set up the army. It seems that I have to go to the provincial selection this time, but I have to go there. I have to do these 300 push-ups too. Okay, I will give you this more than 100 pounds in the past few days." As he said that, he moved his wrists and ankles and he was about to lie down to do push-ups. The golden shield is made of passionate blood. Suddenly, the phone ringtone rang, and Zhou Zheng quickly went to touch his phone. Unexpectedly, it was not my cell phone that rang, but Su Hongbing's cell phone called. It turned out that the two happened to use a ringtone, and Zhou Zheng felt like he was a soulmate for a while. Instructor Fan, I'll answer the phone. Su Hongbing answered the phone without waiting for Fan Xiangdong to agree. Hey, who are you? Oh, it's you. How do you know that my phone number? Oh, you remembered the phone number of the car moving in my car. No, 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 really no, 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 no. What's my name? My name is Lei Feng. Fan Xiangdong stared at Su Hongbing's words and couldn't help but look dark. I thought I had a few words of excitement from him, but this kid changed his cynical attitude, but unexpectedly he was still a careless virtue. Who are you talking about this? Still calling himself Lei Feng? Have you done good things? Su Hongbing, please give me the phone. Fan Xiangdong shouted in a loud command. You can't leave it. If you leave the phone, you will be disrespectful to the people. Are you still talking nonsense? Fan Xiangdong couldn't help it anymore, so he stepped forward and snatched his cell phone from Su Hongbing. Hey, I'm the leader of Su Hongbing, he's training first. What? He is the savior of your child? What's going on? Fan Xiangdong hesitated when he heard the sound inside his phone, and did not hang up the phone but listened quietly. Xiaoqing handed the phone to Su Hongbing again, and the anger on his face seemed to be less. Su Hongbing hung up the phone after saying a few words, looked at Fan Xiangdong, and his expression seemed to be asking, I'm not lying, right? Fan Xiangdongdao. Su Hongbing, I also learned about it just now. You sent a little boy with high fever and convulsions to the hospital halfway. It was indeed a good thing. I can apologize to you for your suspicion just now. But being late means being late. No reason is that you are not a reason. These 300 push-ups must be done. Zhou Zhengwen's heart moved, but he didn't expect that Su Hongbing was still a warm-hearted person. My impression of him suddenly improved a lot. Subconsciously pleaded. Instructor Fan, it is understandable that Su Hongbing was late to save people. Can he reduce the punishment? Fan Xiangdong's eyes shot a sharp light at Zhou Zheng. It's a price to be a good person. You have done 300 push-ups for Su Hongbing. Chapter 257 I've settled your comrade. No problem. Zhou Zheng replied. Zhou Zheng was not showing weakness when the killing stick hit him. Isn't it just 300 push-ups? Even if 1000 Zhou Zheng does it in one breath, it's no difficulty. After saying that, he lay on the ground, stretched his legs and arms and started doing push-ups. No, what does Instructor Fan mean? He is a hero who does things. Since you want to punish me, why should you affect this buddy? What Su Hongbing fears most is that he owe everyone favors. Zhou Zheng said justice for him, but it caused anger. Su Hongbing would never accept it if he really got punished for him. Fan Xiangdong had a gloomy face and did not speak. Su Hongbing knew that Fan Xiangdong's temper was as smelly and hard as the stones in the pit. Then he ignored him and squatted on the ground and said to Zhou Zhendao, I'll get my feelings, my buddy. Get up quickly, I'll do these 300 push-ups. Zhou Zheng tilted his head and smiled slightly, and found a reason to say. We will receive training together, which is equivalent to a comrade in arms in the same trench. Isn't it appropriate to help each other? Even if we are punished, we will be punished together. Okay. It's great. I've settled your comrades here. Don't do this, "Brother, I'll accept the punishment for these 300 push-ups. You should be with me. Don't do it when you are tired." Su Hongbing stretched out his thumb with a moving face, and after saying that, he lay on the ground for push-ups. Although he seems cynical, he is usually have exercised a lot. After all, I am a policeman and a young man. 300 push-ups weren't difficult for him. Fan Xiangdong watched the two of them lying on the ground one after another, and raised the corners of their mouths slightly. Unexpectedly, my actions made the two young people I just met feel comrades in arms. I couldn't help but think of my comrades in the army, and my eyes were full of yearning. If he had not been injured during training in the field troops, he would not have been transferred into the armed police force and was assigned to serve as an instructor in Jiangbei. He worked as a guard for Su Hongbing's grandfather. He had met Su Hongbing countless times, and the two had known each other for a long time. Fan Xiangdong knew that Su Hongbing had been naughty since childhood and was unwilling to accept discipline. He still seemed to be the same as before after a few years. So when Fan Xiangdong came up, he not only did not reminisce about the past with him, but also gave him a killing stick. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhengting was loyal and helped Su Hongbing bear the punishment. Well, the two met each other and they could support and encourage each other in the next training, and they would strive to be the first. After a few minutes, both of them finished the 300 push-ups, but they still finished the work at the same time, got up from the ground and looked at each other and smiled. Zhou Zheng's face did not change, his complexion and his heart was not beating, and there was no sweat on his forehead. On the other hand, Su Hongbing almost wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hands, and his chest kept rising and falling. In fact, Zhou Zheng could complete it faster, but he didn't want to show off. He slowed down his speed and finished it at the same time as Su Hongbing. Fan Xiangdong was slightly surprised. He had long seen that Zhou Zheng did it with ease and did not use all his strength. "This kid Zhou Zheng is in good physical strength," he said in his heart. "Okay. The punishment is over, and then the training is carried out. You two come with me." Fan Xiangdong did not give them time to breathe, so he took them to the military off-road vehicle to open the trunk. There were 2 camouflage backpacks in the trunk and 2 old bai bars. Each person carries his backpack on his body, and then carry a gun. Fan Xiangdong said expressionlessly. "My grass bai bar? I won't play if I have a life." Su Hongbing couldn't help but see the gun and picked up one. The long-lost feeling surged into his heart. "This is a real guy." I pulled open the gun chamber and looked at it. There were no bullets, and I removed the magazine, but there were still no bullets. "Instructor Fan, where is the bullet? How can I practice shooting without bullets? Who told you to train shooting? Install the magazine on me." Fan Xiangdong scolded without hesitation and continued. "Next, physical training will be carried out. Only when you pass the physical training will you be allowed to conduct shooting training." "All right." Su Hongbing installed a magazine on the bai bar in disappointment. Zhou Zheng had already put on his backpack and put his bai bar rifle in a crossbody. The backpack is bulging and should contain a sandbag, weighing 30 kilograms. Next, you will carry out the off-road with a weight of 10 kilometers. "I'll go carry a load of 10 kilometers? Instructor Fan, I heard it right? Even if you use the military standards, we don't have 10 kilometers. Besides, the provincial selection competition assessment is still 5 kilometers. Su Hongbing said dissatisfied. "Su Hongbing, you used to go to the military camp often. Don't you know that there will be a 10-kilometer off-road load during intensive training?" I'll forget this." Su Hongbing knew that Fan Xiangdong had not fooled him, so he had to shut up. "It's about 1 kilometer to follow the inner wall of the shooting range. You run 10 laps with loads, and the last one will be fined 5 laps. Good guy." Together, one of the two had to run 15 kilometers. "What's the fuss?" Su Hongbing was about to open his mouth to refute, but Zhou Zheng pulled him. Based on his feelings, as long as he dares to question, maybe Fan Xiangdong will increase his exercise volume. Start. With a command from Fan Xiangdong, Zhou Zheng rushed out like an arrow from the string. Su Hongbing was stunned for a moment and ran forward. After running for a while, Zhou Zheng deliberately slowed down and waited for Su Hongbing. After all, the 10-kilometer off-road cannot be done in one go, and the physical fitness must be allocated reasonably. Of course, Zhou Zheng's physique is several times that of ordinary people, and it will not be difficult to cross country for 10 kilometers. It was the first time he ran such a long distance, looking for the feeling of the assessment. The two ran side by side, and Su Hongbing asked, "Brother, don't you know what your name is?" "My name is Zhou Zheng, from Qiu Bay Police Station." "You are Zhou Zheng?" "Yes, buddy." "Did you make a first-class merit some time ago? Have you even caught a drug trafficker?" I said, "Why do you look so familiar?" Zhou Zheng nodded without commenting. "It's not my brother. Why are you doing so good at the police station? I don't believe that the criminal police team's anti-drug team has never thought about you. I have a short time to work. I don't want to be too ambitious and just want to take one step at a time. I admire you. This enlightenment is covered. But when people walk to a higher place, I will tell Laoli if I can transfer you to the provincial department." "Who is Laoli?" "Minister Li. The number one person in our police circle." "Don't bother the boss, I'll thank you." Zhou Zheng didn't believe Su Hongbing's words at all, just thought he was joking. "By the way, are you from the municipal bureau? Why do I have no impression of you? This is a long way to go." "I was originally in the ministry, but later I was transferred to the Baihe Provincial Department. I just sent it to the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau to go to the grassroots level to exercise." Zhou Zheng sighed in his heart that he called the grassroots level when he came to the municipal bureau, but he didn't know that the police station was the real grassroots level. Su Hongbing continued. "Actually, I don't want to come to Zhang at all Taipei City Bureau, I don't want to participate in any selection competitions. Now I understand that someone wants to flatter my grandfather and my father, and he won me a place in the selection competition from Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. The horse-studded person let me know who had to scold his 8 generations of ancestors." Zhou Zheng asked provocatively. "Are your grandfather and your father the high-ranking officials?" "My grandfather has retired. As for my father, he is not a big official even though he is a normal person in discipline inspection." Zhou Zhensin said that he was engaged in discipline inspection work in Beijing, but he was not a high-ranking official? And wondered. "I helped you get a quota for you. Why do you hate me? If I really want to make progress, I won't come to Baihe Provincial Department. I came to Baihe for..." Su Hongbing's face suddenly showed a hint of warmth. "Brother, you don't understand. Chapter 258. Are you interested in joining the army and becoming the king of soldiers?" The two of them ran while chatting, and it was easy at the beginning. 4 kilometers later, Zhou Zheng still remained calm and his heart was not beating, and his steps were relaxed. Su Hongbing gasped, and his pace frequency drop slowly could not keep up with Zhou Zheng's pace. Seeing that Zhou Zheng's speed was not diminished, Su Hongbing couldn't help but say in surprise. "Hu. Zhou Zheng, are you a camel? I ran, and ran 4 laps and you are just a little, not tired at all?" "Hu. Officer Su, don't talk." Before Zhou Zheng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Hongbing. "What are you calling me?" "Hu. Call me Lao Su, or call me Hongbing." Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that Su Hongbing was breathing evenly and still had some leisure to pick on words. "Old Su, stop talking. I will slow down and lead you one position. Please adjust and follow me." "Forget it, I probably can't keep up with you, you can go first, let's go." "No. Otherwise, Lao Fan will punish us again when he sees you help me." Su Hongbing waved his hand and did not accept Zhou Zheng's kindness, and it could be said that he did not want to drag Zhou Zheng down. Because I kept talking, I was breathing even harder. Listen to me, that's it. Zhou Zheng led Su Hongbing one position without saying a word, helping him break through the wind and obstacles. Running behind Zhou Zheng, Su Hongbing suddenly felt relieved. In this way, the two ran 8 kilometers. Su Hongbing had never experienced such a arduous anaerobic exercise. His lungs were about to explode when he couldn't breathe. But seeing that Zhou Zheng was unfamiliar with him and still led the way for him, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Fan Xiangdong stood in the distance and stared at them all the time, and his face was slightly moved at this time. Su Hongbing had reached the end of his strength and was staggering. If Zhou Zheng had not led the way, he would have been able to stop at any time. However, the first 5 kilometers were running well. He had a timeline and took 19 minutes. This result was outstanding in the army, which was beyond his expectations. Of course, he was not only shocked, but Zhou Zheng's condition. Generally, he will carry a 5-kilometer load with all his strength. None of them is tired and panting, and his heavy steps are like a fill of lead. Just like Su Hongbing's current state, it depends entirely on his willpower to persevere. But Zhou Zheng had already run 8 kilometers but seemed to have not put in full force. He was light and had steady steps, and he still had the strength to do so. Fan Xiangdong was the title of King of Soldiers when he was in the field army. He had a 5-kilometer weight cross-country for about 18 minutes. He secretly compared himself to Zhou Zheng, and he might not be as easy as he did to run the whole 5-kilometer weight. If Zhou Zheng did his best, it would be impossible to break the world record with a weight of 5 kilometers. Thinking of this, Fan Xiangdong's eyes shone brightly. He really thought about summoning Zhou Zheng into the army. This is a good seedling for joining the army. Such abnormal physical strength alone is beyond the reach of ordinary special forces. He is simply useless to be a policeman, let alone a grassroots policeman. The 10 kilometers were finally completed, and the finish line they reached together. Zhou Zheng was just breathing slightly, while Su Hongbing lay directly on the ground, gasping for breathing heavily and urged to die. Fan Xiangdong stepped forward and did not mention any punishment. The provincial selection competition was loaded with 5 kilometers, and the two of them had no problem passing the score. In the past few days of training, I insist on carrying a weight of 5 kilometers every day, and I will definitely win the results. If they are punished to run 5 kilometers, they may be out of their training. Failure to recover for a while will affect participation in the provincial selection competition. Xiaozhou, you have good physical strength. Have you practiced before? Fan Xiangdong looked at Zhou Zheng with praise. When I was in school, I participated in a cross-country race and ran 5 kilometers, but I still had to bear the weight. I really haven't run 5 kilometers after playing there. Fan Xiangdong nodded, thinking that this person is born with good physique and strong endurance. Then are you interested in joining the field troops? Not a big-headed soldier. If you are not old, you can join the army first and then take the military academy. After graduation, you go directly to the company to lead the troops. With your physique and then pass the test of blood and fire, you may not be able to become the king of soldiers. The word soldier king sounds like a calf basking in the sun, and Zhou Zheng was also attracted by some attention. Shaoqing shook his head and said, "Sorry, Instructor Fan, joining the army is certainly a sacred thing, but I currently have my own career and family, so." This is the rejection of Fan Xiangdong's kindness. He nodded and said nothing. Everyone has their own ambitions, and Zhou Zheng has the formally organized policeman made him quit his job and become a big soldier. You have good endurance for 5 kilometers of weight, so you don't have to focus on practicing. 10 minutes of rest, and I will teach you fighting skills next. Fan Xiangdong threw down a sentence and turned around and walked onto the off-road vehicle. Zhou Zheng turned around and looked at Su Hongbing, who was still gasping for breath. "Old Su, how are you?" "It's okay, I can't die. Let me breathe for a while, ha ha ha. A few minutes later, Su Hongbing recovered some of his strength and his energy became evenly released. Cao. Old fan almost killed me. It's been a damn bad these days. Su Hongbing cursed, then seemed to remember something, and made a gesture to Zhou Zheng to silence, then took out his cell phone, and called someone to video call. After a while, the other party answered. A little girl appeared on the screen of the mobile phone, with thin cheeks and a sickly white skin. This face showed a lifeless look, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. Only those clear and bright eyes can feel that people are alive. What is Xiao Tong doing? Have you taken medicine on time? Su Hongbing seemed to have become a different person. Without a fool, he put away his cynicism, and there was a hint of gentleness on his face. Brother Hongbing, I just woke up, but I haven't taken the medicine yet. The girl said with a smile on her sickly face. The smile was very emotional, and Su Hongbing's face was even more intense. Little lazy cat, hurry up and take medicine, I want to supervise you. Well, I'll eat it right now, brother Hong soldier. In the video, the girl took a big handful of medicine obediently and suddenly frowned. Xiao Tong, is it starting to hurt again? Su Hongbing's face suddenly changed color and he asked with concern. It's okay, it will be better if it hurts for a while. Brother Hongbing, don't worry about me. Xiao Tong, if it's so unbearable, let Aunt Wu, who is taking care of you, take you to the hospital. I will return to the provincial capital from Jiangbei to see you in the evening. No need for brother Hongbing. Jiangbei is a bit far away from the provincial capital. It is not safe to walk at night. Don't come back. Besides, with Aunt Wu, I will take good care of myself. Okay. I'll go back to the provincial capital in a few days and buy you your favorite wife cake. Su Hongbing chatted for a few more words, and when he saw that Xiao Tong seemed to be in poor energy, he reluctantly hung up the video call. Lao Su? Who is the little girl in the video? Your sister. Zhou Zheng saw it a few times and asked in a gossip. That's my girlfriend, okay. Su Hongbing showed a happy expression on his face. Chapter 259. Did you lyricize just now? I heard that you have a Beijing-based accent. You come to work in the Jiangbei provincial department by yourself. Are you separated from your girlfriend? No. Su Hongbing waved his hand. It's true that I'm from Beijing, but my girlfriend is from Baihe provincial capital. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run from the ministry to work in the provincial department. Working in the ministry would mean that the two places would be separated. Zhou Zheng, you are a real person. I fell in love with you and didn't call you on the video after seeing you. Of course, it has to do with my calves running and twitching. You were also the first colleague to see my girlfriend's face. Do you feel very lucky? My girlfriend is beautiful, right? It can be seen that the sick girl Su Hongbing loves her very much. When he mentioned his girlfriend, he looked happy with a look of happiness. To be honest, Su Hongbing's girlfriend has pretty good facial features, especially those big eyes with beautiful watery eyes. But his face was thin and dead, and he looked very angry and tortured by the disease, and it had nothing to do with beauty. Zhou Zhenben wants to know what disease she has? But I also knew Su Hongbing's temper and saw that he was in high spirits and couldn't bear to defeat him. Nodded and said with a confident look. Old Su, your girlfriend is so beautiful. I think your virtue is not worthy of others at all. What methods have you used to catch them? Zhou Zheng's words were very ugly, but they were in the cracks of Su Hongbing's heart. He smiled instead of anger. He, I really can't deserve her. Su Hongbing smiled on his face, and he looked at the blue sky as if he was muttering to himself. There seemed to be a girl with a sick and weak face in front of him. Xiao Tong is pure like a piece of white paper and more like a snow lotus in the sky, without any impurities. She was met by chance when I was traveling in Baihe provincial capital a year ago. I was fascinated by her smile at first sight. Maybe it was love at first sight. I was in a bad mood at the time, but I was cured by one of her smiles. I deliberately found an opportunity to chat with her and asked her what her name was. She didn't tell me, just smiled at me. Haha, when I saw her smile, my soul seemed to fly out of my body, and I felt like I was floating. I felt that I could not live without her in this life. Su Hongbing seemed not telling Zhou Zheng about his acquaintance with his girlfriend Xiao Tong, but was like he was intoxicated by himself. Later, I asked to change jobs and come to the Jiangbei Provincial Department. Working in the provincial capital is also convenient for her to pursue her. She actually has a good impression of me, but she doesn't want to drag me down after being terminally ill, so she refuses. I don't care that she has a terminal illness, I just want to be with her. I will also find a way to help her take care of it. Sick. Although it failed, I moved her and she finally agreed to be my girlfriend. The doctor said she still has 3 months to live, but I want to hold a wedding with her. Su Hongbing was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly he returned to his cynical attitude, and secretly wiped his tears and said, "Zhou Zheng, did you guys just now have lyrics? Don't be surprised. Although I have been to the provincial department for a while, I don't have a real friend. I usually have nothing to say, but you are so loyal to my appetite." Then I said a lot without realizing it. "Don't laugh at me." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said, "Old Su, why would I laugh at you? I was moved by what you said just now. I don't even want my own future for love, and I will never leave my terminally ill girlfriend. I admire you for not having time." Su Hongbing said, "My grandfather and my dad both say that I value feelings, which is a good thing and a bad thing. But I don't care about those things, I do things based on my own preferences. You two rookies, haven't you had enough rest yet?" A sudden voice interrupted Su Hongbing's words. Fan Xiangdong got off the off-road vehicle for some time and stared at them with a dark face. "Gather! Move faster! Fuck, this old fan is so fucking annoying." Su Hongbing felt very disappointed, cursed Fan Xiangdong and struggled to stand up. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but ask, "Old Su, are you okay? Do you want to tell Instructor Fan to take a rest for a while?" "It's okay. I won't get off the fire if I get a minor injury. Besides, I'm not injured, but my calves are a little twitching. Old Fan is not good at ease and has a stubborn temper. I'll tell you not to plead with him or something, he will only become more serious." Su Hongbing said as he walked forward, and fell down just after taking 2 steps. "I'm really useless by Lao Fan? This guy will look down on me even more," he said to himself, gritted his teeth and stood up, then walked forward with his legs soft and staggered and his face was down. "There are uneven and gravel rubble on the ground. If you hit your face, you might as well be covered in flowers." Thanks to Zhou Zheng coming forward and grabbed his collar, Su Hongbing survived. His face was less than 20 centimeters away from a piece of gravel on the ground. Su Hongbing was also a little scared, and was also surprised by Zhou Zheng's strength. He was 1.8 meters tall and weighed 150 kilograms, easily lifted up by Zhou Zheng with one hand, and this power was nowhere to be seen. With Zhou Zheng's help, Su Hongbing stood up and said, "Cao, I almost ruined my face. Thank you, Zhou Zheng." Zhou Zheng waved his hand and signaled that he would not be polite. Fan Xiangdong walked over with a deep water and started to fight when they met. "Su Hongbing, aren't you awesome? After running 10 kilometers, you've gotten tired of this bear? Your calves are tampered, right?" Fan Xiangdong was not aimless. He was talking about the facts, and Su Hongbing could not refute it. "I didn't hold it tight for a moment, my face blushed like tomatoes." Seeing that Su Hongbing had no arrogance when he first arrived and was temporarily suppressed by himself, Fan Xiangdong did not hold on to him either. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so he would rather talk less. "Next, I will train your fighting skills. You also practice fighting when you were in the police academy, and you probably didn't know it well. So, cheer me up and study hard. What I teach you is the banned Black Dragon's 18-handed grappling technique. This set of moves has too much lethality. After all, it is a competition rather than a life-and-death battle, so I changed the moves. However, I still have the power after learning it. If you use 1.5 moves at the critical moment of the game, you will have unexpected results. Zhou Zheng felt a little moved when he heard Fan Xiangdong's words. As the king of melee battle, Zhou Zheng knows a lot of boxing and leg techniques, but he doesn't know the 18 Black Dragon styles and wants to see it. When he tilted his head, he saw Su Hongbing's legs trembling and shaking, and quickly said, "Instructor Fan." Su Hongbing felt a little uncomfortable. Why not take a break and teach the fight? Fan Xiangdong was interrupted by Zhou Zheng, glared at him with dissatisfaction, and then said harshly, "If you want to rest, you can let him defeat me. I have no objection if I can't go to the fighting class." Chapter 260, Until the Promise, you will use your ultimate move when you come up? Fan Xiangdong's words were a bit unreasonable. Su Hongbing's virtue is not to mention that he still has blood left. Even when he is full of blood, he will never be able to beat Fan Xiangdong. Zhou Zheng was also a little angry, thinking that Fan Xiangdong was inhumane. After all, you are still acquaintance. Besides, we are policemen, you can't really use the ones in the army to apply to us, right? With such strict requirements, don't be sacked before the selection competition begins. Instructor Fan, are you too harsh? Su Hongbing also protested. Instructor Fan, you practice martial arts for a young age. Don't I know what your skills are? Otherwise, my grandfather wouldn't have named you as his guard. 3 of them are not your opponents. If you don't want me to rest and torture me to death, just say it. Just so happen that I don't have to participate in the trials. Su Hongbing said something a little sarcastic. Fan Xiangdong would not have any bad intentions no matter how he said it, but his requirements were relatively strict. Fan Xiangdong didn't take Su Hongbing's words at all. He just wanted to teach them a few more tricks in the shortest time. I don't know how good these 2 people are, but I want to test it out and teach according to my aptitude. Su Hongbing seemed to be unable to relieve himself for a while. Come on, let's test Zhou Zheng first. I heard that this kid had only been working for 4 months and arrested a large number of criminals and made first-class merits. He was the youngest second-level police superintendent in Jiangbei. He wanted to have a good fighting skills. Thinking of this, Fan Xiangdong looked at Zhou Zheng, but didn't say it clearly. Zhou Zheng, you are quite loyal. Since you want to stand up for Su Hongbing, then I will help you. You will fight me on behalf of Su Hongbing. If you can defeat me, Su Hongbing can rest. How about it? Do you dare? Fan Xiangdong deliberately pretended to be provocative, and was really afraid that Zhou Zheng would not fight him. Fan Xiangdong looked very powerful. Zhou Zheng was completely unafraid, and he also had to learn about the 18 styles of the Black Dragon. Nodded and was about to open his mouth to agree. Su Hongbing captured him and said, "Zhou Zheng, don't listen to him, you can't beat him. Old Fan is so stupid. If you fight him, you will inevitably be beaten to a bruised nose and a swollen face. How can you see people these days?" Zhou Zheng smiled. "Old Su, don't worry, I know it. Coach Fan, then let's talk until we finish." Fuck. Su Hongbing was anxious and could see that he was really worried about Zhou Zheng. "Zhou Zheng, you have a lot of money in your heart. Why don't you listen to advice? I didn't lose anything if I listened to my buddy." After saying that, he looked at Fan Xiangdong again. "Old Fan, this is your and my business. We can tell each other. What's the matter with Zhou Zheng?" Fan Xiangdong said contemptuously. "Su Hongbing, you don't know how much you have? Besides, you can't even lift your legs now. I won't beat you and Zhou Zheng. The comrade in arms you just met is very loyal. If he beats me, I will still let you rest and never break your promise. Su Hongbing didn't want to owe Zhou Zheng favors, and he didn't want Zhou Zheng to be dealt with by Fan Xiangdong. Fan Xiangdong once won the 3rd place in the army competition. Zhou Zheng could only have a ghost if a policeman could beat him. Whoever is sick in a stable situation of losing or losing. No. Zhou Zheng, you can't get on. He grabbed Zhou Zheng's sleeve tightly. Zhou Zheng fought to the death with Fan Xiangdong for him, and he didn't want to jump into the pit. Old Su, you have a rest first. Instructor Fan and I will play 2 moves. What if it doesn't work, why don't you? Even if we fight in a wheelbarrow, we can't weaken the name of the police. After Zhou Zheng said this, Su Hongbing let go of Zhou Zheng's sleeve. Zhou Zheng, be careful. If you can't beat me, you should admit defeat and don't show off. I should be better than you when I recover my energy. Then I will cut Lao Fan for you. Su Hongbing is not bragging. He has also received fighting training, but he doesn't work hard. Even so, he must be much better than the policeman Zhou Zheng. Okay, that's it, sit down and rest. After Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he stepped forward to Fan Xiangdong and said, Instructor Fan, I'm ready and can start. He was a little eager to try, and he didn't know if the King of Melee and his perverted physique that was stronger than others would be hard to compete with the King of War. Good. Fan Xiangdong secretly warned himself in his heart, don't take a heavy blow, just take out Zhou Zheng's depth and make him defeated. Zhou Zheng, I'll let you have 3 moves first, attack. Fan Xiangdong put on an airs. Instructor Fan, you'd better not be polite. Zhou Zheng had something in his words, but Fan Xiangdong just thought he said that on purpose, and didn't take it seriously at all. He stood there and waited for Zhou Zheng to attack. Do you look down on me so underestimately? Well, I'm going to grow up. Zhou Zheng got up and drove wide, and his right foot pushed the ground and rushed towards Fan Xiangdong like a shell. Bajiquan Iron Mountain behind. Fan Xiangdong predicted the danger with his 6th sense, and his eyes narrowed, and he saw Zhou Zheng coming in an instant with a fierce force. What a fast speed! He didn't even have time to hide. If he was hit hard on his chest, he would be useless. Subconsciously, his shoulders and legs sank, and he would hit him hard. Dong! With a muffled sound, the 2 shoulders collided. Fan Xiangdong couldn't help but take several steps back, then a painful expression appeared on his face. This little Zhou is so powerful. Oh no, I didn't completely remove his strength, which affected my old injuries. Fan Xiangdong's throat felt sweet, and the blood in his chest rolled and he almost vomited out blood. He barely suppressed it. He was shocked and looked up and wanted to speak but could not speak. Because one mouth may vomit blood. My grass! Su Hongbing, who was watching the game, was also shocked by Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, you are so awesome! Immediately afterwards, he began to ridicule Fan Xiangdong. Old Fan, do you want shameless? What are you going to block Zhou Zheng's 3 moves? Fan Xiangdong's angry face turned pale but couldn't open his mouth to fight back. He glared at him fiercely, thinking that I would lie on the ground if I didn't block it. Zhou Zheng used only 70% of his move to silence Fan Xiangdong, and he did not pursue the victory. Nodded and thought in his heart, it seemed that his strength was equal to that of the King of War, and even had a slight advantage. Instructor Fan, are you okay? Don't you have to let me? Fan Xiangdong waved his hand and finally suppressed the blood rolling in his chest. Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so fierce, and I caught me off guard. You are right. I shouldn't have asked you to do anything. I'm going to attack next. After saying that, he flew up and kicked Zhou Zheng's inner knee. This is a move of the Black Dragon's 18 styles, but it didn't take any ruthless action. Otherwise, this kick would go down to the vagina, and you would be beaten with one kick. Fan Xiangdong was moving fast, Zhou Zheng was faster than him, and a mysterious step avoided this kick. Immediately afterwards, Fan Xiangdong held Zhou Zheng's arm with his left hand, and poked his eyes with one move with two dragons playing with his right hand. This move was too cruel, and he didn't have to turn his fingers into punches and hit Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zheng was just swinging his punches. When the two punches collided, Fan Xiangdong took 3 steps back again. Immediately afterwards, a heart-wrenching pain came from the left arm and right fist. Fan Xiangdong grinned and said in his heart, "This kid Zhou Zheng's fist is too hard, and the Black Dragon's 18 styles cannot be defeated. It seems like you have to come up with a trick." Chapter 261 Can terminal illness be cured? Fan Xiangdong was shocked by Zhou Zheng. This kid is not only fast and powerful, but also has exquisite moves. If he is skilled in participating in the provincial capital selection competition, he will not only talk about anything else. Fighting is a safe thing. Fan Xiangdong and Zhou Zheng had a few moves, but they didn't try his depth, but they knew that he didn't need to strengthen his fighting skills. After not meeting such a strong opponent for many years, Fan Xiangdong was full of interest in Zhou Zheng sitting and did not stop competing, but wanted to use all his strength to see how powerful Zhou Zheng was. Fan Xiangdong put on a stance. "Zhou Zheng, I will use my best Tongbei fist to fight you next. You have to be careful. Old Fan, you lost to Zhou Zheng, and you still beat him? I am me, and I have no shame to stand there." Su Hongbing did not miss any opportunity to ridicule Fan Xiangdong. Fan Xiangdong didn't miss him at all. He focused on Zhou Zheng, devoted all his thoughts to the competition. Zhou Zheng smiled faintly. "Okay, Instructor Fan, I also use Tongbei fist. You can also punch the whole face. It will be a little bit. Okay, then let's start." Fan Xiangdong knew that he was definitely not Zhou Zheng's opponent without all his strength, and he was not humble, so he rushed forward and launched an attack. The arms were swung and opened and closed at a very fast speed. The fist hit Zhou Zheng like raindrops, which made him feel like Nalan Yuanxia fighting Huang Fiheng in the movie. Zhou Zheng also used Tongbei fist to attack Fan Xiangdong. For a moment, his fist collided with his fist, and the sound of his fist contact with his body was endless. Su Hongbing next to him was stunned. After a few seconds, the two separated. Zhou Zheng felt that the fight was so good. The first time he fought with someone was so happy. Although he was punched twice, it didn't hurt so much. On the other hand, Fan Xiangdong was much more miserable. He only hit Zhou Zheng 2 punches, while Zhou Zheng hit him 8 punches. He felt that Zhou Zheng had not exerted force, otherwise the punch in his chest would have been hit to the ground long ago. No more fighting. Xiao Zhou is very powerful, I am not as good as you, and I am not qualified to teach you. You don't need to go to the fighting training class. Fan Xiangdong was just a little bit, and he admitted defeat without hiding. Zhou Zheng is awesome to class. Su Hongbing was happier than anything else when he saw Zhou Zheng win. Then what, Lao Fan, do I don't need to train anymore? Fan Xiangdong glared at him. Zhou Zheng beat me, what does it have to do with you? You must train. Old Fan, your kung fu is too trendy, and you still have to practice it. How can you teach me? It's better to learn from Zhou Zheng than I learn from you. In fact, Su Hongbing knew that Fan Xiangdong's kung fu was not weak, but on the contrary, he was very powerful, but Zhou Zheng was too perverted. He deliberately angered Fan Xiangdong. Su Hongbing, you! Fan Xiangdong's face changed color, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out, then he staggered back 2 steps and sat on the ground. Instructor Fan, what's wrong with you? Zhou Zheng quickly stepped forward to hold his arm and asked with concern. I thought to myself that I had not taken the verge of death, why did Fan Xiangdong get so seriously injured? Su Hongbing was startled and thought that he had vomited blood from Fan Xiangdong, so angry that he hurried forward. Old Fan, why are you so petty? Do you tease me for vomiting blood? Cough 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 cough. Fan Xiangdong coughed violently and coughed up a lot of blood. My grass Lao Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't mock you. Don't scare me if you step on the horse. Su Hongbing was frightened when he saw Fan Xiangdong's tragic situation. Old Su, please stop talking. Zhou Zheng turned around and reminded Su Hongbing, and then asked Fan Xiangdong. Instructor Fan, why are you feeling uncomfortable? Is it because I'm too heavy to do it? He did not think that Fan Xiangdong vomited blood because he was angry with Su Hongbing, and must have hurt him because he used too much force. Xiaozhou, it has nothing to do with you, it's my old injury, it's an attack. Su Hongbing performed a mission while in the field army, which injured his lungs and almost failed to rescue him. Although I later saved my life, my lungs suffered permanent irreversible damage, which would occur from time to time. Severe chest pain accompanied by coughing up blood, and it felt worse than death. In this competition with Zhou Zheng, I had a premonition that an old injury was about to occur in the middle of the competition, but my palms itchy still competed with Zhou Zheng until the end. Old Fan, please bear it, I'll call an ambulance. Su Hongbing took out his cell phone and dialed a few numbers but sent it to him again. Call a chicken feather ambulance, it will take me to the hospital. Cough 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 cough. Fan Xiangdong coughed violently again, and blood foam flowed out along the corners of his mouth. I'll go, Lao Fan, hold on. Su Hongbing is already in vain. The two are old acquaintances, even Fan Xiangdong he will not refuse to save him even if he is targeted. As he said that, he was going to help Fan Xiangdong up. Don't move first. Depending on the situation, Instructor Fan's injury is very serious. I'll help him take his pulse first. Not Zhou Zheng, you can see a doctor. Are you not a policeman? Can we not delay our efforts? Su Hongbing did not believe that Zhou Zheng knew medical skills. After all, he had specialties in his profession. Where can a policeman know about medical skills? Zhou Zheng ignored him and grabbed Fan Xiangdong's Kungguan and Chuang pulse. A judgment was made soon, and it was indeed the cause of the lungs. Typhoid fever cannot be excreted when it enters the lungs. Instructor Fan, I'll help you treat your lung injury and you'll relax your whole body. Old Su, please support Instructor Fan and let him lie down. Fan Xiangdong was so painful that he was about to faint. He endured it with his tenacious willpower and had no strength at all. He didn't dare to speak, otherwise he would cough up blood. It's not Zhou Zheng, you can really cure diseases? Human life is a matter of life, you can't play tricks. Su Hongbing supported Fan Xiangdong and faced Zhou Zhendao. Listen to me and put him flat on the ground. Zhou Zheng's words were like magic. Su Hongbing no longer questioned and placed Fan Xiangdong flat on the ground. At this time, Zhou Zheng had already taken out the 7-inch golden needle from the needle bag he carried with him. He took off Fan Xiangdong's shirt and mobilized the real golden light stored in his danshan flashed, and a long golden needle pierced into Fan Xiangdong's chest. Zhou Zheng grabbed the tail of the golden needle and shook it. After a while, the golden needle was frost. This was the reason why the cold air in Fan Xiangdong's lungs was discharged. After 3 injections like this, Fan Xiangdong's face improved a lot. The most important thing is that his chest no longer hurts and he no longer coughs up blood. Instructor Fan, all the cold poison in your body has been excreted, and you will never have to suffer from lung injury again. Fan Xiangdong also felt his body improve, stood up from the ground, and bowed deeply to Zhou Zheng. Thank you, Xiaozhou, thank you. My injury is healed, and you can apply to return to the field troops. Fan Xiangdong was overjoyed and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Instructor Fan, you can move your body first. If you still feel uncomfortable, you have to go to the hospital to rest for a while. Okay, okay. Fan Xiangdong nodded obediently and moved his body aside. Su Hongbing was stunned by the situation in front of him. Zhou Zheng is a miracle doctor? 3 injections completely cured Lao Fan's old wounds? This is incredible. Suddenly, his heart moved as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Zhou Zheng's eyes were full of fanaticism and expectation. Zhou Zheng, your medical skills are so powerful. Can terminal illness be cured? Chapter 262 Zhou Zheng, you are my biological brother. Before Su Hongbing finished speaking, Zhou Zheng understood what he meant. Su Hongbing's girlfriend Xiao Tong was suffering from a terminal illness and had a good life in just a few months. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was so skilled in medical skills, she wanted to ask Zhou Zheng to treat Xiao Tong. Old Su, do you want me to help your girlfriend treat her? Right. Su Hongbing's face was full of hope. Zhou Zheng, you are very skilled in medicine. I have never seen such a powerful acupuncture technique. Xiao Tong has a terminal illness, can you definitely save Xiao Tong, right? I know I just met you and asked you to help you so much, but I really can't help it. I can't bear to die at Xiao Tong. As long as you can save Xiao Tong, I, Su Hongbing, will only be your leader in this life. Su Hongbing said it seriously, and Zhou Zheng was moved by it. Old Su, my acupuncture is not yet home, so I can't treat terminal illness. Ah! Su Hongbing's body trembled as if he was hit, and the look of hope on his face instantly turned into disappointment. Okay. I'm too naive. I'm also saving Xiao Tong, who is eager to seek medical treatment if he is sick. Experts at home and abroad are helpless about Xiao Tong's illness, and even the ghost country's doctor shaking his head. I'm still too blindly optimistic. Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, don't be disappointed first, listen to me finish. Although my acupuncture cannot treat terminally ill patients, I know there is a pill that can cure terminally ill and bring back the dead. Really? That's great. When Su Hongbing heard this, his expression suddenly changed from disappointment to hope. If ordinary people heard Zhou Zheng say this, they would definitely sneer at Zhou Zheng's fantasy. But Su Hongbing saw Zhou Zheng's physical fitness and medical skills, and he seemed to be able to surprise people everywhere. In addition, Su Hongbing was eager to save his girlfriend, and even if Zhou was lying to him, he would be deceived without hesitation. What is the name of Zhou Zheng's pill? Where can I buy it? Rejuvenation pill. Zhou Zheng randomly made up a name. But there is nothing sold on the market, I can refine it. Although Zhou Zheng said the fantasy, Su Hongbing chose to believe him without hesitation. I'll go, brother Zheng, you are my brother, my biological brother. Do we still have the inventory of Huishun remade pills? How much? I'll buy it. Let me have 10 or 8 pills first. At this moment, Su Hongbing thought of his elderly father and grandfather. Both of them are old and cannot bear to bear any disease and disasters, so they want to get a few more pills in case of emergency. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Old Su, do you think the rejuvenation pill is a sugar ball? To be honest, this kind of pill is extremely difficult to make, and I have only made 1 pill successfully. 1 pill is okay, 1 pill is okay. Su Hongbing is good, he spoke, but Zhou Zheng would not give him the pill in Chu Yunyao's hand. The pill that has been refined has been used by others. But don't worry, I can take the time to continue to refine it. How long does it take to refine pills? My girlfriend only has 3 months to live. 3 months are enough, and you can make it in 3 days if you are lucky. Put your heart in your stomach. That's good. Zhou Zheng, please. Su Hongbing suddenly bowed deeply to Zhou Zheng. If you have anything you need to do, just give me instructions. Need not. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. I still have some raw materials for refining medicines that should be enough. Where are you? Don't think so much. I've been concentrating on training this time. I'll be sure to get the pills out. Okay. Zhou Zheng, I'll listen to you. Su Hongbing nodded with hope. Fan Xiangdong moved his body around and found that his lungs no longer felt like he was sick. It seems that Zhou Zheng has already cured him. He is very strong in his body, so he naturally doesn't need to go to the hospital to rest. He trotted to Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, my lung disease has been cured. I feel that everything is fine and I don't have to go to the hospital to rest. Thank you really, I don't know what to repay you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Instructor Fan, you are out of here. It is fate that we meet. It is also God's will to cure your illness. That's right, Xiao Zhou, please make any requests you have. I try to satisfy what I can do. Seeing that Fan Xiangdong seemed to be reluctant, Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said, Instructor Fan, then I'm not polite. Can we let us fire a few more bullets during training and shooting? I've fired a few shots at the police academy, but I haven't touched the gun even after I started working. No problem. Fan Xiangdong was happy and naturally agreed to Zhou Zheng's request readily. My plan is to conduct shooting training in the afternoon. At the beginning, you were asked to practice gun-holding posture, so you didn't carry many bullets. I'll bring more tomorrow. Anyway, Director Ma said that the training fee will be paid by the Municipal Bureau. I'll ask the detachment leader to open a note and make more bullets. Okay. Then I'll make up. Fan Xiangdongdao. Then continue training. Zhou Zheng, your fighting is much better than mine, so you don't need to practice. If you have something to do, you can leave and come back before 2 p.m. After saying that, he looked at Su Hongbing and his face became serious again. Su Hongbing, have you rested enough? Come with me to practice the 18 Black Dragon styles. Su Hongbing was in a good mood, so he did not ridicule Fan Xiangdong. He listened to Zhou Zheng and honestly trained the 18 Black Dragon styles with Fan Xiangdong. Zhou Zheng looked at his watch and it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Hesitated for a moment whether to go home. But I have nothing to do when I get home, so I have to rush back immediately. At this time, the phone rang, took it out and looked at the screen, Chu Yunyao's phone number. Hey Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, let me tell you something. Last night, I edited the video you gave me and posted it on Douyin. I didn't expect that the video would explode. I've given tens of thousands of likes. Ah? Is that true? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment. She hadn't figured out how to use the video to help Lu Jianjun and his family get justice. Unexpectedly, Chu Yunyao couldn't help but post it online. She was quite courageous. After posting, it was posted. One-sided public opinion arose to see if Li Jinfeng is still arrogant. Did Yunyao give so many likes? After the public opinion fermented, Li Jinfeng probably couldn't sit still. Zhou Zheng's situation is not good now. Many netizens in the comments questioned the authenticity of the video. Some people even posted on TikTok to discredit Lu Yan's family. Zhou Zheng rubbed his chin with his fingers and asked, Does Yunyao have many different voices? Yes. The comments on this video are already very quarrel. The like rate of videos that slander Lu Yan and his son is already very high. Zhou Zheng, think of a way. If this continues, the black one will be said to be white. Not only can't help Lu Yan get justice, but it may also harm her family. Chu Yunyao's anxious voice came from the phone. Yunyao, don't worry, I'll open Douyin and take a look and then do it. Black and white will never turn around. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, opened the Douyin app, and searched a little and found a video of slandering Lu Yan's family, with a lot of comments. There are rumors that Lu Yan is a little bully in school and often bullies the introverted classmate Li Meng. The school is kind to teach Lu Yan, but she threatens the school by jumping off a building and accidentally falls down. There are rumors that Wang Yeheng is a shrew, and her daughter Lu Yan often causes trouble at school. Not only does she not reflect on her, she also makes a big fuss at school. The video matched with thick mosaics. The woman who was making trouble in the video was not Wang Yeheng at all. I don't know where the video was made confusing the public, but many netizens who didn't know the truth were inevitably led by mistake. There is also the slander of Lu Jianjun as a policeman. Zhou Zheng looked through it for a long time and showed a serious look on his face. It seems that Li Jinfeng does not want to compromise, and even wants to launch a counterattack. This is hiring a large number of online water troops to spread rumors. Chapter 263, Buy on the hot search and kill Lu Jianjun's family. Zhou Zheng roughly flipped through the videos of Lu Yan's family on Douyin, and the super algorithm of big data was constantly recommending him. After reading for half an hour, this slandered video has been reposted several times, steadily suppressed the reposting volume of the real videos posted by Chu Yunyao. The comments were even more one-sided, and the Navy maliciously mocked and cursed Lu Yan's family. Let's look at the IP addresses for forwarding these smeared videos, from all over the country. So much. Is Li Jinfeng investing heavily? Zhou Zheng's heart moved, and he opened the headlines again, and then checked them one by one with Weibo. Sure enough, there were also several posts that slandered Lu Yan's family. Zhou Zheng took a breath of air conditioning. Good guy. Li Jinfeng came in full force. Online violence is more powerful than the violence in reality. If you do not delete it in time, it will bring endless trouble to the Lu Yan family. Some netizens with bad tempers who were led by the Navy were already clamoring to kill Lu Yan's family. Playing on the horse. The situation was very urgent. Zhou Zheng was a little worried, but there was no way for a while. Sister's foot massage shop. The roller blind door was pulled to the end and closed tightly. In the foot massage shop, Ho Vitao lay comfortably on a bed with his legs spread apart. A young woman wearing a black low-neck dress is giving him a massage. Soon his hand became unhonest and occasionally stroked the inner side of Ho Vitao's thighs, making him feel itchy. The woman saw Ho Vitao getting up and knew the time was right. Boss, do you want to do a complete set of health care? You will be dying of ecstasy. I'll have important things to do later, so I won't do it now. Ho Vitao said with great willpower. The young woman showed a look of contempt in her eyes. I can't bear to spend money and just say, what are you pretending to be? I thought I was going to have a big job, but I didn't expect to meet a poor man. I pulled down the roller shutter door. Ho Vitao naturally felt the other party's disdainful attitude, and he really wanted to spend money to make her call her father. But he still owes foreign debts and cannot be impulsive. Ho Vitao focused all his energy on his mobile phone, constantly switching the app, browsing the videos and posts that slander Lu Yan's family and comments from the Navy. Of course, he followed Li Jinfeng's instructions and hired the Navy to set the rhythm online. The negotiated price is 40,000 yuan, and a deposit of 10,000 yuan was paid first. After the matter was completed, Ho Vitao could still lose 10,000 yuan to alleviate the financial pressure. Seeing that some real netizens who didn't know the truth were taken a step aside, they even took the initiative to help Li Jinfeng sway the flag and cheer under Chu Yunyao's video. Ho Vitao nodded. This money is not a white flower, and the effect is really good. A short time later, a phone call came, and it was the boss of the Navy team, Wang Yumao, and of course the name was this guy's online name. Mr. Ho, have you seen the public opinion online? Our Navy Army is doing pretty well, are you satisfied? Ho Vitao smiled and said. Very satisfied. Mr. Wang did a good job. Since you are satisfied, then pay the final payment of 30,000 yuan. No problem. Mr. Wang, I will transfer it to you after hanging up the phone. Is it the same account, right? Treat. Then thank Boss Ho, for your cooperation. We will continue to cooperate if there is anything in the future. It's easy to say. By the way, Mr. Wang, how long can the popularity of public opinion about Lu Yan's family last? After 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the Navy in my hands will stop setting the pace. Those who are not on the hot search rankings will probably not be very popular tomorrow. My grass, it will be cold so soon? What if my boss is not satisfied? Ho Vitao asked, sucking his teeth. Mr. Ho, we will do as much as we give. If you want to be popular for a long time, you will add more money. 200,000 yuan will ensure that you are on the hot search, and then the people of the whole country will know. 200,000? Okay, I'll go and communicate with my boss. After hanging up the phone, Ho Vitao thought about it. If he wanted to make money from it, he had to convince Li Jinfeng to continue investing. He first called Wang Wushong with the remaining 30,000 yuan, and then called Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng just woke up from a hangover and had a split headache, and she forgot everything about last night. After Ho Vitao's reminder, he finally remembered it. What? Lu Jianjun and his family were scolded online. Ha 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 ha. Should. It's clear that my son and I are the victims, and netizens have a sharp vision. Old Ho, help me work hard on the internet and try to make Lu Jianjun and his family stubborn. Lu Yan didn't learn it, and Lu Jianjun was expelled from the unit to relieve his anger. Ho Vitao felt aroused in his heart and said that Ji's mother is not a good person, she is even more cruel than me. But Li Jinfeng's attitude was exactly what he wanted. Sister Feng, there's no problem. I have communicated with Mr. Wang, the owner of the Water Army team. People can make this matter a hot topic, but they have to add money. How much do you want? 300,000. Ho Vitao gritted his teeth. This time he wanted to cheat Li Jinfeng more money. 300,000? That's so expensive. Although Li Jinfeng is not short of money and has no loans to her house and car, 300,000 is not a small amount. After all, the one above only gives him 100,000 yuan a month. She also has to raise children, buy bags, go to restaurants, and go to nightclubs to play. Which one does not cost money? 100,000 yuan is really not enough to spend. Feeling Li Jinfeng's hesitation, Ho Vitao hit the railway while it was hot. Sister Feng, if you don't die when you hit a snake, there will be endless troubles. If you let them go, they may not be willing to let you go if they recover. Especially Lu Jianjun's apprentice, the boy named Zhou Zheng, I think that boy is not easy to deal with, maybe he is still thinking about how to deal with you, Ho. Vitao was talking nonsense, many of the words were alarmist, but Li Jinfeng listened to it. Okay, Lao Ho, don't need to say anything. It's only 300,000 yuan. This money is worth it, I'll give it. In fact, if Li Jinfeng compensates Lu Yan with the better attitude, the matter will be over. But Li Jinfeng looked down on Lu Jianjun's family from the bottom of his heart, and would rather spend money than compensate Lu Jianjun's family with a penny. I am so arrogant and have the ability to mess with me. This also laid the groundwork for her later imprisonment. Sister Feng is wise. Ho Vitao was overjoyed and he got the 100,000 yuan now. After hanging up the phone, Ho Vitao called Wang Yumao to communicate. After bargaining, he was 5,000 yuan cheaper, and Wang Yumao charged 195,000 yuan. Ha ha ha. After getting another 5,000, Ho Vitao laughed proudly. He has money and has confidence. He decided to let the massage girl who looks down on him experience his turtle spirit. Beauty, what are the projects for how much does big health care cost? The massage girl was delighted and said in her voice. Boss, there are 499 people who only give me a gift. There are 1999 sets, which comes with black silk uniforms and wanders the poisonous dragon and ice and fire. Which one should the boss choose? Grass, I'll give you 2,000. Choose one from 1999. The boss is bright, I'm ready for a black silk uniform now. Prepare a yarn, do it 4 times with 499. Massage woman. Northern suburbs shooting range. Su Hongbing followed Fan Xiangdong to practice the 18 Black Dragon styles several times before disbanding and resting. When he came to Zhou Zheng, he couldn't help but ask when he saw them frowning. "Zhou Zheng, what happened?" "It's okay, is the red training over?" Zhou Zhengqiang pretended to smile and covered himself up. "Don't lie to me, you must have something to do. Tell me what you have, my buddy will find a way to help you." Chapter 264 If she, Li Jinfeng, has a backstage, can't we have a backstage? Su Hongbing desperately hopes to help Zhou Zheng do something, otherwise he will feel uneasy. After all, Zhou Zheng promised to save her beloved girlfriend Xiao Tong. Are we friends, Zhou Zheng? If so, tell me your thoughts. Old Su, this is my business. You don't have to bother you, and you may not solve it. Zhou Zheng waved his hand but refused. Su Hongbing didn't think so. He was also an enthusiastic person and was about to receive favor from Zhou Zheng, so he already regarded Zhou Zheng as a good friend. Don't go wrong. Even if you can't solve it, someone will help you find a solution, right? Let's do it this way, let's find a place to eat and chat. Zhou Zheng asked in confusion. Eat? You're not training. I have finished practicing the amount of fighting today. I have listened to your practice very seriously. Lao Fan didn't cause trouble for me and even praised me a few words. I'm embarrassed. It's noon now. He asked me to tell you that I'll disband and gather to practice shooting before 2 p.m. Oh, that's okay. Zhou Zheng also felt the protest raised by his stomach. I'm a little hungry too. Let's go and ask Instructor Fan to find a place to have a meal. Su Hongbing waved his hand and said. I've called him and I want to talk to him about the past. But this guy didn't go, saying that the lung injury just happened to take a break. The armed police detachment was far away from the shooting range and stopped going back. He had food in his car, so he would rest in the car after eating. How can that work? I'll call Instructor Fan and let's go out for dinner together. I think I'd better not disturb him. Based on my understanding of him, he will definitely refuse. There will be opportunities in the future, so I won't be able to beat you this time. That's okay. Zhou Zheng nodded and had to give up. He followed Su Hongbing on the black off-road vehicle, and Su Hongbing rushed out with a throttle. I'll go Lao Su, drive slowly, you can't delay your meal. Zhou Zheng had not put on his seat belt yet, and a strong feeling of pushing him back made him feel a little uncomfortable. There are no people or cars here, so I'm not afraid. Am I eager to listen to your thoughts? I'll wait to get on the road and then click slowly. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but feel a black line, thinking that Su Hongbing is also quite gossipy. The black off-road vehicle was flying away. Zhou Zheng searched out a small restaurant nearby with his mobile phone. It should be a fly restaurant. I asked Su Hongbing if this store was okay. If not, change to a bigger hotel. Unexpectedly, Su Hongbing was not picky and said that the dishes in the fly restaurant were delicious enough. Soon the black off-road vehicle arrived at the small hotel and the two got out of the car and entered the house. There were not many people in the small restaurant, so Su Hongbing specially ordered a private room and ordered several specialty dishes from the shops. When the food came, Su Hongbing opened up and asked Zhou Zheng about his thoughts in a blank manner. Zhou Zheng stopped hiding and told Lu Yan about his past jumping from the building and Li Jinfeng's actions. He also showed Su Hongbing the video evidence. Su Hongbing was naturally full of righteous indignation after understanding the situation. "Ba." He threw the teacup on the table and said angrily. Li Jinfeng is really not a thing. Not only did he kill people if he did something wrong, he also hired a navy army to turn the rhythm online and turn the black and white. This is to force your master's family to death. Who said no? Zhou Zheng, what are you going to do next? Zhou Zheng sighed and said. I don't have a clue yet. I originally wanted to hire water to the army was on the website and faced the wave of navy troops. But I think it's inappropriate. Such unfavorable public opinion will be spread more widely on the internet, which is equivalent to indirectly helping Li Jinfeng succeed. Even if he wins the scolding, he will win miserably. My master and his family know it on the internet, and this is not the result I want. Su Hongbing said. Zhou Zheng, we are policemen, how can we hire a navy army? I think it's better to report the case directly and detain Li Jinfeng first. Su Hongbing believes that it is necessary to hit a snake. Since he is determined that Li Jinfeng is the mastermind behind the scenes, he will deal with her first. Zhou Zheng spread his hands. Now there is no direct evidence to prove that the online posts and comments that are inverted by Li Jinfeng. Moreover, Li Jinfeng's backstage is said to be a big shot in the province, otherwise the video information would not have disappeared from the criminal police team. Her backstage is very tough. Before Zhou Zheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Hongbing. Cao if she, Li Jinfeng, can't she, but she, will she not? After thinking about it, my eyes suddenly lit up. Since Zhou Zheng can't catch Li Jinfeng's handle for the time being, then catch the people who are setting the rhythm online, and sooner or later they can bite Li Jinfeng out. Zhou Zhengui. But Lao Su has thousands of naval troops who are setting the rhythm online, and he may not know who Li Jinfeng is? Unless he catches his leader. Su Hongbing raised his legs and said relaxedly. It doesn't matter. This kind of rhythmic navy should be arrested, and those posts and comments have to be deleted. Can't you find their heads if you arrest the navy? If I come to operate, you can hold it. Su Hongbing said as he picked up his cell phone to make a call, muttering. Li Jinfeng is in the dark, let's give him the sun and let him see what it means to kill a chicken with an ox knife. In the office of the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau of the Beijing Police Department, a first-level police supervisor wearing a white shirt was lying on his desk for a work meal. The cell phone on the desk rang. Seeing that it was Su Hongbing's phone call, Director Gong Tao couldn't help but shake his head and pick it up and answer it. Red Soldier. Hey Uncle Gong, is me, where are you having a meal? A familiar voice came, and Gong Tao swallowed the food in his mouth and said. I'm eating. Did you make trouble at the provincial department when I called me at noon? The Jiangbei provincial department is Lao Liu's territory. I, the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau, can't cover you. Su Hongbing looked dark. Not Uncle Gong, am I so fond of trouble? I haven't seen you in Jiangbei for many days. I'm not going to call you to chat. Don't talk to me, you kid will go to the Three Treasures Palace without any trouble. Tell me what's the matter with me. Hee, then I'll say it. Su Hongbing smiled and became serious again. Uncle Gong, I want to report it, I want to call the police. Someone hired the Navy to deliberately smear our comrades online and committed cyber violence against a mother and son. Network security is nothing small, do you care? Su Hongbing said something to Gong Tao with Qigong, and of course he didn't dare to talk nonsense. And briefly described the causes and consequences of the matter to Gong Tao. Gong Tao was also shocked. The Internet Navy was too brave. Even the police dared to slander and spread rumors. He also committed cyber violence against a poor mother and daughter, but it was really because of money that there was no bottom line. Hongbing, I'll understand the situation. If it is true, I'll deal with it. Su Hongbing opened the river channel in a flash. Uncle Gong, do you think it is a typical example of this matter, and deal with the Internet Navy, especially those behind the scenes, with strict and serious treatment, and always criticize and educate them not to have a memory? Su Hongbing's words made Gong Tao's heart move. There have been many posts slandering and spreading rumors in the evening. The Internet Security Bureau is about to become a post-deletion bureau, and it is time to make a noise and make a wave of online cleaning operations. Chapter 265 Internet Cleaning Action. After hanging up Su Hongbing's phone, Gong Tao picked up the landline on the table and called the secretary. Hey Xiao Yang, I'll inform the leaders of the bureau to come to my office at 1:30 noon. I have an emergency meeting to hold, that's it. Gong Tao quickly finished his meal and looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was 12 to 50. The teacup was filled with tea, and then the Baihe Provincial Department called the Provincial Department, asking the Provincial Department to contact the leaders of Comrade Lu Jianjun, a police officer of the Qiubei Institute of Jiangbei City, to learn about Comrade Lu Jianjun's work character. The Provincial Department soon reported that Comrade Lu Jianjun was an old policeman and a good comrade. He worked diligently for many years and never made any mistakes, let alone made any mistakes. On the contrary, the arrest of criminals some time ago was awarded the third-class collective merit. After putting down the phone, Gong Tao was worried. He was still very cautious in his work and did not listen to Su Hongbing's one-sided words. However, according to the feedback from the Jiangbei Provincial Department, Lu Jianjun is a good comrade. His remarks online are 100% smearing. He took out his cell phone and looked at the link to the post that Su Hongbing sent him to slander Lu Jianjun. Gong Tao was angry. The online water army is so inappropriate that it simply wants to kill people and kill people. If this spreads, how could Lu Jianjun work and live normally? At this time, the leadership team of the Cybersecurity Bureau was arrived one after another, with a small office full of people, and there were several white-clothed bosses. Everyone took a look at Director Gong, then lowered their heads and whispered, wondering what happened when Director Gong didn't rest at noon. Is there anything urgent? Gong Tao took a sip of tea, cleared his throat and started the meeting. He first affirmed the work achievements of his comrades over the past period of time and highly praised the leaders and subordinates for their persistence in their posts and their spirit of not being afraid of hardship or fatigue. But after a change of tone, Gong Tao was indifferent. He said with a face that the comrades have made many achievements, but there are still some shortcomings. Recently, there have been endless slandering and rumor-mongering on the internet, and there are also slandering police officers. He took advantage of the situation and caused Lu Jianjun to be slandered by the Navy. Several leaders who attended the meeting nodded repeatedly when they heard Gong Tao's words. With the development of the internet, there will always be some weird people doing crazy things on the internet. It is normal to spread rumors and slander, and even insult the martyrs. Director Gong proposed to carry out a network cleaning activity, mainly targeting the slander of the Navy, and first use the slander of Comrade Lu Jianjun, a police officer in Jiangbei, to be a typical example. Seeing that the enthusiasm of the comrades was mobilized, Gong Tao hit the railway while it was hot. The internet is by no means a lawless place. After the meeting, various departments cooperate to first use technical means to find out the location of the Naval Army team that smeared Comrade Lu Jianjun and their minds. Then notify all provincial and departmental departments to ask them to follow the map to arrest people. The Navy that spread rumors and slander can no longer criticize and educate the matter, and must be severely punished. In addition, we will interview the heads of various media companies and order them to delete posts and to make rectifications. Okay. That's it, let's act. At the order of Gong Tao, the leaders walked out of the director's office and returned to their posts, and then the Cybersecurity Bureau started to operate quickly. The comrades from the technical department stared at the screen and quickly locked the address of the Navy that had repeatedly smeared Lu Jianjun's very active. Soon, he took the list and address and quickly notified all provincial and departmental departments to cooperate in arresting people. Hey, is the Jiangnan Provincial Department? This is the Cybersecurity Bureau. Our bureau has tasks and needs the cooperation of the comrades from the provincial department. Hey, is Baihe Provincial Department? I am the Cybersecurity Bureau. Soon, the provincial and provincial departments of each province received a notice from the Cybersecurity Bureau and issued the task to the police station through the municipal bureau. Wow, 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 wow! People from all over the world found that the police stations were much more frequent than usual, and they could accidentally encounter police cars attending when walking on the street. The police stations under the provincial department naturally dare not neglect the task. Some police received a large number of lists, and even the director was dispatched. Just because the police force was insufficient, Hao Aguo and Wu Tian, the directors of Kyobei Institute, also went out. They drove a police car, destination, Fengqing Street Adventure Island Internet Cafe. Wu Tian said while driving the police car. Old Hao, the superiors have issued an order to arrest the naval army that spread rumors and slander online. There are still many naval army in our jurisdiction. Do you mobilize such a large number of troops? What do you think? Hao Aguo said angrily. These navy soldiers should be arrested. It's so hateful to have nothing to do. Have you seen any posts that slander Jianjun and comments that distort the facts online? No. I just came here late shift. When did Lao Hao have any trouble? It's today. I can see it by searching online. Maid, isn't this lying with my eyes open? I'm so angry that my blood pressure is high. Wu Tian could also look at his phone when driving, but when he saw how Aguo was very angry, he knew that the navy troops on the internet would definitely use all kinds of malicious slander. These people are indeed hateful, but we can only criticize and educate them. At most, we will be fined, which will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Who said it? Lao Wu, this time is different from before. The order issued by the provincial department requires severe punishment. Let's detain you first. In a corner of the Adventure Island Internet Cafe on Fengqing Street, a boy with greasy hair and two big dark circles was typing quickly. Next to it, a little fat man was playing League of Legends, and the screen was dim after a while of blind operation. The grass I'm hung up again. He turned to look to the side. Li Jia, play games with me. We have 2 rows, why don't I keep kneeling? Wait a minute. I'll post some more comments. It's 50 cents for 1 comment. I have to earn today's online fee. How many have you sent? Almost 200. Get $100 right away. It's awesome to hold the grass. If you have money, you can make money together. Can you bring me together? You are not from our water army circle. If you want to make money, you must be recognized by 5 Cow Brother. The two were chatting lively, and unconsciously the 2 policemen walked behind Li Jia. Stand up and take out your ID card. Li Jia turned around and saw the police shocked and stood up quickly and took out his ID card. Hao Aguo took it and looked at it. Li Jia? Is your online name called Men Washing Hair? Yes, Uncle Police, is there anything wrong? What's the matter? You maliciously spread rumors and slander online, let's go with us. Okay. Li Jia is fearless. He was once interviewed by the police for making inappropriate remarks online. At most, he was criticized and educated and did not even have a fine. With the experience from last time, I don't take it seriously at all. Turning his head and saying to the fat man, "Fatty guy helps me occupy this computer and I'll go back." Wu Tian looked dark. What do you think? If you go, come back? I'll tell you, you're detained. Click. A pair of cold silver bracelets were worn on Li Jia's hand, and he was immediately scared. Uncle Police, please spare me, I was wrong and spare me. Hao Aguo didn't listen to what he said at all, and waved his hand with a calm face. Wu Tian pulled him out of the internet cafe and took him into the internet cafe. Police car. Chapter 266. The online rumors are getting stronger and stronger. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing returned to the shooting range after dinner. It was not yet 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fan Xiangdong was still in the car and hadn't come out yet, so he might have fallen asleep. His lung injury happened to be good, and his body must be weak. Zhou Zheng didn't call him either. Anyway, it was still early, so let him rest for a while. The two found a cool place to sit on the ground. Golden Shield, Hotcast. A cell phone ringtone came, and Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing went to take out their clothes pockets at the same time. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and looked at the screen, and Chu Yunyao's phone number. Su Hongbing put down his cell phone in disappointment, his face a little disappointed. He thought it was Xiao Tong's call to him. A little surprised again. I'll go. Zhou Zheng, your cell phone ringtone is the same as mine, it's really a hero who sees it. Zhou Zheng nodded slightly and then answered the phone. Hey Yunyao, have you eaten? Not yet. Chu Yunyao's panic sound came from the phone receiver. Zhou Zheng, the video I posted is now full of questioning comments, and some people even attack me personally. They turn black and white, and malicious slander leads the rhythm. Chu Yunyao told Zhou Zheng that the Internet Navy was leading the rhythm in the morning and went to do her business, renting an office to apply for a business license, etc., so she was so busy that she was busy. She only had time to turn on her mobile phone to surf the internet at lunch. She just knew that things were moving in the worst direction. Zhou Zheng could hear Chu Yunyao's anger and panic through his phone. He comforted. Yunyao, you don't have to panic. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Those clowns will be punished. But there are more and more voices on the internet attacking brother Jianjun's family, and Xiao Yan and sister Yaheng's family were not spared. They distorted the facts and maliciously smeared them. Zhou Zheng. Is it because of my video that so many people are setting the rhythm online? What will happen to brother Jianjun's family think when they know it? Am I causing trouble? Chu Yunyao posted the video in the evening in anger, thinking that it would cause huge public opinion, but forced Li Jinfeng to apologize and compensate Lu Jianjun and his family. Unexpectedly, things went against my wishes, and bad words were everywhere on the internet. It's nothing if she was scolded a few times. The malicious hype of the Navy reversed the facts and caused immeasurable harm to Lu Jianjun's family, which made her kind-hearted. Zhou Zheng said on the phone. I know everything about Yunyao. I must be Li Jinfeng who saw the video you posted. She didn't want to admit defeat and hired the Navy to attack maliciously. Chu Yunyao was so anxious that she sweated slightly on her forehead, and said anxiously. This woman Li Jinfeng is so hateful. Zhou Zheng, we have to think of a solution. If the situation continues to develop, the consequences will be unimaginable. What kind of face do I have to meet brother Jianjun's family? Yunyao, I said you don't have to worry. I have already found a way to take measures. You don't have to worry about this matter. You should be busy with yours, listen to the good news quietly. This is the case first, let's hang up. After hearing what Zhou Zheng said, Chu Yunyao's heart was hanging high and then relaxed a little. He knew that Zhou Zheng would not speak loudly, although he didn't know what method he could use to deal with this matter. But since he said it was okay, it was all in control. My man is not an ordinary person and often surprises me. This should be no exception. Zhou Zheng, is it your girlfriend who just called me? Seeing Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, Su Hongbing asked with a smile. It's not my girlfriend, it's my wife. Ah? Wife? Su Hongbing opened his mouth in surprise. Isn't it Zhou Zheng, how old you are, you got married? Zhou Zhendao. Yunyao and I have a flash marriage. I'll go. Is it true or false? Su Hongbing was even more surprised. How old are your brother and sister? What kind of work do you do? How did you meet each other? I heard her voice sound very nice. My brother and sister must be very beautiful, right? Do you two have children? Su Hongbing asked a lot of gossip. Zhou Zheng looked dark. No, Lao Su, why are you talking so much? Tell me quickly, I love listening, I'm idle anyway. I had a marriage contract with Yunyao and when I first met, she took me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get my marriage certificate. Damn, will you die if you don't brag? Why isn't anyone taking me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate? Because you are ugly. Zhou Zheng deliberately joked. Oh my uncle, it hurts your self-esteem. Although the two met each other for a while, they had similar tempers and spoke with each other. Zhou Zheng smiled, but he was not at all relieved. Although Su Hongbing promised him to deal with unfavorable public opinion on the internet, he was unsure. I just comforted Chu Yunyao, as well as pretending to be confident. Old Su stops making trouble. Seriously speaking, can the public opinion that slanders my master online really reverse? Oh, Lao Zhou, why don't you believe me so much? Su Hongbing pulled a dogtail grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. He lay on his back on the ground, then said, "To be honest, I just called Lao Gong from the Internet Security Bureau. This incident has attracted his attention. Don't worry, if he moves quickly, those naval troops will probably have been arrested. I think those media leaders will also be interviewed. Wait for the naval troops leader. If you are arrested, you may bite Li Jinfeng out." Zhou Zheng was shocked. He knew that Su Hongbing was going to find someone to solve the problem, but he didn't expect to find a big boss. The Cybersecurity Bureau is an internal organization of the police department. Although the director is at the deputy department level, he is also a Beijing official, and he is much better than the local deputy department officials. If a mayor of a certain city goes to a certain department in Beijing to do business, he can be turned away by a small section chief. Su Hongbing is very powerful. He can actually talk to the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau. It seems that his father and grandfather also have some influence in the capital. Zhou Zheng made up his mind and calmed down. "Oh Lao Zhou, when I have time to go to the provincial capital with me one day, I will bring Xiao Tong out with me and my brother and sister. Let's have a meal together." Su Hongbing simply regarded what happened just now as a matter, and his mind jumped to the meal. "Okay, no problem. But it will take a few days to wait until the training is over. If we have time tonight, we can go back to the provincial capital overnight and come back for training tomorrow morning. It's too hurry." While the two were chatting, the door of the camouflage off-road vehicle opened and Fan Xiangdong jumped out of the car. After moving his body, he quickly discovered Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing after watching. Waved to the two of them. Zhou Zheng knew that the afternoon shooting training was about to begin, so he quickly stood up. "Old Su, Fan called us over and should be practicing shooting." Su Hongbing, who was lying lazily on the ground, changed his negative attitude and got up. "Just go, Zhou Zheng, I won't be able to shoot one day, I'll have a good time today." Chapter 267, Cyber Violence Affects Lu Jianjun's Family. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fan Xiangdong finished his rest and called Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing to the front to prepare to train their shooting skills. "Instructor Fan, how did your injury recover?" Zhou Zheng expressed concern for him. Fan Xiangdong waved his hand with a grateful expression on his face. "Xiao Zhou, I feel very good. How about I treat you tonight and have a meal together and let me express my gratitude?" Fan Xiangdong is not the kind of eloquent person who is not eloquent. He is grateful to Zhou Zheng from the bottom of his heart but does not know how to express it. "When I was off in the car, I kept thinking about how to repay Zhou Zheng, and finally I only thought of the most primitive way to thank him. Instructor Fan really doesn't need it. I have already made a request to let us get more addicted to shooting, and you agree, we can only be clear to each other." Zhou Zheng didn't want Fan Xiangdong to always think about gratitude, so he reiterated it. "Old Fan, I don't see why you are so pretentious. You can think of Zhou Zheng in your heart. If you can help him in the future, don't stand by and watch. Don't always mention it over and over again. I'm annoyed." Su Hongbing began to confront Fan Xiangdong again. "Okay." Fan Xiangdong didn't want to be pretentious anymore and nodded. But he will always remember Zhou Zheng's kindness to him. "Next we will do shooting training. The assessment of this provincial capital selection competition is also carried out according to the specifications of the national elite competition. The shooting assessment is divided into pistols and rifles, namely, the 25-meter chest target and 50-meter forward shooting, the 150-meter vertical shooting and the 200-meter horizontal shooting. 10 bullets are fired at each time." Hearing Fan Xiangdong's words, Su Hongbing glanced at Zhou Zheng. "Lao Zhou, are there so many projects in shooting assessment?" Don't you know Lao Su? Zhou Zheng was stunned for a moment, and his expression was like watching a student who had been in high school for several years but still didn't know what to take in the college entrance examination. I don't know, I've roughly understood the assessment project, but I haven't read it so much. I'll go, I can have a good time now. Although Su Hongbing was not concerned about the provincial selection, shooting was very attractive to him, and his face couldn't help but look yearning. Su Hongbing, what are you muttering? Fan Xiangdong glared at him, but in fact Zhou Zheng also spoke but turned a blind eye to him. Instructor Fan, I told Zhou Zheng that you know more about the assessment projects than me. You are such a responsible and good instructor, and I admire you. Su Hongbing said lies like the real thing, without blinking. Fan Xiangdong would not believe his words. Su Hongbing, do you want to shoot a gun? I think of it, of course I think of it. Okay, I'll send you an 81st bar later. You can practice standing and lying for an hour. Su Hongbing stopped hearing this, his eyes wide open. It's not Lao Fan, why do you always target me? You didn't shoot me and I was punished to practice gun-holding posture. Is this aimed at you? I'm asking you to practice basic skills well. When we were in the field army, we practiced gun-holding postures all day, and there were bricks tied to the gun rod. I don't practice. I'm not a soldier, why do you always ask me for the military? It's better not to practice. Let's compete with each other for shooting. If you are better than me, you don't need to practice. You can play guns anyway. Su Hongbing looked black when he heard this. My old woman, you're here again? It's over, right? If I'm better than you, you'd have to teach me. Then stop talking nonsense, go and practice gun-holding posture for me, it takes 2 hours in total. Fan Xiangdong said as he opened the rear door of the camouflage off-road vehicle, took out the old Bai bar and handed it to Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing reluctantly took the Bai bar, but looked at Zhou Zheng, which seemed to be saying, Lao Zhou, please beg me for mercy. He wasn't stupid, he knew that Zhou Zheng had cured Fan Xiangdong's disease. Talk must work well. Zhou Zheng had no intention of pleading for Su Hongbing, so he took out another Bai bar from the trunk of the car. Let's go, Lao Su, let's practice gun-holding posture together. Zhou Zheng's actions surprised Su Hongbing. Fan Xiangdong didn't say that Zhou Zheng was practicing the gun-holding posture, obviously he wanted him to practice shooting. Zhou Zheng took the initiative to ask to practice gun-holding posture with Su Hongbing, which means sharing the joys and sorrows with him. Old Zhou, it's fun. Su Hongbing stretched out his thumb with a happy expression. He met such a loyal brother, but this trip to Jiangbei was not in vain. Fan Xiangdong did think about asking Zhou Zheng to shoot a few shots, test his level and then teach his aptitude according to his aptitude, and focus on training his shortcomings. There is a reason for him to do this. Su Hongbing used to go to the military camp to shoot targets because he had the conditions. It can be said that his shooting level was pretty good, but his gun posture was not very standard. Fan Xiangdong knew about these things when he was a guard, so he asked Su Hongbing to practice gun posture. He didn't know Zhou Zheng's shooting level. He thought it would be average. Let him fire a few shots first to find out his shortcomings. But Zhou Zheng was quite loyal and took the initiative to practice the boring gun-holding posture. Fan Xiangdong smiled bitterly and said to him. The two of them practiced standing and shooting in the Bai bar first. Straighten your feet and your shoulders. Relax a little, this arm is tightened. The cheeks are attached to the buttstock, do you know where the cheeks are? Why are your hands shaking? Fan Xiangdong severely corrected Su Hongbing's shortcomings and turned around and looked at Zhou Zheng, unable to help but be surprised. Zhou Zheng's gun shooting posture is too professional, and all parts of his body are well coordinated. He relaxes where he should be relaxed, and is nervous when he should be nervous. He can't find any problems. Especially with both hands, the barrel did not shake at all. No ordinary veteran can do such a standard and professional posture. Xiao Zhou has practiced rifles before. No, I only touched a pistol at the police academy before. Then where did you learn how to use the gun posture? Study online. Zhou Zheng found a reason to be perfunctory. He has master-level gun specialization, and practicing gun-holding shooting posture is not a piece of cake for Zhang Fei to eat bean sprouts. Even if you stand in a standard posture for a day, it will be fine. But this secret must not be revealed. All right. Fan Xiangdong no longer asked, maybe some people are born geniuses, and Zhou Zheng is such a person. He stared at Zhou Zheng with interest, and was even more surprised after 40 minutes. He found that Zhou Zheng not only had no movement in his posture, but he had never blinked his eyes in front of him. Su Hongbing's whole body shook like a sieve, but he was still gritting his teeth and persevering. Fan Xiangdong took a deep breath. Good guy. Is Zhou Zheng a strong man? He didn't blink for 40 minutes, and the most powerful sniper in the army could not compare to him. An hour later, Fan Xiangdong announced that the training was temporarily over and he would take a break. Su Hongbing sat on the ground with a thump sound, feeling his muscles all over his body felt sore. What a good guy. I'm really a pain in practicing this thing. Although he felt uncomfortable all over, he had at least persevered and felt a little bit accomplished. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng was not at all uncomfortable. Su Hongbing said, Zhou Zheng, you are not tired at all? Are you an Iron Man? Zhou Zheng smiled, and before he could speak, his cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at the call, and the smile on his face froze. Master Lu Jianzhen's call. I suddenly had an ominous premonition. Has the malicious smear of online violence affected the master's family? Chapter 268 Yunyao, we have children. Zhou Zheng answered the phone with a nervous mood. Hey master, are you okay? Xiao Zhou, I really have something to do. Zhou Zheng's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Lu Jianzhen had read the slandered remarks online. Then what? Don't listen to the water army on the internet. They are all spreading rumors and causing trouble. Don't take it to your heart. I have taken measures. He said incoherently, feeling anxious because he knew the power of cyber violence, and was afraid that Lu Jianzhen would not be able to think about it anymore. Lu Jianzhen on the other end of the phone was confused. Xiao Zhou, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? What kind of navy troops, what kind of cyber violence? After hearing Lu Jianzhen's words, Zhou Zheng realized that he was thinking too much and quickly changed the subject. No master, I was talking to the people next to me just now. What's wrong with you? Lu Jianzhen was thinking about his own affairs, but he didn't think deeply. Xiao Zhou is like this. I just asked Xiao Yan's attending physician. The doctor said that Xiao Yan's injury has recovered well and can be discharged from the hospital. I saw that the abrasions on her body have also scabbed, so why not just listen to the doctor and we will go through the discharge procedures for Xiao Yan. Zhou Zheng frowned when he heard this. Master, what do you think? Xiao Yan has been in the hospital for only a few days and is in a hurry to be discharged from the hospital. Xiao Zhou, I was thinking about the injury for 100 days. How could I really lie in the hospital for 100 days? How much does it cost? I also discussed with your sister-in-law Yaheng. She has no objection, so. Zhou Zheng understood, Lu Jianzhen felt sorry for money. Although there is self he is his backing, but he doesn't want to owe himself too much. Xiao Yan's injury is very serious, and even if she recovers well, the doctor will not recommend her discharge in such a short period of time. It must have been made by Lu Jianzhen himself. The cost of hospitalization is like a run-off, and the daily cost is not small. Zhou Zheng paid for the money, and Lu Jianzhen didn't want to bear too much burden. Zhou Zheng also understood his mood, but the child could not suffer any more. I have to find a way to dispel Lu Jianzhen's idea. Zhou Zheng thought about it and thought about it. Master, Yunyao and I like Xiao Yan very much. We have always wanted to recognize Xiao Yan as our goddaughter, so we will tell you too when we are cured. I can't wait now, I'll recognize this goddaughter. Are you in the hospital? Give Xiao Yan your phone and ask her to call me godfather. It's not Xiaozhou, your thinking is too jumping, right? Besides, I'm mentally prepared for it when it's too sudden. Master, it doesn't matter whether you are mentally prepared. This is this. Hurry up, Master, I'll be busy later. Okay. I'm outside the ward, wait. Zhou Zheng couldn't mess with Lu Jianjun, so he returned to the ward with his cell phone in a daze. Lu Yan was lying on the hospital bed, she was a little drowsy after she had just finished her meal. Xiao Yan, Uncle Zhou Zheng's phone number. Lu Jianjun's words made Lu Yan, who had his upper and lower eyelids fighting, suddenly became energetic. Uncle Zhou Zheng called me? Dad, give me your phone. Handing the phone to Lu Yan, Lu Jianjun said. Xiao Yan can't call Uncle Zhou Zheng in the future. Why? Is Uncle Zhou Zheng not like me anymore? Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with tears in her eyes, and her face showed a grievance. She put her cell phone and microphone beside her mouth and said in a crying voice. Uncle Zhou Zheng, Xiao Yan is very obedient. In the future, no matter how painful Xiao Yan's injury is, I will not cry or cry, okay? Don't dislike me. Zhou Zheng was amused and laughed and said to himself that master really couldn't speak. Xiao Yan, why don't uncle like you? Uncle likes you very much. But dad said he wouldn't let me call you uncle anymore. Yes. Your dad is right. Don't call me uncle in the future, you should call me dad. Call your dad. Lu Yan was confused. But I already have a father, and I'm afraid my mother will not agree. Child words were free, and Zhou Zheng couldn't help but be amused by Lu Yan. Xiao Yan, I blame me for not explaining me clearly. I want to tell you to call me a godfather and not have any conflicts with your biological father. You will be my goddaughter in the future. How about it? Okay. Okay. Fuck dad. Lu Yan was immediately filled with joy. From now on, there will be two fathers, one is a biological father and the other is a godfather. The key is that this goddad looks very handsome, and he is also very outstanding. Lu Yan was in a state of great joy and asked after a while. Dad Zhou Zheng, then how should I call sister Yunyao? Of course I'm calling you godmother. Zhou Zhensen said that in front of Xiao Yan, Yunyao and I are finally no different. Yet it's great. Not only did I have a handsome godfather, but I also had a beautiful godmother, which is amazing. Xiao Yan was filled with joy. Xiao Yan, don't call you wrong in the future. I'll take your godmother to see you when it's okay. Now give your phone to your dad. Okay godfather. Xiao Yan obediently handed Lu Jianjun the phone. Master, Xiao Yan is my goddaughter now, and you are also my master, so I have the obligation and responsibility to take good care of Xiao Yan. I firmly disagree with being discharged from the hospital in advance. You don't have to worry about the money, as much as you spend. This is what Yunyao and I have for my goddaughter, so don't let it get disappointed. Zhou Zheng's words sound a bit bad, but Lu Jianjun is not only not angry, but is also particularly grateful. How could he not understand Zhou Zheng's intentions? Xiaozhou, what do you want me to say? Yeheng and I really don't know how to thank you. Master, don't be polite. Zhou Zheng interrupted Lu Jianjun. Don't express emotions to me. A buddy just gave me a long time to express emotions, and my skin fell all over the floor. Okay, I'm still dead in advance. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone, the smile on his face flew away, and suddenly he became worried again. Lu Jianjun and his wife basically had no time to play on their mobile phones to surf the internet because of taking care of Xiao Yan, and they didn't know how to smear their family online. But if the situation becomes more and more intense, you will sooner or later learn about it. I don't know how the Cybersecurity Bureau is doing. Not long after time, he was embarrassed to ask Su Hongbing. Hold on your breath. Zhou Zheng secretly warned himself in his heart. The Cybersecurity Bureau has taken the upper-level route Su Hongbing took for this matter. If the situation is not under control, then it can only be said that Li Jinfeng went up to the sky to listen. Of course, she couldn't have such great energy. He was about to open the Douyin app and check out the situation online, but who knew that Chu Yunyao called? Zhou Zheng suddenly remembered that Xiao Yan was now the goddaughter of the two, and couldn't help but smile and answer the phone. Hey Yunyao, we have children. Chu Yunyao. I've accepted a goddaughter for you. Chapter 269. Zhou Zheng's background is not the Chu family. It's as simple as the investigation. Zhou Zheng was breathing and frightened Chu Yunyao when he spoke. After hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Chu Yunyao said angrily, Zhou Zheng, you hate it so much. I was a little dissatisfied. After all, I had to notify her in advance about accepting a marriage, right? Where did you recognize your goddaughter? Do I recognize him? You should communicate with me in advance. Why don't you admit it? I'll get rid of this kid. Oh, tell me quickly, I have some serious matters to talk to you. After hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng stopped teasing her. Yunyao, I recognize Xiao Yan as my goddaughter. Xiao Yan. Chu Yunyao let out a long sigh. She was really afraid that Zhou Zheng would admit his family casually. If she was not satisfied, she would agree or not. Why didn't you say bad things earlier? Tease me on purpose. Hee, how about it? Do you have any objections? Of course I have no objection. Xiao Yan is pitiful and cute. She is your master's daughter. I think it's really good to admit to kids. In fact, I had this idea before, but I just didn't mention it to you. Then we are the heroes who see each other. Haha. Seeing that Chu Yunyao was very satisfied with this family, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but smile proudly. But Zhou Zheng, why do you think of accepting a kid? This is the case with Yunyao. My master thought it cost money to be hospitalized and wanted Xiao Yan to be discharged early. Zhou Zheng briefly described the incident. Chu Yunyao at the other end of the phone nodded. Oh, brother Jianjun is really, he always treats us as outsiders. Zhou Zheng, you are right. Zhou Zheng smiled and said. My master is a thin-skinned person who wants to save face and is particularly unwilling to owe others favors. Well, no matter how the dust settles, he shouldn't be embarrassed anymore. By the way, Yunyao, what's the matter with me? Zhou Zheng, I have been paying attention to changes on the internet. Suddenly, I found that the videos of slandering brother Jianjun's family on the internet have disappeared, and they must have been deleted. And the Navy troops who made malicious comments on the internet have become less and less active. Zhou Zheng, what have you done? Why is the effect so good? Zhou Zheng's heart moved. The Cybersecurity Bureau's move was extraordinary, and it was effective so quickly. Yunyao actually didn't do anything, I just asked a friend I just met to deal with this matter. He seemed to know the director of the Cybersecurity Bureau and made a phone call. My God! Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment. Zhou Zheng said it lightly, but she knew it was not easy to accomplish this. The Cybersecurity Bureau is an internal organization of the police department, and is a Beijing official at the deputy department level. How can ordinary people have such a Taoist practice? The Chu family had investigated Zhou Zheng before. Chu Yunyao knew that Zhou Zheng's background was very simple, and it can be said that he had basically no background, and he was just an ordinary person. How could he know such a powerful person? One phone call solved the tricky thing. It seems that the background of my husband from home is not as simple as that of the Chu family's investigation. Of course, when she learned about Zhou Zheng's real background, her chin was so surprised that she fell off. At that time, Chu Jianghe even felt that his daughter married Zhou Zheng and was on fire on the ancestral tomb. He drove back to his hometown overnight to burn 100 billion yuan of paper money for his ancestors. These are all later. Chu Yunyao said angrily. Oh, Zhou Zheng, how many secrets do you have to hide from me? Zhou Zheng said innocently. Yunyao, I wrongly accused me of being transparent in front of you. How could there be any secrets hidden from you? That guy I just met during training. If you don't believe me, we will have a meal together when we have the opportunity. Puchi. Chu Yunyao laughed out loud. I'm a fool, I'm teasing you, how could I doubt you? With the Internet Security Bureau taking action, I think Brother Jianjun's family will not be subject to cyber violence. This way I will feel relieved. By the way, Zhou Zheng has another thing. The video I posted has also been deleted by the platform. Yet, Zhou Zheng felt aroused in his heart. It seemed that he had thought it was simple. The Cybersecurity Bureau did not favor his side, but wanted to maintain the stability and harmony of speech on the internet. Chu Yunyao doesn't care. If Zhou Zheng's video is deleted, just delete it. As long as Brother Jianjun's family is not raped online, I will burn the incense. Let's find a way to seek justice for Xiaoyan next. Well, I know Yunyao. Zhou Zheng said absent-mindedly. Hey Lao Zhou, have you finished the phone? Come and help. In the distance, Su Hongbing waved to Zhou Zheng with a few pieces of target paper. Yunyao, I'll die first, I'll be busy with something. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and walked forward with thoughts. Old Su, what are you doing? Put the target paper. Old Zhou, we'll be shooting pistols later. Are you excited? We don't have to practice the posture of shooting with guns. Old Fan said that our basic skills are okay, so he won't practice. He mainly has to practice shooting and find a gun. This will not allow me to stick these target papers on the target. Let's do it quickly, I can't wait to hit the pistol. The two of them quickly pasted the target paper on the target, and while pasting Zhou Zheng, they told Su Hongbing about Chu Yunyao's feedback. Su Hongbing looked up and thought. Zhou Zheng, as the director, Lao Gong naturally has his considerations. You must also understand the behavior of deleting the videos of his younger brother and sister. Zhou Zheng nodded. I can understand, but I am actually very satisfied with this result. Moreover, the Cybersecurity Bureau cracked down on the Navy on the Internet, which was equivalent to giving Li Jinfeng a warning. Right. Su Hongbing patted his shoulder and said, I understand Lao Gong, I will never delay doing things. Those Navy troops and their leaders will definitely be hit hard. What would Li Jinfeng think after arresting all those people? Will she be afraid? Zhou Zheng, our goal is to make Li Jinfeng compromise and eventually apologize for compensation. As you said, if we give Li Jinfeng a warning, our goal will be achieved. The videos of my brother and sister are meaningless. Keep them and will only be used by people with ulterior motives. Old Gong is not stupid, so he will not make mistakes because of my face. Zhou Zheng nodded, thinking that the superiors were considering it thoroughly. He was blinding his eyes and only looked at one point, but he was looking at the overall situation. It seems that I still need to experience it. Where are you two muttering? Come over after sticking the target paper. Fan Xiangdong shouted in the distance. Here you come. Su Hongbing shouted and said to Zhou Zheng. Okay, Zhou Zheng, let's not talk about this, train first. After the training, I will call Lao Gong to ask about the progress. The two walked back and approached Fan Xiangdong, and saw two Type 92 pistols and several bullets on a folding table. At a distance of 25 meters, each person fires 10 bullets. Let me see how good your shooting level is. Fan Xiangdong said with his waist on the side. Damn, Type 92? Finally, it's not the June 4th boy who broke the cannon. Su Hongbing couldn't wait to step forward and quickly filled the magazine, aiming at the target in the distance. On the other hand, Zhou Zheng was calm and took out a piece of gun cloth from his pocket, wiped the bullet carefully, and muttered in his mouth. QSZ-92, 9mm bullet, capacity of 15 rounds, aiming at baseline 152 mm, initial speed 350 meters per second, range 50 meters. Next to him, Su Hongbing glanced for a long time and didn't hit him. He wanted to give himself a long face to make Fan Xiangdong look at him with admiration. The bullet was wiped clean and slowly stuffed it into the magazine. He pulled the sleeve, opened the safety, and looked at the target in front of him casually. Bang bang bang! The crisp gunshot echoed on the shooting range like a bean. Zhou Zheng instantly fired up 10 bullets, but it took only a few seconds. Su Hongbing still didn't shoot a shot, and thought to himself, good guy. Zhou Zhengzhen is just a matter of life, and his hand speed is too fast. This is a pistol, not a machine gun. How come he heard the sound of his pistol shooting is like a machine gun? Chapter 270 10 bullets and 100 rings. It's over. Are you so careless when you hit 10 bullets? Zhou Zheng looked at the pistol that was still emitting blue smoke, but he was still feeling a little unfulfilled. Fan Xiangdong next to him frowned. At first, when he saw Zhou Zheng taking out a gun cloth to wipe the bullet, he sighed secretly in his heart. A real sharpshooter is like his lover, and he usually takes care of himself. Before performing a mission, the bullets must be wiped cleanly. This is a rigorous good habit. If there are impurities that cause the bullet to get stuck at critical moments, it will be a life-threatening person. Zhou Zheng's approach can only be described as professional, and he is not even a little stronger than Su Hongbing's impatient virtue. However, Fan Xiangdong praised Zhou Zheng in his heart, but he lost his link. When shooting, he was careless, did not aim carefully, and did not control his breathing, and he shot out the bullets. The speed is really fast, and those who don't know think they have started to fire continuously. Biu is very satisfying, but is it accurate to hit like this? Apart from the impeccable posture, it is useless. Fan Xiangdong's face became gloomy. If Zhou Zheng was the soldier he led in the army, he would have to kick him up. It's just that Zhou Zheng was kind to him, and he felt embarrassed for a moment and could only endure the urge to hit someone. I'll go. Zhou Zheng, have you finished the fight? Are you a quick boy? Su Hongbing didn't shoot a shot here, and he still turned around and teased Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was very familiar with him, and he fought back in the face of jokes. Old Su, you're so hard. I think you can shoot me in a good way. How to say it? You are like the national football team, you don't wait to shoot for a long time when you go on the court. Uncle. Su Hongbing was scolded by Zhou Zheng and said angrily. I don't want you to be so disgusting. No matter how long I stand on the horse, I can't compare to the grandsons of the national football team. They won't shoot for 90 minutes. You two are enough. Fan Xiangdong couldn't help it anymore. Su Hongbing, are you done? Can you still fight? If you don't fight, put the gun down and practice your shooting posture. Give you a chance, you won't win. Don't let me know, Lao Su, can't I still ejaculate? Didn't I find the feeling just now? Su Hongbing stopped quarrel with Zhou Zheng, held his breath and aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. A gunshot was heard, and Su Hongbing fired 10 bullets in the magazine in about 1 minute. Although his speed is much slower than Zhou Zheng, he feels good and his shooting rate must be higher than Zhou Zheng. He Lao Zhou, you are very good. I can't compare to you in 5 kilometers of weight. I'm even worse than you in fighting. You have superb medical skills. You are simply a pervert. But I can always beat you when shooting, right? Su Hongbing said in his heart. Zhou Zheng is so outstanding that it makes people jealous, and Su Hongbing is also holding his energy, so he doesn't believe that nothing is as good as Zhou Zheng. Let's go, and see how your grades are. After Fan Xiangdong finished speaking, he said to Zhou Zhendao, Xiao Zhou is not talking about you. It's not like this to shoot. You naturally have no accurate head when firing fast shots. Are you nervous or have you practiced systematically at the police academy? Forget it, I will teach you myself later. After saying that, Fan Xiangdong shook his head and walked towards the target. He was a little disappointed with Zhou Zheng and was more of a pity. Such an excellent talent actually has shortcomings, and shooting is useless. Old Zhou, let's go, let's compete later to see who has the best shooting skills. I feel that you are not as good as me this time. Haha. Zhou Zheng smiled and refused to refute. The three of them came close to the target. Fan Xiangdong first looked at the target Su Hongbing was shooting. It's the same whether Zhou Zheng's target is looking at or not. In his mind, he thought that the shooting must be very trash, and some bullets probably went off the target. 10 rings, 9 rings. Fan Xiangdong counted and couldn't help but lit up his eyes. 95 rings. Yes, Su Hongbing. You really made me look at you with admiration. Generally, if you have a 25-meter pistol chest target, you will be considered excellent if you have 90 rings. Su Hongbing has a 95 ring, you can be said to be quite excellent if you have 95 rings. Fan Xiangdong didn't expect much of his stupid appearance, but he didn't expect that this kid gave Fan Xiangdong a surprise. Su Hongbing was still very proud of being recognized by Fan Xiangdongdao, and this is the effect he wanted. Lao Fan, don't you look down on me, Su Hongbing? I also have my own strengths, and I am not useless. Zhou Zheng, how are you? How did I fight? It doesn't count if you get Fan Xiangdong's recognition, but you must get Zhou Zheng's recognition. After all, this pervert is too excellent in all aspects. Zhou Zheng nodded without comment. Oh, not bad. This is very much like Zhou Ji. Su Hongbing looked dissatisfied. What does it mean? See clearly, it's called it very good. Let's go and see your grades. Su Hongbing thought that there would be no harm without comparison. He expected that Zhou Zheng was just shopping for handsome things, and his shooting results must be a piece of shit. The three of them came to the target Zhou Zheng shot again. This target only has one gun hole in the center. Fan Xiangdong glanced at him slightly and showed a disappointed expression on his face. Sure enough, it was off the target. Although one shot hits the 10 rings and is still at the center, what's the use? All the remaining 9 guns were off the target. 10 rings? Ha ha ha. Su Hongbing laughed heartlessly, but he felt it was inappropriate, so he covered his mouth with his hands and held back his smile. Old Zhou, this is perfect. Although the 10 rings grades are very poor, they are not all off target. Puff. He couldn't help laughing again. Fan Xiangdong couldn't stand it anymore, and Su Hongbing was simply gloating. His Su Hongbing just praised you and you were so proud. Zhou Zheng doesn't care about him. I think you have a high talent in shooting. Although you only hit one shot, it is in the center. As long as you take it seriously and practice more, you will have a great improvement in the past few days. Zhou Zhensen said, what are your eyes? Is this off target? Instructor Fan, Lao Su, you two will take a closer look. I have no room for improvement after playing 100 rings, right? What? First North Ring Road. Su Hongbing deliberately spoke dialect from which province, so he didn't believe that Zhou Zheng could play 100 rings. Fan Xiangdong's heart moved, and he carefully observed the target and found that the only gun hole on the target was indeed larger. Could it be that Zhou Zheng's first shot hit the center, and the 9 bullets behind him were all penetrated through this eye? This is too fantasy. Fan Xiangdong shook his head, unable to believe it. Zhou Zheng thought that they didn't believe it, so he didn't care. Or why I shoot 10 more times. Lao Su, you can shoot with your phone. After you hit it slowly, you will know if I off target or hit the same point. Okay, I don't believe you are really that powerful. Su Hongbing took out his cell phone. Fan Xiangdong also nodded and followed Zhou Zheng back to the folding table. Zhou Zheng pressed the bullet and pointed the muzzle at the target. Old Zhou, look at me, Don't shoot me in the head! Su Hongbing shouted from a distance with his cell phone. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and signaled him to get closer to the target, so that he could take a clear shot. Get out! I'm not that close, I'm scared. The photos here are clear enough. Su Hongbing refused in his heart. Bang bang bang! A series of gunfire sounded and returned to peace in a few seconds. Su Hongbing watched the video at twice the speed of 0 and was shocked. In the video, all 10 bullets passed through the bullet holes. Damn, it's really 100 rings. Chapter 271. Zhou Zheng has a promising future, and he will be promoted to white clothing police supervisor sooner or later. Master-level gun specialization not only knows all gun models and performance in the world, but also has a shooting hit rate of more than 95% in training environments. The 9-second pistol has good performance and is a 25-meter chest target, which is not difficult at all. As long as the weather is not particularly bad, the hit rate can reach 100%. Zhou Zheng knew the result and was not surprised. Su Hongbing was so surprised that he stood there and shouted. 100 rings, 100 rings! I'm still fighting the same spot. Are you cheating on maid Zhou Zheng? Fan Xiangdong was also shocked when he heard Su Hongbing's words. Department. There was once a soldier king in the team who specialized in shooting, with a pistol of 25 meters of chest target within 40 seconds. This made the soldiers of the entire army feel ashamed. Zhou Zheng finished 10 shots in 5 seconds, which was also 100 rings. Good guy. He is better than the soldier king. Xiao Zhou, you are so powerful, do you know? Do you want to do another trip? Then the relationship is good. Zhou Zheng's master-level gun specialty needs 10,000 live ammunition shots if he wants to upgrade to a master-level gun specialty. Why not do such a good upgrade opportunity? And shooting was really satisfying. The smell of gunfire was smelled in his nostrils, which stimulated the adrenal hormones in his body. I really want to kill the enemy on the battlefield with a gun. If I hadn't been a policeman, I would really want to join the army. Fan Xiangdong personally pressed Zhou Zheng's bullets, and this time he pressed a full shuttle, a total of 15 rounds. Bang bang bang! After finishing the shooting in 5 seconds, the gun hit the center again. Fan Xiangdong was shocked and became interested. Xiao Zhou's chest target shooting is too simple for you. How about shooting with a 50 meters? It's okay, I can try it. Zhou Zheng took the pistol and retreated to 50 meters, then shot while moving forward quickly. He also simulated actual combat, and from time to time he used standard tactics to shock Fan Xiangdong and Su Hongbing. So professional, he's simply a professional soldier. Fan Xiangdong murmured to himself. After 15 bullets were fired, they actually shot 135 rings. You should know that in fierce actual combat shooting, the soldier's hit rate is as low as 30%. Even in the actual simulation environment, the hit rate is 50%. Zhou Zheng not only did not miss the target in one shot, but also achieved such a good result. He can be said to be a master of the pervert level. Su Hongbing was dissatisfied and also shot a 50-meter approaching close. The first few shots were off the target, but the next few shots were barely on the target. The 15 bullets only hit the 46 rings, which was much different from Zhou Zheng, and he was immediately embarrassed. Then I thought, Zhou Zheng was a monster and was incomparable to him. It would be better to adjust his mindset and be good at himself. Fan Xiangdong said in a convincing manner. Xiao Zhou, you are the most powerful sharpshooter I have ever met since I joined the army, and you are also the person with the strongest comprehensive ability. It would be a pity that you don't go to the army. You will definitely pass this provincial selection competition successfully, and it is a foregone conclusion that you will win the top 10 elite police in the country. There will be a chance to represent the country in participating in the international elite police competition. Fan Xiangdong didn't force Zhou Zheng to go to the army, it was gold that shone brightly. He felt that with Zhou Zheng's ability, he would shine even on the international elite police field. By then, you will return to win glory and honor for the country, and your status in the police industry will rise. Xiao Zhou will be promoted to white-clothed police supervisor sooner or later, and the future is promising. Fan Xiangdong thought in his heart. Instructor Fan has been awarded too much. Zhou Zheng was still very modest when he waved his hand. Old Zhou, being too humble is pride. What a good guy, you are so proud. Su Hongbing said with envious expression on the side. Okay, you two will finish the remaining bullets, and today's training will be over. When I go back, I will ask the captain to open a note and try to apply for more ammunition. We will practice rifles tomorrow. Xiao Zhou, you are fighting so hard, and your shooting skills are far better than me. If you have the heart, you can also help Su Hongbing. No problem, Instructor Fan. Zhou Zheng happily agreed. After the two of them fired the remaining bullets, Fan Xiangdong took back his pistol and announced his disbandment. Xiao Zhou, why did you come? Do I need to take you there? Fan Xiangdong asked while launching a military off-road vehicle. No need for Lao Fan, I'll send Lao Zhou and we'll go along the way. Su Hongbing said. Okay, you guys are slower on the way. I'll leave first. Watching Fan Xiangdong leave, Su Hongbing looked at the sports watch on his wrist, and it was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I thought the training would be dark, but I didn't expect it to end at 4 o'clock. Lao Zhou, I'll take you to pick up your brother and sister. Let's go to the provincial capital for dinner, and I'll arrange it tonight. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Don't worry about eating, I think it's better to have another day. Xiao Tong's illness is more critical, so I have to make pills quickly. Old Zhou, it's so good. I don't thank you for your kindness. No matter whether your pill can cure Xiao Tong, I, Lao Su, knows your love in this life. Su Hongbing held Zhou Zheng's hand and said emotionally. Mad, don't disgust me, can I? I don't like men. As he said that, he pulled out his hand and deliberately showed a look of disgust. Uncle. Su Hongbing punched Zhou Zheng gently with anger. I'm showing my true feelings, okay? It's a waste of feelings. By the way, Lao Su, do you want to call Director Gong and ask about the progress? If you don't ask, I almost forgot about this, I'll beat you up after a while. As he said that, he took out his cell phone and called Gong Tao, and after chatting for a few words, he hung up the phone. How about Lao Su? Su Hongbing said. Old Gong is busy, so I just chatted with me. He said that according to the feedback from various provincial and departmental departments, the Navy Army arrested a lot, but the leader of the Navy was not caught. He only knew that the boy's online name was Wang Yumao, and he could not find anything else. The arrested Navy did not understand his real situation. This kid should be a master of hacking. His whereabouts are very secretive on the internet, and the technical department cannot find his place at the moment. Zhou Zheng thought, if he couldn't catch Wang Wushong, this wave of internet cleaning action would not hit the head of the master behind the scenes, and Li Jinfeng would be at ease. Yes, it's fine. Wang Yumao must be arrested. Old Su got in the car and took me to the nearest internet cafe nearby. Zhou Zheng said as he got onto the co-pilot of the black off-road vehicle. No, Lao Zhou, why are you doing in the internet cafe? Take Wang Yumao out. Stop talking nonsense, drive quickly. Oh. Su Hongbing got into the air in confusion and kicked the accelerator to a nearby internet cafe. The two walked into the internet cafe. Zhou Zheng took out his ID card and registered, and found a remote corner to open a computer. Su Hongbing stood behind him. It's not Zhou Zheng, can you find Wang Wushong by surfing the internet? Stop dreaming. Even the comrades from the technical department of the Cybersecurity Bureau can't find him. Can you? Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, don't talk nonsense. Please help me ask me about the information about Wang Yumao in the technical department. All right. Su Hongbing also knew the comrades from the technical department of the Cybersecurity Bureau and made another call. However, Wang Yumao has very little information, and only one intranet IP was found. The intranet IP cannot locate Wang Yumao's position, but it can only be said to be a little difficult for a master-level hacker like Zhou Zheng. His hands were typing on the keyboard like a butterfly. After a while, Zhou Zheng successfully positioned Wang Yumao. "It's done!" Zhou Zheng shouted excitedly. "What? Zhou Zheng, have you found Wang Yuqian's address? Where is it?" Number 107, Jixiang Lane, Jiangbei City. Su Hongbing was greatly inspired. "Damn, this kid is in Jiangbei? Go and catch me!" Chapter 272. The third-class collective power is waving. Su Hongbing was a restless lord. When he heard Zhou Zheng say that he had found Wang Wushong's position, he became excited. "Let's go, Zhou Zheng, catch Wang Yuqian's grandson." "Wait a minute." Zhou Zheng was not in a hurry. Anyway, Wang Yumao was the meat on the chopping board, so he could catch him at any time. If this kid is arrested and doesn't plead guilty, he will have to spend a lot of energy and material resources to interrogate. It's better to cheat him now and collect some evidence of his crime. Su Hongbing said. "How to collect it? This kid is probably very alert, so don't be alert anymore." Zhou Zheng thought about it, too. "Let's do this, let's go in two ways. I'll call our director and go to Jiking Alley to block this kid. Catching Wang Yumao is a meritorious service. Of course, you must not forget Kyo Bisis if you have good things. Moreover, Jixiang Lane is an old city area, with most of them unique courtyards, with complex terrain, alleys, and more insurance is available when there are more people." Zhou Zheng, typing on the keyboard with both hands for a while, found Wang Yumao's QQ number, applied for another small account, and used the small account to add Wang Yumao to a business person. "Old Su, let's go first if you can." After getting off the plane, the two walked out of the internet cafe and got on the off-road vehicle. "Old Su, drive to Jixiang Alley, I'll call our director." "Okay." Su Hongbing said to Zhou Zheng now, and navigated the location of Jixiang Lane on the onboard navigation device, and set off with the throttle. Zhou Zheng took out his cell phone and called Hao Aguo. Wow 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 wow. As soon as the phone was connected, a harsh alarm sound was heard. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. "Sir, where are you going? To the police?" "Yes, Xiao Zhou, the task arranged by the above is catching the navy that spreads rumors online." "How are you training there?" Zhou Zheng's heart moved. "The training is okay, it's not just over." "Director, are you catching the online navy that spreads rumors about my master's family?" "Yes, Xiao Zhou, how do you know? Did the above order to strictly deal with the internet navy? Is it because you took the upper-level route?" Hao Aguo knew that Zhou Zheng knew several leaders, such as Deputy Mayor Yang. But think about it, the order was given by the provincial department, and of course there are also people who can't bear it. I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't think about it anymore. I waited for Zhou Zheng to solve his doubts. Zhou Zheng said nothing, neither admitting nor denying it. "Director, I discovered a big fish. Wang Yumao, the leader of the Internet Water Army Gang, is in Jixiang Alley in our Jiangbei City." "What? Have you found Wang Yuqian's location?" "In our Jiangbei." Hao Aguo was stunned when he heard Zhou Zheng's words, and then he was happy. The Cybersecurity Bureau found out that Wang Yumao might be in Baihe Province and asked the Baihe Provincial Department to arrest him as soon as possible. The provincial department leaders were also anxious and issued an order to the municipal bureaus of various cities. When Ma Ziajun received the order, he even offered a third-class merit as a reward. Bureau Ma said that if Wang Yumao is in Jiangbei City, no matter which police station arrests him, he will award a collective third-class merit. The directors of various police stations in Jiangbei are also ready to go, but everyone is not sure if Wang Yumao is in Jiangbei City. Don't know Wang Wumao's specific address? It can only be based on luck. Hao Aguo doesn't have that big heart. Why do you think so much about uncertain things? It's better to follow the map to capture a few online navy troops. When he heard that Zhou Zheng had found Wang Wumao's location, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He sighed in his heart that Xiao Zhou is worthy of being a treasure in the capital and that he would give himself a surprise if he didn't go to work. Director, Wang Wumao's specific address is number 107, Jixiang Alley. I'll arrive soon, you can go there too. Okay. How patriotism is full of joy. I saw the collective third-class craftsmanship waving in the dark. Hang up the phone and turned around and called Deputy Director Wu Tian. Old Wu, what are you doing, Lao Wu? Over there, Wu Tian was excited and was arguing with Niu Jingxi, the director of the Knitting Road police station. One of his hands was handcuffed with a yellow-haired young man. This kid was an online Navy slander Lu Jianjun online and was just captured by Hao Aguo and Wu Tian. Hao Aguo walked forward and glanced at Niu Jingxi with a bad expression. Old Niu is here too. Who are you angry with? Who do you think I'm angry with? Lao Hao, your Kyobei station has long enough hands. Niu Jin said with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by old cow? What do you mean? We have all set my sights on this yellow-haired boy. Isn't it appropriate for you to arrest people in our jurisdiction? Wu Tian said unhappily. Old Niu, do you have to be reasonable? This kid's address is in our jurisdiction, but he just ran to your jurisdiction, and we arrested the person first. I don't care, you have to stay for us anyway. Seeing Niu Jingxi unreasonable, Wu Tian couldn't hold back. Old Niu, do you still want to steal someone? You can try it. Hao Aguo heard a few words and understood what was going on. Niu Jingxi was jealous of the internet navy he had just caught. Compared to this little Karami, Wang Wushong is the big fish. Hao Aguo vs Wu Tiandao. Old Wu uncuffed the handcuffs and gave them to the old cow. It's not Lao Hao, you didn't say nonsense, are you? Why are you turning your elbow out? Niu Jingxi's face was filled with joy. Old Wu, please see, Lao Hao Chang Liang. How could he be the director? That's what it should be. You should give me the person. What do you mean, Lao Niu? Why don't I give it to you if I don't give it to you? Wu Tiankai's face turned red, and Lao Niu revealed his shortcomings. Hao Aguo whispered a few words in his ear, and Wu Tian was immediately surprised. Really? Xiao Zhou discovered Wang Wuqian. He kept silent after speaking, and looked at Niu Jingxi like a thief. Then he quickly took off the handcuffs. Old Niu, I've given it to you. Don't be polite to come down and treat me to a meal. Let's go. After saying that, he pulled Hao Aguo into the police car quickly. I'll treat you to a meal? You can wait. Niu Jingxi complained in the direction of leaving the police car. Then he smiled again. Xiao Lu took the man to me into a police car. There were 4 of them in total. I heard that Hao Aguo and his team only arrested 2 of them. Our institute will definitely be able to stabilize the one end of the Bridge North station this time. Here, Su Hongbing drove Zhou Zheng quickly towards Jixiang Alley. Zhou Zheng sat in the passenger seat and hung up Hao Aguo's phone number, and found that Wang Wumao did not add his QQ account. It seems that this kid is more alert and not strangers. Zhou Zheng thought about it, applied to add a friend again and wrote down the words Introduction to Li Jinfeng. A few minutes passed, but Wang Wumao still didn't respond. Don't Wang Wumao know who Li Jinfeng is? Why does he still don't trust his small account? Zhou Zheng stroked his chin and thought. Perhaps Li Jinfeng did not have direct contact with Wang Wushong, and there was also an intermediary. Ho Vitao. Zhou Zheng soon thought of this kid. He was responsible for Li Jinfeng's bad job, and Li Jinfeng instructed him to do many things. Zhou Zheng entered Introduction to Ho Vitao with a Trithru mentality, and once again applied for Wang Yumao as his friend. After half a minute, it passed. Zhou Zheng felt aroused, and immediately clicked on the dialog box and entered. "Hello, Mr. Wang, I'm Hovi Tao introduced me to discuss business with you." Wang Yuqian replied to the news soon. "Speak just by what you have, I have something to do." "That's right. I want to ask you to do something. Attack an enemy online and make him bad." "What's the price?" "Ordinary public opinion is 5,000 yuan, and large-scale public opinion is 50,000 yuan, which is on the hot search for more than 200,000 yuan. I'm going, it's so expensive." "How effective?" Zhou Zheng was secretly happy that he would be able to make Wang Yuqian not telling him. But Wang Yumao did not reply to the message, and Zhou Zheng suddenly had an ominous premonition. Could it be that this kid noticed something? Chapter 273, Capture of Wang Yumao. "Old Su, drive quickly," Zhou Zheng said anxiously. Wang Yuqian did not reply to the message, and he became alert if he couldn't make a fuss. If this kid escaped, it would be a bad thing. There are so crowded in the city that there are so many traffic jams. I'm already fast enough. You can't knock the car in front of you. Su Hongbing asked while driving. "Old Zhou, why are you in a hurry? Jixiang Alley is not far away." Zhou Zhensen said that I was afraid of being self-defeating. He didn't explain anything to Su Hongbing. If he was anxious, he would really dare to hit the car in front of him. Pray in my heart that Hao Aguo and they can get in place quickly. Ding! At this time, Zhou Zheng QQ rang and picked it up to see the message Wang Yuqian replied. "This is a voice message." Zhou Zheng's heart moved and quickly opened it. "Hu. Papahu. I've been in this industry for so many years, and the public opinion effect is safe. If you search for posts that smear Lu Jianjun, you will know my strength." Wang Yuqian may breathe a few times in his voice, and he can vaguely hear the woman's panting voice. Zhou Zheng nodded and felt half relieved. No wonder this kid hasn't replied to the message for a long time. He is really busy proclaiming lust in the daytime. These chat records are enough to show that the remarks that slander Lu Jianjun online were from his work and could be made into a court certificate. During the interrogation, I am not afraid of this kid being a stone in the pit. Now I am waiting to arrest Wang Yumao and then ask him to accuse Hovi Tao. If Hovi Tao is arrested, Li Jinfeng will not be able to sit still. "Old Su, how long will it take to get to Jixiang Alley?" "It's almost done. I'll make you a turn after 2 intersections. There are fewer cars on the road now, so I promise to arrive within 5 minutes. "That's good. The golden shield is made with passion." Zhou Zheng said that the phone ringing rang again, and Su Hongbing subconsciously reached out to touch the phone in his pocket. Zhou Zheng has answered the phone. "Hey director! Xiao Zhou, where have you been? Lao Wu and I have arrived in Jixiang Alley." "Sir, I still have 5 minutes to go. Don't act rashly and set up control outside number 107, and wait for me to carry out the arrest." It's not that Zhou Zheng was greedy for merit, but that he would not allow mistakes to be made by arresting Wang Yuqian. If there were too many people, the tolerance rate would be greater. "I understand, don't worry, Lao Wu and I are watching." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng said to Su Hongbing. "Old Su, our director Hao is in place, and he told us not to worry." "That's not going to happen. I haven't caught the suspect for a long time, and my palms are itchy, so I naturally have to strive for the first place." As he said that, he kicked the floor oil again, surpassing the car in front, and crossing an intersection first when the green light turned yellow. A few minutes later, when they arrived at the entrance of Jixiang Alley, Su Hongbing parked the car at one place, and the two got out of the car and ran towards number 107. Jixiang Alley is located in the old city area. It was said that it would be demolished very early. Many people moved out, but later there was no movement. The owners were unwilling to come back to live, so many people rented out the house. There are mixed fish and dragons here and the terrain is complex. Wang Yumao chose to hide here and was quite sensible. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing were not noticeable when walking in the alley. Most of them were tenants, and they had new faces every day, and no one knew anyone. Xiao Zhou. When he was about to reach number 107, Hao Aguo stood at a dead end and waved to Zhou Zheng. "Sir, we are here." Zhou Zheng agreed and walked over. "Who is this?" Hao Aguo pointed at Su Hongbing and asked. "Oh, his name is Su Hongbing, just call him Lao Su. Comrades from the provincial department are temporarily working in the municipal bureau and are here to help us." "Hello, Comrade Hongbing." Hao Aguo shook hands with Su Hongbing with a smile. "I thought it was indeed Zhou Zheng who took the upper-level route, and even the comrades from the provincial department came to help." Su Hongbing saw that he was not an ordinary person, and he came to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau to guilt. Su Hongbing saw too many officials, so he naturally did not catch a cold about the director of a small grassroots police station. For Zhou Zheng's sake, he was not arrogant either. He stretched out his hand and shook Hao Aguo's hand, and left at once. "Hello, Director Hao. Then who are here? Take action quickly. The comrades who come from the provincial department have high awareness and work is positive." Hao Aguo flattered a few times. Zhou Zheng asked. "Sir, how is Wang Yumao doing? Is there anything unusual?" "Don't worry, old Wu is staring at the periphery, Wang Yumao has not made any changes for the time being. Let's go." The three of them found Lao Wu who was following the outside, looked at the bungalow with a separate courtyard, and briefly planned how to arrest Wang Wushong. "Old Wu, Comrade Hongbing, and you stared at the front door and the other looked at the backyard wall to prevent Wang Wushong from jumping over the wall. Xiao Zhou and I went in to arrest him." "No. I'm going to go in and arrest me." Su Hongbing put forward different opinions. "Comrade Hongbing, I think you shouldn't go to the front line in person, right? After all, there are still some dangers." Hao Aguo didn't want Su Hongbing to take risks, and of course he was even more afraid that he would be a fool. "Director Hao, what you said, I'm going to be even more dangerous." Zhou Zhensen said that if the situation is urgent, don't argue. He also knows Su Hongbing's temper and will definitely not do it if he doesn't let him arrest him. "Let me go in, Director, and I will go in, you and Wu will stay outside." Hao Aguo naturally believed in Zhou Zheng's ability, and nodded and agreed. They were given a law enforcement recorder, a pair of handcuffs and 2 sticks. "Be careful." "Don't worry, Director." Zhou Zheng put the law enforcement recorder on his shoulders, shook the stick and looked at the handcuffs around his waist, and looked at the wall about 3 meters high. "Old Su, is it difficult for us to climb over the wall from behind?" "A little, but not much." "Then let's go." The two of them came to the courtyard wall behind. Zhou Zheng looked at it, jumped up and grabbed the edge of the wall with his hands, and then pressed his arms against the edge of the wall. "Old Su, come up quickly." Su Hongbing was dumbfounded. The first time he saw a wall climbing over the wall, he didn't need to run away. The jumping power is too perverted this day. He didn't have these 2 tricks. He used his inertia to step on the wall tightly. However, his jumping height was a bit low, but his hands did not stick to the edge of the wall. "I'm going to be embarrassing." Su Hongbing was shocked and his body fell rapidly. Immediately afterwards, one hand grabbed his hand, and a huge force came, his body soared into the air, and he also lay down in the blink of an eye on the wall. "Zhou Zheng, you have such a great power." Su Hongbing was still in shock. Zhou Zheng made a gesture of silence, pointed to the bottom and jumped gently, landing quietly. Su Hongbing dared not jump down as casually as Zhou Zheng in the 3-meter high wall. He leaned down on the edge of the wall and stood up, then let go. "Pooh! The sound of landing is very loud." Zhou Zheng frowned. "Old Su, come in with me and catch Wang Wuqian." This kid may have been alarmed. After saying that, he was the first to rush into the room, and Su Hongbing followed closely behind. In a bedroom, Zhou Zheng found a man and a woman playing poker on the bed, with her white butts raised. The battle is fierce and anxious, you have me and I have you, and the lewd voices are endless. Chapter 274. This wave of collective third-class skills is stable. Grass. It's unbearable. Su Hongbing, who had just come in, shook his head and stared at the bed with critical eyes. The woman ate a bomb and was about to sing her neck but found someone breaking in and immediately screamed. Ah! A harsh sound filled the bedroom. The man found something was wrong and pulled it out quickly. He turned around and saw two uninvited guests. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing were wearing casual clothes, and the man was a little scared and angry. The woman quickly grabbed the quilt and covered her naked body. He said emotionally, "Who are you? You're going to privately break into a private house in broad daylight? If you don't go out, I'll call the police." "What police should I call?" "We are police." Zhou Zheng took out his police officer's certificate and shook it in front of him. Hearing Zhou Zheng's words, the man immediately panicked. "Police officer, I didn't go to prostitution, this woman is my girlfriend." Su Hongbing stepped forward and grabbed the man's hair, and the man was forced to lean on his back. "Stop talking nonsense, I'll ask you if you're here to go for prostitution. What's your name? Let me go. You are rudely enforcing the law. Do you believe it or not, I will sue you." Su Hongbing didn't take this trick at all. "I'll teach me how to do things with you? Say it quickly, what's the name?" The man closed his eyes and was silent. "Wang Yuqian!" Zhou Zheng shouted, and the man suddenly shuddered and pretended to be confused. "What are you talking about, police officer? Who is Wang Wushong? Stop pretending. The police are not aimless when they come to the door," Zhou Zheng said as he picked up the man's cell phone on the table. "What is the password?" "Police officer, that's my privacy. You can't check it at will. You're talking too much." Zhou Zheng put his phone close to Wang Yumao's face and unlocked it. "Click on QQ and you will find your own account in the friend list." After casually searching, there were still a few unanswered information, all of which were discussed with him about the price of hiring online water troops. "I also said you are not Wang Yuqian. That friend named I was sentenced to lifelessness for the coach was pretending to be." Wang Yumao was immediately frustrated when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. He usually does not add strangers and friends, because Hovi Tao is his big client, so he adds Zhou Zheng. At that time, he was still confused and wanted to call Hovi Tao to confirm. However, because he ordered takeout to come to the door, he didn't have time to contact Hovi Tao for a while, but the police took advantage of the loophole. "Mad, I was too careless," Wang Yumao said in his heart. However, he was not particularly afraid or worried. At worst, you can get fined. Anyway, you don't have a wife, so you are not afraid of family conflicts. As for commanding the navy to spread rumors and slander online, you are not afraid of being afraid. He deleted all chat records, and the transaction records of Zhifubeo used for trading were also deleted. Zhifubeo's transaction records were basically difficult to recover after being deleted. It is difficult to convict the police just because they fish and pretend that a customer would mess with him, so Wang Wushong was not panicked at all, just pretending to be innocent. Old Su handcuffed him. Zhou Zheng threw a pair of handcuffs to Su Hongbing, and stared at him tightly. "Beware of this kid's in a hurry to jump over the wall, escape or resist." Unexpectedly, Wang Yumao had no intention of escaping or resisting, but just asked Zhou Zheng whether he could let him put on his clothes. Zhou Zheng nodded and satisfied his request. Su Hongbing asked Wang Yumao, who had just put on his pants, "You boy is calm and don't ask why we arrest you." "Police officer, what's the difference between asking or not asking? Anyway, I'm not breaking the law. How do you arrest me? I have to let me go." "So arrogant. I hope you can still be so arrogant when you arrive at the institute. Follow us. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing escorted Wang Wushong out of the room. Outside, Hao Aguo was still waiting at the door. He was not in a hurry. Zhou Zheng was almost sure to take advantage of people. Wang Yumao is just the leader of a navy army, not that kind of vicious murderer, and it is not difficult. Be honest, lower your head. Hearing the chaotic footsteps and the sound of Su Hongbing screaming in the yard, Hao Aguo knew that Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing had succeeded. I was also happy that this wave of collective third-class skills has been stable. Clang clang. As the dilapidated iron door opened, the three of them appeared in front of him, and the one who was being held in a mess was the embarrassing Wang Wushong. Sir, I've caught it, the boy is Wang Wuqian. Well, you guys did a good job. Hao Aguo looked at Wang Yumao and saw that this boy was about 30 years old. His fat face had not been wiped clean, and his chin had a blue-gray beard, his hair was messy like a chicken coop, and he looked like an otaku. This kid's online name is Wang Yumao, what is his real name? Director, he won't say it. Hao Aguo nodded. Let's forget it, go back to the station for another trial. Let's go, the police car is outside the alley, I'll inform Lao Wu to withdraw the team. Everyone rushed Wang Yumao out of the alley and got into the police car. Hao Aguo held Su Hongbing's hand intimately. Comrade Hongbing, thank you for taking the time to help us arrest the criminal suspect in Kyobei district. Now that people have been arrested, we will be busy with interrogation when we go back and invite you to dinner another day. Su Hongbing looked dark and was a little unhappy. What do you mean, Director Hao? He dumped me after finishing his work? Besides, I was following Zhou Zheng, not following you. Hao Aguo's face suddenly turned red, and he thought to himself that Su Hongbing really dared to speak. Awkwardly said, I don't mean that. I'm not afraid that you will be busy and will waste your time. Director Hao, thank you. I'm not busy at all. If Lao Zhou works overtime, I will accompany him. If he doesn't work overtime, I will shout him to leave. Don't go ahead, Zhou Zheng, and you arrested him. You must be interrogated. I have to report this good news to Bureau Ma. Since Comrade Hongbing, you have time, then go back to Kyobei Institute with us. Well, this is almost the same. Lao Zhou, come on, get into my car. Su Hongbing pulled Zhou Zheng away. Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, stop making trouble. If you have something to do, go busy. I'm really fine. I'm still idle anyway. Director Hao agreed to you for being pretentious? Don't delay it, leave quickly. I want to invite you to the provincial capital for dinner after finishing my work early. Hao Aguoxin said that this person's style is obviously the master of which family, so why do he like Zhou Zheng so much and stick to him like a dogskin plaster? This is also good, with multiple friends and multiple paths, it will not harm Zhou Zheng. Xiao Zhou, please take the car of Comrade Hongbing. What we see in the north of the bridge. After saying that, he drove away in a police car. Zhou Zheng had no choice but to follow Su Hongbing on the black off-road vehicle. Old Su, I'm afraid I can't go to the provincial capital for dinner today. It's still early. If you want to go back to the provincial capital to see Xiaotong, then go quickly. Speaking of Xiaotong, Su Hongbing showed a touch of warmth on his face. He was indeed moved to go back to the provincial capital to see Xiaotong. However, after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, Now I see her less every time, but I still won't go today. Xiaotong's life is in your hands, I have to flatter you. Chapter 275 There are experts in grassroots police. Su Hongbing's words are by no means exaggeration. Her girlfriend was terminally ill, and he could not cure her even though he tried every means, and Zhou Zheng was Xiaotong's life-saving straw. Su Hongbing is a person with a temperament, so it is not surprising that he says what he says. Old Su, you won't be so serious. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll cure Xiaotong's terminal illness. If I'm fine later, I'll go home to make pills. Zhou Zheng gave him another reassurance, which made Su Hongbing feel relieved. Let's go, Lao Zhou, I'll go to the police station with you. Don't you still have to interrogate Wang Yumao? I'm just as angry with Lao Gong. Wang Yumao, who they can't locate, has been arrested in Jiangbei, which will surprise him. The two got on the black off-road vehicle and drove towards the police station in the north of the bridge. At Qiubei police station, Hao Aguo and Wu Tian escorted Wang Yumao to arrive first. Old Wu, take this kid into the detention room. Xiao Zhou will come back and interrogate him later. I'll report to the Ma Bureau first. I know Lao Hao. Wu Tian understood that Hao Aguo was cultivating Director Zhou Zhenxiang's position. Zhou Zheng personally did all the arrest and interrogation. The collective third-class merit could not be eliminated, and the superiors might also give him a verbal reward. These are all plus points on the way to promotion. Wu Tian felt a little envious. After all, he has been a deputy director for several years, and it is fake that he doesn't want to help him, and he also wants to make progress. Zhou Zheng has become the key training target and shows signs of surpassing him, and he feels a little uncomfortable. Then I thought about it that Zhou Zheng's ability was much more outstanding than him. Take this for example. He was the one who discovered that he was the one who arrested Wang Yuqian. If Zhou Zheng hadn't been Zhou Zheng, he would still be fighting with Niu Jingxi of the Knitting Road Police Station for an internet navy. It is still unknown who has caught Wang Yumao, but his collective third-class merit is even more terrible. Thinking of this, Wu Tian felt relieved and secretly blamed himself for eating Zhou Zheng. Can the police officer still leave? Wang Yumao urged in the police car with handcuffs. He thought it was simple, and the police would not be able to catch the evidence that he instructed the Navy to make trouble online. The interrogation was in vain, and in the end he had to let him go. If you are willing to die, you should use prostitution to explain things and pay a little money. He would have been able to come out of the police station earlier if he interrogated him earlier. He was impatient to wait. Oh, I'll go. Wu Tian was stunned when he heard Wang Yumao's words. The first time I saw the suspect in an anxious mood. Boy, are you so active? Could it be that an old fried dough stick has entered the orange too much? Not panic at all? Wang Yumao said proudly. Police officer, you must let me go sooner or later. My time is precious and I can't afford to delay it. I ask for an early interrogation to be completed. Boy, you're pretty crazy. Get off the car. Wu Tian grabbed Wang Yumao's arm and pulled him off the police car and took him into the detention room. Wang Yumao, think about the good things you did. I'll see if you can calmly walk out of the police station. In the director's office, Hao Aguo called Mao Ziajun, the director of the municipal bureau, using the landline pen on the desk. Master Ma, I have something to report to you. Old Hao, if you have any problems, just tell me quickly. I'm busy here. Ma Ziajun's somewhat impatient voice came from the phone. The Cybersecurity Bureau judged that the leader of the Navy, Wang Yumao, was in Jiangbei City, and the leaders of the provincial department asked the Jiangbei City Bureau to seize Wang Yumao. He also said that if he grasped Wang Yumao, there would be a bonus point. If Wang Yumao ran away from Jiangbei, it would be a bonus point. Let Ma Ziajun seize the opportunity and complete the task. This put a lot of pressure on Ma Ziajun. Wang Yumao cannot even monitor his specific location by the Internet Security Bureau. How to find millions of people in Jiangbei City? The Horse Bureau is so upset. The Internet Supervision Department of the Bureau ordered the Internet Supervision Department to locate Wang Yumao's position online based on clues provided by the Internet Security Bureau. Everyone must find out the location of Wang Yumao when they work hard. The Internet Supervision Department is in trouble. Is this a hard work? No masters of the technical department of the Cybersecurity Bureau can do it. Can the small online police in our local area do it? If you don't work, you have to be hard on your scalp. Everyone is busy but there is no progress. Ma Ziajun asked by phone after a while, but he was disappointed. He also ordered the directors of police stations to interrogate the captured online water army, hoping to find clues about Wang Yumao. However, those Navy soldiers were unaware of Wang Yumao's situation and could not contact him. They usually only received information through email when they had tasks. The email he used was from a foreign country and was no longer used. As time passed by minute, Ma Ziajun became more and more irritable. Even though Hao Aguo called, he was a little impatient. Hao Aguo couldn't hear the impatientness in Ma Ziajun's tone. He was happy. Good news from Bureau Ma. Wang Yumao is arrested. Hao Aguo didn't plan to play with the surprise trick, but he just told him about it. Old Hao, what did you say? Hao Aguo's mind was not on Hao Aguo. He heard that he was very familiar with a person's name and asked quickly. Director, the provincial department has let us arrest Wang Yumao, the leader of the Internet Navy. Real. When Ma Ziajun heard this, he immediately ejected from the office chair and his tone changed. Old Hao, are you kidding? Do I dare to joke with you about such a thing as Director Ma? Wang Yumao is now detained in Arkeo Bay Institute. I plan to interrogate him later. Okay. 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 Ma Ziajun suddenly said okay 3 times, and asked excitedly. Old Hao, how did you find Wang Wushong? Ma Bureau, thanks to Zhou Zheng, he found Wang Yumao's address and personally arrested Wang Yumao. It's Zhou Zheng again? Comrade Xiao Zhou is indeed excellent. Ma Ziajun nodded. Just now, Fan Xiangdong, deputy captain of the armed police detachment stationed in Jiangbei, called him to communicate about today's training and praised Zhou Zheng for his generous praise. Fan Xiangdong's field troops were awarded the title of King of War, and he could be praised by him. It is conceivable how outstanding Zhou Zheng was. Unexpectedly, after participating in the training, he returned to the police and solved the problem as soon as he took action. Such a comrade is a good comrade. Hao Aguo asked on the phone. Mr. Ma, does the collective third-class merit you promised still count? Think about it, why don't you? I will give Comrade Zhou Zheng a personal commendation. Lao Hao, you interrogate Wang Yuqian first, and call me if there is any situation. I will go to report to the provincial and department leaders. Okay, horse game. Hao Aguo hung up the phone and couldn't help but smile on the corner of his mouth. Xiao Zhou won another third-class merit and a verbal commendation. Will he be promoted to a first-level police superintendent if he earns merit? A first-level police superintendent in his early 20s is also rare in the country. Beijing Cybersecurity Bureau, Technical Department. A group of technicians were busy staring at the computer. It is just that you cannot locate the specific position of Wang Yumao. Gong Tao stood behind them and kept shaking his head. These technicians have special hackers, some are top students studying the internet. Anyway, they are full of talents, but they are fighting over this matter. Ding-gling. The ringtone of Gong Tao's cell phone rang, and he walked out the door to answer. Hey Uncle Gong, is Wang Yumao arrested? What did Hongbing say? Wang Yumao was arrested? Who found this guy? A friend of my police station, named Zhou Zheng, took a little trick and positioned Wang Yumao and arrested him. I'm still involved. Gong Tao was shocked. There are experts at grassroots police. Chapter 276 Don't cry until you see the coffin. Bridge North Police Station, Interrogation Room. Wang Yumao was taken in by Wu Tian, pointed to an iron chair and said, Wang Wushong, sit over there. This was the first time Wang Wu entered the interrogation room. Looking at the simple and deserted environment, he immediately became nervous. Especially sitting in the cold iron chair his heart beat faster and faster. Zhou Zheng turned on the camera in the corner of the wall and sat behind the interrogation table to start the interrogation. Hao Aguo intended to train Zhou Zheng, so he asked him to preside over Wang Wushong. Wu Tian helped Zhou Zheng at Hao Aguo's request and helped record it. After all, he is a newcomer and is not as good as Wu Tiandao, who has been a police officer for many years in interrogation. Name: King, Wang Wuqian. I'm asking about your real name. Zhou Zheng raised his eyes and glanced at him with a stern look. Wang Xingfa. Originally, Wang Yumao wanted to remain silent on purpose and give Zhou Zheng a question and no answer. I don't know if it was Zhou Zheng's stern gaze or the effect of the cold iron chair, but he told his true name truthfully by nature. Age: 36 years old. What job do you do? Unemployed vagrants. After successfully asking Wang Xingfa's detailed information, Zhou Zheng began to get to the point. Wang Xingfa, do you know why we brought you here? I don't know, Uncle Police, I didn't do anything bad either. Did nothing. Zhou Zheng looked up at Wang Xingfa again. Wang Xingfa, think about it carefully. You know our policies. Even if you have made meritorious performance, we can deal with you with ease. If you resist stubbornly, you will have no chance when we say it. You have to know that we will not arrest people casually without a sure evidence of your crime. I will give you 1 minute to consider. When Wang Xingfa heard Zhou Zheng's words, his face, who had been pretending to be calm, changed color slightly, and a layer of fine beads of sweat also oozed out of his forehead. Wu Tian nodded with approval. Zhou Zheng's interrogation method is very professional, and he can attack the psychological defense line of criminal suspects from the beginning. The police did have evidence of the suspect, but they also needed to confirm it one by one. Sometimes there will be unexpected gains when putting psychological pressure on criminals, and criminals with poor psychological quality will reveal evidence that the police have not grasped. Wu Tianxin said, I don't need my help. Isn't Zhou Zheng quite professional? Wang Xingfa's psychological quality is not good. He is the dominant player on the internet, but in reality he is actually very cowardly. Just as the saying goes, the internet is hit hard and timid in reality. When I was not in the interrogation room, I still wanted to grit my teeth and say nothing and admit nothing. But now I'm a little panicked and the pressure is too great. Police officer, I said, I admit. I admit to being prostituted. Wang Xingfa planned to avoid the important and make excuses for prostitution. That girl is the takeout I spent 1,000 yuan to call. I'm unlucky when you bump into it, and I admit it. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Wang Xingfa, it seems you are not honest. Just avoid the important things? Do you really don't know what I'm asking? Okay, if you give you a chance, I'm not welcome. I'll ask you if the posts and comments that slander Lu Jianjun's family online were made by you. It's not me, I don't talk nonsense. Wang Xingfa answered instinctively. No? Wang Xingfa, don't you look at what this place? Just correct your attitude and think about it. I've thought about it. The police officer said I'm going to have sex with prostitution, but I really don't know what's happening on the internet, it's unfair. Bang! Wu Jun slapped the table hard. Wang Xingfa, is this your attitude? What did you say on the QQ account? You said that the posts and comments that slander Lu Jianjun's family online were what you did? You are the leader of an online Navy army, and you are specializing in making trouble online, and you don't want to make money for the bottom line. Wang Xingfa turned his eyes and said, that's your police officers fishing and law enforcement, and they can't be used as evidence to convict me. I'm bragging, do you know? I won't admit it anyway. Wu Tianxin said that this kid really avoided the important things and knew that organizing online water army slander was much more serious than slaughtering prostitution. This kid started to stop eating. What's wrong? You'll admit it if I really let me put your transaction record in front of you. Police officer, if you have evidence, take it out. If you can take it out, I have nothing to say. Wang Xingfa firmly believed that the police would definitely not find his transaction record. He in turn took Wu Tian's army. Wu Tian was really stopped by him. After all, he did not have his transaction records. Wang Xingfa, I'll give you another chance, think about it carefully. Zhou Zheng, go out and smoke a cigarette. You must never show the situation of being in poverty in front of the suspect. Wu Tian stood up with great experience and went out on excuses. He wanted to suspend the interrogation and find a new idea. Wu Su, wait a moment. Zhou Zheng did not stand up. Wang Xingfa, you really don't cry until you see the coffin, and you won't give up until the Yellow River. Since you want to see your transaction records, I will help you. Zhou started to tap on health in front of the computer. Cracky. The hand flew up quickly, so that Wang Xingfa, as an internet master, sighed that he was not as good as him. For a moment, he felt unsure. Could it be that the young policeman in front of him is a hacker expert who can retrieve his transaction history? But the transaction record was deleted. Even if it was an insider of Zhifubao, it is not easy to find the staff. Is he accused of being mysterious? Wang Xingfa's face was unstable and he was nervous, but he was lucky enough to think that Zhou Zheng was just making a fool of himself and would be fine as long as he didn't let go. After a while, Zhou Zheng showed a knowing smile on his face, and his hands typing on the keyboard also stopped. Wu Tian looked at Zhou Zheng's screen for no reason, and then a look of shock appeared on his face. Whispered. Xiao Zhou, have you found the chat records and transaction records sent by Wang Xing Company? How did you do it? The interrogation room was very quiet, and Wu Tian's voice was still heard by Wang Xingfa. My husband, these two people are still performing? He didn't believe that Zhou Zheng could retrieve his transaction record. Isn't this a big deal? Zhou Zheng smiled at Wu Tian and said nothing. Wu Tian knew that he could not ask more questions in front of Wang Xingfa, so he kept silent. Zhou Zheng asked while operating the mouse to print chat records and transaction records. Wang Xingfa, are you talking or not? What did you ask me to say, officer? I have nothing to say. If you have any advice, you want to go. Okay. Your head is strong enough. Come and see what this is. Zhou Zheng walked to Wang Xingfa with the printed chat records and transaction records in a thick stack. Wang Xingfa took a look and his face changed color. How did you find it? No. Impossible, impossible. Unexpectedly, the policeman in front of him was a master of hacking and printed out all the chat records and transaction records he had with customers. Wang Xingfa's psychological defense line in front of the ironclad evidence collapsed. Police officer, I said, I will explain everything. The recent business was traded with a man named Ho Vitao. Chapter 277. I'm going to arrest both of you. Kyobei Police Office, Director's Office. It was time to get off work, but Hao Aguo showed no sign of wanting to go home from get off work. I just called the Ma Bureau to report the situation, and Kyobei Institute and Zhou Zheng were praised by the Ma Bureau. This is nothing, the most important thing is that a collective third-class skill at Kyobei Institute was obtained in this way. Zhou Zheng himself also has an oral commendation. In just over 10 days, Kyobei Institute has obtained 2 collective third-class merits. This business assessment will definitely surprise other police stations. Hao Aguo probably can still rank in the top 3 even if Kyobei cannot rank first. There are dozens of police stations in Jiangbei City, and such achievements are already quite impressive, and Hao Aguo is also quite satisfied. You should know that the assessment results of Kyobei Institute have always been in the middle and lower reaches. When he goes to the municipal bureau to attend, he will sometimes be joking with his brother police station director. Now that he was proud, he was so happy that he couldn't stop talking. Of course, the main credit is Zhou Zheng. Hao Aguo liked Zhou Zheng more and more in his heart. If he had such a son, he would be so relieved. Unfortunately, there is only one child in the family and he doesn't like police work. After graduating from college, he went to work in the company. It's better to match them together. Xiao Zhou is married, I think what are these useless things to do? Hao Aguo patted his forehead, ashamed of his unrealistic thoughts just now. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Enter. Hao Aguo sat on the office chair and shouted. Director. Old Hao. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian walked into the office from outside. Oh, you two are not interrogating Wang Was Hong? Why did it come out so soon? Is that boy not making any progress without any progress? Old Hao, you have always been like a god and an old fox. You guessed it wrong this time. Hao Aguo deliberately pretended to be unhappy and said angrily. What old fox? Old Wu, are you okay? Why are you talking about this in front of Xiao Zhou? Haha, comrades say this behind their backs. Lao Hao, you don't know. Xiao Zhou naturally knows it too. Okay, Lao Wu, just say anything. If Wang Wuqian doesn't make any progress, let's just do it today. Let's get off work first. Zhou Zhendao. Director, Wang Wumao has explained it all. This kid is named Wang Xingfa, his online name is Wang Wumao, and he is the leader of the internet. He has been experiencing troubles on the internet, and the amount involved is several million. Yet. Hao Aguo stood up from the seat suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. First, he was surprised at how much money Wang Xingfa was involved in the case, and second, he was surprised at how quickly Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian conquered Wang Xingfa. Good work! Thank you, Lao Wu and Xiao Zhou. I have communicated with Ma Bureau, and our institute will definitely win a third-class collective merit. Zhou Zheng will also receive a verbal commendation. Yet, Wu Tianwen was very happy when he heard this. Director, most of the credit was Zhou Zheng. When he interrogated Wang Xingfa, he encountered difficulties at the beginning, and Zhou Zheng used methods to find Wang Xingfa's transaction record. The boy's mental defense collapsed, and he explained everything at once. Ha ha ha. It's true. I've never missed Xiao Zhou. Hao Aguo smiled and continued. The above matter is very important and I want to attack hard. I think Wang Xingfa has violated the criminal law. I will call the criminal police team later and ask them to bring people up. Let's see, we have done everything we should do. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. Sir, this matter is not over yet. Wang Xingfa mobilized the navy to slander my master's family online. He was a guy named Ho Vitao who spent money to instruct him. I request to arrest Ho Vitao immediately. Ho Vitao. Hao Aguo blinked and said. I seem to have heard of this name somewhere, and I can't remember it for a while. Director, Ho Vitao is Li Jinfeng's tyrant. Last time, he was the one who went to the hospital on behalf of Li Jinfeng to meet my master, who tried to spend tens of thousands of dollars to settle the matter, but was scolded by my master. After Zhou Zheng's reminder, Hao Aguo began to think about it. Oh, it turns out it's this kid, it's really not a good thing. Director, Ho Vitao hired Wang Xingfa to use public opinion to discredit my master's family. I think there must be a shadow of Li Jinfeng behind this. After arresting Ho Vitao, he will definitely bite Li Jinfeng out after interrogation. At that time, Xiao Yan's justice can be recovered. I will also send Li Jinfeng to prison. Yes. Wu Tian also said on the side. Li Jinfeng, this woman, hurt Xiao Yan, she is simply bad. Old Hao, give an order. Even if we don't sleep tonight, we will catch Ho Vitao back. Hao Aguo did not answer. He frowned and pondered for a moment, with a serious expression on his face. Old Wu, Xiao Zhou, have you ever thought that we can capture Ho Vitao but not move Li Jinfeng? Why? Zhou Zheng was a little dissatisfied, and he didn't know why his mother-in-law and mother got up at the critical moment. The connections behind Li Jinfeng are far beyond our imagination. If she really catches her, she will know the person behind her. Xiao Zhou, she will be like you in the future, and the people behind her will also regard you as a thorn in the eyes. You are in the progress stage, and the other party will stumbling into your future. Zhou Zheng knew that Hao Aguo was kind to think about him. But, really admit defeat? Are you really not seeking justice for your master's family for your own future? The answer is no. Sir, I appreciate your kindness. I will not let Li Jinfeng go, nor will I give up seeking justice for Xiao Yan's family for the sake of my own future. I want to arrest Hou Vitao, and Li Jinfeng wants to arrest him even more. Zhou Zheng said firmly. It's not Xiao Zhou, a person who knows the current affairs is a hero. Don't act voluntarily. You can't make any mistakes in the future, otherwise you will be ruined. Hao Aguo's words were a bit exaggerated, but it was not without reason. Zhou Zheng is now like a thriving sapling, and he will definitely grow into a towering tree in the future. But Xiao Shui is weak after all, so how can he compete with Li Jinfeng's backstage? If you insist on doing it alone, you will never escape the fate of being broken, which would be a pity. Director, you don't have to persuade me anymore, I've decided. No. The same thing is true. Hou Vitao can be arrested, but Li Jinfeng cannot be touched. Otherwise, you should not participate in this case. Hao Aguo said with a slight face. This is also the first time he has shown Zhou Zheng's face. Why did he think so? I am afraid that Zhou Zhensui will come up and joke about his future. Hey, what anger is old Hao saying? Xiao Zhou is the same. Why are you so stubborn when your director is doing your good deeds? Wu Tian quickly smoothed out the situation. Then what? Don't think about it so long, and discuss the future. Why not arrest Hou Vitao first? Xiao Zhou, if you delay your work, Hou Vitao may have oiled your feet. Zhou Zhengwen no longer said with Hao Aguo, and quickly said, Director, I'll go and catch Hou Vitao first. After saying that, he walked out of the director's office. Chapter 278. Are the bosses in the provincial capital also considered big shots? In the director's office, when Zhou Zheng's back disappeared, Hao Aguo and Wu Tian looked at each other. Xiao Zhou always puts work first and does not want to fall behind at all. Wu Tian said with an embarrassing smile. Okay, Lao Wu, don't let him go. Xiao Zhou rushed to capture Hou Vitao and wanted to send Li Jinfeng in too. Hao Aguo sighed again. Young people, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This spirit deserves praise. But some things that you should not do and do are stupid. Okay, Lao Hao, why are you so arrogant? Jianjun is Xiao Zhou's master, and his two families are getting closer. You need to understand his mood of seeking justice for Xiao Yan. I can understand. How could I not understand his mood? Hao Aguo sat dejectedly on the office chair and said, when something happened to Jianjun's family, no matter you and me or the comrades in the institute, who doesn't feel uncomfortable? I also want to send Li Jinfeng to prison. But we are just grassroots policemen, and we can't fight. Xiao Zhou can seek justice for Jianjun's family, but it's not now. Wu Tian looked up and asked. Old Hao, what do you say? Old Wu, there is a saying that it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Xiao Zhou's current growth period is unlimited. When he has status and capital in the future, it will not be too late to do anything at that time, right? Wu Tian secretly curled his lips. Good guy. One pole spends 10 years to go up, and I can't wait. But Hao Aguo's words also make sense. Who made Li Jinfeng's connections so powerful? Lu Jianjun and his family can only suffer the loss for the time being. Old Wu, you are an old policeman, you are a steady person. If you follow Zhou Zheng, he will be the leader. Try to stop it. The same sentence, Hou Vitao can be caught, but Li Jinfeng cannot move. I must have stared Zhou Zheng tightly. Wu Tian nodded and stood up and said. I understand Lao Hao. Then I'll go chase Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zhenggang ran out of the director's office and met Su Hongbing, who was idle in the yard. Su Hongbing followed Zhou Zheng to Qiubei Station. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian went to interrogate Wang Xingfa, and he started wandering around without doing anything. After chatting with the female policewoman in the household registration department for a while, then went to the large office to brag about several policemen. At first, he was almost kicked out, but later when he revealed his identity, everyone knew that he was also a policeman in a municipal bureau, so he politely talked to him. Who knew that this guy had a heavy butt, and he could live in vain with just a mouthful of Beijing movies, and it was endless. It was time to get off work, and all the people on duty left. Su Hongbing also felt bored and ran to the yard for a walk, and happened to meet Zhou Zheng. "Hey Lao Zhou, have you finished the interrogation? It's just dark, so why don't you call your brother and sister out and find a place to have a meal together, and don't go to the provincial capital." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "Old Su, I have something to do here. If I can't leave, I won't eat. I'll treat you another day." "No, what else is there?" Wang Yumao has admitted that he commanded the navy to spread rumors and slander online. He was indeed hired by Ho Vitao, and there is someone behind Ho Vitao. Li Jinfeng. Su Hongbing blurted out when he knew what happened. It should be Li Jinfeng. Ho Vitao has not been taken down yet, and there is no definite evidence. "Old Zhou, what do you mean is to catch Ho Vitao now?" "Yes. How can Li Jinfeng be affected if Ho Vitao is not captured?" "His." Su Hongbing took a breath. "Old Zhou sees that you are going to be with Li Jinfeng, you will never stop until you die?" "Awesome. Xiao Zhou, why are you still so aware? Didn't the director say that you won't let Li Jinfeng touch?" Before Zhou Zheng could speak, Wu Tian came over at some point. It can be seen that Hao Aguo had said a lot of things in the office, and Zhou Zheng went into his left ear and came out of his right ear. Of course, maybe he didn't take it to his heart at all. Wu Tian sighed and said, "Xiao Zhou, the captain is also for your own good, you must understand." Turning his head and looking at Su Hongbing again. "Comrade Hongbing, you can also help us persuade Xiao Zhou. Li Jinfeng cannot be arrested for the time being, Xiao Zhou is determined to arrest her." Su Hongbing looked up and asked, "Wu Su, why can't Li Jinfeng be arrested? Is he three-headed and six-armed or has endless magic power?" Wu Tian was almost said to be happy by Su Hongbing. "Are this guy a policeman from the provincial department? Why are you so unreliable to speak?" He suppressed his smile and explained, "Li Jinfeng is not a monster. She has strong connections behind her. If Xiao Zhou touches her, she will inevitably be retaliated by the one behind Li Jinfeng." "Oh, is Li Jinfeng so scary?" Su Hongbing said deliberately exaggeratedly. "Li Jinfeng is not scary, it is the one behind her." "Then who is the one behind her?" "I don't know much about the specifics, I heard it is." Wu Tian pointed to the sky and said to himself that even if I knew, I wouldn't dare to say it. "Ah? That's the boss from the capital." "It's not from the capital. Li Jinfeng doesn't have such a big backer. She should be the boss of the provincial capital." "Oh Wu Su, you scared me to death just now. How great is I to be her backstage?" Su Hongbing patted his chest exaggeratedly, with a look of grief on his face. "No, Comrade Hongbing, aren't the bosses in the provincial capital good?" Wu Tianxin said that Su Hongbing is too good to pretend. "You are just a policeman from the provincial department. You look down on the boss in the provincial capital so much?" A look of contempt appeared on Su Hongbing's face. "Are you a big shot in the provincial capital? Why is Li Jinfeng lawless if she has a boss from the provincial capital who works as the backstage? Is there any law in the king? Is there any law?" "Oh my god!" Wu Tian suddenly became nervous. "No, Comrade Hongbing dares not say that. I'm afraid of you saying this." Su Hongbing waved his hand to Zhou Zhendao. "Old Zhou, actually, I didn't particularly agree with you to capture Li Jinfeng at the beginning. Just knock on the mountain and shake the tiger. But now I support you to catch Ya Ting. Let's go together and be afraid that she will ask for something, and I will bear it. Wu Tian felt that he had made a mistake. He originally wanted Su Hongbing to persuade Zhou Zheng, but he didn't expect that this kid was also a fear of chaos in the world. In the end, he wanted to follow Zhou Zheng to go crazy. Zhou Zheng patted Su Hongbing on the shoulder. Old Su, this is my business, so I'll do it. Su Hongbing said dissatisfiedly. What are yours and mine? What are we going to share with you and me? Seeing that both of them were so loyal, Wu Tian couldn't help but look in a dark face, and didn't know how to stop them. Li Jinfeng is the target behind, and now we will catch Ho Vitao first. Wu Tianqian said hurriedly. Yes, 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 arrest Ho Vitao first. Let's discuss whether to arrest Li Jinfeng or not, let's discuss. Su Hongbing asked. But where is that boy Ho Vitao? How can we find Ho Vitao, Lao Zhou? Zhou Zheng is confident. I plan to use Wang Xingfa to catch Ho Vitao. Chapter 27 Chapter 9 Ho Vitao was arrested. I'll go, do you have fishing law enforcement? I like it. Su Hongbing showed a knowing smile on his face. Zhou Zheng looked dark. Old Su, this is not called fishing law enforcement, it is called following the clues. Su Hongbing blinked. That doesn't mean the same thing. Hurry up and act, I'm so bored. Catch Ho Vitao and then Li Jinfeng. Life is so exciting tonight. Finally, I'm not bored. Wu Tian looked at Su Hongbing with excitement on the side, thinking that he was idle with Su Hongbing. Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, I think you should not participate in this action. Why? You are not from our place, so you don't have to go to the police. Su Hongbing understood that Zhou Zheng didn't want to implicate him, he was just looking for an excuse. After all, it doesn't matter if you arrest Ho Vitao. If you really want to arrest Li Jinfeng, it will inevitably lead to resentment from the people behind her. It is also a troublesome thing if they really want to take revenge. Old Zhou, I understand your intentions. But how can I remain indifferent when you can rush to your master and be fearless in the face of powerful enemies? You are my good buddy. It's not Lao Su. If I insist on doing my own thing, it may really affect my future. I can't implicate you for my own thoughts. It doesn't matter, Lao Zhou. If I really want to go from the ministry to the provincial department for the sake of my future, I will not be able to go down from the ministry to the provincial department. Besides, the person behind Li Jinfeng may not dare to touch me, so don't worry. Zhou Zheng knew that Su Hongbing also had a background. Just by calling the Internet Security Bureau with one phone call, the Internet Security Bureau immediately launched a network cleaning operation and could tell that Su Hongbing was not simple. However, in the system, especially in the top leaders, no matter who walks on thin ice, it is better to have less things than to have more things. Su Hongbing was willing to cause trouble to keep his Zhou Zheng safe. It's not Lao Su. Zhou Zheng was a little moved and didn't know what to say for a moment. Old Zhou, why are you so stubborn now? Stop talking, the daylily is cold. Okay, Lao Su, let's go to the interrogation room. Zhou Zheng nodded, but couldn't persuade Su Hongbing and had to give up. Wu Su, please bring Wang Xingfa to the interrogation room. Yeah, I know Xiao Zhou, let's do it now. The two came to the interrogation room, and soon Wu Tian brought Wang Xingfa. Sitting on the iron interrogation chair, Wang Xingfa shuddered. Police officer, do you still need to be tried? I have explained everything clearly. Zhou Zhendao. Wang Xingfa, do you want to make meritorious service to reduce your guilt? I think of it, of course I think of it. Wang Xingfa nodded immediately. This time, if you fail, you will be sentenced to a sentence of several years. Who would have been willing to spend a few years in prison? If you have the opportunity to reduce your guilt, you will not fight for it. That's good, I'll tell you. Whether you can reduce your guilt depends on whether you are worthy of cooperation. Cooperate. Absolutely. Zhou Zheng cleared his throat and said, Wang Xingfa, are you sure to make an appointment with Ho Vitao? Wang Xingfa was moved in his heart and knew that the police were going to deal with Ho Vitao. Of course, he would not give up the opportunity to reduce his guilt for Ho Vitao. He even wanted the police to arrest Ho Vitao, which was for betrayal by the customers. But after thinking about it, I was not very familiar with Ho Vitao, so I was not sure. Police officer Ho Vitao and I have been chatting and trading online, and have never met each other. I have no confidence in asking him out, and it will even arouse his suspicion and alarm the enemy. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seemed that Wang Xingfa was determined to do things for the police. What he said makes sense. Ho Vitao is the key figure in arresting Li Jinfeng and cannot be misunderstood. Su Hongbing said, Old Zhou, why not ask Wang Yumao to call Ho Vitao, and then we notify the comrades from the Municipal Bureau's technical department and ask them to help locate Ho Vitao's position. Isn't that done? Comrade Hongbing, your idea is very good, but the technical department may not listen to us. This requires approval from the Ma Bureau. Then call Director Ma and ask him to tell the technical department. Wu Tian curled his lips and thought to himself that Director Ma's phone number is so easy to call. Is we a grassroots policeman so much face? Don't bother Meiju, I'll do it. Su Hongbing suddenly became happy when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. Oh, hey, I forgot that Lao Zhou is a master of hacking. What technical department should I ask for help with if you are here? Zhou Zheng nodded, this idea was good. Wang Xingfa, I'll return your cell phone to you later. Call Ho Vitao and act according to my wink. I understand the police officer. Wu Tian warned. I tell you Wang Xingfa, what should you say, and you should not say, you should have a clear idea in your heart. If you dare to be clever, not only will you not reduce your guilt, but you will also be more guilty. Wang Xingfa said timidly. Don't worry, officer, I won't be so stupid to inform Ho Vitao. I'm not familiar with him. Just know. Zhou was ready to turn on the computer here, and it was signaled that he could start. Wu Tian returned the phone to me Wang Xingfa. Wang Xingfa called Ho Vitao, and Xiaoqing really answered. Hey Wang. Mr. Wang. Wang Xingfa's mobile phone was on with hands-free, and Ho Vitao's voice echoed in the interrogation room. He heard that he was drunk too much. Where is Boss Ho? In order to make meritorious achievements, Wang Xingfa also wanted to defraud Ho Vitao's location. But it was not successful. I'm having a meal. What? Is there something wrong? Haha, I want to provide after-sales service. Are you satisfied with the service of our navy? Suddenly, Zhou Zheng frowned. Broken. The public opinion that slandered Lu Jianjun and his family online has been suppressed by the Internet Security Bureau and all the posts have been deleted. Ho Vitao should be paying close attention, which will definitely arouse his suspicion. It can be said that it has already alerted the enemy. Logically speaking, he should have spoken with Wang Xing long ago. But after Wang Xingfa was arrested, Ho Vitao did not contact him. Which of the kids sang? Didn't he know that the public opinion on the internet has disappeared? How could he know that the koi physique played a role again? Ho Vitao spent 2,000 yuan to do major health care 4 times, and his inventory was exhausted and he was exhausted. I slept until dark in the foot massage shop. When I woke up, the girl brought the food and drinks, and immediately started drinking again, but didn't check the internet at all. Soon, Zhou Zheng found Ho Vitao's location and gave Wang Xing a wink. Wang Xingfa chatted for a few words before hanging up the phone. Old Zhou, have you found Ho Vitao's address? I found a foot massage shop in Xingyeli Road. Su Hongbing spat. Mad. We are busy and keep running. This guy is in the foot massage? Go and catch me. A police car roared out of the north of the bridge with a flash. The three of them found the drunk Hovey Tao from a small foot massage shop on Xingyi Road. Hovey Tao, you are suspected of spending money to hire the Navy Army to deliberately slander Lu Jianjun's family online, and you have been arrested. After seeing Zhou Zheng, Hovey Tao woke up and shouted. Do you, the surname Zhou, want to avenge your personal revenge? I'm so fussy to him. Su Hongbing stepped forward and held Hovey Tao down. Please be honest with me. He said that he beat Hovey Tao's arm hard and pressed his arm back hard. Hovey Tao was so painful that he cried and howled. Chapter 280. Want to poke a hole in the sky? The three of them took Hovey Tao back to the police station for interrogation. At first, Hovey Tao wanted to resist stubbornly. Sometimes he said that he was wronged, and sometimes he said that Zhou Zheng used his power for personal gain and retaliated against him. Zhou Zheng took out a copy of his chat history with Wang Xingfa and a transaction record. Hovey Tao, Wang Yumao has admitted that it was the one you hired to create false public opinion. This is the evidence of your transaction. What? Don't you admit it yet? Take a look at it yourself. Zhou Zheng threw a stack of paper in front of Hovey Tao. Hovey Tao picked up the paper with his handcuffed hands and looked at it a few times. It was full of chat records between him and Wang Xingfa. Mad. Why is Wang Yuqian so careless? This thing is not deleted and keeps it with a dry feather? Now that the police have been used as evidence, what should I do? He thought that Wang Xingfa did not delete the chat history, but what he didn't know was that Wang Wushong was more cautious than him, but when he met Zhou Zheng, a hacker expert, everything became transparent. Hovey Tao was secretly anxious, but he pretended to be calm on his face. Police officer, what's this thing? I don't know Wang Wushong at all. Is this so-called chat record fake? Maybe someone stole my QQ account. Zhou Zheng smiled slightly and knew that this kid would not admit it easily. What? Do you need me to find out your transaction records? Ho Wentao lowered his head and remained silent, and said in his heart. My transaction record has been deleted long ago. If you have any mistakes, you want to go. Even if it is found through Zhifubeo staff, it is not so easy to do. It may have been more than 24 hours by then, and they have to let me go. Hovey Tao raised his head, as if he was confident, and he no longer dodged his eyes when he looked at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was too lazy to talk nonsense to him, so he sat in front of the computer and typed on the keyboard for a while. Soon, all Hovey Tao's transaction records were extracted. Zhifubeo's firewall could not stop him, and he could not even find that he had invaded the system. As Hovey Tao thought, if you use formal means to find his transaction record, it is very likely that the evidence will not be found, and the person will have to be released. Unfortunately, he met Zhou Zheng. Squeak squeak. The printer started working. Zhou Zheng picked up the printed stack of paper and threw it in front of Hovey Tao. Hovey Tao, look at this again. Hovey Tao picked it up with disdain, and as soon as he looked at it, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The above not only contains the chat records and transfer records between him and Wang Xingfa, but also the chat records and transfer records between him and Li Jinfeng. No, impossible. How did you get these in such a short time? Hovey Tao asked in surprise. Those aren't what you should ask. Zhou Zheng stroked his chin. Hovey Tao, now you admit that the slandering public opinion on the internet was done by you hired Wang Yumao. I admit. In the face of ironclad evidence, Hovey Tao had to admit it. So who instructed you to do this? No one instructed me, it's me. I hate Lu Jianjun for making me lose face, my own idea. Zhou Zheng sneered. This kid still doesn't confess that the main messenger behind him is Li Jinfeng. Hovey Tao, for a small matter, you spend hundreds of thousands to buy a water army. Slandering Lu Jianjun's family online? Do you think we will believe it? The chat record between you and Li Jinfeng is clearly recorded. She is the mastermind behind you. Those hundreds of thousands are all the money Li Jinfeng gave you to hire the navy. No. No. Hovey Tao suddenly became excited. He knew that Li Jinfeng's backstage was very tough, and if he bit Li Jinfeng out, he would be doomed. If he doesn't admit it, Li Jinfeng will know that he has been arrested after a long time, and maybe he will find someone to take him out. Although Hovey Tao was panicked, he knew that Li Jinfeng was his life-saving straw. When she came in, she couldn't get out even more. So I strongly denied that it had something to do with Li Jinfeng. Police officer, I did this. It has nothing to do with others. I'll go. Are you quite loyal? Su Hongbing stopped in Bengbu and shouted. Hovey Tao, be honest. Li Jinfeng is your main messenger. Do you want to argue with the physical evidence? If you say it, you will have meritorious performance. If you don't say it, you will be more guilty. Hovey Tao was silent, his face was distorted, as if he was making a decision. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing looked at each other, feeling that Hovey Tao could not withstand the pressure and wanted to let Li Jinfeng go. I protest. I protest. You tempt me. I want to sue you. Hovey Tao suddenly broke out, and he was nicknamed Lawyer Ho and knew the word temptation. I'll go. Su Hongbing didn't expect that it was the result, and Hovey Tao still refused to admit it. At this time, Wu Tian spoke. Xiao Zhou, this kid has admitted that he did the hiring of the Navy Army to reverse the black and white. I'll see if I can stop today. Old Wu was also very conflicted, afraid that Hovey Tao would not say it, but also afraid that he would say it. If Hovey Tao bites Li Jinfeng, then Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing, two young men, will definitely capture Li Jinfeng as soon as possible. I probably won't be able to stop it by then. It doesn't matter if you get scolded by Hao Aguo. If you really offend the people behind Li Jinfeng, you may have to follow the scene. Zhou Zheng saw that it was getting late and expected that Hovey Tao would not be able to change his mind for a while, so he had to nod. After taking Hovey Tao back to the detention room, the three of them came to the yard. Mad Hovey Tao is not in the market, and he refuses to give up in front of the evidence. He really wants to beat him up. Su Hongbing thought there was a good show tonight, but who knew that it would be over after he caught it, and began to complain about Hovey Tao. Zhou Zheng didn't expect that Hovey Tao was a tough guy. He could catch Li Jinfeng with just one shot, but he got stuck on Hovey Tao. It seems that Li Jinfeng is not that easy to catch, but he still needs to make a long-term plan. Old Su, I won't talk about this anymore. Then what? I'll treat you to a meal. Wu Su, you're hungry too. You two go and eat, I have to go home if I don't eat. Wu Tian waved his hand and refused. It's not Lao Wu, are you afraid that your sister-in-law won't let you in? It's not too late now, let's go together. Su Hongbing was familiar with him and teased Wu Tian for a few words. Let's go Wushu, we'll end up eating casually soon. Wu Tian had no choice but to nod. The three of them found a restaurant nearby, but stopped drinking and ordered a few dishes and a pot of tea. Su Hongbing ate 2 bites of the dish and saw that Zhou Zheng was in a depressed mood. He advised. Old Zhou, what are you doing? I know you are upset because you can't catch Li Jinfeng's handle, so you don't have to use Hovey Tao as a breakthrough. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. Why, Lao Su, what are you good at? I think it's better to put your energy into Li Jinfeng's backstage. If her backstage falls, Li Jinfeng will be in trouble. Let's collect the black material from her backstage, and I'll help you. Wu Tian was shocked when he heard this. Good guy. Su Hongbing is so bold that he still wants to deal with Li Jinfeng's backstage? Is this trying to poke a hole in the sky? It's fine if he goes crazy, don't take Xiao Zhou into the ditch. While wiping the cold sweat, he picked up food for Su Hongbing. Comrade Hongbing, eat vegetables, don't talk about work when eating. Chapter 281 Is your friend reliable? After dinner, Su Hongbing rushed to check out the bill. Zhou Zheng and Wu Tian couldn't twist him, so they just let him go. Old Su, I'll go to the bathroom. Zhou Zheng turned around and ran to the bathroom, and Wu Tian followed. There was no one in the bathroom, and the two stood side by side in front of the urinal. Wu Tian gave Zhou Zhendao while letting water go. Xiao Zhou, is your friend Su Hongbing reliable? What's wrong with Wu Su? Zhou Zheng turned his head and asked. What's wrong with you? Good guy, this guy, is not serious about watching the fun, and wants to instigate you to collect the black material from Li Jinfeng's backstage. This is a taboo. Zhou Zheng was actually a little moved when it comes to Su Hongbing's words, but he felt that the operation was very difficult. The most important thing was that he was not sure who Li Jinfeng was backstage. Wu Su, who is Li Jinfeng's backstage? I heard it is the three masters in the province. Wu Tian suddenly stopped the car, looking sad. But why did I tell you this? I didn't say anything. Well, I didn't hear what you said. At worst, just check it slowly. It's not Xiao Zhou, do you really want to check that person's black material? This is playing with fire and self-immolation. Don't take your future and destiny. Joke. Su Hongbing is crazy, are you going crazy with him? Zhou Zheng suddenly laughed. Wu Su, why are you so nervous? I know you are doing it for my own good. Just now, I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Oh Xiao Zhou, you're scared me to death. Wu Tian wiped the cold sweat from his head, and his expression relaxed. Xiao Zhou, Lao Hao is right. Those who know the times are heroes. The matter of Jianjun's family is not something you can solve for the time being, so why not let it go first? I understand Wu Su, thank you. Zhou Zheng did not refute, and seemed to have accepted Wu Tian's words, but Wu Tian was not at all relieved. Zhou Zheng is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. He probably didn't listen to what he said just now, but he just respected the face of his deputy and did not refute. No. I have to report to Lao Hao on the way home later. Wang Yumao and Ho Vitao quickly handed over to the criminal police team, and Zhou Zheng could no longer be tried. The two walked out of the bathroom and came outside the hotel. Su Hongbing had been waiting for a long time. Lao Zhou, why did you come out? Did you fall into the toilet or did you have any problems with your prostate? Su Hongbing teased with a smile. Wu Tian looked down at the water stains the size of water droplets on his shoes, and his face turned red. Is this a joke about Zhou Zheng or a joke about me? You guy, you don't have a door in your mouth. Zhou Zheng smiled. Old Zhou, will there be any show later? Why don't we go? I didn't say it halfway. Forget it, you have a wife too. It's not good to go back too late. It's better to go back to your own house and find your mother. Let's break up. The golden shield is made with passion. Su Hongbing was talking when Zhou Zheng's cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Chu Yunyao's phone number. Yunyao. Zhou Zheng, where are you? Haven't gotten off work yet. Oh, I just worked overtime and I've gotten off work? Yunyao, have you been home? I'm not just here, I'm very busy today. When will you go home? I'm going back now. Yunyao, have you eaten? If not, I'll buy you food. I'm not hungry now, so I don't need to buy it. Zhou Zheng, please slow down on the road, so I'll go take a shower first. After hanging up Chu Yunyao's phone, Su Hongbing smiled a little. Is Lao Zhou a call from his brother and sister? What a good guy, are you two so polite? Zhou Zhendao. Old Su, you don't understand. The highest level between husband and wife is to respect each other as guests. Okay, it's getting late, I'm going back too. Well, I won't delay your intimacy with my brother and sister. I'll take you home after leaving. Old Su, what are you thinking all day long? I will refine pills when I go back. There are more than 10 ingredients at home. If I fail, I will buy them tomorrow. After hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Su Hongbing put away his cynical look and said seriously. Zhou Zheng, thank you for your hard work. If you need to prepare, tell me, I'll buy it. Zhou Zheng did not want to reveal the secret recipe. No need, there are many types of materials. You don't know where to buy them, so I'll do it myself. If you are lucky, you might be able to refine them tonight. Oh, I'll burn the incense, thank God. But Lao Zhou, don't be too anxious. If you don't have it today, will be tomorrow. Nu. Zhou Zheng nodded. Then what, Lao Su, send Wu Xiao home first. Su Hongbing turned his attention to Wu Tian. Would you get in the car at Wu, where are you living in? Wu Tian waved his hand quickly. Xiao Zhou Zioxu is not needed. My house is not too far from here. I went back after walking around, which was just enough to digest food. The two of them no longer forced themselves and got into the car and left. Seeing the two of them walking away, Wu Tian quickly took out his cell phone and called Hao Aguo. Old Hao, Wang Xingfa's employer Ho Vitao caught it. Is that great? Thank you for your hard work, Lao Wu, just get off work if you have nothing to do. Old Hao, I don't work hard. It seems that the situation is not very good at the moment. What's going on? Hao Aguo on the other end of the phone couldn't help but frown. Zhou Zheng interrogated Ho Vitao and even found evidence that Ho Vitao was instructed by Li Jinfeng. Xiao Zhou seemed to want to investigate and fight Li Jinfeng to the end. Didn't Lao Wu tell you to stop Xiao Zhou? I stopped her, but I couldn't stop her. Su Hongbing also instigated Zhou Zheng to collect the black material from Li Jinfeng's backstage, saying that Li Jinfeng would be in trouble if she moved her backstage. Isn't this a joke? Good guy. I talked to Xiao Zhou for a long time, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Hao Aguo couldn't sit still when he heard this, and stood up and paced back and forth in his living room. Old Wu, did Ho Vitao leave it? Not yet, the boy gritted his teeth and did not give up. He did not offer Li Jinfeng. Let's do this, Lao Wu. I will notify the criminal police team to get these two goods away tomorrow morning, and our police station will ignore it. I will talk to Xiao Zhou later. He can't be impulsive. Hao Aguo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young people are too brave. I also want to attack Li Jinfeng's backstage. Isn't this asking for death? Here, Su Hongbing sent Zhou Zheng to the entrance of Hanlin Yuan community. Old Su, do you want to go up and sit for a while? Zhou Zheng opened the car door and asked. I won't go, wait if you have time another day, I won't disturb you and your brother and sister. By the way, Lao Zhou, I'll ask you about the refining of medicine. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. Don't worry, Lao Su, I remember it. I'll leave first. You can slow down on the road. After saying goodbye to Su Hongbing, Zhou Zheng walked into Hanlin Yuan community and came to Zai's doorstep. Enter the password and the security door will open. Yunyao, I'm back. Zhou Zheng walked into the living room and shouted while taking off his coat. Xiaoqing did not respond. Strange, the lights in the living room are on. Did Yunyao fall asleep? Let's take a shower first. Zhou Zheng walked to the bathroom with a whispering to himself, and was shocked when he opened the door. Chapter 282 Too much injection is going to explode. In the bathroom, Chu Yunyao was lying on the floor with her eyes closed and motionless. She was not wearing clothes, and her whole body was completely visible, and her moving body was full of imagination. Zhou Zheng was not in the mood to appreciate it. He was so scared that his soul was almost flying. He quickly pulled a bath towel and put it on her. Yunyao, Yunyao. Zhou Zheng whispered her name in his ear. Chu Yunyao ignored her eyes and still closed her eyes, her skin on her face was shocking. After trying his breathing, Zhou Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and probably fainted. He grabbed Chu Yunyao's wrist and pressed Kung Guan to help her take her pulse. After a while, Zhou Zheng put down her wrist and frowned again. Chu Yunyao's pulse was still a dead pulse, the same conclusion he came to when he took the pulse some time ago. But why did you faint this time? Zhou Zheng took out the golden needle, disinfected it and stabbed it on her A-cup ointment. After a while, Chu Yunyao woke up leisurely. But there was a look of pain on his face. Zhou Zheng, it hurts so much, my head hurts so much. Zhou Zheng understood that her headache had occurred again, and the real slut that she injected into Chu Yunyao's body was consumed. Yunyao is not afraid. I will inject a real ox into you and it will no longer hurt. Zhou Zheng said as he mobilized the real ox, who felt a warm current flowing into his palms with his blood. Zhou Zheng put his palm on her lower abdomen. In order to improve efficiency during injection, his hand bypassed the bath towel and directly stuck it on Chu Yunyao's lower abdomen. At critical moments, we won't talk about identifying men and women. Besides, the two are husband and wife, so it should be okay to have close contact with her lower abdomen. Chu Yunyao had a headache and suddenly felt a heat flow in her dantian. Then the heat flow flowed through her blood vessels and the headache was relieved at that time. Hi! She breathed a long sigh of relief, and her complexion gradually improved. Yunyao, what's going on? Why did you faint in the bathroom? Seeing that Chu Yunyao had recovered a little and her eyebrows were loosened, Zhou Zheng couldn't help asking. Zhou Zheng, after talking to you, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a while, I didn't know if it was because of lack of oxygen. I felt dizzy, and then my head started to hurt. This time the headache broke out very quickly. Before I ran out of the bathroom, I knew nothing when I saw it dark. I saw a few bruises on Chu Yunyao's arms and slender legs, needless to say that they were knocked when they fainted. Zhou Zheng felt a little distressed. She called him about half an hour ago, which showed that Chu Yunyao had been lying in the bathroom for more than 10 or 20 minutes. If he doesn't go home tonight, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yunyao, fortunately I went home in time, otherwise I really wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. If it really doesn't work, I'll be with you every day. Zhou Zheng said in lingering fear. Zhou Zheng is sorry to make you worried. Chu Yunyao was also a little embarrassed. I am an adult, so it is impossible for Zhou Zheng to be with her every day. Zhou Zheng also has his own career. Don't worry, Zhou Zheng, I will practice the hidden dragon art you taught me well. I will start practicing tonight and strive to learn to get started. If I can refine it in the future, you don't have to worry about me. I hope this is the case. But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhou Zheng nodded. This time I plan to inject more real people into your body, which can prolong the time when your headache occurs. Zhou Zheng said, mobilizing his true self to inject into Chu Yunyao's body frantically. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. Chu Yunyao felt her lower abdomen bulging and swelling, and felt a hot mass of energy getting bigger and bigger in her lower abdomen. She frowned, as if she was not so comfortable. No, Zhou Zheng, you gave me too much, I feel that it will overflow. Stop quickly, if you don't stop, I'm going to explode. Hearing Chu Yunyao's words, Zhou Zheng took back his true meaning. Yunyao, how do you feel? Does your head still hurt? The head doesn't hurt at all, it's just that my belly is full of bulging. Chu Yunyao looked at Zhou Zheng with gentle eyes. Follower, you give me so much, are you tired? It is false to say that you are not tired. Zhou Zheng put the purest true mind in his dantian and the body of Yunyao. He felt as if his body had been taken away. It's okay, Yunyao, I'll just have to rest if I don't have to get tired. Chu Yunyao stretches out her green his onion-like fingers gently wiped the sweat beads on his face, and said with a distressed feeling. You are not tired yet? You have shed so much sweat. In fact, you don't have to give me so much real promise. Okay Yunyao, don't say that anymore. The floor is so cold that you can get up. Chu Yunyao said. It's not cold. I feel hot all over and it's very comfortable to lie on the ground. The true prostaglandin injected into her, instead of what she refined herself, will naturally have some repulsion reactions, otherwise she will not be hot. Although it was comfortable to lie on the ground, I couldn't lie like this all the time. Chu Yunyeo still stood up, but she didn't expect the bath towel on her body to fall off. A pair of bright headlights almost blinded Zhou Zheng's eyes. Ah! Chu Yunyeo was shocked, but did not run away in panic. Instead, she picked up the bath towel on the ground and wrapped her body. However, Zhou Zheng had a moment of beauty and felt his breathing a little rapid. "Zhou Zheng, have you seen my body?" Chu Yunyeo said seriously. "No, I didn't see anything." Zhou Zheng quickly denied it. "Ha ha ha!" Chu Yunyeo suddenly laughed. "Silly, why are you so serious? In fact, even if you see me, I won't be angry. We are husband and wife, don't have to stick to these minor details." "Zhou Zheng," I suddenly felt dry mouth. "Zhou Zheng, do you think I'm good looking?" Chu Yunyeo looked at Zhou Zheng with a blurred look. She opened her slightly thick and sexy lips, and her pink tongue was naughty and slowly brushed over her lips. She had never done such a thing before, and Zhou Zheng realized something abnormal. Why did Yunyeo feel like she had taken aphrodisiacs? What's going on? Immediately afterwards, a hot body leaned over, her slender legs wrapped around his waist, and Chu Yunyeo wrapped around Zhou Zheng like a beautiful snake. The sound of breathing came from my ears, and the earlobes were warm. Zhou Zheng couldn't help but fight a cold war. Suddenly I thought, is this really a side effect of throwing away many things? Facing Chu Yunyeo's embrace, it was fake that Zhou Zheng was not moved. He really wanted to be entangled with her by using the donkey. However, firstly, there is a suspicion of taking advantage of others' danger, and secondly, Chu Yunyeo is still in a state of death. If she can't bear her grandeur, wouldn't she send her to a dead end? Zhou Zheng suddenly turned on the shower, and when did the shower spray out 10 water droplets, most of which were sprayed on Chu Yunyeo's face. "Oh, Zhou Zheng, you hate it so much, it makes people look." Chu Yunyeo let out a coquettish voice, suddenly woke up and said embarrassedly. "Zhou Zheng, did I do something just now, just?" She seemed to have returned to normal. "I didn't do anything, it was because I accidentally turned on the shower." Zhou Zheng didn't explain anything to her. "Yunyeo, wipe your hair and come to the living room. I will personally guide you to get started with the Hidden Dragon art." Chapter 283 Calling Husband for the First Time. The mantra of the Hidden Dragon art is obscure and difficult to understand, which is much more difficult for modern people. Zhou started directly because of systematic reasons. He compared his cultivation method and tried his best to tell Chu Yunyeo how to practice in straightforward words. Zhou Zheng placed 2 cotton cushions on the wooden floor in the living room. The two of them sat cross-legged on the cushion. Zhou Zheng began to explain how to absorb the thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth into his body, and how to refine the spiritual energy into real. Chu Yunyeo understood and knew how to do it, but she was unable to refine the real aura in one go, and even did not succeed in absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Half an hour passed, Zhou Zheng's danshan was filled with real ox, but Chu Yunyeo still couldn't understand the method. Instead, he absorbed a little gas, but it was not spiritual energy, which made his stomach snorted and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Zhou Zheng, I still can't do it. The gas I absorbed is too mixed, but there is no spiritual energy. Why am I so stupid?" Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and said with great energy. "Yunyeo, don't worry, since you can absorb gas, this means that you have made progress. As long as you filter other gases, the first step will be considered successful, which requires repeated practice." "Okay. Then I can't practice slowly and I won't go to bed tonight." Zhou Zheng smiled slightly, and did not answer her words. Chu Yunyeo was talking anger. Even if she really didn't sleep and practiced overnight, she probably didn't have the energy to practice all night. Absorbing the meager spiritual energy of the world and filtering out other miscellaneous energy requires concentration of mental power and refining the spiritual energy into a true spirit. This is a virtuous cycle, or it can be said to be a complementary mechanism. Chu Yunyeo's first step was that he was unsuccessful and needed to practice repeatedly, which was extremely exhausted and he could not get real. Sure enough, Zhou Zheng was so energetic, but Chu Yunyeo became less energetic as she practiced. She couldn't help but yawn. If it weren't for the real cow injected by Zhou Zheng in his body, she would have been so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Yunyeo, I can practice here today. Why don't you go back to the house to sleep? All right. Chu Yunyeo didn't force her. She felt tired and felt so uncomfortable that she would explode on the spot if she didn't rest. Zhou Zheng, don't you sleep? What are you looking for? She couldn't help asking when she saw Zhou rummaging through the cabinet. I'm looking for the remaining materials from the last time I refining medicine. Where did you put them in Yunyeo? Zhou Zheng closed a cabinet and asked. It's in the refrigerator. I'll take you and wait for me. Chu Yunyeo walked into the kitchen and came out with a plastic bag in a short while. Hand the materials to Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, what do you want these materials now? Of course it's a pill. Refining a pill. Right. Zhou Zheng nodded without hiding it from Chu Yunyeo, and told her about Su Hongbing's girlfriend Xiao Tong's terminal illness. Oh, so that's the case. That sister named Xiao Tong is so pitiful. Su Hongbing is also a kind man. Zhou Zheng nodded. I met Lao Su during training. He is a good person. Although he is a little cynical, he is very loyal. We hit it off at first sight. When he saw that my acupuncture was great, he wanted to ask me to save Xiao Tong. Acupuncture cannot treat terminal illnesses, so I had to help him make a pill. I really can't bear to see how they are separated by yin and yang for such a couple. Yunyeo, do you know that the public opinion about the slander of my master Lu Jianjun's family on the internet was relieved by Lao Su's phone call? We have to repay this favor. Chu Yunyeo said. Zhou Zheng, I understand, you don't have to explain it to me. After hesitating for a moment, he said. It's not easy to refine the rejuvenation pill. If he is anxious, why don't you give him the one in my hand first? No. Zhou Zheng Duanran refused. Yunyeo, the rejuvenation pill in your hand is no exaggeration to say that it is your father's life, how can you give it to someone easily? Old Su's girlfriend Xiao Tong is not in danger of life for the time being. Even if she is alive, I will not use the pill in your hand. At worst, my refining medicine day and night will always succeed. Zhou Zheng's words made Chu Yunyeo extremely relieved. He always put her first in his heart. This was the case before, this is the case now, and this should be the case in the future. Chu Yunyeo was a little moved, and because Zhou Zheng injected too much into her body, Chu Yunyeo stepped forward and suddenly kissed Zhou Zheng. The two lips touched each other. Zhou Zheng was caught off guard, his eyes widened, and subconsciously put his hands around Chu Yunyeo's slender waist. Chu Yunyeo did not leave immediately but became entangled with Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng felt that he was being violated. A warm and soft thing like a small fish wandered in his mouth, and his heart was thrilled. It is impolite to come but not go, and Zhou Zheng also began to fight back. Chu Yunyeo's body was trembling sometimes, as soft as if it was boneless. All the defense lines in my heart collapsed instantly, and I had already left behind the 3-year agreement. Zhou Zheng wants me. Husband. This is her first time calling Zhou Zheng's husband. Zhou Zheng naturally felt in his heart, and the two of them were back and forth, and they couldn't help but want to follow Chu Yunyeo's advice. No. No. Zhou Zheng braked the car in time. Chu Yunyeo is now in a dead meridian and must not go to the room, otherwise it will be difficult for gods and ghosts to cure them if they are in danger. Zhou Zheng kept his last trace of rationality and did not cross the line. I loosened her slender waist, took a step back, and stopped lingering with her with great perseverance. Chu Yunyao also came to her senses and knew that she was impulsive and couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng did not go any further. At the same time, I felt a little angry. Why did this fool sit in the arms like Lu Xiaowai? Yunyao, go and rest. I'm going to start refining medicine. Okay. Zhou Zheng, you should also take a break early. Chu Yunyao walked towards the bedroom. She paused when she opened the bedroom door and walked in, but Zhou Zheng did not follow. She closed the door with a complicated mood. Zhou Zheng withdrew his eyes, but a smile appeared on his face. He saw that the 2-star reward above Chu Yunyao's head turned into 3 stars. This time, don't rush to gain something. Let's talk about upgrading to 4-star. Zhou Zheng calmed down his mind and began to make pills. These materials have been divided by the careful Chu Yunyao, one by one, so as to save the configuration one by one. Zhou Zheng put a piece of material into the cauldron, held it up with his palm, and mobilized the real fermentation process to refine it. After a while, waves of white smoke emerged from the cauldron. After a while, a burnt smell came into the nostrils. Failed. Zhou Zheng shook his head, not disappointed. The success rate of refining Huishun recycling pills was extremely low, so he had already been mentally prepared and continued to practice. I don't know how long it took, but more than a dozen pieces of materials were used up, but none of them succeeded. Zhou Zheng was so tired that he was sweating profusely. I'm not very lucky tonight, and I'm afraid I'll disappoint Lao Su. Chapter 284 A Trip to the Provincial Capital. Zhou Zheng got up early the next morning. Although I only slept for a few hours last night, I was really afraid that I would not feel tired at all in my body. After washing up, I went to the kitchen to set aside 2 bowls of noodles, ate 1 bowl by myself and left 1 for Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao should be still in her sleep, and Zhou Zheng didn't call her to get up. She didn't sleep early last night, so let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. After breakfast, he looked at the wall clock on the wall. It was almost 7 o'clock when Zhou Zheng walked out in a neat dress. You also have to go to the shooting range to train, you must not be late. After the training, he then returned to Kyobei Institute to interrogate Ho Vitao. He thought about it last night and it was indeed a fantasy to bring down Li Jinfeng's backstage. A leader as big as the other party, even a ministerial-level cadre cannot investigate the other party casually, let alone Zhou Zheng is just a grassroots policeman. It seems that we can only deal with Li Jinfeng through Ho Vitao's accusations. Zhou Zheng had thought about it, but it really couldn't work tonight, and he didn't believe that he couldn't pry his mouth open. After walking downstairs out of Hanlin Yuan community, Zhou Zheng stood on the side of the road and looked around, wanting to take a taxi. Did he? A black off-road vehicle honked its whistle not far away, attracting Zhou Zheng's attention. Immediately afterwards, a familiar face came out of the driver's seat and it was Su Hongbing. Old Zhou, I've been waiting for you for a long time, come quickly. Old Su. Zhou Zheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Su Hongbing to pick him up at the community gate so early. After taking 2 steps, I opened the co-pilot's door and got on the off-road vehicle. Old Su, when did you come? Why didn't you call me? It's been a while. It wasn't dawn when I came. I thought you might not be able to get up, so I stared for a while. When I opened my eyes, I didn't expect to see you. Su Hongbing yawned and threw Zhou Zheng a big pancake and a cup of soy milk. I haven't eaten yet, have some pancakes to mat. Looking at Su Hongbing's dark circles, he knew that he had not had a good rest, and Zhou Zheng felt a little embarrassed. Old Su, you don't need to pick me up. It's very convenient for me to take a taxi to the shooting range. Oh, why are you so pretentious? What taxi can we take if we have a car? Stop rushing and eat quickly. Su Hongbing ate the pancake in a big mouthful and said vaguely. Faced with Su Hongbing's kindness, Zhou Zheng was embarrassed to say that he had eaten it early. He took the pancake and took a bite. It was quite delicious. Then what, Lao Zhou? Su Hongbing wanted to speak but stopped. What's wrong, Lao Su, what do you want to say? It's nothing, you can eat it first, and you'll talk about it after you finish it. Zhou Zheng distinguished his face and color, and immediately knew what Su Hongbing wanted to ask. Old Su, I'm sorry. I made more than a dozen pieces of ingredients last night, but, without exception, they failed. Oh, is that right? Su Hongbing's eyelids twitched a few times, and the frustration on his face flashed. No, Lao Zhou, just take your time anyway. I still have time. I talked to Xiao Tong last night, and she is in very good condition. Su Hongbing's insincere words made Zhou Zheng's heart move. Old Su, are you in a bad state to tell me, Xiao Tong is in a bad condition? No. Su Hongbing smiled and said with a forced smile. I said, it's pretty good. I also told her that I met a great guy who can cure her illness. She is very happy and wants to see you. Old Su, don't lie to me. Although I have known you for a long time, I know you can't hide it in my heart if you have something to do. Judging from your expression, you will know that Xiao Tong's situation is not as optimistic as you said. Zhou Zheng's words penetrated Su Hongbing's mask, and the psychological defense line that was finally established collapsed instantly. Old Zhou, I'm not afraid of you making fun of you. I didn't sleep all night last night, my buddy cried. Xiao Tong's body has been in pain, and she even fell into a coma twice. I heard from the nanny. Xiao Tong was afraid that I would always report good news but not bad news. The nanny said that pain relief would not work for her. You said that I could not relieve her pain when I went back to see her. She was still afraid that I would worry about me. I don't want her to be worried about me, and she had to act in front of her. I was so uncomfortable. After hearing Su Hongbing's words, Zhou Zheng realized the seriousness of the problem. Perhaps Xiao Tong's illness worsened further, and she deliberately pretended to be very good in order not to make Su Hongbing worry. Su Hongbing worked in Jiangbei Municipal Bureau for a while and did not understand Xiao Tong's situation in recent times. If it weren't for the nanny's reminder, he would still be blindly optimistic in the dark. Zhou Zheng felt it was necessary to go to the provincial capital to see Xiao Tong for a while and find out the specific situation. Although his acupuncture cannot treat terminal illnesses, it is no problem to relieve pain. Otherwise, Su Hongbing would definitely be uneasy and would not be interested in training. Thinking of this, Zhou Zheng said decisively, Old Su, let's go to the provincial capital. My acupuncture can help Xiao Tong relieve pain. Really? Su Hongbing was overjoyed when he heard this, and he believed Zhou Zheng's words without doubt. Let's go, Xiao Zhou, let's go quickly. Wait a minute, I'll call instructor Fan to ask for leave, and we'll train again in the afternoon. I'd like to tell him something about yarn, but he definitely won't agree. Besides, it will take 5 or 6 hours to go back and forth to the provincial capital. I feel that I don't have time to train today. Zhou Zheng said confidently. As long as I don't delay too long in the provincial capital, I'm sure I will go back to Jiangbei around noon. Su Hongbing was stunned when he heard this and felt that Zhou Zheng was joking. Don't tease Lao Zhou, can you still fly and come back? I've been going to the provincial capital in the morning and I didn't do anything and walked back. Zhou Zheng didn't explain Su Hongbing's questions, he would know in a while. He took out his cell phone to explain the situation to Fan Xiangdong. Fan Xiangdong did not make any embarrassment and told Zhou Zheng not to worry. If he couldn't come back at noon, then it would be in the afternoon, even if he was training at night, it would be fine. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng said to Su Hongbing. Instructor Fan has done it. Lao Su, get off the car and let's change the seats and I'll drive. After saying that, he opened the door and jumped out of the off-road vehicle. Lao Zhou, are you okay? You are not as familiar with the way to the provincial capital. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Zheng pulled him off from the main driver. Old Su is tight, don't be too busy. This sentence was filled with dirty words, but Su Hongbing listened to it and finally spread Zhou Zheng to his tone. Zhou Zheng sat down. The main driver started the road slowly and drove carefully. Su Hongbing couldn't help but complain. Old Zhou, drive quickly. When will you reach the provincial capital when you drive at a speed? This road is limited in speed, and I will accelerate when I get on the highway. After driving for a while, he left the city and boarded the expressway. Zhou Zheng turned on the super driving mode. The off-road vehicle instantly accelerated and was speeding up. Su Hongbing's face suddenly changed color. What a good man, are you thinking of taking off? Hold the grass slower, slower. Zhou Zheng, you old driver, you drive so hard? I want to vomit. Chapter 285. The situation is not good. Provincial capital is a large and small area. Chen Xintheng lay on the bed, her slender fingers squeezing the quilt hard, and the blue veins on her pale face showed signs of pain. She closed her mouth tightly, trying to suppress the pain with her tenacious willpower, but her bones were so painful that the pain continued like a river. Finally, she moaned in pain. Ah! The faint sound was not loud, but it woke Aunt Wu, who was taking a nap in the seat beside her. Aunt Wu opened her sleepy eyes and saw Chen Xintheng sweating heavily, her petite and thin body trembling like a slap swaying, and she was shocked. She was in pain for half a night yesterday, and taking painkillers didn't work. Aunt Wu had to take her to the hospital for a slaughter. She hadn't been able to get back to the hospital and get Du Lengding. It's not long before she came back, but it started to hurt again. Xiao Tong, are you starting to feel pain again? Wu, Aunt Wu, I'm fine. Xiao Tong's painful expression and weak voice made Aunt Wu feel distressed. This child is so kind and has always been afraid of trouble for others. Su Hongbing called her and only reported good news but not bad news. Even as a nanny, she didn't want to be troubled easily. Xiao Tong, don't carry it yourself. If you can't, go to the hospital. I'll take you to the hospital, right? Aunt Wu, no need. Chen Xintheng waved her hand weakly. I can hold it back. I'm hospitalized. Hongbing will be worried when he knows it. He is now progressing. I don't want to drag him down. Oh, why are you so stupid? Hongbing knows that you won't tell him this way, so he won't be sad to die if he doesn't tell him. Why would I tell him to come back? No. Never not. Chen Xintheng used all her last bit of strength to say. Don't call him. Aunt Wu, please help me get some sleeping pills and I will not hurt when I fall asleep. It's not good for your health to take sleeping pills all the time. Besides, that thing doesn't seem to work for you, otherwise. Before Aunt Wu could finish her words, she heard the sound of door opening and footsteps coming from outside. She was shocked. Has someone come in? He hurried out of the bedroom and walked face to face with Su Hongbing. Hongbing, are you back? Aunt Wu was surprised. I thought to myself, Su Hongbing, you are back. Chen Xintheng is so painful that she is still holding on. Is there any responsibility for something really going on? Aunt Wu, where is Xiao Tong? Lying in the bedroom, it hurts so much, go and have a look. When Su Hongbing heard this, his face changed color and immediately ran to the bedroom. Zhou Zheng nodded politely to Aunt Wu and followed into the bedroom. The bedroom is decorated very warmly, and the decoration is in a light pink color, but there is a sick girl lying on the bed, which is really out of place with the environment. Xiao Tong, I'm back, how are you? Su Hongbing half kneeled in front of the bed and held Chen Xintheng's hand with a look of concern. Chen Xintheng was a little surprised to see Su Hongbing appear in front of her, and endured the pain and showed a smile. Hongbing, why are you back? I'm fine, really. You're talking nonsense. If Chen Xintheng hadn't been trembling all the time, this healing smile would have almost been hidden from Su Hongbing. Aunt Wu told me that your situation is not good. You pretended to be a video of you last night. Why did you lie to me? Su Hongbing asked with tears in his eyes like an aggrieved child. Hongbing, you have paid too much for me, I don't want to delay you all the time. Chen Xintheng stretched out her slender hand and stroked Su Hongbing's face. I'm very happy to be your girlfriend, I hope I will be your girlfriend in the next life. Aunt Wu next to him was also wiping her tears. He knew that this couple was really not easy. The atmosphere in the bedroom was a little sad for a moment. Old Su, don't be busy with lyrics, let me see Xiao Tong for treatment. Zhou Zheng took the initiative to break the sad atmosphere. Su Hongbing woke up from his dream and quickly turned around and said, Yes, Lao Zhou, hurry up, Xiao Tong is in great pain. Chen Xintheng was the first time to see Zhou Zheng. She used all her strength to speak just now and looked at Su Hongbing with a questioning look. Su Hongbing immediately understood and introduced. Oh, Xiao Tong is Zhou Zheng, the buddy I mentioned to you. Don't think that he is young and has great medical skills. He will definitely cure your illness. Don't worry. Chen Xintheng thought Su Hongbing was just trying to relax her heart. How could a person who looks so young could have superb medical skills? Hello Xiao Tong, my name is Zhou Zheng, I will help you take your pulse first. He didn't care about the difference between men and women, and reached out to hold Chen Xintheng's Kungwan ruler. His wrist was so skinny that it was outrageous. Zhou Zheng felt a move in his heart and thought that the situation was not good. After a while, I finished taking my pulse after that, Zhou Zheng showed a solemn expression. Chen Xintheng is more serious than she imagined. She is already in a desperate situation and has no choice but to be in danger. But thinking about it, the hospital would not let her go home for conservative treatment if she could be treated. Old Zhou, how about Xiao Tong? It's okay. In front of Chen Xintheng, Zhou Zheng naturally did not dare to tell the truth. In this way, I will first use acupuncture to solve the pain all over her body. Zhou Zheng said as he took out the needle pouch and took out a 7-inch golden needle. Chen Xintheng was shocked. It was the first time that she had such a long golden needle, and I don't know how painful it would be to stab it. Xiao Tong, I'll endure it and it's over. The needle doesn't hurt. Su Hongbing saw Chen Xintheng's fearful gaze and hurriedly comforted her. But Hong soldier, I'm most afraid of getting an injection. Chen Xintheng was extremely scary. Even if she couldn't stand the pain all over her body, she wouldn't want to get an injection. Oh my god, such a long needle? You have to be more at ease when you don't cure it. If you can't cure it, don't treat Xiao Tong's deterioration. Aunt Wu next to her said worriedly. She naturally couldn't believe him if she didn't know Zhou Zheng, but Su Hongbing from the master agreed that she could not object, so she could only ask Zhou Zheng to take action and be gentle. Zhou Zheng sanitized the golden needle and smiled. Xiao Tong believes that I don't hurt at all. Zhou Zheng became more handsome when he smiled, and his smile was also contagious. Xiao Tong looked at Zhou Zheng's smiling face and was dazed for a moment. After reacting, Zhou Zheng had already stabbed the golden needle into her A-cup ointment, and slowly picked it up a few times, and the pain in his body was much lessened. I feel much more comfortable, Hongbing, it doesn't hurt so much. Chen Xintheng said in surprise. Yeah. Old Zhou, you really have yours. I'll give you one when the matter is done later. Su Hongbing was also ecstatic. Zhou Zheng ignored him and continued to concentrate on acupuncture. After a while, I pulled out the golden needle. Okay, Xiao Tong, I can't guarantee anything else, there shouldn't be severe pain in 2 days. Thank you, brother Zhou Zheng. Chen Xintheng thanked, the sound was really nice and seemed to melt people's hearts. Su Hongbing said a little jealous. Xiao Tong, Zhou Zheng is younger than me. Why do you call him brother? He should call him sister-in-law. Zhou Zheng glanced at Su Hongbing and said. Old Su, Xiao Tong is particularly weak and let her rest more. Let's go out. Aunt Wu volunteered to accompany Xiao Tong, and Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing walked out of the bedroom. Old Su, Xiao Tong's situation is not good. Chapter 286 Zhou Zheng, I'll give you one. The acupuncture technique is being used to help Chen Xintheng relieve pain, and the effect is particularly effective, which makes Su Hongbing feel very good and even blindly optimistic. Walking out of the bedroom, Zhou Zheng's words made him feel restless in an instant. Old Su, Xiao Tong's situation is not optimistic. What? Lao Zhou, don't scare me, what do you mean? It's literally. I'm not afraid of hitting you. If I read it correctly, Xiao Tong's cancer cells have transferred to the bones, causing pain all over her body. As the saying goes, she is terminally ill, her life and death are all in these few days. Hold the grass, hold the grass. Su Hongbing was stunned. He knew that Zhou Zheng would not lie to him. I thought Xiao Tong would have at least 3 months to live, but I didn't expect that life and death would be about to be separated. Old Zhou, please save her, she is only 23 years old. Su Hongbing wailed. Mad Lao Su, calm down, stop howling, be careful, Xiao Tong hears it. Su Hongbing was obedient and immediately lowered his voice and said anxiously. Old Zhou, you won't be helpless, right? Of course not. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said. Old Su, give me the car keys. I'll go outside to purchase the materials for refining the rejuvenation pills. As long as I can refine the pills, I will definitely save Xiao Tong's life. Su Hongbing quickly took out the car key as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Hesitated for a moment and said. Old Zhou, I'll go with you. I'm more familiar with the provincial capital than you. Zhou Zheng waved his hand. No need, you're still at home with Xiao Tong and call me if you have anything to do. By the way, do you have a container in the shape of a tripod at home? I need to make a carrier for refining medicine. Wait a minute, I'll take a look. Su Hongbing said as he rummaged through boxes and cabinets in the living room, and soon found a bronze tripod. The bronze tripod is a little bigger than the palm, and the rusty tripod is carved with ancient patterns. Zhou Zheng got the heavy thing in his hand. Isn't this thing real? Old Su, is this from the Western Zhou dynasty? How did you get it? I don't know if privately hiding bronzeware is a death sentence. What's the Western Zhou dynasty? This is from last week. Just kidding, do I dare to stock up on the Western Zhou dynasty's things? This thing is a one-a-tune replica craft. So what, do you think it can be used? Zhou Zheng nodded. If it works, let's put it on first, I'll go back. Zhou Zheng went downstairs to pick up the car and opened the navigation. He found a market for selling medicinal materials. After an hour of purchasing, he could only get the materials needed for refining medicines. Zhou Zheng specially bought more, and divided it into more than 100 portions in total. These are enough to be refined for a day and a night. If you are not lucky, you have to spend today in the provincial capital. As for shooting range training, we can only go backwards, after all, human life is greater than that of heaven. Back to Sheng district, Zhou Zheng carried a lot of the materials came to Su Hongbing's doorstep. Damn, have you bought so many things? Su Hongbing opened the door and saw Zhou Zheng carrying a large bag in both hands, and couldn't help but be surprised. Old Su, the materials are ready. Prepare a room for me and a box of pure water. No one is allowed to go in and disturb me if I don't come out. I understand. Regarding Xiao Tong's life, Zhou Zheng said what he said now, and he would not hesitate if he asked him to steal the bank. Su Hongbing did not plan to live in the provincial capital for a long time, so he did not buy a house. This two-bedroom and own-living house was rented. In addition to Xiao Tong's bedroom, there was also a bedroom occupied by Nanny Wu. Moreover, the bedroom was too small to be able to be used at all. Old Su, do you have a basement? Yes, yes. There's nothing inside, but it's very boring. Stop talking nonsense and take me there. Zhou Zheng decided to make the Huishun remaining pill in the basement. The two of them carried their things to the basement. There were usually no debris in the space, but there was a musty smell. Okay, you put down your things and go up. Zhou Zheng sent Su Hongbing away and then began to refine medicine. The materials have been separated and wrapped in a paper bag. Zhou Zheng opened the paper bag and put a portion of the material into the cauldron, poured in an appropriate amount of pure water, and held the cauldron in his palm to mobilize the real twist in his danshan. After a while, the cauldron boiled, and continuous white mist emerged from it. After a while, a burnt smell filled the air. Failed. Zhou Zheng was not discouraged, he was mentally prepared long ago. Quickly pour out the residue in the cauldron, clean the cauldron, then add a portion of raw materials and pour it into pure water, and start the second refining. Fail. Fail. It was not good to go out, and no one of the more than 10 pieces of materials was successfully refined. The real slut in the body was exhausted. I had to pick the fingers while absorbing and refining the spiritual energy, so the speed slowed down. Zhou Zheng practiced until noon in one breath, and consumed nearly 20 pieces of materials, but still failed. This was a frustrating thing. The only thing that made him feel relieved was that the hidden dragon art was upgraded to level 3, and the storage of true Nomu in the danshan was twice as fast as the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy was twice as fast. No, I need to take a rest. Even if you upgrade to the 3rd level of hidden dragon art, you can't withstand such troubles. Zhou Zheng sat on the ground and gasped. I guess I can't go back to Jiangbei for training in the afternoon. He took out his cell phone and called Fan Xiangdong, saying that he might not be able to get back today. Fan Xiangdong said, Zhou Zheng, you can do it if you don't train. After all, you are already very powerful. You can pass the provincial selection competition with your eyes closed, but Su Hongbing is not. He must train. Are you with him? Zhou Zheng said no, Instructor Fan, please call him. Fan Xiangdong said that I wouldn't ask you if I could find him. That kid wouldn't answer the phone and would have to deal with him when I see him. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng couldn't help but think that he would suffer again when Lao Su met Instructor Fan. After resting for a while, he stood up and continued to refine medicine. He planned to refine Huishun remaking pills before night. Training could be delayed, but interrogation of Ho Vitao could not be delayed. I practiced this until the afternoon, and more than 30 portions of medicinal herbs were scrapped. A strange fragrance came to my nose, and Zhou Zheng felt aroused. It's done. The smoke in the cauldron dissipated, and a small pill in the cauldron was spinning rapidly along the inner wall of the cauldron. Zhou Zheng was overjoyed, and his efforts were not in vain, and Xiao Tong was saved. He held the cauldron upstairs, and did not take the elevator but walked on the stairs in order not to attract attention. When he arrived at Su Hongbing's house, he knocked on the door excitedly. After a while, the door opened, revealing Su Hongbing with a sad face. Old Su, the pills have been refined successfully. Ah! That's great! Zhou Zheng, I'll give you one. Su Hongbing was ecstatic and acted to kneel down. Get out, you! Hurry up and let Xiao Tong take the pills to avoid the night of long dreams. Zhou Zheng took out the Huishun remaining pill from the Qingding furnace and handed it to Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing took it carefully, holding it in his palm as if he was protecting his life, and quickly entered Chen Xintheng's bedroom. After a while, I walked out with a relaxed look on my face. Old Zhou, your medicine is really a magical medicine. Xiao Zhou felt much more comfortable after taking it. I saw that her face suddenly turned blood. Zhou Zheng nodded and took out the ointment from the cauldron. Let her rest more, after all, she was severely damaged by the terminal illness. Lao Su, Xiao Tong's life is saved. Old Zhou is not very kind, let's see my performance in the future. Su Hongbing said seriously. Okay. Please help me find a box to hold these things. What's this thing so disgusting? Beauty ointment, looking at the nausea effect, instantly kills all cosmetics on the market and can remove scars. If you don't need it, I won't give it to you. I'm so powerful. I need it. Lao Zhou, you are a good person to do it to the end. I want to give it to Xiao Tong and she will definitely be happy. Zhou Zheng didn't think about taking away the beauty ointment, so he gave it to Su Hongbing. It was getting dark at this time, and Zhou was thinking about returning to Jiangbei to interrogate Ho Vitao. He took out his cell phone and called Hao Aguo to explain the situation. However, Hao Aguo's faint voice came from the phone. Ho Vitao and Wang Xingfa have been handed over to the criminal police team. Xiao Zhou, don't worry about this matter. Chapter 287 Are you still going to mess with Li Jinfeng? What? Wang Xingfa and Ho Vitao handed over to the criminal police team. Hao Aguo's words were unexpected by Zhou Zheng. How so? The director clearly knows that this case is not over, so I still have to continue the trial? Zhou Zheng understood after thinking a little, and Hao Aguo had long said that he would not dig deeper. Just reach Ho Vitao's place, but Li Jinfeng could not touch him. He didn't want to fight with Li Jinfeng, so he notified the criminal police team to take over the case. A great move to cut off the firewood from the cauldron. Zhou Zheng was a little dissatisfied, but he had no way to vent. Director Hao's original intention was also for his own good. Oh! Zhou Zheng sighed on the phone. This sigh contained helplessness and unwillingness. Hao Aguo was moved and felt a little uncomfortable. If Zhou Zheng shouted to him a few times, he would feel more comfortable. Xiao Zhou, don't look like this. I'm doing it for your own good. I can understand your thoughts and moods, but you must also understand my difficulties. Zhou Zheng nodded. From the overall perspective, Hao Aguo did nothing wrong. He is the head of the institute and must be responsible for everyone. And if Li Jinfeng is touched, the first unlucky person in her backstage is Hao Aguo. What else can Zhou Zheng say? Hao Aguo advised him and explained to him again, if it were someone else, the director would not be with you. Director, I understand and I understand. Since Wang Xingfa and Ho Vitao have submitted to the criminal police team, I will not ask. Hao Aguo was overjoyed when he heard this. Xiao Zhou, I'm very pleased that you can think of this. Don't be discouraged. The road ahead will be long. Don't be very sad and happy because of temporary gains and losses. I understand the director. Xiao Zhou, you have been focusing on training at the shooting range these days, don't worry about other things. The provincial capital's election competition is what you should pay attention to at the moment. Hao Aguo was talking on the phone again, but Zhou Zheng didn't listen carefully, and he didn't know when he hung up the phone. He held his cell phone and looked at the view outside the window in a stunning way. Hey Lao Zhou, have you finished the phone? Why are you stunned? Compared with Zhou Zheng's mood, Su Hongbing was much happier. Xiao Tong was no longer in danger of her life, and he was relieved that he had been hanging. Nothing. Zhou Zheng didn't want Su Hongbing to see that he was in a bad mood, so as not to let him down. Lao Zhou, haven't you called your director? What did he say? I don't seem to be very happy. Su Hongbing was not blind either, so naturally he could see that Zhou Zheng had a different tone and mood before and after the phone call. Zhou Zheng hesitated for a moment and said it. The director told me that Wang Xingfa and Ho Vitao have been handed over to the criminal police team. What? Su Hongbing's expression stagnated when he heard that, and then said dissatisfied. Why is the case you are trying to hand over to the criminal police team? Whose idea is this? Is this an interruption? Zhou Zheng shook his head and said. You can't say that. This case has risen to the criminal aspect, and it's understandable that the criminal police team takes over it. It's okay to give it to them. I'm always thinking about interrogating Ho Vitao. Su Hongbing was stunned when he heard Zhou Zheng's words. No. Zhou Zheng, are you still you? This doesn't look like your style. Let's not mess with Li Jinfeng. When talking about Li Jinfeng and Zhou Zheng, he felt a little irritated and couldn't help but speak louder. What are you doing? Hovi Tao doesn't let me judge it anymore? How can I get Li Jinfeng without his confession? Su Hongbing curled his lips, but he was not angry when facing Zhou Zheng's unreasonable anger. If someone familiar with him saw it, he would definitely be surprised. How could Su Hongbing, who even the ministerial level leaders dare to talk back, have become so good-tempered? Old Zhou, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Su Hongbing said with a smile. Zhou Zheng also felt a little out of control just now, and was embarrassed to say. Old Su, I couldn't control my emotions just now, I apologize to you. You tell me these fucking kids? We are good buddies. Don't be pretentious and I don't like it. Zhou Zheng cleaned up his mindset and said. Okay. It's not too late, I'm going back to Jiangbei. You can accompany Xiao Tong here. Don't go to the shooting range training tomorrow. Zhou Zheng said that he was about to leave. Hey, it's not Lao Zhou, why are you going so anxious to leave? Don't you want to mess with Li Jinfeng? It's not Lao Su, can you stop poking my heart with a knife? Can you? How do you think I'm going to deal with Li Jinfeng now? Do you have a way? I really have a way. What? Really fake? Why do I not believe it so much? Zhou Zhenke didn't believe that Su Hongbing could have any good solutions. He must be a pretentious person, so this kid is just a joke. Let me tell me if you can listen or not. Su Hongbing cleared his throat and said. Old Zhou, you interrogate Hovi Tao just to get Li Jinfeng to seek justice for your master's family. Hovi Tao was handed over to the criminal police team. This road doesn't work, so let's change the road. You have the chat records and transaction records between Li Jinfeng and Hovi Tao in your hands. Why do you have to let Hovi Tao bite out Li Jinfeng? Isn't it enough to just catch Li Jinfeng with evidence in your hands? Zhou Zheng heard Su Hongbing's words and stared at him in surprise. It's not Lao Su. If I arrest Li Jinfeng without Hovi Tao's confession, I have to let her go. Su Hongbing smiled. What's wrong? Do you really want to let Li Jinfeng sit in prison? Do you think so? If it is considered that Hovi Tao's confession, will Li Jinfeng go to jail? Catching her is not the purpose is to scare her and make her afraid, and ultimately force her to apologize for your master's family to pay for it. Old Su, you are right. My main purpose is to give my master a fairness. Is it okay to do this? And will we be implicated? Why can't it work? We are policemen who can detain her for 24 hours with evidence. Only magic can defeat magic. There are people behind her, and we can also exercise the police's rights reasonably and in compliance with the law. Su Hongbing paused and continued. There are only two kinds of results in doing this. First, Li Jinfeng knows that you are not easy to mess with, and she is determined to fight with her. The King of Hell is easy to mess with the little ghost. She is afraid that you have to compromise. Then you ask her to pay for money and apologize. Secondly, Li Jinfeng hates you so much that she can't help but use the connections behind her to deal with you. But you are right, it's reasonable and compliant to restrain her. She can't hold on to your braid. That is, if your director puts some pressure on you, you can't be scolded at most. Besides, there's me. Let's act together, I want to see how the boss behind Li Jinfeng can do me. Zhou Zheng thought about it and did what Su Hongbing said. Although there were risks, it was within control. Even if he was punished, it would be worth it to let Li Jinfeng know that his determination to do her. Okay. Lao Su did that. I'll detain Li Jinfeng now. Chapter 288 My handcuffs are so hungry. After Zhou Zheng said that, he pushed the door open and walked out. Su Hongbing said anxiously. It's not Lao Zhou, are you anxious? Wait for me. Zhou Zheng turned around and said. Old Su, please stay with Xiao Tong at home, Don't get involved in this matter. Su Hongbing looked dissatisfied. You are talking nonsense, why don't you let me get involved? Zhou Zheng still shook his head. You are from the provincial department to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, and you are not the same department as me. Besides, you are in the progress stage, so don't ruin your bright future because of this. Zhou Zheng, what you said is a bit alarmist. My future is not something that Li Jinfeng can do in the background. To be honest, he is not worthy of it. Su Hongbing made a loud voice, with a proud look on his face. Then it changed to a smiling face. Old Zhou, just take me there. Xiao Tong is fine and I don't need to take care of me. Besides, I feel relieved to have Aunt Wu at home watching her. I'm so excited when I have something to do in the long night. Zhou Zheng looked dark and decided to take a risk in the second half of the day with the risk of being punished. Su Hongbing wanted to participate, but he was not under any pressure at all. He was just a pain in his spare time. This kid is indeed a lawless master. Of course, Zhou Zheng also knew that he was afraid that Li Jinfeng would cause trouble in the backstage and took some of the firepower for Zhou Zheng. I appreciate the kindness of Lao Su. Zhou Zheng waved his hand or refused. Oh, why are you so awesome? Su Hongbing pulled Zhou Zheng back one after another. No matter what, I'll make a decision this time. The idea is that I'll give it or not. We are good buddies, it would be unreasonable if I didn't go. Besides, do you know where Li Jinfeng is? Zhou Zheng patted his forehead. Su Hongbing is right, he needs to plan carefully and find Li Jinfeng's location first. Without her position, she flies like a headless fly. Old Su, it's not difficult to find Li Jinfeng's location. I found her phone number in Ho Vitao's mobile phone. Call her and I can tell her location. Su Hongbing shook his head and joked. Don't brag anymore. If you want to locate the other party's location, you have to provide the information associated with the mobile phone number through the communication service provider. Don't you not know? Let's do this. I'll find a friend from the provincial department to get this done, so you can take it. Forget it, Lao Su. Zhou Zheng waved his hand and said. If you want to locate the other party's mobile phone, you need to file a case, and you have to go through approval and approval. It is simply not feasible to follow the formal procedures. Su Hongbing smiled and said. I didn't say I went through the formal procedures, I asked a friend to help me, just say a word. No. That would make a mistake and cause trouble for others. Okay, Lao Su listens to me, and I can position Li Jinfeng. Zhou Zheng looked around and found that there was really a computer in the living room. Go forward and turn on the computer. This computer was assembled by Su Hongbing to play games, and the hardware and software settings were first class. Zhou Zheng had some operation on the computer and said. Old Su, I'll give you Li Jinfeng's number. You can call her with my cell phone and drag him for half a minute. Isn't it Lao Zhou, can you do it? Is it like a real thing? Su Hongbing still didn't believe it very much. Zhou Zheng was alone in positioning the other party without going through the operator. Seeing that Zhou Zheng was confident, he was not opposed. At worst, if he failed, he would ask the help of the provincial department's buddy. Su Hongbing got Li Jinfeng's number but did not use Zhou Zheng's mobile phone to dial it, but used his own phone number. I thought to myself, Li Jinfeng, you are so awesome to come to me? If you mess with me, you can deal with you with justice. Su Hongbing called Li Jinfeng and asked to hold her for about half a minute, but it was actually still difficult. After all, she called Li Jinfeng how used the reason for making the wrong call, and it couldn't be delayed for 10 seconds. Su Hongbing hesitated with his cell phone. Old Zhou, you have to think of a reason to call Li Jinfeng for a long time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to delay if I call the wrong one. Zhou Zheng thought for a while and said. If you want to hold her back, you can only pretend to be an acquaintance and talk to her about things that she is more interested in. Su Hongbing was embarrassed. Oh, it's a bit difficult. I don't know her, so I pretended to be Hovey Tao and exposed it in 1 second. What should I do? Zhou Zhendao. What women are interested in is nothing more than beauty products, clothes, cars, and children. Old Zhou, you are right. Su Hongbing's eyes lit up. What car is Li Jinfeng driving? BMW, right? I pretended to be a BMW 4-store employee to sell her a new BMW. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Old Su, this is not possible. How can 4-store employees sell cars at night? Besides, people in luxury car brands don't follow customers to promote them, okay? What should I do? Su Hongbing scratched the back of his head, and had no clue. It's better to pretend to be a teacher in the school. Li Jinfeng's son has not returned to school yet. Just say you are Director Qian's subordinate. Director Qian asked you to ask her son when he will go back to school to attend classes. Okay. Just say that. Su Hongbing nodded in agreement and then called Li Jinfeng. After a long time, someone finally answered. Hey? Who? Li Jinfeng's drunken voice came from her phone. Zhou Zhensen said that God helped me, but Li Jinfeng would not be able to tell that Su Hongbing was a fake when she drank too much. He lowered his head and tapped the keyboard with his fingers, quickly positioning Li Jinfeng's position. Hello, is it Ms. Li Jinfeng and Ms. Li? I am the subordinate of Director Qian of XX School, and my name is Zhou Kejin. Li Jinfeng, who had drunk too much, was indeed not very sober, and she believed it at that time. After all, most people don't know who Director Qian is. What? Is there something wrong with calling me? What's going on? Director Qian asked me to ask you when your son will go back to school. Go to school? What kind of school? Li Jinfeng suddenly asked on the phone. My son has already gone to a private school in the provincial capital. I remember Lao Qian knew about it. Why did you ask again? Well. Su Hongbing's heart skipped a beat. Broken. The foot is revealed. He wisely said. I don't know. Director Qian had drunk too much just now and suddenly told me this. Maybe he had drunk a piece of it, right? Su Hongbing looked at Zhou Zheng with eager eyes, meaning that you should hurry up, I can't make up any longer. Zhou Zheng suddenly nodded at him, meaning he was done. Su Hongbing let out a long sigh and hung up the phone perfunctorily. Hold the grass. It feels like it's exposed. Li Jinfeng will definitely feel suspicious when she recovers. Where is this woman, old Zhou and Li Jinfeng? Let's go back to Jiangbei to catch Ye Teng. Qi Ziyi changed. Zhou Zheng said in surprise. Li Jinfeng is in Building 10, Xintai Community, provincial capital. I'll go. This girl is actually in the provincial capital, which saves us from worrying. Su Hongbing's face was full of excitement. Let's go, Lao Zhou, my handcuffs are so hungry. Chapter 289 You are detained. In the evening, Xintai Community, the provincial capital. Li Jinfeng sat in the huge living room, with several takeaway food boxes and a bottle of red wine on the marble coffee table. The dishes in the food box didn't move much, but most of the red wine in the wine bottle went down. Tonight, she didn't go to nightclubs to fool around for the first time, and always felt a little uneasy, so she ordered takeaway on the Eat app and poured and drank it alone at home. Li Jinfeng, who usually doesn't enter a high-end restaurant, started eating takeaway food, and mainly took out hundreds of thousands of yuan to hire a water army to discredit Lu Jianjun's family on the internet. She felt a little painful for the money and learned to save for the time being. Pour the last sip of red wine from the goblet into his mouth. Li Jinfeng couldn't help but feel hot when he drank too much, and he felt angry with the alcohol. I don't know who exposed her story online. Isn't it just a little girl who jumped off a building? What's the big deal? My child is still wronged? It would be nice if I don't let her family compensate me. It must be that guy named Zhou Zheng did it. Why is this kid like a fly? It's so annoying. I've come to the provincial capital and sent the child to a completely closed private school. Fortunately, I'm better off and used money to reverse public opinion. This kid is probably now overwhelmed by public opinion. Ha ha ha. I deserve it. Li Jinfeng said to herself, feeling a little better. She didn't know that the public opinion on the internet had subsided, and all video posts and comments were deleted indiscriminately by the Internet Security Bureau. Li Jinfeng planned to pour all the remaining red wine in the bottle into a goblet. Dong 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 dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Who is this? You don't know how to ring the doorbell? Li Jinfeng stood up in dissatisfaction and walked to the door. Who? Hello. It's Ms. Li, I'm from the property. I've reported that your house is leaking downstairs. Please open the door and I'll check the pipeline. Su Hongbing stood outside the door and said something that would be profitable for 1,000 years. Li Jinfeng was so dizzy that she didn't think much about opening the door. Zhou Zheng rushed in with the lead, and Su Hongbing followed closely behind. You are not from the property, are you? Hurry up and give it to me. Go out. Li Jinfeng felt the danger and shouted loudly while pushing Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. But she, a woman, had drunk too much wine and couldn't stand steadily. How could she push the two young men? Bang! Su Hongbing turned around and closed the door, deliberately showed an evil smile on his face, and said something inexplicable. This lady, you don't want others to know about you, right? Zhou Zheng suddenly looked dark. When has it been? Su Hongbing is still talking nonsense. He took out the police officer's certificate and shook it in front of Li Jinfeng. We are policemen, Li Jinfeng, you are detained. Li Jinfeng was very calm when she heard that the other party was a policeman. Compared to the police entering the door, she was even more afraid of thieves entering the house and robbing and killing people. Is it you? Li Jinfeng recognized Zhou Zheng. Although this was the first time the two met in a real sense, Li Jinfeng had asked Ho Vitao to investigate Zhou Zheng and knew some of his basic situations, and even saw the photos. What? Do you know me? Zhou Zheng asked knowingly. Are you Zhou Zheng? It's me. Li Jinfeng, you are suspected of an online rumor-mongering case, come with us. Li Jinfeng was shocked, but soon calmed down and said arrogantly. You little policeman dare to arrest me? What right do you have to arrest me? Li Jinfeng, if you are detained, I need to take you back to the police to take the transcript. I advise you not to be too arrogant. Ha ha. Li Jinfeng sneered and took out her cell phone. A small grassroots policeman came to the provincial capital to detain me? Don't you want to get through? I will make you lose in shame if I call. Su Hongbing snatched Li Jinfeng's cell phone. Zhou Zheng, what are you talking about? As he said that, he took out his handcuffs and said viciously to Li Jinfeng. Be honest, otherwise I will take compulsory measures against you. Li Jinfeng was not afraid of Su Hongbing, and she thought Su Hongbing was a grassroots policeman in a police station in Jiangbei, just like Zhou Zheng. Seeing Su Hongbing robbed his cell phone, he became even more furious. What are you? The little policeman dares to take compulsory measures against me? I tell you to return the phone to me quickly and apologize to me, otherwise I will strip you of your police uniform or not. Su Hongbing almost got angry and his nose was tilted. Ji Niang is so good at pretending. Damn it! Li Jinfeng, I have heard that you are arrogant and domineering, but I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than I thought. Blatantly threaten the police? You are so brave. As he said that, he had to handcuff Li Jinfeng roughly. Zhou Zheng knew that it would be better to offend Li Jinfeng. Since that's the case, let me offend her to the end. He hurriedly stepped forward and snatched the handcuffs from Su Hongbing's hand. Li Jinfeng, the first time warning. Second warning. Third warning. Warning, I'll kill you. Li Jinfeng not only refused to listen to the warning, but also raised her arm to hit Zhou Zheng. There are no compulsory measures after 3 warnings. Zhou Zheng grabbed her wrist, snatched her arm to her back, and handcuffed her back. Li Jinfeng immediately let out a pickling cry. Ah! Then a hateful and vicious expression appeared on his face. Yujiangbei police officers crossed the line and came to the provincial capital to arrest people? Are you worthy? I have to strip your police uniforms, and you will cry. Su Hongbing took out his work permit and said, Li Jinfeng, I am from the provincial police department. Is it worthy of arresting you? We will summon you reasonably and legally. You must violently resist the law and naturally take compulsory measures against you. Original department. Li Jinfeng was shocked and afraid, and did not dare to show off, so she restrained her a little. Why did you catch me? What mistake did I make? Zhou Zheng said loudly. I will tell you as soon as I enter the door. You are suspected of instructing others to spread rumors and slander others on the internet. We will take you back to the police station for record investigation. Li Jinfeng was furious. It seems that you just want to take revenge on me for your master Lu Jianjun. You are revenge on your own. Zhou Zheng did not comment. Take away. He and Su Hongbing grabbed Li Jinfeng with one arm and rushed her out. Li Jinfeng also took the initiative and cursed her mouth, so she naturally suffered a lot again, and the handcuffs were put to the last tooth. After getting on the black off-road vehicle, Zhou Zheng drove straight to Jiangbei. The car quickly drove out of the provincial capital. Looking at the hazy moonlight outside and the deserted wilderness beside the road, Li Jinfeng was afraid that she would not spray feces when she was afraid. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing said nothing, and only the whimper sound of the car driving at high speed was heard in the car. More than an hour later, I arrived at the Jiangbei police station. Li Jinfeng, get off! Chapter 290, Making Mistakes Turn Out to be a Waste. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, and the police officers in the police station had already gotten off work. Xiaoli, a staff member on duty, heard a car entering the yard and hurried out to watch. But Zhou Zheng and the friend from the municipal bureau who came yesterday escorted a woman out of the car. Brother Zheng, Brother Su hasn't gotten off work yet? Why are you going to work overtime? Xiaoli thought Zhou Zheng had arrested a criminal suspect. Zhou Zheng nodded. Where is Xiaoli on duty? Director, how have you got off work with Director Wu? Get off work. Where is the instructor? Get off work too. Zhou Zheng, you are taking personal revenge. When I come out, I will kill you. Where is your leader? I want to see your leader. Li Jinfeng was silent all the way, and suddenly broke out when he arrived at Qiubei Station. Be honest. Su Hongbing scolded him and gave Zhou Zhenjun another wink, which meant that the woman was yelling and the impact was not good, and quickly put her in the interrogation room. What happened to this woman, Brother Zheng? Are you so arrogant? Xiaoli looked at Li Jinfeng and was amazed. Xiaoli, don't ask about things you shouldn't have inquired about. Lao Su and I want to interrogate her overnight. Is there no one in the interrogation room? Zhou Zheng didn't want to make a statement about detaining Li Jinfeng for interrogation. If Hao Aguo knew about it, he would definitely come to stop him. Oh. Now Zhou Zheng is a celebrity in Qiubei and has a high prestige. Xiaoli didn't dare to ask more questions and nodded repeatedly. Brother Zheng, the interrogation room is empty, you go. Zhou Zheng nodded and Su Hongbing took Li Jinfeng into the interrogation room. Sit here. Zhou Zheng pointed to the iron chair. Li Jinfeng stared at Zhou Zheng with resentful eyes for a few seconds. Zhou Zheng also looked at her with fearless eyes. The two eyes collided, and Li Jinfeng felt an invisible pressure and suddenly shivered and fell into trouble. This Zhou Zheng has such a strong aura. Could it be that this kid also has a backstage? Otherwise, how dare he fight with me? A person who knows the times is a hero. Now that I don't have the upper hand, it's better to cooperate with him and find a way to take revenge when I come out. Thinking of this, Li Jinfeng gave up fighting with Zhou Zhenghedan, chose to compromise temporarily, and sat obediently on the iron chair. Su Hongbing turned on the camera in the corner of the wall. The two sat at the interrogation table and began the interrogation. Name: Li Jinfeng. Age: 32 years old. Profession: no job. Zhou Zheng was a little surprised. Li Jinfeng suddenly stopped being arrogant. It seems that she also knows that she is afraid, so she has to be respectful and achieves her goal. The interrogation continues. Although Li Jinfeng cooperated obediently, she did not admit to instructing Hovey Tao to hire the navy. When Zhou Zheng took out the chat records and transaction records between her and Hovey Tao, Li Jinfeng was stunned for a moment but was still anxious to deny it, saying that these things were all fake. You just wanted to trick me, so there was no way to worry about it. Li Jinfeng gritted her teeth and refused to admit it. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing had no choice. Of course, this was also within their expectations. Li Jinfeng, think about it carefully. Zhou Zheng gave Su Hongbing another sentence, and the two stood up and walked out of the interrogation room. When he came to the interrogation room, Su Hongbing sighed. Li Jinfeng is fearless. She knows that she will grit her teeth and refuses to admit it. We can't do anything to her. Zhou Zheng nodded. This is within my expectations. We didn't expect that when we arrested her, we didn't expect that he would admit it. We wanted to shock her and let her know that the grassroots police dared to arrest her. We just don't know if she could make her completely afraid and take the initiative to apologize and compensate my master. Su Hongbing looked at the moonlight outside the window and shook his head. I feel a little bit too bad. This girl seems to have seen strong winds and waves, and we can't seem to scare her when we catch her. I think she wants to retaliate against us after she hits here. Zhou Zheng may have backfired with my idea, and I underestimated Li Jinfeng. Zhou Zheng patted Su Hongbing on the shoulder. Old Su, it doesn't matter. We detained her reasonably and compliantly. Even if she retaliates, she has to have a reason, right? I will go to her from now on. She doesn't apologize to my master's family for a day, so I keep staring at her. It's late at night. If you can't ask for a while, let her go. After chatting for a few words, the two went back to the interrogation room to continue the interrogation. Li Jinfeng and Li Jinfeng clenched their teeth and refused to say so they had to give up. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Li Jinfeng stumbled out of the Bridge North station and stood on the road. She woke up early in her whine, and her face was full of resentment. Su Hongbing had a good idea. The detention of Li Jinfeng this time did not play a good role. Not only did she not have a sense of awe, but she hated Zhou Zheng to the core. Standing by the roadside, Li Jinfeng took a taxi back to Jiangbei's residence. After entering the room, I sat on the sofa, my chest fluctuated violently. Oh, Zhou Zheng, you a little policeman dare to arrest me? This is a grudge. Let me see how I deal with you. Didn't you just give me a warning and want me to apologize and compensate your master's family? Ba dream. Li Jinfeng was not stupid either, and saw Zhou Zheng's purpose. She wanted to call her backstage and cry, but after thinking about it, she gave up. Now is a critical moment in the period of career progress in the backstage, and he has been reminding Li Jinfeng to restrain him and calm down Lu Yan's jump from the building. Because Li Jin refused to bow his head, he did not act according to the Bacon's orders. If she knew that this matter was endless in the backstage, Li Jinfeng would inevitably be scolded. Li Jinfeng also has a way to retaliate against Zhou Zheng without asking for help. He called Jiangbei Mayor Luo with a phone call list. Li Jinfeng added fuel to the phone and said that Zhou Zhenmu, a grassroots police officer at Qiubei Institute, could not be punished, so she set up a private court to retaliate against her. If Mayor Luo doesn't make the decision, he will go to the province to file a complaint. It is time for the former secretary of Li Jinfeng's backstage to be the secretary, so he naturally also sold Li Jinfeng's face and expressed his loyalty to his former boss. He comforted Li Jinfeng on the phone, saying that he would make the decision for her and would not tolerate the situation after finding out. Li Jinfeng hung up the phone, with a victory smile on her face. She is very smart and controls the mayor under the banner of the backstage. The taste of rights is really wonderful. Humph, Zhou Zheng, are you fighting with me? You are a little policeman who has no power and no power to fight with me? You are simply seeking death. Ma Ziajun was awakened by the rapid phone ringtone in his sleep. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was Mayor Luo's phone number, so he quickly got up to answer. Lao Ma, what did you do? Why did Zhou Zheng from the grassroots police station set up a private court in Qiu Bay Station, arresting people casually and deliberately retaliating? People sued the complaint to me. Ma Ziajun was stunned and woke up a lot in an instant. No, Mayor Luo, Comrade Zhou Zheng is a very outstanding comrade, he. Okay, you don't need to explain it to me. You can investigate this matter thoroughly. No matter how good Zhou Zheng is, he should be punished if he makes a mistake and should be dismissed if he is dismissed. That's it. Mayor Luo hung up the phone, and Ma Ziajun began to digest Mayor Luo's words in confusion. After a while, he was shocked. Luo Lai is trying to do it. Chapter 291 Missing Your Wife, right? Mayor Luo's reprimand and attitude made Ma Ziajun extremely terrified when he thought about it carefully, but at the same time he was confused. Zhou Zheng set up a private court? How is this possible? Such an excellent comrade, the deputy director of the provincial department, praised him very much. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Who did Zhou Zheng offend? This man has such a deep background and he sued Mayor Luo. Mayor Luo did not deal with this matter after work tomorrow morning, but called in the middle of the night in his private name, which shows that he wants to deal with Zhou Zheng strictly. Ma Ziajun thought a lot and had a premonition that Zhou Zheng was about to be unlucky. He complained in his heart that Zhou Zheng had offended Mayor Luo. He had some contradictions in his heart. Zhou Zheng was an excellent policeman and an outstanding talent. It would be a pity if his career was affected by something and his future came to an abrupt end. However, Jiangbei's secretary is about to retire, and the next successor who calls for the highest reputation is List. Ma Ziajun naturally dares not offend the future secretary Luo. Oh, it's a bit difficult. Ma Ziajun sighed. It would be impossible to just ask about this matter. Let's first understand the situation. If Zhou Zheng can protect him, he can protect him. If he can't protect him, he can only give up. Who told him to offend someone he shouldn't offend? At this time, he was completely sleepy and lit a cigarette and called Hao Aguo. Hey Lao Hao, have you slept? Hao Aguo on the other end of the phone frowned. It would be no good for Director Ma to call him so late. Not yet. What instructions does Ma Bureau have? Old Hao, what's your so-called Zhou Zheng? Someone reported that he set up a private court in Qiu Bay to retaliate and sued Mayor Luo. Mayor Luo scolded me just now. What? Hao Aguo was shocked when he heard Ma Ziajun's words. Could it be because Zhou Zheng captured Wang Xingda and Ho Vitao? But this is not a private court? Ma Bureau, can't this be it? Zhou Zheng captured the naval army leader Wang Xingfa and the commander behind Ho Vitao. This is your order. How could this be considered a private court to retaliate? Ma Ziajun said on the phone. Old Hao, this probably isn't the case. Think about who else Zhou Zheng arrested. No, Ma Bureau. Zhou Zheng was training at the shooting range these 2 days. We also took action together after the training. I have been in Qiu Bay Institute. I have never heard of him arresting others. Ma Ziajun nodded. Old Mayor Hao Luo is very angry. He wants to do it again when he is angry. This matter is difficult. Let's do it. Call Zhou Zheng and ask clearly what's going on. If you understand, report to me at any time. Okay, then I'll get rid of the horse bureau first. Hao Aguo hung up the phone, and there was an ominous premonition in the dark. Mayor Luo is definitely not aimless. Could it be that Zhou Zheng is really in trouble? He didn't care that it was late at night and immediately called Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing had just walked out of Qiubei Station and were about to break up and go back to their respective houses. The phone ringing rang. I took out the caller ID and looked at Hao Aguo's phone number. I immediately understood and said with a wry smile. Hongbing, our director's phone number. It seems that a comrade from Qiubei Institute has told the director about our detention of Li Jinfeng. Oh, so fast? What a guy! Are there the embroidered uniform guard arranged by Lao Hao in your office? Who has such a broken mouth? Zhou Zheng waved his hand indifferently, and the paper could not contain the fire. Hao Aguo would know about this sooner or later. He answered the phone. Hey director, you haven't fallen asleep yet. What should I sleep? Hao Aguo's angry voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Xiao Zhou, what did you do with me on your back? Why did someone report to Mayor Luo that you set up a private court in Qiubei to retaliate? Who did you arrest? Zhou Zheng felt a move in his heart and quickly figured it out. I thought it was not someone from Qiubei Institute who informed Hao Aguo that he had detained Li Jinfeng himself. But Li Jinfeng took the matter to Mayor Luo. This girl has a great background and connections. Zhou Zheng didn't hide it and said, Director, I will detain Li Jinfeng tonight. What? Did you catch Li Jinfeng? His. Hao Aguo took a breath and was completely disappointed. Oh Xiao Zhou, why are you disobedient? You kept saying that you wouldn't move Li Jinfeng, but you insisted on moving. Now, it must be the woman who sued Mayor Luo. Mayor Luo ordered Bureau Ma to find out the matter clearly and want to deal with it strictly. Zhou Zheng said calmly. Director, it is legal and compliant for me to detain Li Jinfeng. I have the chat records and transaction records of her instructing Ho Vitao to hire the navy. She is the mastermind behind my master Lu Jianjun's family online. But so what? If you really fight Li Jinfeng, we have no chance of winning at all. Otherwise, I would have arrested her long ago. Xiao Zhou, I know you want to transfer your Jianjun family back to justice. But I have told you to endure, but you just don't listen. Hao Aguo shook his head helplessly. The young man was just anxious and did not rub the sand in his eyes. This is an advantage but also a disadvantage. At this point, Hao Aguo did not complain too much about Zhou Zheng, and could only find a way to save it as much as possible. Xiao Zhou, is Li Jinfeng still locked up in Qiubei Station? Sir, you have already let her go. That's right, why would she complain to Mayor Luo? Hao Aguo felt a little relieved and comforted Zhou Zhendao. It's right to let it go. It's not a violation of the rules for your detention. This is a great blessing in disguise. I'll explain to Director Ma carefully. I hope Director Ma can make a few good words in front of Mayor Luo, and it's best if this matter turns into a big and small matter. By the way, who else is involved in this matter? Zhou Zhendao. No one else, I did it alone. Xiao Zhou, don't lie to me. 2 policemen must be present at the same time when arresting people. You won't misunderstand. Who is the other person? Hao Aguo wanted to ask who cooperated with Zhou Zheng to detain Li Jinfeng, but Zhou Zheng just didn't say it. Hao Aguo is quite depressed. When is it time? Zhou Zheng is still talking about the meaning of his buddy. When time is tight, he doesn't ask in detail. Just by catching the surveillance camera at Qiubei Institute, he will know who the other person is. Zhou Zheng hung up the phone and said to Su Hongbing. Old Su, the detention of Li Jinfeng has become a big deal. She exposed the matter to Mayor Luo and said that I would retaliate against the private court. Mayor Luo ordered Bureau Ma to thoroughly investigate the matter. I'll go, this girl is very good at doing things. Can she talk to Lao Luo? Su Hongbing and Wu curled his lips indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. We are not illegal or irregular, so I'm afraid she will do anything. I'll take any responsibility if I really have, let Lao Luo come to me. Zhou Zhendao. You can just take it. This is caused by my willful behavior. What does it have to do with you? Don't worry. Okay, I'll go home. I'll take you back. Need not. A taxi was driving over, and Zhou Zheng waved his hand to stop the car. After entering the taxi, I disappeared. Looking at the back of the taxi, Su Hongbing said. The grass I ran quite fast. I missed my wife, right? Chapter 292 It's all your fault that you gave me too much last night. Zhou Zheng returned to Hanlin Yuan community. He was feeling a little heavy along the way. This time, Li Jinfeng was detained, not only did not serve the purpose of deterrence, but also was counterattacked by her. Li Jinfeng took extraordinary action and took the upper-level route as soon as she came up, and moved Mayor Luo out. It can be said that this operation failed. Of course, Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing had also discussed the consequences of this matter before detaining Li Jinfeng, and the results were both good and bad. I can only say that things are moving in a worse direction. Since this is the case, there is nothing to be afraid of, this is the price you need to pay for taking risks. If the superiors insist on finding fault, they will bear the consequences alone. Therefore, Hao Aguo asked him who else was involved and he did not say Su Hongbing. Of course, he also knew that Su Hongbing would be exposed sooner or later, and it would be as long as he could hide it. Stand outside your own door, enter your password and push the door and enter. The lights were turned on in the living room, but Chu Yunyao was not seen. I looked at the wall clock on the wall and it was already 12:30 at night. Zhou Zheng was a little puzzled. Why didn't Chu Yunyao call when he was going home so late? Could it be that she has already fallen asleep or something happened again? Yunyao! Zhou Zheng shouted but no one answered, and he was suddenly a little impatient. Yunyao, are you at home? While calling her name, he searched around the room. Pushing away Chu Yunyao's bedroom, she saw her sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed. Zhou Zheng felt that the air in the bedroom was flowing very quickly, gathering in the direction of Chu Yunyao. Yunyao, are you okay? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and asked with concern. Chu Yunyao opened her hazy eyes and smiled when she saw Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, are you back? I just practiced the hidden dragon art and fell asleep unknowingly. What time is it now? Only then did Zhou Zheng realize that Chu Yunyao was asleep when he practiced the hidden dragon art, and the same was true when he first started practicing. It's almost an hour in the morning. What? Have I slept for so long? Chu Yunyao was stunned for a moment and then was particularly surprised. She arrived at home at 7 o'clock in the evening and wanted to wait for Zhou Zheng to come home for dinner, so she sat on the bed after practicing for a while. Who knew that I had slept for so long? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. How about Yunyao? Have you made progress in practicing the hidden dragon art? There has been progressing, but I feel something is wrong. You are back, please explain it to me. Zhou Zheng sat next to Chu Yunyao and asked. If you have any questions, please tell me. It's like this, Zhou Zheng. I feel that I can separate the sparse spiritual energy from other qi in the air, but why can't I absorb it? Zhou Zheng was a little excited when he heard Chu Yunyao's words. Yunyao, you can distinguish the spiritual energy in the air, which means you are getting started. You just need to filter other energy to absorb the spiritual energy into your body, and then refine it, and it will be done. Chu Yunyao was not happy at all. But Zhou Zheng, I can't absorb spiritual energy into my body, let alone refining it. You haven't answered why I am? Have you ever had a similar experience? Zhou Zheng thought about it and there was no one. Due to system reasons, his hidden dragon art is a direct introduction, and it is very smooth to absorb and refine spiritual energy, and there is no situation where it cannot be absorbed. Shaking his head and said, Yunyeo, I was practicing very smoothly. I don't know why you can't absorb spiritual energy for the time being. Why do you practice again? I'll find the reason. Okay, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyeo said as she held her breath and began to use the hidden dragon art to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The air in the room seemed to be stirred up by an invisible hand. The air was like a whirlpool on the calm water surface, and Chu Yunyeo was in the center of the whirlpool, and the air rushed towards her. Zhou Zheng nodded. It seems that Chu Yunyeo is doing well at the moment. But although the air was circling around Chu Yunyeo, it was nothing more than that. She could not absorb any spiritual energy. After a while, sweat oozed out of her nose, and she worked hard again, and finally gave up. Chu Yunyeo said depressedly. Zhou Zheng still can't do it. Zhou Zheng was also wondering, what was going on. Yunyeo, let me think about it. Zhou Zheng planned to try it himself, but he pinched his fingertips and started to move the hidden dragon technique. The air that had just stopped flowing in the room began to flow violently again, which was much more disturbing than Chu Yunyeo. He absorbed the spiritual energy easily, and then refined it into a real silence. Since the storage space was not used today, it quickly filled up. Isn't this possible? Zhou Zheng talked to himself in his heart. Suddenly, he could no longer absorb spiritual energy. Zhou Zheng was shocked. This has never happened before. Is there a curse in Yunyeo's house? Will it prevent the absorption of spiritual energy? Is this too much? Suddenly his eyes lit up and he found the root of the disease. Zhou Zheng let go of his fingers and said, Yunyeo, I can't absorb spiritual energy anymore, but I know what's going on. What's wrong with Zhou Zheng? Is there no spiritual energy in the world? No. Zhou Zheng shook his head. Although the spiritual energy in the world is much thinner than in ancient times, it will never be used for us in this lifetime. The reason why you can't absorb spiritual energy should be that the real cliff in your body cannot be stored anymore, so you can't absorb spiritual energy. Zhou Zheng had never filled up the real sacred 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 sac. Because the body is too full. Chu Yunyeo thought of Zhou Zheng's crazy injection of her body yesterday, and she let out a coquettish voice. It's all your fault for Zhou Zheng. I gave me too much last night and almost made me burst. Zhou Zheng looked dark and thought to himself that he was worried about you yesterday, so he was injected into your body with all his energy. Yunyeo, let's practice in 2 days. Then your body will be able to absorb spiritual energy. After finding the root of the disease, Chu Yunyeo was no longer confused. She looked at Zhou Zheng with beautiful eyes and suddenly said, Thank you, Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng looked unhappy on his face. Yunyeo, we are husband and wife, why do we always say such things to keep a distance? By the way, didn't you call me my husband yesterday? If you really want to thank me, then just shout another word for me to listen. I thought Chu Yunyeo would refuse, but I didn't expect her to shout affectionately. Husband. Zhou Zheng was also infected by Chu Yunyeo and shouted, Wife. Chu Yunyeo heard Zhou Zheng's voice and trembled, and slowly closed her eyes with her little mouth pouted. Her mouth was like blooming flowers, waiting for Zhou Zheng, the bee to pick it. Zhou Zheng's mouth was dry and his heart was beating. He couldn't help it. He closed his eyes and slowly approached Chu Yunyeo. The golden shield is made with passion. A nasty phone ringtone ruined the atmosphere. Zhou Zheng opened his eyes and took out his cell phone angrily, just about to hang up. The caller ID is Hao Aguo's mobile phone number. Zhou Zheng's heart moved. The director should have called Li Jinfeng again. Chapter 293 How do you know I don't have a background? Chu Yunyao also opened her eyes in shock by the annoying phone ringing, and she felt a little dissatisfied. Who didn't sleep in the middle of the night? What phone number? Seeing Zhou Zheng's face was serious, she knew that something might be important, so she had to resist the unhappiness in her heart and didn't say anything. Zhou Zheng said in an apology. Yunyao is sorry, I'll go out to answer the call from our director. The call from Hao Aguo is definitely not a good thing. Zhou Zheng didn't want Chu Yunyao to know, so he got up and walked out of the bedroom and went to the living room to answer the call. Hey director! Xiao Zhou, alas! Hao Aguo sighed before he could speak. Zhou Zheng felt an ominous premonition. It seemed that this matter was really a big deal. Is this higher-ups going to punish him severely? Otherwise, Hao Aguo wouldn't be so worried. Sure enough, Hao Aguo slowed down and continued. Xiao Zhou, I have explained to Bureau Ma. Bureau Ma turned his hair and called Mayor Luo to explain, but Mayor Luo still refused to let go, saying that even if you detain Li Jinfeng, you are deliberately retaliating. You have a subjective tendency, which has caused a serious blow to Li Jinfeng's spirit and embarrass our police force. He suggested. Hao Aguo really couldn't continue to talk about it. What's the point of stepping on a horse? Such an excellent police officer, the leader obviously favored Li Jinfeng, and it was too disheartening to do so. Director, please tell me, I'm mentally prepared. Zhou Zheng said lightly. Oh! Hao Aguo sighed again. Mayor Luo gave Bureau Ma's advice and suspend his post immediately. Yet, Zhou Zheng also felt a little moved when he heard Hao Aguo's words. I expected that I would be counterattacked by Li Jinfeng, but I didn't expect that her counterattack would be so powerful. This is because the other party has not caught his own loophole. If he is caught, he will not be punished to death. The above attitude made Zhou Zheng very dissatisfied, and he said aggrievedly. Sir, I don't accept it. Xiao Zhou, don't say you are not convinced, I am not convinced, and no one is allowed to accept it. On the other end of the phone, Hao Aguo couldn't hold back any more. If his wife hadn't been sleeping, he would have slammed the table. Shouting, Hao Aguo sorted out his emotions and said earnestly. Xiao Zhou, the situation is stronger than that of others. Bureau Ma also argued with Mayor Luo, but the senior official level crushed people to death, and Bureau Ma was helpless. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about this. You are just suspended and you will not be punished. In a few days, Mayor Luo will not pay attention to this matter and will restore your position. However, the third-class collective merit I made last time is probably very difficult. Zhou Zheng felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this. He insisted on his own and still implicated Kyobei Institute. Brothers finally got the third-class collective merit, but although they put in the most effort, they were finally lost by themselves. Sir, I understand. Don't be discouraged, Xiao Zhou, this is just a small setback on your growth path, it's nothing. You will learn from your mistakes and gain a better understanding after you have learned this lesson. Do you know if you can bend and stretch your mind? Hao Aguo also felt sorry for Zhou Zheng, and understood his mood more, so he comforted him with kind words. Zhou Zheng said on the phone. Sir, I don't regret doing this at all. If I had another chance to start over, I would do this. Hao Aguo was speechless. Good guy. I was very concerned about Xiao Zhou's efforts to avoid getting into the oil and salt. I won't say it anymore. You can come to Kyobei Institute before 7 o'clock tomorrow morning and hand in your work permit or something. The Ma Bureau may also come. In the past few days, you are not a magistrate and are dedicated to training at the shooting range, and don't think about anything. Okay, go to bed early, let it go. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Zheng sat on the sofa. Although the suspension was just a formality, it also made him a little depressed. Fortunately, Su Hongbing was not mentioned above, and Li Jinfeng may have focused all his anger on him. This is also a bit of comfort in misfortune. What's wrong with you, Zhou Zheng? Chu Yunyao came out of the bedroom for some reason, and asked with concern when she saw Zhou Zheng's face. Yunyao is nothing. Director Hao called me just now and encouraged me to train well at the shooting range. Chu Yunyao's big eyes flashed, her face disbelief. Zhou Zheng, don't lie to me. I just heard a few words. Director Hao asked you to go to the office tomorrow to submit your work permit. What are you doing when you hand in your work permit? Zhou Zheng, you are not suspended, right? Chu Yunyao Bingxia was smart and actually guessed the general content based on a few words he vaguely heard. Yunyao, don't guess it. Zhou Zhenjia denied it. Chu Yunyao sat beside Zhou Zheng and said angrily. Why are you guessing nonsense? I heard it all, okay? Can't you tell me what happened to Zhou Zheng? Okay, Yunyao, I don't want you to worry. Since you heard it, I won't hide it from you. I didn't have training today, so I went to the provincial capital to help Lao Su's girlfriend Xiao Tong see the doctor. Zhou Zheng told all the experiences of today's whole day. Speaking of Xiao Tong's terminal illness and being terminally ill, Chu Yunyao's face showed signs of worry and unbearable expressions flashed. He hurriedly asked Zhou Zheng if Xiao Tong had been cured. Zhou Zheng said that he spent a day practicing the rejuvenation pill, and Xiao Tong's life was saved, and he would slowly recover his vitality. Chu Yunyao then turned worries into joy. When they talked about the two of them arresting Li Jinfeng, they were retaliated against her. She took the upper-level route and caused Zhou Zheng to be temporarily suspended. Chu Yunyao was very angry. What the above is thinking. It's fine if you don't help brother Jianjun's family to seek justice, but you will also hit you. It's better if Zhou Zheng doesn't do this job, come and help me do business. Well, I just happen to be short of people around me. Looking at Chu Yunyao pouting, Zhou Zheng smiled. Yunyao, being a policeman was my childhood dream. How could I give up easily? Besides, I thought about getting promoted to police in a few years and marrying you from the Chu family with a legitimate reputation. Oh, Zhou Zheng. Chu Yunyao said shyly. My dad said that, he deliberately made things difficult for you, and you took it seriously? It is impossible to be promoted to police supervisor in 3 years. Even if you have a deep background, it is difficult for you to reach the sky. What's more, you don't have a background and just an ordinary policeman. Zhou Zheng asked with a smile. Yunyao, how do you know that I don't have a background? Chu Yunyao's heart moved when she heard this. When the Chu family inquired about Zhou Zheng's background, his parents' information was not found out at all, as if someone deliberately erased the traces. Could it be that Zhou Zheng's parents are hidden bosses? Impossible. If Zhou Zheng's parents were big shots, why didn't they appear in so many years? He wouldn't be just a grassroots policeman. Chu Yunyao asked in confusion. Zhou Zheng, what background do you have? Zhou Zhengshen said mysteriously. My background is you, the daughter of the Chu family, the #1 beautiful little rich woman in Jiangbei. Chu Yunyao looked dark. You are so mysterious. I hate it. Looking at Chu Yunyao's coquettish expression, Zhou Zhengxing couldn't help but reach out to put her hand on her shoulder. Yunyao, I was in a bad mood just now and was hurt and needed your comfort. How do you want to comfort me? I want to wake up tomorrow morning and see your face for the first time. Chapter 294. Not a friend, but a good friend. After all, Zhou Zheng woke up in the morning and saw not Chu Yunyao's face, but the ceiling in his bedroom. Now his relationship with Chu Yunyao is getting closer and closer, and there is only one last step left. If he insists on asking for it, Chu Yunyao will naturally not refuse. But she was still sick, and Zhou Zheng was afraid that she would not be able to bear his grandeur, and he would have to go to the police station to submit his work permit tomorrow. How could he be in the mood to think about those things? I had insomnia for the first time at night. I tossed and turned in bed for a long time and fell asleep in a daze. I woke up at around 5 o'clock in the morning. After getting up and washing up, Chu Yunyao was still sleeping, and frying a few eggs and a few slices of Hormer's bacon meat in the kitchen, and finished it with a bread in 2 bites. The breakfast was over in 5 minutes. After Zhou Zheng finished dressing, he went out to take a car and headed straight to Qiubei Station. At 6 o'clock, it was dawn when the station was on duty. Xiaoli, the Anjali officer, was drowsy. Suddenly, he felt someone coming and looked up quickly. "Brother Zheng? Why did you come so early?" Zhou Zheng was embarrassed to explain something and asked. "Director Hao is here." "Here you come, not only the director, but Director Ma is also here. I don't know what they are crazy about today. They suddenly appeared in front of me before dawn. What a scare! Xiaoli, why is your mouth so broken? Be careful that Director Ma heard it." Xiaoli realized that he was out of control and quickly covered his mouth and looked around. Zhou Zheng smiled. "Okay, we have nothing to do. You continue on duty and I'll go find the director." Zhou Zheng naturally knew why Ma Ziajun came from. He thought that Bureau Ma attached so much importance to him, and it seemed that Mayor Luo put a lot of pressure on him. Walking to the director's office, Zhou Zheng knocked on the door. "Xiao Zhou? Come in." Hao Aguo's voice came from the office. Zhou Zheng pushed the door and saw Ma Ziajun and Hao Aguo sitting on the sofa and sucking mist, and the office was filled with smoke. "Master Ma." "Director Hao." Zhou Zheng nodded and said. "Xiao Zhou is here? Let's sit down." Ma Ziajun pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, owing his butt slightly, and there was no expression on his face, and he couldn't tell the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. "I won't sit any more. This is my work permit, and I'll handcuffs." Zhou Zheng said as he placed his ID and a pair of handcuffs on the coffee table. Ma Ziajun looked dark. The good guy Zhou Zheng usually carries handcuffs with him. Are he always preparing to catch the bad guy? Ma Ziajun understood Zhou Zheng's attitude, and everyone who has emotions when it comes to this matter is put. Hao Aguo's heart trembled for a moment. Xiao Zhou is so bold. It doesn't matter if he has sex with me. Isn't that okay to be in a situation in front of the horse situation? Hurry up and said. "Xiao Zhou, Bureau Ma specially asked you to come to the police station early in the morning. First, it was because you didn't want to delay your training at the shooting range. Second, it was because you didn't want you to be suspended. Everyone knew about it. It would be better to explain to the above if you were to do so. You must understand Bureau Ma's good intentions." "Sir, please stop talking, I understand," Zhou Zheng said without comment. "Haha." Ma Ziajun smiled and didn't care about Zhou Zheng's attitude, so excellent people will naturally have a temper. If he had encountered this when he was young, he would have been overturned. But now I am old and don't have the passion I used to be. As the director, I can't help myself. He admired Zhou Zheng very much. "Xiao Zhou, I won't say anything extra, just understand each other. I probably won't be too long for suspension. I will definitely reinstate your job as soon as possible. How can a person's life be smooth? Just think this is a small twists and turns in your life." Ma Ziajun speaks beautifully, and it is rare for a director to say these words to grassroots police. Zhou Zheng nodded. "I understand the horse bureau. Just understand. There is one more thing." Ma Ziajun said again. "I detained Li Jinfeng last night, and besides you, there is another person with the surname Su." "Who is that person, Xiao Zhou?" Zhou Zheng was silent for a moment. Although he didn't say it, Ma Ziajun would know sooner or later, but he didn't want to betray Su Hongbing. "Master Ma, I'm the only one who doesn't have anyone else. When you detain Li Jinfeng alone, wouldn't it be in compliance with the procedures?" "Xiao Zhou, I know you don't want to say it, but if you don't say it, we can find that person through various means, and he can't hide it. Last night, Mayor Luo called Mao Ziajun again and said that in addition to Zhou Zheng, there was also a policeman named Su, who also threatened Li Jinfeng and asked Bureau Ma to pull this person out. Ma Ziajun came to Qiubei Station early in the morning, and part of the purpose was to do this. Old Hao, who else in your Qiubei Institute's surname is Su? Submitted to Su? Director Ma, there is only one lesbian in our institute who is a lesbian with the household registration department. She can't act with Zhou Zheng at night, right? By the way. Hao Aguo's eyes lit up as he spoke. My last name is Su? Could it be Su Hongbing? Xiao Zhou, tell me, did you act with Su Hongbing last night? Zhou Zheng was silent and no longer. Hao Aguoxin said that it was Su Hongbing, who was almost inseparable from all sides. This kid is afraid that the world will not move, and he is more active than everyone to capture Wang Xingfa and Ho Vitao. Su Hongbing. Ma Ziajun thought to himself when he heard Hao Aguo's words. Could it be that young master? Old Hao, have you seen it? Which Su Hongbing is it? Mr. Ma, I have met you once and I think you should know better than me. It was Su Hongbing, who came down from the provincial department to the municipal bureau. He and Xiao Zhou were training at the shooting range. The young man was very enthusiastic about catching Wang Xingfa and he helped. Ma Ziajun frowned immediately when he heard this, wanting to further confirm. Xiao Zhou, was Li Jinfeng who was arrested last night with you and Su Hongbing. Seeing that Su Hongbing had been exposed, Zhou Zheng simply admitted it. His. Ma Ziajun took a breath. It seems that Zhou Zheng has a good relationship with Su Hongbing, otherwise this kid would not have followed Zhou Zheng to do adventures. Xiao Zhou, do you have a good relationship with Su Hongbing? We are friends in Madagascar. Not a friend. At this time, a familiar voice came from outside the door, and then the door opened and Su Hongbing walked in. Lao Zhou and I are not friends, but good friends. Mad Lao Zhou called you but he didn't answer it. You can make it easy for me to find it. After he said to Zhou Zheng with a smile, he greeted Ma Ziajun and Hao Aguo again. Mr. Ma, Director Hao is here, it's so early. Xiao Su, why are you here? Facing Su Hongbing, Ma Ziajun showed a warm smile on his face, but his heart was really uneasy. Mayor Luo wants me to punish Su Hongbing? Good guy. This is when you stand and speak without any pain in your back. You can do it. Why don't you pick up Lao Zhou to go to the shooting range to train together? Oh, Lao Zhou came here in the morning, both the director and the director. Could it be that he came to a meeting? Su Hongbing said that, he saw Zhou Zheng's work permit and handcuffs from the coffee table last time, and asked again. What's going on? Why is your work permit put on the table? Chapter 295 This is a misunderstanding. Old Su, don't ask so much. You go out and wait for me a while, and we'll go to the shooting range to train later. No. I have to ask clearly. No, why don't you keep your ID? There are also these handcuffs. This is the guy who is eating. Seeing that Zhou Zheng didn't say anything, Su Hongbing naturally knew that something must be done, so he looked at Ma Ziajun. Master Ma, you are the one who is in charge here. Please explain to me what's going on. Then what? Xiao Su, Bulletin Zhou Zheng has been suspended. Ma Ziajun actually hesitated in front of Su Hongbing, which surprised Hao Aguo. The big boss of the city's police seemed to be very afraid of Su Hongbing. It seems that he is thinking well, and Su Hongbing must have a deep background. Li Jinfeng, who was detained with Zhou Zheng, must deal with Su Hongbing when dealing with Zhou Zheng. Let's see how the Ma Bureau operates. Suspended? Why are you suspended? Su Hongbing was surprised and then understood. Mr. Ma, is it because Zhou Zheng detained Li Jinfeng last night? Comrade Hongbing, Ma Bureau also has his own difficulties. Hao Aguo interrupted, which also confirmed what Su Hongbing was thinking. I was the detention of Li Jinfeng with Zhou Zheng. I have a share too. Why not suspend me too? ba. Su Hongbing said as he took out his work permit from his body and threw it on the table. After losing his work permit, he smiled casually. Old Joe, we are now unemployed vagrants and have plenty of time. Why don't you go back to the capital with me to relax? Su Hongbing looked at Ma Ziajun again. If my father asks me why I'm back, I'll say I've been suspended. If he wants to ask in detail, I'll argue with him in detail. I'd better tell my grandfather. The old man had a bad temper and wanted to shoot someone if he had a disagreement. When I was a child, I stole his gun. The old man knew about it and insisted on shooting me. Fortunately, I ran fast. I didn't know that the old man saw that I was suspended for no reason and wanted a gun. Who to kill? Su Hongbing was like talking to himself, chatting endlessly with a smile on his lips. When Ma Ziajun heard this, fine beads of sweat couldn't help but seep out of his forehead. Good guy. Su Hongbing is going to stand up for Zhou Zheng. He did not hesitate to carry out his father and grandfather as his backing. Threaten. This is a naked threat. It can also be said that Su Hongbing established his authority for Zhou Zheng. You, Li Jinfeng, took the upper-level route and put pressure on Zhou Zheng to suspend his post. Can't others take out their awesome life experience and defeat magic with magic? Ma Ziajun didn't think that Su Hongbing was threatening him at all. Anyway, Zhou Zheng's suspension was not what he meant. But he was a little nervous for no reason, mainly because he was afraid of falling into trouble. Xiao Su. Look at what you are saying. Who said you were going to suspend your job? I think who dares to suspend your job? Mayor Luo may not quite understand what makes me like this, but I am also understanding the situation. Su Hongbing asked. Master Ma, do you understand the situation clearly? I basically understand that you and Xiaozhou did not violate the rules for detaining Li Jinfeng. The suspension of his post is a misunderstanding. Ma Ziajun's ability to change his responsibilities was also first class, and he didn't want to stop Zhou Zheng's position, so he just went down the road. If Mayor Luo doesn't do it, he will ask him to go to the sidelines with Su Hongbing. Anyway, Ma Ziajun will not get involved. Don't worry, I will explain it to Mayor Luo clearly. You should do whatever you should do, and go to train if you should. And Xiaozhou, don't have any burden in your heart. The meaning of this is that it is Mayor Luo who holds you responsible. I understand what the situation is now, and I will explain it to Mayor Luo clearly that you can do whatever you want, and it has nothing to do with me if you are targeted. Su Hongbing could naturally understand that if Ma Ziajun gives face, he has to give Ma Ziajun a step. Master Ma is wise and working in the municipal bureau is more comfortable than the provincial department. He picked up 2 work permits and handed them to Zhou Zheng. Old Zhou is ready. Haven't you heard from Director Ma? He will be the first to ignore anyone who dares to stop our position. Zhou Zheng received his work permit and thought to himself that Su Hongbing had a lot of energy, even Director Ma gave him face. I was just suspended and reinstated, and it was changing too quickly as if I was dreaming. Well, there's nothing wrong with Director Ma, Lao Zhou, and I will leave first. We will have to train us to have breakfast in a while. Okay, you guys hurry up and go, slow down on the road. Ma Ziajun said with a smile. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing walked out of the director's office. Ma Ziajun and Hao Aguo looked at each other. Hao Aguo was surprised at why Su Hongbing had such great energy. Ma Ziajun was actually polite to him and did not dare to offend him at all. Where did he come from? Ma Ziajun was sucking his teeth, thinking about how to report the situation to Mayor Luo and not offend both sides, but it seemed difficult. Master Ma, this red soldier comrade heard that it was the provincial department of the provincial department that we were training in Jiangbei. What is his background? His grandfather is so powerful, how dare you shoot someone casually? What's the origin? Ma Ziajun pointed to the sky. What are you talking about? His grandfather really dared to shoot people casually in the war era. Lao Hao, I won't tell you in detail, so don't ask for anything you shouldn't. How Aguo shrank his neck. Good guy. Su Hongbing's background is so powerful. Fortunately, he and Zhou Zheng are good friends. Old Hao, I'll leave first. Ma Ziajun greeted him and hurriedly walked out of the director's office. After getting into his car, he said to the driver. Xiao Lu drove to the city government. Okay, horse game. Driver Xiao Lu started the car, and Ma Ziajun changed his mind again. It's better not to report to Luo City in person. Lao Luo offended Su Hongbing. If Su Hongbing goes on, he doesn't want to lose his mind. You must not get too close to Lao Luo. Xiao Lu, don't go to the municipal government, go back to the municipal bureau. Ma Ziajun sat in the back row and took out his cell phone and called Mayor Luo. At this time, Luo Yan was also in the car and was about to go to work in the city government. Li Jinfeng just called and asked whether Luo Lai Zhou Zheng and the one named Su had been punished. Although Luo Lai was polite to Li Jinfeng, she was also looking at her backstage. She was a little dissatisfied with Li Jinfeng's not very polite tone, but she had no choice but to do anything about it. A few words sent Li Jinfeng and said he would contact Ma Ziajun immediately. It happened that Ma Ziajun's phone call came in. Hey Lao Ma, I'm about to talk to you, how are you doing it? How are the matter dealing with it? Mayor Luo, I think Zhou Zheng and the others are not wrong. Detention of Li Jinfeng is also in line with the procedures and cannot be punished casually. Ma Ziajun thought about it and would rather offend Luo Lai than offend Su Hongbing. Faced with Ma Ziajun's change of mind, Luo Lai was a little angry. Ma Ziajun, you are responsible for what you said. Why didn't Zhou Zheng make a mistake? By the way, did the one with the surname Su find it? Is it also from Qiubei Institute? Finished. His name is Su Hongbing, and he was trained by the Provincial Department of Jiangbei Municipal Bureau. Chapter 296. There are people outside of people and mountains outside of mountains. What are Zhou Zheng and Su? Su Hongbing. Yes. These two people must be suspended. Mayor Luo wanted to cut the mess quickly. Since Li Jinfeng found her, she should do it quickly. If the mother-in-law and mother were dragging themselves on the verge of being in trouble, the big boss behind Li Jinfeng might be disappointed with her performance. Ma Ziajun said. Mayor Luo and Su Hongbing's relationship is in the provincial department. When I come to Jiangbei Municipal Bureau, I only have a secondment relationship. I have no right to stop. Let's punish him? Ma Ziajun. Luo Lai was a little impatient and raised his voice on the phone. Are you still the director of the municipal bureau? You can't handle such a small matter? Even if the provincial department has come to the court, it's still your responsibility. Are you afraid that Su Hongbing has something to do behind it? Don't worry, no matter how much he has something to do, you are not afraid. If you make mistakes, you must be punished. Wouldn't you still behave properly? If everyone takes him as an example, how can you lead the team in the future? I have been talking a lot about it, but in fact I am just relying on doing things for Li Jinfeng's backstage. Su Hongbing came to the Jiangbei Municipal Bureau from the provincial department to guilt, and there must be something behind it. But no matter how hard the relationship is, he can be better than the bosses he listed before, and now he is the three masters in the province. Therefore, the listing has such great confidence. Ma Ziajun will not be fooled by Luo Yan's words now. If he didn't know Su Hongbing's background, he would have obeyed Luo Yan's words and dealt with Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing. Of course, if this is the case, he, the director, will finish his life. Mayor Luo, I think Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing are not at fault. Is the suspension too serious? Ma Ziajun, what is your attitude? Luo Liajun was angry and was about to be promoted to secretary. The city leaders were not polite when they saw him. What's more, some people were eager to do something for him to be close to him. But Ma Ziajun didn't listen to him, and even contradicted him. Ma Ziajun, you, the director, can't do it, let the virtuous be as soon as possible. The words listed were very heavy, but they did not shock Ma Ziajun. Mayor Luo, if you really want to deal with Su Hongbing and Zhou Zheng, then take the people yourself. I have objected. Friendly reveal your news. Su Hongbing's father is in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and the case of Secretary Xia from Handong Province next door was supervised by his father. After Ma Ziajun finished speaking, Luo Lai was silent. He sat in the back of the carriage without saying a word, his heart was surging, and he couldn't help but feel scared and sweating. Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Good guy. No wonder Ma Ziajun has always disobeyed his opinions. It turns out that Su Hongbing has a bigger backer behind him, or Su Hongbing is just a backer. It's a pity that I just shouted that I must deal with Su Hongbing. Isn't this person who stepped on the horse seeking death? Don't say that he is not at fault. Even if he is really at fault, some people want to help him wipe his butt. Luo Lai wiped his cold sweat and complained in his heart that Ma Ziajun, this guy, knew so much information, why didn't he say it earlier? Of course, it's not too late to find out now. His attitude took a big turn of 180 degrees. Old Ma, are you saying it just now, true or false? Mayor Luo, I dare not joke about this. Yeah, I know. Ha ha ha. You see, I just gave orders indiscriminately. Why do you think I am a mayor in charge of the economy and get involved in politics and law? I won't get involved in this matter anymore. Don't talk about it, just do it yourself. I understand, Mayor Luo, I will definitely not say it out. Ma Ziajun gave Mayor Luo a reassurance at the right time. After hanging up the phone, Luo Liquiran threw his phone aside. The white shirt I was wearing was soaked by cold sweat. I just walked away from the gate of hell and almost offended Su Hongbing. I heard that the Su family had only one son. His father knew that after he had done it, Su Hongbing still had to hold a grudge. He wanted to be promoted to secretary. If he couldn't make a good deal, he had to go to prison. Mad. This girl Li Jinfeng almost cheated me. The more Luo Lai thought about it, the more he became, the more afraid he was sweating. Xiao Lu, let's open the cold wind. He shouted at the driver. Secretary Luo, the temperature in the car is just right or cold, and you will catch a cold when you turn on the cold wind. The secretary sitting in the passenger seat turned his head and said with concern. The secretary's attentive behavior did not receive the praise from Luo Lin, and he was greeted with a cold look. The secretary shuddered and quickly turned on the cold wind. At this time, Luo Li's cell phone rang again, and he was shocked. I picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was Li Jinfeng's phone number again. Luo Li's intention was dissatisfied, but she was afraid of offending her. She couldn't stand the ill words she said to her former boss by the wind and said a few bad words, so she had to answer. Hey Mayor Luo, how is the matter going? Xiaoli, I see that this matter has ended here, so I'll forget it. Luo Li's mouth suddenly changed, which surprised Li Jinfeng. She was still waiting to hear the news that Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing were punished. Who knew? Luo Li changed his attitude. No, Mayor Luo, what do you mean? If you can't do it, I'll go find Lao Lu. Luo Lixin said that it would be useless to find anyone you want and it would not work. He thoughtfully hung up her phone and hesitated for a moment. I can't control Su Hongbing, and the one behind you can't do it either. Oh, look at what you said, why is he so powerful and still an ordinary policeman? Li Jinfeng was not afraid at all, nor did she think Su Hongbing had a deep background. There are a few people in Baihe province who can surpass the one behind her, so Li Jinfeng is fearless. Ha ha! Mayor Luo sneered. Xiaoli, you have to know that there are people outside the mountain. Stop talking about Mayor Luo, just tell me who is behind Su Hongbing. I don't believe there is still someone else. It has a deeper background than me. Is it a Baihe province? Luo Lixin said that Li Jinfeng's pattern ended here. It's even more amazing. I won't tell who it is. You can check the leaders of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection online. Okay, don't call me in the future, that's it. After hanging up Li Jinfeng's phone number, Li Jinfeng's nose almost became crooked. At the same time, she was also curious about Su Hongbing's background. She searched the internet for the boss of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, and found that there was indeed a surname of Su, and she was shocked. Su Hongbing's father was also a ministerial boss, but he was an official who supervised officials. The collapse of a boss who was even more powerful than her in the backstage in the next province was supervised by Su Hongbing's father. Li Jinfeng was immediately scared and sweated. Although she has big breasts and no brains, she knows how to be at least. Offending Su Hongbing is equivalent to establishing a powerful enemy for his backstage. I still want to make progress in the backstage, but I can burn the incense if I can safely take it. Without the backstage, she didn't even make a fuck. And if her backstage knows that she offended Su Hongbing, then she wouldn't be killed? Where did Zhou Zheng find such a powerful foreign aid? Li Jinfeng was unable to rest as he sat down and was thinking about how to remedy this matter. Chapter 297 The gun was lost. Zhou Zheng and Su Hongbing left Qiubei Station and got on a black off-road vehicle. Su Hongbing asked with a smile on his face. Lao Zhou, where can I eat breakfast? I'll treat you. You can find a street stall to have something to eat. Zhou Zheng said absent-mindedly. It's not Lao Zhou, I think you're in a bad mood. What's wrong? Is it because Li Jinfeng almost got us to find someone, which made you feel unhappy? Zhou Zheng shook his head. Old Su, this is only a small part of the reason. I would have been suspended if you didn't come forward this time. My master's family has not yet been asked for justice, but he almost lost his job. He felt embarrassed when he said it. A policeman, I can't even punish bad people like Li Jinfeng, and I feel. Ha ha ha. Su Hongbing suddenly laughed. Zhou Zheng looked confused. Mad. I'm in a bad mood, do you still have the time to smile? Be a person, Lao Su. Old Zhou, why are you a rough man so sentimental? Don't be pessimistic. What you are dealing with is not just Li Jinfeng, but the one behind her. It's normal to fight. Do you think Director Ma is giving me face? Isn't it because of my family's background? Zhou Zheng sighed. Right is really a good thing. Su Hongbing nodded. Right is a good thing, and there is no distinction between good and evil. Good people use him to do good things, and bad people use him to do bad things. Zhou Zheng, you are a good person. Work hard to make great progress and gain greater rights, so that you can do more good things for the people. Zhou Zheng waved his hand modestly. Old Su, you are so serious. I just follow the justice in my heart. In fact, you are not bad either, you are very righteous. Ha ha ha. Su Hongbing laughed again, and it was very helpful to get Zhou Zheng's praise. Old Zhou, I am not as good as you said. I am just straightforward and thinking about it. You are much better than me. To get justice for your master's family, you know it is impossible. This is also what I admire about you. Zhou Zheng smiled. Okay, let's not brag about each other in business. Thank you very much today. Old Zhou, come on the horse, you can save Xiao Tong's life. Don't even say that such a small thing is to kill me, Lao Su, I don't frown at all. Seeing Su Hongbing's words confidently, Zhou Zheng knew that he was really willing to go out, so he stopped talking. Old Su won't say anything, I'll treat you early today. Well, this is still like a human word. The two of them finished breakfast at a roadside stall and drove out of the city. When we arrived at the shooting range, it happened to be exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. A military green off-road vehicle was parked at the door. Fan Xiangdong had already arrived. Instructor Fan is so early. Zhou Zheng got out of the car and went forward to greet Fan Xiangdong. Su Hongbing changed his sloppy appearance and followed Zhou Zheng with his head down. I just arrived, too. After Fan Xiangdong said that, he looked at Su Hongbing with sharp eyes. Su Hongbing, what did you do yesterday? Why didn't you come to train? Then what? I had something to do yesterday, something urgent. Although Su Hongbing is not afraid of the sky or the earth, he is really a little afraid of Fan Xiangdong, and he is even more afraid that Fan Xiangdong will increase the training volume for him. Why don't you call me if you have an urgent matter? You won't answer if I call you. I'm in a hurry, I didn't bring my cell phone. Didn't bring a cell phone? These are all excuses. Old Joe didn't come yesterday, why did you hold me back and let me go? Su Hongbing muttered. His voice was very small and Fan Xiangdong heard it. Fan Xiangdong was furious and shouted. Zhou Zheng is much better than you in all aspects. He can advance in the provincial selection competition with his eyes closed. Can you do it? Stop saying anything, you can carry a load of 10 kilometers first. Hold the grass, Lao Fan, don't you take my life? I know I'm wrong. Su Hongbing couldn't help but feel cramped when he heard Fan Xiangdong's words. Stop talking nonsense, start no beginning. Just run away, run to death is the only one. Su Hongbing knew that it was also a knife to stretch his head and shrank his head, so he had to bite the bullet and turn around and run away. Wait! What else do you want to do? Su Hongbing was a little impatient when he was stopped by Fan Xiangdong. Holding a weight of 10 kilometers, do you know what weight is? I have a rifle and a backpack in the trunk of my car. Go and drive the car over. Fan Xiangdong threw the car keys to Su Hongbing. Su Hongbing received it and went to drive reluctantly. The camouflage off-road vehicle drove over, and Fan Xiangdong opened the trunk. Su Hongbing, don't be too late, get out of the car quickly. Su Hongbing slowly got out of the car and walked over. When he saw the rifle in the trunk, his eyes lit up. I'm rough 95 style. Did Lao Fan practice shooting in Type 95 in a while? You don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up. Su Hongbing felt that what he expected was not fake, and he also had expectations in his heart. He quickly put on his backpack and the Type 95 rifle and set off. Zhou Zheng also carried a backpack and a rifle. Instructor Fan, I'll also go for a 10-kilometer activity. After saying that, he went to chase Su Hongbing. Hey Zhou Zheng, you don't have to run away. Fan Xiangdong called Zhou Zheng but there was no sign of Zhou Zheng, so he ran away long ago. I couldn't help but nod. Xiao Zhou is really working hard. Su Hongbing's attitude must be half as strong as him. Zhou Zheng quickly caught up with Su Hongbing. Hold the grass, Zhou Zheng. Lao Fan didn't say that you would run 10 kilometers of loads. Why are you joining in the fun? Zhou Zheng smiled and said. Anyway, I'm idle, I'll run with you. Okay, I'm not alone if someone is companion. I'm content with you, my brother. After a long time, the two finally ran 10 kilometers of load-bearing. Of course, in the second half, Zhou Zheng took over Su Hongbing's burden, but he was still tired and lying on the ground and said nothing. Zhou Zheng was just breathing slightly, and it seemed that he didn't take much effort. After all, I have been upgraded to the 3rd level of Hidden Dragon Art, and the physical condition stored in my body has become stronger. Zhou Zheng put his backpack and rifle on the ground and went forward to check on Su Hongbing. How are you, Lao Su? Hu, it's not so good, let me breathe first. Su Hongbing said, gasping. After a while, Fan Xiangdong walked over. Su Hongbing, have you rested enough? Come and practice the 18 Black Dragon styles with me. Old Fan, you can kill me. I have only had a few minutes of rest. Can you rest enough? Stop talking nonsense. When fighting, can you rest assured if there are pursuers behind you? Stand up. Fan Xiangdong pulled Su Hongbing from the ground without saying a word. Again for Zhou Zhendao. Xiao Zhou, please do activities. In the afternoon, we will conduct the Type 95 rifle target shooting training. Zhou Zheng nodded, walked aside and took out his cell phone and called Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao was not idle either and had already gone out to discuss business. After chatting for a few words, the two hung up the phone. Zhou Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the hidden dragon art, and returned to the real twist. Xiao Zhou. I don't know how long it took, but I heard Fan Xiangdong's voice. When he opened his eyes, he saw Fan Xiangdong wave to him in the distance. Hurry up and jog over. Instructor Fan, what's wrong? Fan Xiangdong's face, which had always been calm, showed anxiety for the first time. Xiao Zhou, those two Type 95 rifles are gone. Chapter 298. The guy who steals the gun hasn't gone far yet. What? The Type 95 rifle is gone. Zhou Zheng was confused. It shouldn't be. I remember that the gun and backpack were placed here. Instructor Fan, have you confiscated it? Zhou Zheng pointed to the ground and said. After the two finished training, Zhou Zheng put the gun and backpack on the ground, and he thought Fan Xiangdong would take it away. Fan Xiangdong shook his head and looked annoyed and worried. I just visited Su Hongbing and didn't take it away in time. Oh, I've made a mistake now. It is no trivial to lose 295 styles. Seeing Fan Xiangdong's anxious look, Zhou Zheng felt a little guilty, and he blamed him for being careless. Instructor Fan, is not your fault, it is me who was accidentally. I should put the gun back on the off-road vehicle. If I blame it above, I am responsible. Hey, I said you two shouldn't discuss each other. Su Hongbing looked at Zhou Zheng and Fan Xiangdong. There are only 3 of us in the shooting range, I feel relieved. Moreover, there are usually no one here in the wilderness here. Now is not the time to take responsibility, so you have to find the gun quickly. Zhou Zheng nodded. What Lao Su said is that the most urgent task is to find the gun. Fan Xiangdong was confused just now and didn't know what to do for a while. If guns flow into society, they will pose a great threat to social security. Su Hongbing's words made him wake up like a dream. Yes. When looking for a gun, you must find the gun. These 2 guns will not disappear out of thin air, it must have been stolen by someone. Su Hongbing said that he set up a shed and looked around. Who else was there except weeds in the shooting range? Oh, we're so close to these 2 guns. If there is really a thief stealing the gun, it's impossible to see it. Mad. It's so evil. Lao Zhou, have you put your gun here? You won't remember the wrong location, right? Why don't we look around? Zhou Zheng pointed at the ground 2 backpacks said. I'm not here, but I'm definitely putting it here, there's no doubt about this. After saying that, he said to Fan Xiangdong. Instructor Fan, I guess the person who steals the gun is not an ordinary thief, otherwise we would have discovered it. Fan Xiangdong's heart was surging, and his questions began to magnify. Is it said that someone deliberately messing with him? Someone stole the gun. If he lost 295s, he would definitely be severely punished. But who has such skills? He stole the gun under the noses of the 3 of them? No one in the Baihe military sub-district can do it. Can it be that overseas mercenaries infiltrated and they stole the gun on a whim when they saw Type 95? The chance of this situation happening is very small. The Dragon Kingdom is the country with the best security in the world. Without the soil for mercenaries to survive, they will not come to the Dragon Kingdom to seek death, and they will not expose themselves for the sake of the 295 styles. Fan Xiangdong couldn't figure it out for a moment. In fact, his heart was already confused, but he just pretended to be calm on the surface. Zhou Zheng comforted. Instructor Fan, don't worry. I just analyzed that if someone steals a gun under our noses, his actions will definitely not be too fast, otherwise it will be discovered by us. So, he should be still nearby and just walked away. The shooting range has a wide view, and only the weeds growing everywhere can be used as cover, so I suspect he is still hiding in the grass. Su Hongbing was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. Then let's start looking for it, we must pull out this bastard. Su Hongbing was eager to try it out, and he was motivated to do whatever he didn't train. Xiaozhou, your analysis makes sense. But the shooting range is too big. Do you know that the other party is hiding in that direction? Maybe we will search for the wrong direction, and this guy takes the opportunity to escape. The most important thing is that the other party may also carry a weapon, and if it is not a good deal, there will be a gun. Fortunately, the Type 95 gun and the bullet are separated, otherwise they would even steal the bullet. Oh no! Fan Xiangdong shouted no, and immediately ran towards the off-road vehicle. Hey Lao Fan, what are you doing when you are shocked? Su Hongbing said behind. Suddenly Zhou Zheng also realized something. Old Su, the other party may have stolen the Type 95 rifle bullets. As expected, this is the case this time, it's a big deal. A gun and bullet stolen together will cause great harm to society, and Instructor Fan may go to the military court. I'm going. Is it so unlucky? Let's go over and take a look, I hope your predictions are not accurate. The two of them also stepped forward together. Fan Xiangdong jumped out of the off-road vehicle. The careful Zhou Zheng found that his legs were trembling slightly, and his heart skipped a beat. He might have expected it right. Sure enough, Fan Xiangdong could no longer hide the panic in his heart and said anxiously, "It's broken, I put the Type 95 bullet in the car and it's gone. It must be the other party did it. What should I do? What should I do?" Su Hongbing cursed. Mad. It's indeed stolen. These thieves are really brave. Then old Fan, don't worry, I'll find it for you now. He was impatient and enthusiastic, and ran out as he said. Old Su, come back. Zhou Zheng quickly stopped him. Su Hongbing stopped and turned around and said. What are you doing, Zhou Zheng? Don't stay standing and look for it together, and pull out the guy who steals the gun. The other party has a gun and a bullet, will it be possible to deal with it if you find something you can do? Haha. Su Hongbing hesitated. Zhou Zheng was right. If he was a desperate person, he would not be able to beat him even if he really found the gun and bullets. But, if you don't go find it, just wait like that? Fan Xiangdong was confused for a long time and finally made a decision. Xiaozhou, Su Hongbing, don't act rashly. I'll call the captain to ask for support. Su Hongbing said. Hold the grass when the support comes, the daylily is cold, and Lao Fan, you have been punished for this. Fan Xiangdong looked helpless. There is no way. I lost the gun. I admit how the superiors punish me. Zhou Zheng was also actively trying to think of a solution. He concluded that the guy who stole the gun must be still on the shooting range. As long as he found them without knowing it, he would still be sure to take down the other party in close combat. But in which direction does the other party retreat? By the way, Zhou Zheng had a sudden inspiration and remembered that when he obtained the Grand Master's cooking skills, the system provided 1,000 times the sensitivity of smell. He opened his sense of smell 1,000 times, and all kinds of smells suddenly came to his nose, including the smell of soil, weeds, etc. He carefully identified the smell of two strangers, and the direction of the smell was in the south. Zhou Zheng looked up at the south and looked into the distance. The end point was a small hill covered with vegetation. This mountain intersected with the southernmost end of the shooting range, and the foot of the mountain was relatively lush weeds. Those two people should be hiding in the grass at the foot of the mountain. Are they going to go up the mountain to escape? Zhou Zheng concluded that the two people lurked in the wild grass, and this should not be wrong. Instructor Fan, Lao Su, I know where the guy who steals the gun is hiding. Chapter 299, Discover the gun thief and pursue it. Really? Lao Zhou is here, don't be happy with us. Su. Hongbing asked in confusion. Of course it's true. If I expected it well, the other party was 2 people stole guns and the other stole bullets. At present, they might have to go up the mountain to escape, and I suspect they just came down from the mountain and stolen the gun. How did you see that it's not Lao Zhou? Su Hongbing was puzzled. After all, Zhou Zheng said it in detail, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Zhou Zheng pointed at his feet. I just saw traces of friction on the ground, and there were also traces on the off-road vehicle. You see, there are footprints here. They look like they are size 40 shoes, which are obviously not the footprints of the 3 of us. As for why we didn't find it, I suspect they were crawling over in ghillie suits. Zhou Zheng explained for a while, and he was helpless. He couldn't say that he was in a system and could only try his best to find a way to explain. Fan Xiangdong took a breath. If Zhou Zheng said it was right, the 2 guys who stole the gun must have extremely high military qualities. If they want to avoid being discovered, they must crawl forward. At such a long distance, they will not be discovered without anyone knowing it. Only the King of War can complete it. Are they really mercenaries from abroad? Otherwise, who would make such a joke? Fan Xiangdong told Zhou Zheng about his questions, and Zhou Zheng naturally couldn't guess who the other party was. Su Hongbing shouted loudly. Don't worry about who the other party is, the most urgent thing is to take these 2 guys down. Old Fan, don't hesitate, hesitation will only lead to defeat. Can't the 3 of us deal with 2? Fan Xiangdong couldn't hold back any more. Time passed by little. If he didn't make a decision, the other party might run away. He didn't have time to call for support now, and now he can only rely on himself. He took out a box from the car, opened the box and placed it inside. Fan Xiangdong said fortunately, the pistol is still there. These 2 pistols were not lost, and I don't know if they were gun thieves who looked down on them. One was handed to Zhou Zheng, and the other was held in his hand. Fan Xiangdongdao. Xiao Zhou, I need your help this time. We rushed forward and caught each other off guard. What do you think? Before Zhou Zheng could answer, Su Hongbing said dissatisfied. Hey Lao Fan, what do you mean? I'll go even if I give me a gun. It's so dangerous. Su Hongbing, stay here honestly. If we can't come back in a quarter of an hour, you can drive away immediately. Hold the grass Lao Fan, you want me to be a deserter? I won't do it, I want to be with you. Su Hongbing shouted with his eyes wide open. Okay, Lao Su, stop shouting. Zhou Zhendao. Instructor Fan, don't move, and Lao Su, I'll go by myself. Zhou Zheng, are you crazy? I don't agree. If you want to go, go together. Su Hongbing shook his head and said anxiously. It was too dangerous, he didn't want Zhou Zheng to take the risk alone. Fan Xiangdong also looked worried. Yes, Zhou Zheng. The other party has 2 people in Type 95. How can you deal with it with 1 pistol? Zhou Zheng smiled. It doesn't matter, I will do my best, and I won't go straight to them stupidly. I plan to turn around and suddenly appear in front of them. If they fight each other in a short time, they will be able to decide the outcome. Even if they have heavy firepower, they will not be able to use it. Instructor Fan, you know my skills. Fan Xiangdong naturally had no doubt about Zhou Zheng's skills. Zhou Zheng was stronger than the soldiers in the field troops. But he couldn't bear to let Zhou Zheng take risks alone. Xiao Zhou, let's work together. The 2 of us can fight and cooperate and cover each other. Zhou Zheng naturally knew that Fan Xiangdong was kind-hearted, but he had better action by himself, and even if he didn't succeed, he would be sure to escape unsuccessfully. Therefore, Zhou Zheng still sticks to his ideas. Time is tight, Fan Xiangdong no longer fights, and he also knows that he and Zhou Zheng may be able to pull back when they act together. Let's do this, Xiao Zhou, Su Hongbing and I stay here first. Once you fight with each other, we will immediately drive an off-road vehicle to support us. You must be careful. If you don't do it, don't show off. I know Instructor Fan. No, Lao Zhou, I still. Su Hongbing was eager to try, but was interrupted by Fan Xiangdong. Su Hongbing listens to my orders, shut up now. Zhou Zheng waved his hands to them, and rushed out of the shooting range door as he lowered his body. The fastest one could only see an after-image and disappeared soon. Fan Xiangdong was shocked. It turned out that Zhou Zheng was so powerful that he seemed to have no use of all his strength when competing with him. In a piece of weed at the foot of the mountain, a man wearing a gay suit with camouflage oil paint on his face was lying on the ground, carrying a Type 95 rifle. He whispered while slowly crawling towards the hill. This time I was so boring. I stolen 2 guns smoothly. The other party seemed to be from the Jiangbei Armed Police Detachment, and the local armed police were indeed a bunch of rookies. His companion, not far from him, was a thin man, and said, "Don't mess with me, big guy, hurry up and go up the mountain to find the captain. I'm hungry." The big man curled his lips. "You can eat chickens when you step on horseback. Let the armed police branch of Jiangbei, the captain of the team, please ask you, otherwise he would not return the gun to them. Don't bother, the captain is waiting for you on the top of the mountain. Where is so much nonsense when you get the gun? Let me tell you, although it's not difficult to steal the gun this time, the speed of your crawling forward has been much lower than before, and you still have the face to joke." A third voice appeared in the headset. The big man looked up at the mountain, and there was no sign of a person lushly, but he knew that someone was holding a telescope in a hidden place and observing the situation on the shooting range. "Lao Lu, you kid are hiding very deeply? Less nonsense, we will slow down and continue training. Look at what the 3 novices are doing now. Nothing is wrong. Those 3 rookies are on the off-road vehicle. I guess they are confused when they find that the bullet has also been stolen." Ha ha ha. The 3 of them laughed at the same time. The big man said in a muffled voice, "I feel like we are bullying the children in kindergartens. The process is not at all thrilling, and it is not as exciting and thrilling as the last time I steal the gun from the deputy commander of the military region. Aren't you talking nonsense? Can the armed police detachment compare with the military region command?" Lao Lu replied in the headset. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and he said in surprise, "Big guy, little chick, there will be a situation if it's not good. At 3 o'clock, someone rushed towards you, and you seemed to be exposed. Be careful, he is too fast, he is still 30 meters away from you, 20 meters. Retreat quickly." The big guy and the little chicken heard Lao Liu's feedback, turned around and saw a figure speeding in the distance, and were about to rush forward. Hold the grass so fast. Chapter 300s Special Forces. Speaking of the observer, Lao Lu and the big guy and little chicken who steal guns and bullets are not overseas mercenaries but members of the S Special Forces. The S Special Forces team belongs to the General Staff Department and is directly responsible to the General Secretary and often goes abroad to perform some special tasks. There are not many team members, but each of them is a good player of 10. After all, they are masters selected from major military regions. They can be called the King of Soldiers among the King of Soldiers. This time, the S Special Forces team came to Jiangbei to train and set up camp on the mountain next to the shooting range last night. Later it was discovered that 3 people were training at the shooting range, 1 instructor and 2 soldiers. A group of people took a few glances from afar and lost interest. After all, the weight-bearing off-road and the Black Dragon 18 styles are the most basic things for them, and they are too pediatric. However, when Xiao Chicken saw 295 styles, she became interested. S Special Forces have a habit of never saying hello to the local government army no matter where you go to practice. They just play as you like. And they have the habit of stealing things. If there is a garrison headquarters in the local area, they will sneak into the heavily guarded headquarters to steal something. This is also a training force in another sense. After all, they occasionally perform the task of beheading. Special Forces was bold and stole the gun from a commander of a military region and the medal from a commander of a certain ace army. Of course, all these things were returned, and the other party did not pursue them. It was too late to be embarrassed to be touched into the headquarters without anyone noticing, and there was no shame to pursue it. This time I saw the Style 95, and the little chicken said to the captain for a moment of itchy skills, and cooperated with the big man and old Six to steal the gun. Lao Lu was an observer, and the chicken and the big guy put on a gay suit and ended up in person. The two of them successfully stole two Type 95 under each other's noses and also had 200 bullets, which was a simple batch. The two of them crawled forward slowly on the ground and were about to go up the mountain. Unexpectedly, they were discovered in an emergency. Mad Lao Lu, how did you, an observer, keep watch on us? You only saw it when people walked on our faces. Are you blind? Little Chicken saw a figure rushing towards the big man, and couldn't help but curse Lao Lu through the throat. Observer Lao Lu was also surprised. He didn't see where this figure rushed out. The other party was like a foraging cheetah hiding in the grass and slowly approaching the prey. When the distance reached his attack range, it jumped up and rushed towards the prey quickly. Who is this person? This speed is too awesome. Zhou Zheng ran very fast, but the handsome face was still captured by Lao Liu's camera. I'll go. It turns out it was him? The rookie who has been sitting by the side and playing with his cell phone in the shooting range. Lao Lu had been observing Zhou Zheng and others on the mountain for a long time. Su Hongbing followed Fan Xiangdong to practice the 18 Black Dragon styles. Fan Xiangdong had some tricks, but he was no match for them. Needless to say, Su Hongbing is a rookie. He can beat Su Hongbing 8 by himself. As for Zhou Zheng, he did not recognize the other party's strength. He thought that no matter how powerful he was, he would not be much better. Therefore, I didn't take it in my heart. Maybe the other party was just running fast. The chick continued to report Zhou Zheng's position. Big man, the other party is a rookie in the shooting range training. It will come to your face in 2 seconds. I saw it too, no need to say, mad. The big man was also shocked. He had done this kind of thing many times and never failed. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by a rookie. But what if you find it? This is not a heavily guarded headquarters, can he still snatch the gun from his own hands? The only thing that makes the big man admire is the other person's courage. If a man comes alone, he has some courage. The big man simply got up from the ground. Zhou Zheng stopped when he was 3 meters away from him, and saw a burly figure wearing a gay suit standing up on the grass, looking 2 meters tall, one big hand carrying 2 gun belts, and one end of the gun belt was the lost Type 95. The other party's face was covered with black and green oil paint. He couldn't see his appearance clearly. He could only see a pair of eyes staring at him fiercely like a wild beast. Zhou Zheng raised his pistol. Don't move. Who are you? Where is your accomplice? The big man's heart was moved again. The young handsome guy in front of him looked not simple. He knew that he had accomplices, and he didn't know if he was confused or he really saw it. Chicken, don't hide it. Others have discovered you. Come out quickly. In fact, Zhou Zheng didn't know where the chicken was hiding, he just smelled the smell of 2 strangers nearby. Mad, you are a silly man. I am better than you. He probably hasn't noticed me yet. The chick stood up from the grass not far away, cursing. Zhou Zheng nodded, and this was the match. These 2 people were stealing guns and bullets. You stole the gun and bullets, right? Haven't you told me who you are? Zhou Zheng also relaxed his guard when he heard that the other party was from Long, and not from foreign mercenaries. Although I felt danger from the other party, I also felt that the other party was not the one who was guilty of killing innocent people. Otherwise they might have already taken action. The big man was not at all panicked when facing Zhou Zheng's gun. You don't have the right to know who we are now. Boy, don't think that you are proud of us when you find out. The gun was stolen by that brother. You can take it back and beat me. But you have no chance of winning. The big man patted his strong chest muscles. Just admit it. Zhou Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the other party does not tell his identity, it doesn't matter. Retrieving the gun and bullets is the top priority. Big man, are you too optimistic? I'm pointing at you. Hee. The big man smiled disdainfully. Brother, do you think you have a chance of winning if you fight? Lao Lu, please help me see this guy. As soon as the big man finished speaking, a red dot appeared on Zhou Zheng's forehead. Are there any gunmen hidden in the dark? Zhou Zheng felt aroused in his heart and found that there were several of them. Don't be good with a generous pistol. Okay, then it's as you wish. I won't show mercy. I hope you can hold on for a while. Ha ha ha. The big man seemed to hear a huge joke and couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. You? You can really brag, believe me or not, you can throw it into the sky. The chick next to her said impatiently. Big guy, don't bet if you can do it. This kid's reinforcements are driving here. The battle will end in 3 seconds, and you're quick. Zhou Zheng looked back and saw that Fan Xiongdong's camouflage off-road was driving here, and it seemed that he was coming. Be careful! The big man shouted and threw away his 2 guns and rushed forward. His body,